A world dominated by power and swordsmanship. In that world, there is a swordsmanship clan that rules half of the world. They are the Runcandel family, a prestigious swordsmanship clan with all members born with extraordinary strength, physicality, and talent. Alongside their extraordinary courage, they have ruled the world for a long time. Fight, conquer, and dominate. These three aspects describe this clan completely. This is also where our main character is born, Jin Runcandel, the youngest son of the esteemed Runcandel family. From a young age, during the clan's traditional selection ceremony, where the destinies of children are decided, Jin chose for himself the sword of the head of the family, the sword of the founder, and the symbol of Runcandel, destined to lead this clan. Jin's father, the greatest swordsman of the clan, was very pleased and looked forward to this. It was thought that Jin's life would be filled with success and fame, but then his life turned a new page. Jin had no talent for swordsmanship, and the whispers about the question, why can't a member of the prestigious Runcandel lineage wield a sword, gradually reached Jin's ears? The shame of Runcandel, the humiliation of Runcandel. A Runcandel member who falls far short of the clan's standards. Thus, Jin lived each day with the utmost despair. One morning, like any other, Jin was still practicing with his sword. At the same time, Jin's two older brothers passed by. They saw Jin swinging the useless wooden sword and mocked him, saying he would forever be the outcast of the family. One of them even sneered, surely Jin can only swing the special Barasada sword. With their teasing, Jin could only keep his feelings bottled up, as he truly was a useless member of the family. He continued practicing despite his brothers constantly saying unkind things beside him. Seeing that Jin remained silent and didn't respond, one of them approached and kicked him in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. After that, the two continued to insult Jin, even though he hadn't done anything wrong. Jin felt anger rising, intending to pick up the wooden sword that had fallen, but just as he was about to reach for it, the other brother stepped on his hand. As he stepped, he said, "There's no point in being stubborn, because no matter how much you train, it's still useless." Ignoring those words, Jin remained stubborn, wanting to reclaim his sword. At that moment, the other brother noticed a book on him, which was the basic swordsmanship theory. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "I didn't expect anyone from the Runcandel family to need this kind of nonsense." The other brother added a few more words, saying, "That is why weaklings like Jin should not be given opportunities." At the same time, he forcefully broke the wooden sword, ignoring Jin's pleading eyes. After finishing, the two brothers were about to leave when Jin boldly said, "You two can't do that." That gave them another excuse to beat him up once more, not forgetting to mock him. "Is that all that wet nurse Gilly taught you?" Jin was very angry to hear that, as wet nurse was the only one who treated him well in this house. But he could only endure the blows from his two brothers, as the gap between them was just too vast. The days of being bullied by his brothers or the rumors about that non-existent talent were all just fanciful things, because Jin knew that if he tried hard enough, he could achieve something. If he put in the effort, he would surely one day be acknowledged by the family and become a part of Runcandel. But life was not as beautiful as Jin thought. The day would come when a useless person like him would be forced to leave the family, leaving behind efforts that would never be recognized. That was how someone like Jin Runcandel was expelled from the family at the age of 25, beginning a pointless wandering everywhere. Until one day when you met that person, the one you call your teacher, Jin realized that he truly had talent. Not only that, he also had the ability to master magic, a thing forbidden in the Runcandel family. 3 years after the day Jin was expelled from the family, in a small room, Jin was learning how to connect natural mana with the mana of a wizard to continuously recover and enhance transmutation. Then, one time Jin was pulled into the shadows, a voice emerged from deep within them, introducing itself. "I am Solderit, the Lord of Shadows," he said. "I want to make a pact with you as the god of darkness. Once you agree, you will be able to wield the power of darkness. Moreover, you will gain the ability to dispel any curse." Solderit then looked at Jin with pity and said, "Perhaps you have been hated by someone since you were little, because your talent has been erased by a vile curse. This curse is called Bladed Illusion, which will devour all abilities related to swordsmanship. Such a terrible curse could not possibly exist within the Runcandel family, and perhaps it is this very curse that has attracted the god of shadows to you." While speaking, Solderit lifted the seal on Jin. From this moment on, no curse could harm him anymore. After that, Solderit left, wanting Jin to become a top swordsman, as he would always watch over him wherever he went. Having just broken the curse, Jin felt his body overflowing with energy. He took his sword outside and swung it a few times. Indeed, he could feel his progress with each swing of the sword. Now the most pathetic fool of the Runcandel clan would be no more, replaced instead by Jin Runcandel, who would become a master swordsman in the future. Moreover, with the combination of magic into the sword, all existence would be obliterated. At the same time, in a nearby forest, a group of people was observing Jin and realized he had gained superior power. Thus that night, Jin Runcandel was assassinated while he was still asleep. Jin did not understand why his fate ended up like this. He had not even once tried to use the power that Soldaret had given him. If his end was here, then why was he granted such an opportunity? Jin Runcandel's eyes gradually closed with countless questions of why. And then suddenly Jin opened his eyes, and before him were the members of his family. This was the place where the ritual chose swords for the children of the Runcandel family. White Nurse Gilly smiled nearby, looking at Jin. This made him even more confused, not understanding what was happening. Then finally, Jin looked at his special sword, Barasada, the sword of the head of the family. At that moment, Jin realized that perhaps his opportunity was to return to this moment, where he would complete a completely new life. By going back to the past and becoming Jin Runcandel at the age of 1, the youngest heir of the Runcandel family once again approached the sword. Jin chose the head of the family's sword, promising that this time he would definitely shape his life in his own way. When Jin's hand touched the Barasada sword, all surprised eyes turned toward him. Only one person was satisfied with this outcome, the clan leader, the greatest swordsman of the clan, and also Jin's father. After that, he commanded to take Jin to Storm Castle, where Jin would live until he turned 10. 6 years later, at Storm Castle, on a rainy and windy day, Jin was still searching for books on swordsmanship. He thought to himself, there are still 3 years left to live here. How boring. At that moment, he heard the scream of a servant from his room. In the next room, she discovered a dead bird in young master's room. Jin knew that the only ones who could do this at Storm Castle were his older brothers. At the same time, 2 of his brothers appeared and seemed disappointed that they couldn't see the frightened face of Jin. One was Daytona Runcandel, 9 years old, the 11th son among the 13 siblings of the Runcandel family, and Haytona Runcandel, 9 years old, the 12th son of the Runcandel family. They looked towards Jin and asked with a smile, "Do you like the gift that we have prepared for you?" Jin remained silent and held the little bird. He remembered that in his previous life, these 2 brothers became notorious killers when they became pioneers, but now, at just 9 years old, they were capable of doing this just to provoke him. It was truly disgusting. Seeing that Jin still wouldn't talk, the 2 brothers assumed he had chosen the path of the clan leader and looked down on them. One said, "Choosing to be the clan leader, huh? Let's see your strength then." Both Haytona stepped forward wanting to teach Jin a lesson, but Jin could easily fend off that attack with the power of darkness. In front of his brother's surprised and slightly frightened eyes, Jin gently reminded, "Both of you shut up." Then Jin added a punch to Haytona, making him angry and wanting revenge. But the more he retaliated, the worse he was, as he was continuously defeated by Jin. Successfully displaying his strength, Jin told his 2 brothers, "From now on, it's best if you don't appear in front of me again." At that moment, someone outside came in and asked, "What is happening here?" Jin quickly reined in his strength and said, "Those 2 over there started fighting and then passed out." Ka could only hum in response and planned to take the 2 young masters to see a doctor. But immediately afterward, Jin stopped him and requested, "Take my 2 brothers to another place." After saying that, Jin turned and led Khan. Outside, the rain was getting heavier. Jin was burying the unfortunate bird from earlier. Next to him were his 2 brothers, who had fainted and still had not woken up. Seeing this, Khan asked young master Jin, "Are you really going to leave them here?" As the storm was gradually intensifying, Jin replied, "I need my brothers to understand the seriousness of what they have done." Hearing this, Khan could only respect Jin's decision and follow his orders. On the way back, Ka realized that the energy emanating from Jin was definitely not aura. If it wasn't aura, could it be mana? But wasn't mana a taboo of the clan? If that were true, this situation was not just a regular quarrel between siblings, but needed to be reported to the clan leader immediately. Khan then turned to the nearby servant and ordered him to quickly bring a horse over. Meanwhile, Jin was up above looking down, and just as he had anticipated, a man would go report back to his father about this matter. He knew that Khan was not only his father's knight, but also their overseer. In Khan's eyes, the source of his power seemed almost like magic. Therefore, he would not delay and would immediately return. These magical energies were proof that Jin and Soldaret had a pact, and the contract was still in effect in this lifetime. Furthermore, due to that pact, the bladed illusion curse was no longer effective, and the foolish child of the Runcandel family would cease to exist. The only thing Jin needed to do now was to go meet his father. At that moment in a forest, Khan was reporting to the Lord about young master Jin's recent fight with the Tona brothers. Hearing this, the Lord ordered Khan, "Quickly gather the knights. I will take them to meet my youngest son." After a while, 7 pioneers of the Runcandel family and 200 knights under his command had been assembled. Pioneers are the strongest members of the clan. They will be the bravest and the first to charge into battle during the invasions of the Runcandel family. Under each of them are many soldiers and knights. After that, the clan leader brought 7 pioneers straight towards Storm Castle. On the way there, Mary Runcandel, the 7th ensign of the Runcandel family, asked Diffus Runcandel, "Diffus, do you know the reason for this emergency summons? I tried asking Moon earlier, but it seems she doesn't know." Upon hearing this, Diffus explained, "Next year, the Tona couple will leave Storm Castle, so perhaps that's why our father is coming here. It could also be about our youngest brother." The 4th ensign, Diffus Runcandel, added, "Yes, it could also be about the youngest brother." Mary showed a clear look of surprise when she heard the youngest brother. She remembered that during the sword selection 6 years ago, that youngest child had chosen the head of the family's sword. But all of this was just their speculation. Could it be that their father hurried back just for this? Noticing that the two were chatting too eagerly, Luna, the 1st ensign of the Runcandel family, who was walking in front, signaled, "Both of you stop talking and focus on the matter at hand." Inside Storm Castle, Wet Nurse Gilly was tidying up Jin after hearing that the clan leader was preparing to come here and meet his youngest son. Jin guessed that perhaps Khan had reported to their father, which is why he was coming here so quickly. Moreover, Khan is quite naive, so he probably won't report on my use of magic. He likely just says whatever he sees. Jin guessed, this time your father must have come here to check if your strange power will truly become a useful asset for the Runcandel family in the future. At that moment, the family head's army also arrived. As soon as they entered, the family head immediately had the twin siblings Tona brought out. He then asked Daytona and Haytona, "Why did you two get into a fight with Jin? State the mistakes you made." This question surprised both of them immensely. Then they teamed up and lied, saying, "It's not our fault. It's all the youngest brother's doing that caused us to get hurt." They also added, "The strange power was witnessed by Jin's people. It doesn't look like aura, it resembles magic more." The story ended with a smug smile, as in the Runcandel family, magic is taboo. Mary and Diffus, hearing this, shook their heads in agreement. "We should quickly investigate Jin, because if we delay, the youngest brother will find a way to cover it up." But the family head countered, addressing the Tona siblings. "You both need to change. If you keep up this behavior, you won't be able to survive in the Runcandel family." After that, he ordered someone to call Jin out. As soon as Jin saw the face of the head of the family, Chiron Runcandel, he remembered that he was the strongest as well as the cold-blooded and ruthless person he had ever known. He was known as the peak creation knight of the half-god. Before attaining those titles, he was a person with normal emotions, but after that, he gradually lost touch with mundane feelings and, like now, became a person who only knew about glory and the future of the family. Therefore, to him, people who knew nothing about swords like Jin in his previous life were just useless beings. But this time it was different. In this life, no one could look down on him anymore. Thinking that, Jin opened the main hall door and slowly walked in under the inquisitive gazes of his siblings as they looked at the youngest brother, who would be the future clan leader. Then Jin turned towards the clan leader and respectfully bowed in front of him. His father was surprised to hear this. "Why does Jin call me clan leader instead of father?" Jin looked up and replied, "Because here, besides the two of us, there are many siblings and guards. There are also over 100 family members present as representatives for this occasion. You came for a formal matter, so it would be more appropriate to call you the clan leader." Chiron praised his youngest son, but also responded, "This time it's not a formal matter. There's something else, so just call me father." After that, he asked Jin a question similar to what the two Tona brothers had asked. "Jin, where do you think you are wrong?" Jin clenched his fist and resolutely said, "I just want revenge. As a member of the Runcandel family, one must repay kindness and avenge grievances." Mary stood among the crowd, murmuring in amazement while sneering. Upon hearing this, the head of the Chiron family called everyone outside to talk privately with the youngest son. The soldiers and family members down below were still wondering, could it be that the young master has passed the clan leader's test? Seeing everyone still whispering, an ensign stepped forward and called for everyone to go outside as ordered by the clan leader, and then everyone exited the door. As for Mary, she felt that her younger brother really wasn't bad when she saw him facing off against their father. When everyone had gone outside, the head of the family turned to his son and asked, "You have extraordinary power, like the Toma twins said. The Runcandel family has a taboo against using magic, as once one engages with magic, it would prevent them from reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship." Therefore, he wanted to know what kind of power Jin had used. If Jin truly dared to use magic, then he would definitely not let it go. Then, Jin spoke to his father while demonstrating the power of Solderet and asked him to help him examine this power. because even he did not know what the dark power of Solderit truly was. Chiron, after witnessing the power his son manifested, was incredibly surprised because this was the power of the founder of the Runcandel clan. He was certain he was not mistaken because that dark power was the energy of the Barasada sword. This meant that this child was destined to become the master of the clan. Next, under Jin's questioning, he confirmed, "That is the power of Solderit, the god of darkness, who made a pact with the founder of the Runcandel clan and has been on their side ever since." However, since Lord Tamar passed away, Solderit has not appeared in the Runcandel clan again, but perhaps now he is connected with Runcandel through you. Jin asked further, "I wonder if that god of darkness has more power than you, father?" In truth, the head of the family, Chiron, was also uncertain about this because he had never fought with a god. When Jin heard this answer, he thought to himself, "This old man is quite proud." At that moment, his father rubbed his hand on his head and asked back, "With that power, how do you want to use it?" And of course, not wanting to disappoint the old man, Jin answered clearly that he wanted to use this dark power to serve the family. The head of the Chiron family laughed heartily at this and said, "This is the most ridiculous statement I have ever heard." It was clear that earlier, Jin had beaten his brothers and thrown them into the storm, yet he dared to say it was for the family. The old man then asked him to express his true feelings. After some hesitation, Jin finally spoke. "I will use this power for myself." Surprisingly, the old man appreciated this honest answer. After that, he left, reminding Jin, "From today onward, I will watch you closely, so be mindful of your actions." Once his father had left, Jin breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had safely passed this ordeal. Moreover, as previously mentioned, he could freely use the dark power. This was an unexpected success. This life is indeed a world apart from the previous one. Before leaving with his father, Mary turned back and gave Jin a gift. After handing over the item, Mary also reminded Jin to quickly become stronger before turning to Luna, smiling and continuing on her way. Jin was still puzzled about why it was him, until he opened the gift box and discovered that inside was a phoenix heart. At this moment, he secretly thought, "Sister Mary is truly crazy for giving this to a 7-year-old boy." That being said about Mary Runcandel, he is a 6-star knight and the 7th knight of the Runcandel family, often known as Wind Fury. But there is another name that few people know, and that is the Crazy Woman of the Southern Territory. That is the reason Jin received this gift, and what Mary wanted was for Jin to quickly grow stronger and become her rival. If one eats the Phoenix Heart, beyond having fire resistance, it is also considered a necessary potion for a 6-star mage to summon a Phoenix. While thinking about the power of the Phoenix, Gilly is now also bringing in the cooked heart. But before that, of course, the older brothers should reveal themselves from hiding. The Tona brothers heard that Jin was gifted the Phoenix Heart and drooled as they came to sneak a peek. They saw that it was too much for the youngest to eat alone, so they hoped they would get a share. But Jin is not a selfish person, so he could share with them. However, before that, the two needed to do one thing. After a while, we only saw the Tona brothers digging the tunnel beneath Storm Castle. Perhaps this is exactly what Jin wanted. At the seal of Solderit, the two Tona brothers quickly finished digging and returned in a disheveled state. Despite feeling exhausted, hearing that the Phoenix soup was set on the table made the two of them brighten up. However, when they reached the table, they found no bowls of soup at all. There were only 2 spoons. It was truly pathetic. Jin turned to them innocently and said, "I only promised to give some, not to specify how much." So the two brothers had to take what little they could get. A moment later, Jin was making his way toward the tunnel he had just seen. After evaluating the situation, he noticed that the thickness of the wall was not very great, so he could use magic to break through it and enter. Jin then used his mana to break the wall, as his mana had been steadily increasing without any outlet, making it the perfect opportunity. Then, with a loud crash, the wall blocking the path was shattered. In front of Jin appeared the secret chamber of the Runcandel family. Next, Jin recited the ancient language that served as the key to opening the door of the chamber, and gradually the door began to open after the incantation. The secret chamber of Runcandel was used to store the secrets of the families they had defeated over the past 1,000 years, and only the pioneers of the Runcandel clan were allowed to enter. Jin recalled in his previous life an elder brother had told him about this room and said, "You will never need to know about it, because you will never become a pioneer." But because of that, Jin now knew the key to enter. After that, Jin continued to move deeper and discovered something strange. Before him was a man who was sealed, and on his face were black spots resembling scales. Jin was wondering if this was a person when he suddenly remembered the incantation when entering the room. It contained a line, "The child of Runcandel has come to control Mirakan," and if his guess was correct, then what was sleeping here was Black Dragon Mirakan. The legend says that Black Dragon Mirakan was defeated by the first pioneer of the Runcandel clan and sank into a deep sleep. He thought it was just a legend, but now Jin had seen him with his own eyes. After that, Jin put aside his thoughts about Murakami and continued to search for the secretary. While he was searching, it seemed that Murakami was also beginning to wake up. Shortly after, Jin found the room that held the secretaries of all clans. Jin wanted to take a look at the Kunjin clan because they were also a clan of swordsmen. Then there were the clans related to magic and other things. He even wanted to steal some of these books to study, but this would be easily discovered, so he planned to copy them each time he came here. After that, Jin walked to the secret library to read some books. Suddenly, a strange sound came from outside the door. Jin was curious about who could possibly enter the secret library at such a late hour when Black Dragon Murakami stepped through the door. Facing Murakami, Jin was very surprised because in his previous life, he had never heard of Black Dragon's awakening. Jin calmed down and thought, isn't Murakami the guardian dragon of the Runcandel family? If so, I just need to show respect and behave like a child. Then Jin politely greeted the family guardian, but he was met with Murakami's furious laughter when Jin dared to call him a guardian god. After that, Jin received a barrage of scolding from Murakami. Once Murakami vented his anger, he lamented that earlier he had clearly smelled a pleasant scent, but it turned out to be just a child. As he approached Jin, Murakami noticed a dark energy scent emanating from him. Even though the Black Dragon had been asleep for 1,000 years, he still remembered this scent well. Only those with agreements like Tamar have this kind of smell. At this moment, realizing that perhaps Black Dragon was awakened due to the dark energy from himself, Jin devised a bold plan. He unleashed the dark power of Solderit in front of Murakami and asked him to analyze it. As soon as he saw this power, Murakami was stunned for 5 seconds. He did not expect that the millennia-old agreement would be with such a small child. In fact, in the past, Murakami had made a promise to the dark god Solderit, and it seems that now he needs to cooperate with Jin to keep that promise. Murakami said, "You are still too young for me to tell you about that promise, so let me introduce myself first. I am Murakami, the representative of Solderit, his friend and the last descendant of the first dark creature. According to the 1,000-year agreement, from now on, I will accompany you." On Jin's side, he also introduced himself. "I am the 13th son of Chiron, Jin Runcandel, who signed a pact with the dark god." Thus, the two of them became companions from now on. It is said that on Mount Murakami, the place of the Howling Winds, ruled and named after the Black Dragon Murakami long ago. However, around 1,000 years ago, Murakami was defeated in a battle with Tamar. History records that since Tamar died and Storm Castle was destroyed, Murakami has fallen into a deep sleep. However, that is not the truth. Those who sign with the gods will cooperate with a guardian dragon, and Tamar's guardian dragon is Murakami since he signed with Solderit. Now that Murakami has awakened, it means that Jin will have a guardian dragon of his own. The next morning, Jin arrived at the hideout, brought food for Murakami, and planned to stay here for the next few days. Jin continuously asked about the things he was curious about, but it seemed that Murakami only focused on the strawberry pastries he brought. Seeing Jin pull out a pile of books to take notes, Murakami appeared surprised, as it was rare to see a child his age doing such a thing. Murakami said, "You are indeed very different. Few people at this age can be as diligent as you." Jin responded, "I am a member of the Runcandel family, and I have 12 older siblings. To surpass them, I need to work even harder." Then Jin asked about Lord Tamar, the founder of Runcandel. How much would he understand about these books? Murakami replied, perhaps Tamar wouldn't understand anything in them, because he is very skilled in practical combat without needing to read theory. Murakami added, "Take your time to learn, as you are still very young. One day you might be as skilled as Tamar or even surpass him." Murakami continued, "The nickname of the god Solderit is limitless power. Solderit has no boundaries, which means his contract holder also has no limits to their strength." With that, Murakami decided to teach Jin a skill to encourage him and boost his spirit. It was the release of dark energy, a technique that all beings using darkness must become familiar with, as it is both the starting point and the end point of dark energy. Murakami asked Jin to first learn and master the control of mana. This process could take him about 2 to 3 years. Upon hearing 2 to 3 years, Jin thought it would be too late. Moreover, he had already learned to control mana in his previous life, so he decided to demonstrate this skill to Murakami while he was still bragging about the basics. Seeing Jin skillfully control mana, Murakami was startled because it was impossible. Only the most gifted geniuses could achieve this at such a young age. Little did he know that Jin had lived 2 lives. After that, Murakami demonstrated the skill of releasing darkness as an example. Dark energy originates from darkness, and all of it is born from Solderit. Therefore, all darkness belongs to him, and his sole contract holder would also have the power to control all of it. In short, Jin is the master of all darkness. At dusk on the front lines, Luna Runcandel was conducting her usual conquests when a soldier under her command reported that they had cleared this area, and only 5 more neighboring areas needed to be eliminated to complete the mission. Luna saw that the remaining 5 areas only needed 4 months, so for now, she let everyone take a break. She also asked the soldier, "What would a 9-year-old like?" But the author did not show us the response. Half a year later, since the day they met Muroken, the 2 brothers Toma had turned 10 and were preparing to leave Storm Castle. Jin Runcandel had just celebrated his 9th birthday. He was having a birthday party organized by Wet Nurse Gilly and others at Storm Castle when Khan entered from outside. He apologized for the interruption and reported, "Miss Luna has come to visit you." At the same time, Luna had also arrived. Jin was somewhat surprised by this. Luna Runcandel was the first in sign and also a 9-star knight. She was the eldest daughter of the 13 siblings of the Runcandel family, also known by the nickname White Whale Luma. Although she was the strongest among the Runcandel sisters, she had no interest in becoming the family head and proactively stepped away from the battle dubbed the Inheritance. She truly was a solitary white whale. Because of this, Luna had never set her sights on any of her siblings. The relationship between the siblings and her family was considered as shallow as a puddle, rather than being the blood bond they were. However, now her sister has come to Storm Castle unannounced, there must be something special. Either there is a matter related to the family, or she knows about Jin secretly going to the hidden library, Jin thought to himself. So Jin went to greet and say hello to Luna. "Hello, Sister Luna," Jin said. In response to Jin's wariness, Luna's friendly gesture surprised him greatly. Noticing that Jin seemed a bit sluggish, Luna asked, "What's wrong?" Jin replied, "I'm a bit nervous because it's my first time being close to you like this." Jin's words made Luna realize that the tradition of Runcandel is for siblings to constantly watch over and tread on each other. It could be thought that she was there to check on him, Luna thought to herself. Luna leaned closer to Jin, hoping he could ask the nurse to step aside for a private conversation. "Could you step back a bit? We can talk privately for a moment," Luna suggested. Although Jin was a bit surprised by this request, perhaps Sister Luna had no ill intent, so he happily agreed. With only the 2 sisters left in the room, Luna spoke directly. "The last time you came here, your behavior drew the attention of the other children. This means that once you leave Storm Castle, all your actions will be monitored." But Luna also hoped that Jin would not lose his personal happiness by getting involved in the family struggle. "I really don't want you to be harmed by the traditions of the Runcandel family," Luna said. Now it was clear that Sister Luna had given up her position as head of the clan for these reasons. But one thing is, if that's the case, then why didn't she remind you in your past life? Is it because you aren't worth talking to her, or is it because you can't compete with the other siblings? After thinking about it, Jin also responded to Luna. Although he valued her words greatly, he was determined to participate in the family conflict because he had already been through an assassination attempt once. Upon hearing this, Luna was even more surprised. She smashed the cup she was holding in anger and asked Jin, "Who dared to attack you at Storm Castle?" Even if Luna asked more, Jin still couldn't identify that person. Seeing Luna anxious, Jin added, "Right now, you're safe, so don't worry too much." And thanks to Luna, he realized not all his siblings hated him. Luna, feeling her younger brother was so understanding, gently hugged him with a heavy heart. "My youngest brother is now going to be entangled in the family mess." After that, the 2 of them also returned to being joyful because today was Jin's birthday, and they shouldn't dwell on this too much. Luna took out a birthday present that she had specially prepared. In the gift box, a blue necklace was revealed, and Luna put it on Jin herself. While fastening it, Luna advised her brother, "Whenever you encounter difficulties that you cannot resolve on your own, you can break the green gem on this necklace. At that time, no matter where you are, I will be there." Finally, the time came for Luna to leave. Jin gently said goodbye to his sister and then went to the secret chamber where Muroken was. As soon as Muroken saw the necklace around Jin's neck, he became curious about who had given it to him. This person must care for Jin a lot to give him such a thing. Jin asked in return, "What is this?" Muroken explained, "This is a relic of the demon King Orgel. Over 1,000 years ago, countless people risked their lives just to obtain one of his relics. And of course, along with its rarity come miraculous properties. It grants the wearer resistance to magic attacks from 5 stars and below, as well as enhances the magical power of the wearer. Moreover, it also has the ability to summon." Seeing that Muroken knew so much about it, Jin wanted to know why. "So how do you know so much about it?" Muroken replied, "Because Organ was from the same era as me." Additionally, Muroken was aware that Jin had just received this from a powerful energy source that had arrived. Jin was surprised because they were far from the main hall, and perhaps Sister Luna had sensed the energy on Muroken as well. Seeing him panic, Muroken then opened a pastry and explained, "If your sister gave you such a precious gift, There's no way she would report on me and leave you to die here. Jin recalled the words spoken as his sister left. My dear younger brother, no matter what you do, no matter what you become, I will always stand by your side. The time Jin considered boring at Storm Castle actually brought him many things. From his father's recognition, Mary's phoenix heart, his relationship with his sister Luna, to even his encounter with Black Dragon Muraken, these were things he never dared to dream of in his previous life. Time passed quickly and it was almost time for Jin to turn 10 and enter the main castle. One morning at Storm Castle, just like any other day, Jin was practicing martial arts with Khan. Each of Jin's moves, though still novice, was no less impressive than Khan's seasoned expertise. Just as Khan had hoped, Jin was indeed the most favored child of the master. It was as if young Master Jin was the one assessing Khan's teaching methods. A sense of strength and dignity radiated from his gaze. After a while, the two finished their training for the day. Khan, as usual, expressed his gratitude for Jin allowing him to teach. It was the greatest honor of his life to have the privilege of coaching him up to now. Before long, when Jin left Storm Castle, Khan promised to give his all in teaching him the best. Jin saw Khan like that and smiled, thanking him for his kindness. After training, Jin went into the room to play with fire. After eating the phoenix heart, his body gradually began to gain a strong amount of mana and was no longer affected by ordinary fire. Wet Nurse Gilly was surprised to see him playing with fire. Does the young master not feel hot at all? Indeed, Jin did not feel hot. It felt like he was soaking in warm water. At this point, he had absorbed half of the medicinal power and would absorb the rest in the coming years. At the same time, the wet nurse was also preparing things for the next day. Jin would leave the castle and head to the main castle. Then she noticed some strange books on his bed and asked, "Should I take these with me?" Jin said, "Just pack them up. I'll read them later." After tidying up, Gilly went to make strawberry cakes for the young master's snack. When she mentioned strawberry cakes, Jin suddenly remembered Muraken. He hurried to the secret library. Jin asked Muraken, "How will you accompany me?" But Muraken responded with a clown-like laugh. He proudly stated that although he was weaker now compared to 1,000 years ago, these matters were simple. Muraken would take a path that no one would notice. Jin was worried about Muraken's weakening power, but he assured that it would gradually recover. Moreover, in the future, Jin would also become stronger than me, because the Black Dragon is your guardian. So you should hurry up and become a magical swordsman like Tamar. Upon hearing this, Jin wondered clearly the Runcandel clan strictly prohibits magic. So why is the founder Tamar a magical swordsman? Earlier, Jin had heard from Solderit that the Runcandel clan originally came from a clan of magical swordsmen, and Tamar Runcandel, the founder of the clan, was the strongest magical swordsman in history. But now, almost no one knows this truth anymore. Muraken added, the reason the Runcandel clan abandoned magic and pursued swordsmanship is due to an oath established 1,000 years ago. If it were 1,000 years ago, the one who made the pact with the dark god and black dragon Muraken would be greatly revered. But now it's different. Perhaps the people of Runcandel don't care for them anymore. So this time out, Muraken will definitely hide well. As for whether someone would discover this secret library, Muraken would create an illusion here, although it wouldn't last long since his power has weakened. Hearing Muraken's plan, Jin felt somewhat relieved. He then thanked him and gave him a few special gifts. What Muraken liked the most was nothing other than strawberry cake and strawberry wine. That night, the two enjoyed one last hearty feast at Storm Castle before moving. The next day, Wet Nurse Gilly, before leaving, was giving her final advice. The main castle will be much busier and harsher than this place, so please be careful. And of course, Jin reassured her and put her mind at ease. At the same time, two knights, Jiro and Holtz, also arrived. They were the ones who would escort the young master to the main castle, and Jin's new life was about to begin. On October 30, 1790, Jin finally left Storm Castle to head to the Runcandel's main estate. The Garden of Swords, after a while, started to see heavier snowfall. Inside the carriage, the two wondered if the teleportation gate would still work in such weather when the carriage suddenly came to a halt. Outside, the guard announced that there was an ambush ahead, so the two should stay in the carriage. Gilly said, Jerome and Holtz are both 7-star guards, so you don't need to worry too much. Besides, I'm here too. Outside, the enemies numbered about 20 and were all 7-star or lower, so there was nothing to worry about. Suddenly remembering something, Jin asked Gilly to quickly get out of the carriage with him. He clearly remembered that Runcandel's guards were not allowed to neglect the protection of the Runcandel bloodline under any circumstances. One of those two should have been here to protect them. This meant that one of them must have betrayed or been impersonated. Jin guessed that there must be signs of weapons in this carriage, so they needed to leave quickly. Hearing the danger in the young master's words, Gilly immediately switched to combat mode and protected Jin as a member of Runcandel. So she held Jin and leaped out of the carriage. The two kept moving forward despite the increasingly fierce snowstorm that impeded their path. Jin asked Gilly to take him to where the two were fighting to clarify a few things. Could it be that those ambushers were actually our allies? If they wanted to come here to kill me, they probably would have done it right after we left the carriage, but it was strangely quiet like this. On the battlefield, the captain of the Black King squad was ordering the entire army to quickly search for young master Jin Runcandel. At the same time, Gilly had brought the young master here. Jin saw that both the Mattel magic family and the Black King squad were present, thus confirming that the two guards earlier were imposters. A member of the Mattel family discovered two individuals, prompting the entire army to move in to ensure the young master's safety. They were ordered by the Runcandel family to come here to rescue young master Jin. Meanwhile, the two imposters were struggling to fight back. This only reinforced the certainty that they were indeed imposters, as there was no way a 7-star guardian would struggle against these people. Gilly asked, what is their purpose and who sent you here? But of course, they did not respond. Seeing that she couldn't get any answers, Gilly turned to the young master and asked, what should we do? Jin coldly ordered, just kill one person and chop off the hand of the other and bring it here to me. So following Jin's command, Gilly swiftly flew in to deal with one of them. The silver-haired person had their hands severed and was brought to Jin for interrogation. Perhaps these individuals had underestimated the Runcandel family, because to become a servant of this clan, their skill level had to be at least 7-star or higher. Therefore, to attempt to assassinate a member of the Runcandel family, one would need to reach at least 8-star level. The silver-haired man seemed Jin's arrogance cursed. The Runcandel clan is about to face its doom. Little did he know this was exactly what Jin wanted, as he had no fondness for the Runcandel Empire, only for the Jin Runcandel Empire. At the same time, the silver-haired man demanded that everyone present bow their heads before Zipple. When Jin heard this name, he recalled that the Zipple family was a supreme wizarding clan that ruled half of the world. If the Runcandel family was famous for their supreme swordsmanship, then conversely, the Zipple family had reached the peak of magic. 1,000 years ago, after the founding member of Runcandel passed away, Zipple made a pact to strip Runcandel of its magic, which led to the sealing of magic in Runcandel from that point forward. Therefore, for Runcandel, the Zipple family was a 1,000-year-old enemy. This also explained why there were attempts to assassinate the children of the Runcandel family at such times. It turned out to be followers of the Zipple clan. With that, Jin demanded that the person who had killed him not be interrogated further, as it would yield no useful information. Jin speculated that this incident was not orchestrated by Zipple, but rather an independent action by the followers. However, it was strange that they were able to outsmart Gilly, a 7-star knight. Could it be that this was done by someone else? After dealing with the attacker, Jin turned to Mareka, the captain of the Black King team, and requested, quickly set up a teleportation gate. Also, I was able to stay safe thanks to you, diverting the attention of those two. So I promised to report back and reward everyone. Mareka listened to Jin's instructions and instantly agreed, calling the soldiers to quickly create a teleportation gate. He sensed a great power from the young master. With a child only 10 years old having such confidence and maturity, the things I heard earlier were truly not just meaningless words. Mareka once again instructed his subordinates to be cautious in their actions, absolutely not to do anything foolish. His subordinates still had no idea what had gotten into their captain. Gilly turned and said, we can set off now. So they all immediately departed. On the way, Gilly pondered whether leaving the bodies of the two behind was safe. Jin said, that's a warning for their comrades. There were still about 2 hours to reach the nearest village, so they would temporarily stay there until the snow stopped falling. Jin noticed that Gilly was blaming herself for this mistake, so he comforted her. Even a 9-star knight like Nu Khan did not notice, so it's normal that a 7-star warrior like you might not have detected it. Gilly continuously apologized, even though Jin clearly did not blame her. Just like in her previous life with the role of a caretaker for the Runcandel household, her fate was inevitably tied to the child she raised. With Jin being incompetent in his past life, Gilly was also looked down upon and humiliated. But she never once blamed Jin. On the day Jin was expelled from the Runcandel family, Gilly was expelled alongside him, and she told Jin, young master, I'm sorry for not being able to take good care of you. She was the one who always treated him well in this family. So now Jin really didn't want to make things hard for someone who had always been by his side. But at that moment, the other country and Gilly needed to strengthen her resolve. Thus, Jin turned to lecture Gilly with a series of moral lessons. If you constantly blame yourself for such small things, you won't be able to be a caretaker and accompany me in the future. So I don't want to see you in this state again. After those words, Gilly gradually regained her spirit. She realized that the young master always cared about her. So from now on, She needed to be more cautious to ensure the young master would not experience a situation like just now again. Seeing Gilly like this gave Jin some relief. 2 hours passed and everyone had arrived at an inn in the village. While Reka was checking in, Jin thought about the two disguise guards from earlier. With that perfect disguise, only one person could have done it, and that was the shape-shifting wizard Buber Gaston. Shape-shifting is the strength of the Dragon Clan, but even dragons cannot achieve perfect transformations. Only Buber exists as the sole being capable of creating that perfect disguise. He has used this ability to impersonate others and commit various crimes to cause chaos in a world. If Jin's guess is correct and Buber is involved in this, things will become very troublesome. Although he has not done anything too terrible yet, who knows what will happen tomorrow in the past when Jin turns 20 and Buber will be captured by the Bemin special agents. If he could bring him over to his side, it would be very useful, but the problem is there is no reason to invite him to join. After a long day filled with thoughts, Jin fell asleep without even realizing it. After a while, he heard mewing noises coming from the window. The sound woke Jin up, and he realized that this cat was very unusual. Indeed, it was Murakhan, who had said he would secretly follow him. As soon as Murakhan was let in, he suddenly became angry for being mocked. But he forgot he was just a supporting character, so he hit his head on the wall due to the floor. Hearing the noise, Gilly rushed in from outside and saw a stranger near her young master. She was determined to confront the stranger this time, regardless of the outcome. Just as Murakhan was about to be transformed, fortunately, Jin intervened in time. Upon hearing the familiar name Gilly, Murakhan remembered his little strawberry cake. He quickly put on his handsome demeanor, wanting to enjoy strawberry cakes for a lifetime. From a distance, only Jin watched this scene, unsure whether to laugh or cry. After enough teasing, Jin introduced Gilly. This is Black Dragon Murakhan, the guardian god of the Runcandel family. Then he turned to introduce Gilly to the other person. Gilly realized she had made a big mistake with the guardian god and bowed her head to apologize. However, being the little strawberry cake she was, Murakhan would overlook everything. Gilly questioned, "Why does Lord Murakhan keep calling me little strawberry cake?" The reason was that she was both wonderful and beautiful, and made perfect strawberry cakes. Gilly now understood why the young master requested strawberry cakes every day. After that, the three of them sat down so Jin could slowly explain everything. First, about how he could use magic, then the contract with Solderit, and now a dragon. Gilly was not upset that the young master she always served had not informed her of anything, but rather surprised and happy for him. In short, she was now part of the group, and needed to keep the awakening of Murakhan with the family a secret. But it didn't matter, as Gilly also had a black dragon to protect her. At that moment, Gilly began to wonder if the noise made when Lord Murakhan transformed had stopped. She hoped he would be more careful during his next transformation, but it turned out that he had simply fallen and hit his face, not due to the transformation itself, so this dragon lost a point of prestige in the eyes of Jin and Gilly. A few hours later, everyone had arrived at the teleportation gate after the blizzard had subsided. Gilly said, "Thank you, Captain Black King, for your efforts throughout the protection process, and I'm sure that in a few days, your entire team will be generously rewarded." As for Mareka, he looked forward even more to seeing the future that young master Jin Runcandel would create, the one Gilly had taken care of. Additionally, he had a question about why someone with extraordinary talent like Gilly would leave the Cloran clan to become a caretaker for young master Runcandel. Gilly turned back inside without answering the previous question. Seeing this, the captain didn't push her further and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry for the rude question earlier." And so everyone said goodbye to Team Black King and moved on to the inspection area of the Mytel teleportation gate. After checking the ID, when seeing a person from the Runcandel family, of course, that person would be a VIP guest and would be seated in the highest class seats. However, at the moment, Jin probably needs to wait another 2 hours before reaching his destination. While waiting, Gilly said to Jin, "It is very likely that Murakhan will be exposed, and as a servant, I am extremely worried about the young master's safety." Jin simply replied, "Don't worry, I will do my best to hide the magic and the situation with Murakhan. I hope that puts your mind at ease to some extent." At the same time, while the two were talking, others also entered. The coat of the other person bore the royal dragon emblem, none other than the Zippel family, the 1,000-year enemy of Runcandel. Jin recognized the person across from him as very familiar, but temporarily, he could not remember who it was. While he was thinking, the person across the way sarcastically said, "Perhaps it's not a good idea to go to Hufester today, because you might encounter some annoying rats there." He then became interested in the black cat that Murakhan had transformed into. Planning to pet the little creature, Murakhan unleashed his anger on Jin's behalf, startling the Zippel youth. With the authority of the young master Zippel, he demanded that the guards show respect in front of the Runcandel family. Drawing a sword in front of the Runcandel clan was no laughing matter. He then thought to himself that his previous actions were just meant to tease the Runcandle, but he did not expect that the other person would not react. He guessed that this was the youngest son of the Runcandle family. Quite calm. Thinking so, he stood up and introduced himself. I am Varaden Zippel. I would like to apologize for the discourteousness a few moments ago. Jin recalled this name from his past life. He was a genius mage, the one with the highest potential to inherit the Zippel clan, and an ideal role model for young mages. He had both skill and charisma. Jin had once thought that this person would far surpass him in the skills of a mage, but he never expected to meet him at the same age like this. After that, Jin introduced himself and wondered what kind of person Varaden was. It was good to know that the person in front of him was not a fool. In response to Jin's somewhat sarcastic question, Varaden merely smiled awkwardly and asked back, Jin, how do you assess me? Jin calmly replied, although I was just joking, if those two bodyguards drew their swords for real, you might end up going around Hugh Fester without those bodyguards, and you could even lose a few fingers. Varaden waved his hand, indicating that Jin's joke was even more violent than his own before. But do I look like I'm joking right now? Jin retorted sharply, making Varaden turn pale and quickly change the subject. Varaden thought that in the future, when Jin met another Zippel, he shouldn't randomly cut off people's fingers as it would bring pain to both families. But Jin found Varaden's joke quite amusing, because as he knew to my father, Chiron Runcandel, and your father, Seliag Zippel, would never intervene in the affairs of children like this. Hearing that, Varaden looked surprised and chuckled, saying, I've learned something from Jin, so I will repay this debt later. But Jin, our dear friend, was not someone to let things slide easily. He wanted Varaden to pay up right away, as it would be easy to forget otherwise. Jin wanted Varaden to remain silent until the teleportation gate activated. As for Varaden, he found himself increasingly drawn to Jin. He thought that the young man would probably be much stronger in the future. If it weren't for the conflict between their two families, he would have befriended him right away. The two bodyguards, seeing their master like this, could only hide their faces in embarrassment. What a loss of image. On Jin's side, he noticed that Varaden kept lingering in front of him. Even though he had threatened to cut off the young man's finger, he still felt helpless. Is there something wrong with the Zippel family? Have they all gone crazy? 2 hours passed, and the teleportation gate was temporarily opened, allowing everyone to begin their journey to their desired destination. Before leaving, Varaden shouted, Nice to meet you, Jin. See you next time. However, on this side, there was certainly no desire for a next time with that chatty fellow. After some more time, the teleportation was complete. Now before Jin stood the main estate of the Runcandel family. The person before him was the second servant, Pedro. Now Jin would begin his new life in this estate. The main estate of the Runcandel family, known as the Garden of Swords. Here, those who have contributed to the prosperity of Runcandel will be honored by having their swords planted in this garden. In other words, this place is a symbol, a dream, and an honor for all members of Runcandel. Jin in the past was a weak and talentless person, a man who was neither a leader nor intelligent, and even more foolish to think that simply trying would change everything. He promised himself this time, in this priceless place, he would live a more meaningful life than anyone else. Upon entering, Jin was greeted by his father and siblings. The woman known as the Black Panther, Rosa Runcandel, the matriarch of the Runcandel family, spoke to her youngest son with a probing expression. Meanwhile, the gaze of the black cat Murakan clashed with the head of the household, Chiron. He asked, Did you find it? Jin replied, I have adopted it, father. This subtle response was a big plus for Chiron. Indeed, for the Runcandels, when receiving something, this was the satisfactory answer. Rosa Runcandel bent down to pet Murakan and asked, Son, do you know what this little one's name is? Jin replied, Its name is Butterfly Runcandel, mother. This surprised her greatly, and of course, the other siblings were equally astonished because Jin dared to add the Runcandel surname to the name of his pet. They turned to scold wet nurse Gilly. How did you teach Jin like this? Until the head of the family, Chiron, stepped in to call for order. He asked the youngest, Why did you add the Runcandel surname to this cat? Jin replied, By doing that, I will take responsibility for it. Although it is just an animal, it is the first life I have taken in, so I think its name should have value. Hearing this answer, Chiron was even more surprised, but he asked Jin again, Do you understand the weight of the name Runcandel and what it means? Jin, of course, understood better than anyone. If someone slandered Butterfly, it would be him who would pay the price. Chiron, hearing this, pointed at him and said, It seems you have a talent for making enemies, and then pointed toward the older siblings who were staring at him. That may be true, but I also have a talent for destroying enemies, father. Jin replied calmly. Chiron, upon hearing this, laughed so hard he almost burst, pleased to have such a son, and then left while advising the other siblings. You should be worried if you want to deal with this impudent younger brother of yours. 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. One early summer day in 1794, Jin was now 14 years old and a 2-star lower knight of the Runcandel family. He was discussing today's training plans with another person. He requested that today's training end here because the young master had an appointment with Miss Luna. This is Garan Altimer, a lower instructor from the Runcandel Guard cadet team. All right, I'll go grab something to eat, Jin replied. Are you still eating out with the other cadets today, young master? Garan asked as he saw Jin leaving. As usual, Jin did not want to eat with his siblings because he had to participate in the staring contest while eating. Although the lady was not pleased with Jin's behavior, she had no choice but to report to him. Waiting for his meal, a low-ranking guard cadet named Belopschmitz brought food for Jin and greeted him. Hello, young master Jin. I have brought food for you, Belop said. Belopschmitz, 13 years old, is a commoner. After failing the training exam, he was facing a prospect of being stripped of his cadet status and being dismissed. Despite this, he always felt grateful to the Runcandel family. Thanks to them, he gets to eat these delicious dishes, and especially young master Jin, who always shares meat with him. Jin found Belop's words excessive and told him to stop. Clearly, he had said something similar the day before. Jin reminded him. Then Jin offered him some advice. Belop, you should be more mature and live with confidence. You are a guard cadet of Runcandel, and that way, no one will dare to look down on you. But Belop remained too naive, unhesitatingly saying that he had caught the attention of Jin's family. But how did someone like me, who is now taught by a swordsmanship master, end up becoming an imperial loyal dog? Belop asked, his eyes filled with confusion. When he heard the news that Belop became a royal guard and soon after committed suicide, Jin was heartbroken. This time, Jin was determined not to abandon Belop and ensure that he wouldn't be expelled from Runcandel and wouldn't become someone like in his previous life. Just once living like a dog and then dying was already more than enough. Jin reassured himself. On the way to meet the eldest sister, Jin was silently calculating the paths to become a supreme master. At this rate, I can achieve 3-star swordsmanship in 2 years. Meanwhile, outside in the yard, Luna was waiting. She asked the youngest brother, use a different method to defend against the attack similar to yours yesterday. Jin, look with your inner eye. So Jin closed his eyes and began to feel. This was a type of training he had never heard of before. Look with the eye of your soul. For those who live to sharpen their swords, having the eye of the soul is more important than anything. Luna continuously reminded Jin, normally, the eye of the soul of a swordsman is only achieved at a level above 7 stars, but now she was teaching him when he was only a 2-star knight. Moreover, a normal eye of the soul is achieved by dispersing aura, but since Jin could not execute it during training, he found it even harder to understand. However, in any case, everything that Sister Luna did was good for him, so he chose to trust her. The only thing to do now is to focus on training, and one day he would understand this exercise. After a while, Luna concluded the session. You did really well today. You can go back now. Luna felt that her youngest sibling always performed very well, exceeding even her expectations. With that potential and focus, Luna was sure Jin would fully understand it in the coming years. On this side, all the cadets were gathering for the test. This battle would account for a significant portion of their overall score, and it was also a shortcut to becoming a Knight Protector, so everyone was quite anxious. Moreover, today was an important day for Jin because Lady Rosa said that if he defeated 10 opponents of a higher level today, he would be allowed to join the intermediate class at the beginning of next year. Jin glanced over at Belop and saw him trembling with anxiety, knowing that with Jin's help, he should be more confident. At the same time, Garan announced the format of the competition. Everyone would fight 3 times and change partners each time. The top 10 would compete one-on-one with young Master Jin. And so, everyone was divided into groups and started to clash. As Jin stood outside observing, he noticed that these individuals had quite good skills. Clearly, their title of trainee was well-deserved. After a long time of fighting, the strongest contenders were identified. Garan instructed those not chosen to return to their spots and turned to Jin, telling him to prepare. Thus, Jin began a fight against the 10 strongest here. Another period of time passed, and at this point, Jin had defeated 8 opponents and only had 2 more to meet his goal. But to accomplish this, the person he needed to pay attention to was Mesa Milcano. She was a noble who would become a Knight Protector after passing all the training processes in the future. Today, I will defeat you at all costs. Mesa said as she stepped forward. Jin responded with a look of anticipation. Today's match against Mesa was the most important part of this test. Clearly, Mesa was stronger than before, but not to the point that Jin couldn't defeat her. Jin decided to use simple attacks in response. Even though Mesa brought all of her skills to bear, it still surprised her greatly. Mesa guessed that he was intentionally acting this way, but why? Could it be that young Master Jin was underestimating her or thought she couldn't defeat him? Seeing Jin's opening, Mesa immediately attacked that spot and told herself that this time she would not be pushed down again and would defeat the young master. Mesa leaped up to deliver a finishing blow to Jin, but unexpectedly he easily deflected it, simultaneously breaking Mesa's wooden sword in half. Before she could comprehend what was happening, Jin's sword was pointed at her neck. Thus, the winner of this match was still Jin Runcandel. Mesa couldn't believe that Jin had struck the same spot on her sword with those simple attacks. Although the strength and stamina of both were equal, he had won through strategy and precision. Even so, she promised that next time she would definitely defeat the young master. The next match went as planned. By defeating the best in Mesa, the other trainees would enter the battle with the mindset that they would lose if they fought directly. Then, the 10th trainee was also defeated. Garon outside congratulated the young master and announced that he would be trained by a true Runcandel bodyguard in the mid-tier route next year. Just as Goron called for everyone to prepare to disperse, Jin unexpectedly stopped them. He wanted to fight one more person, and that was Bellup Schmitz. Bellup flinched when he heard his name come from the young master's mouth. How could it be possible that the young master, having defeated 10 trainees, would want to fight a useless person like him? Bellup, you cannot survive in Runcandel like this. Jin pointed his sword in that direction and said, "Come up, step forward, and fight me. I will defeat you." With trembling steps, Bellup moved towards Jin, his mind filled with questions. Why did the young master choose me? Is it because I am weak, so I can help and strengthen the military discipline? At that moment, Jin called out to Bellup. He said he had just fought against 10 people and was still quite tired, but you seem to be doing fine. These words directly made the surrounding interns laugh, and Bellup felt embarrassed. Without waiting for Bellup to respond, Jin added, "I am still stronger than many people. That's why I want to fight you." This surprised Bellup immensely, as he did not think the young master he revered was like this. Having said that, Jin rushed towards Bellup with all his strength, but Bellup managed to withstand the blow temporarily and asked, "Why has the young master become like this?" But Jin didn't say much more and continued to attack Bellup, hitting the vulnerable spots on him. At that moment, Bellup looked up at the young master and wondered, "Why are you doing this to me?" And the only response was 2 words, "Fight. I want to fight you, and I can kill you." This successfully angered the kind-hearted Bellup. He picked up his wooden sword and began to use aura under the astonished gaze of those around him. No one could have expected that the seemingly useless Bellup could use aura. Even the strongest here might not be able to do that. Seeing this, Mesa requested the instructor Garon to quickly stop the match. Otherwise, young Master Jin would be in danger. But Jin asked everyone to keep this a secret and not to intervene. Thus, Garon could only comply. Bellup asked one last time, "Is this really what the young master desires?" And of course, Jin wanted Bellup to not back down and to use all his strength to advance toward him. So Bellup raised his sword infused with aura and shouted loudly, "If the young master wants to fight, then the person you should seek first is me, not those 10 others." Jin used his sword to block the attack, but since he didn't use aura, the sword shattered and he was knocked back. Jin knew that Bellup was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. Whenever he fought someone else, he always perceived the skills and strategies of his opponents, and furthermore, he knew how to intentionally lose without injuring himself. But Jin had never guessed that he could use aura at this age. Then the clanging sounds from the clash between the two left a wound on Bellup's hand that surprised him. Bellup quickly found himself pinned down by Jin's unexpected counterattack. Just when he thought he would be killed here, Jin let go and stood up, leaving him utterly puzzled. Bellup had been unable to understand the strange actions of the young master all this time. "Clearly, you wanted to fight me, so shouldn't you end the battle? Do you enjoy playing with others like this? Do you see me as someone like that?" Jin replied calmly. "Honestly, provoking someone this way makes me very sad. It hurts me more than you might think." Indeed, Jin didn't understand anything about Bellup and didn't know who he was. But there was one thing that Jin knew: the care one can only possess when they are strong. So a kind person like Bellup cannot survive in this world. Bellup, become stronger to protect this kind heart of yours. A kind heart for me and others as well. And finally, I apologize for doing such things. At the same time, the servants brought food during the break and saw that the training had not yet finished, so they considered leaving. But Jin told them, "Just bring it in, it's okay." This time, Bellup was braver and requested, "Young master, please go get today's meal." And of course, that was what Jin expected. He happily agreed and went to fetch portions for both of them. "Is that why my youngest son said that?" "Yes, chief." Khan was reporting to the clan head Chiron about Jin's recent actions. "I see. The boy is making a choice, isn't he? He intends to protect the weak while ruling through force himself? If that's the case, let him continue. I want to see what he can do." Chiron instructed Khan, "I will give the boy his first mission. In May 1795, Jin was 15 years old and recognized as a 3-star knight. During the first vacation, some students returned home, while others trained on their own to check their progress. When advancing to intermediate level, wooden swords would no longer be used for practice. Instead, real swords that were customized would be used. Therefore, many students commissioned blacksmiths to create personalized swords. Jin was no exception. He was also looking for a sword that suited him in the family's armory. However, unfortunately, Sister Luna wanted to find one for Jin, so the decision now rested in her hands. Jin remembered this day a month ago when Luna had tormented him to insist on getting the sword for herself. Well, it didn't matter. After all, Luna certainly had better judgment than he did, so the chosen sword would probably be suitable. Jin could only console himself. Just as he finished his thought, Luna emerged from the treasure vault carrying a gigantic sword, which struck Jin like a huge question mark. What could it be that he had misjudged her? Luna looked at her brother confidently and said, "This sword is called Veil Slaughter. I used it a lot during my youth. It was a large, sharp sword with no flaws to be seen. This must be the original form of Crantel that I once wielded." After saying that, Luna finally turned to Jin and asked, "Do you like the sword I chose?" Faced with this awkward question, Jin was racking his brain to come up with an answer, but the truth was that he didn't feel it suited him very well. Hearing this, Luna wore a sad expression because she had put so much effort into selecting a sword for her brother. Then Luna led Jin into the vault. She wanted a sword that only Jin could wield, and this was Luna's choice. Since Jin had chosen Barasada right from the start, this sword was probably the most suitable, because this sword had a direct connection in Barasada, which the first chief had used. Jin picked up the Bradamanite sword and said with delight, "This is indeed the most special sword among thousands of exquisite swords. This is the sword that I told myself I had to have at any cost, and I never expected Sister Luna to choose it for me. Both the Barasada and Bradamanite swords are very suitable for using dark energy. If Jin had chosen this sword by himself, others would have definitely opposed him and forced him to give it up. Jin is very grateful to Sister Luna for choosing this sword for him, because the other siblings all wanted to possess it." When Luna heard this, she felt a little sad thinking that Jin still hadn't let go of his guard with her. She placed her hand on Jin and said, "All our loved ones always strive to bring each other down. They are also the ones who love you unconditionally. So keep that in your heart and don't be sad anymore." Luna had lived a lonely life within her own family even before Jin was born, so she'd hoped Jin would understand why she didn't want her younger brother to go through a life like that. After saying this, Luna also let Jin be and left for him to practice on his own. Soon after, Jin returned to his room to show his sword to Murakhan. I thought I was being praised, but who knew Murakhan advised me to return it to its original place because Jin had not yet mastered the power of darkness. He said that to use Bradaman, I needed to reach at least 3-star darkness power. But right now, I was just a 2-star kid and I would soon reach 3-star and be able to use it. Hearing this, Murakhan slammed the book he was reading shut and angrily said, "You really are an arrogant kid. Listen carefully to what I'm saying, you little brat. Barasada and Bradaman are not 2 swords you can use recklessly. 3-star darkness power is just the minimal level of power required." Then Murakhan tapped Jin's head and told him to use some ordinary swords until his darkness power reached 5-star. But as we all know, Jin was an impatient person, so he pushed Murakhan's hand away and confidently promised, "In this year, I will definitely reach 5-star darkness power." Murakhan became even angrier upon hearing this. It was like talking to a brick wall. "I was saying all this for your own good, and you keep being unreasonable." Seeing the old dragon man berating him, Jin decided to take action. He reached out and grabbed the book Murakhan was reading while he was still rambling on. Seeing his favorite story about to be ruined, this time Murakhan raised his hands in surrender, no longer daring to speak up. At the same time, Gilly walked in from outside and said, "The guide Garan is looking for the young master. He should have come here himself, but since he needs to summarize the strategy, he requires your presence there." Seeing the urgency, Jin decided to temporarily spare Murakhan and follow Gilly. Gilly also added, "This time it is a task assigned to the young master, who will set off immediately when the holiday ends." Jin was not surprised to hear this since he is now a 3-star swordsman. Additionally, he had also made quite rapid progress recently, which is why he was entrusted with such a mission. After saying this, Jin told Gilly to stay with Murakhan while he went there to see what was going on. A little later, Jin arrived and saw others studying the map in preparation for the mission. Besides him, there were also 10 beginner trainees who would be participating. Garan clearly stated the strategy. Everyone will be divided into 2 teams to carry out the search mission in the southern area near the Jin Empire border. The Jin Empire is close to the monster territory and the lair of the White Wolf clan, making it very dangerous. Jin thought, Such missions should not be given to low-level trainees, and the duration would also be shorter than usual. Among the participants was also Bellup, who had inconsistent results. This indicated that only Jin's father could have assigned this mission to test his youngest son. Therefore, this time Jin wanted to demonstrate his unwavering confidence to his father. 3 days later, in the southern border region, the target of this search operation was the heir of the Jin clan, an important figure in this mission. Everyone decided to set up a lookout camp at the center of the southern border until the preparation process was complete. After that, the entire team would begin the search, with teams sharing information by sending people to run at specific times during the day. Additionally, everyone would refer to Jin as the commander instead of the young master. If anyone was injured, they would stay in the camp to rest if necessary. At this moment, one person was reporting to Jin about the discovery of the Watertail tribe. Commander, we have discovered the Watertail tribe. They are a gentle tribe that avoids carnivorous beasts, so they are likely to stay away from the White Wolf tribe. After hearing this, Jin nodded and requested Bellup to set off 2 hours early to Area 13 because Bellup would be delayed by snow. The others would follow me. Quickly, everyone arrived at the dwelling of the Watertail tribe. Jin's mind was still preoccupied with this mission. He had a bad feeling about it because his father was directly involved in the mission, yet everything seemed to be going too smoothly. Oh, everyone looked so poor, thought a Watertail member. As he spoke, a member of the Watertail tribe handed Jin a fish and told him to eat. It must be said that this tribe looks down on others, Jin thought to himself. Jin looked at the map and thought, outside Area 13 is the land of monsters, so there would be no one else to pose a threat to their group, so there was no need to worry too much. Just as I finished my thoughts, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. It was Bellup returning to report that Team 2 had been ambushed. Then Jin immediately ordered all forces to prepare for movement. Meanwhile, Bellup also added that Team 2 had scattered to avoid the enemy. One member had managed to escape to the lookout station to report the situation. Was it monsters that ambushed them? Jin asked. No, they were ambushed by 3 people. Jin found that a bit illogical, as no one would dare to attack Runcandel with just 3 people. Knowing the situation, Jin called Addington and David to return to the camp to keep watch. The others followed me toward Team 2 to rescue them. After walking for a while, they discovered blood on the snow. Seeing this, Bellup became panicked, fearing that Mesa might be in danger since she was also in Team 2. However, based on Jin's assessment, the bloodstains were still fresh and there were no signs of a struggle nearby. This meant that there had likely been a battle here and Team 2 had fled. From the footprints, it appeared that only one person had ambushed them. At the same time, another found a discarded bandage to the west nearby. It seemed to belong to Hufester. So now we know their route of movement. While treating the wounded after being pursued, they were attacked by an ambusher and moved westward. Jin then called Sierra to return and join the group at the camp, while he and Bellup would head west to search. After walking for a while, the two found the second team. They were being suppressed by some ambushers. Additionally, the number of ambushers had increased by 1 compared to the beginning. Bellup, quickly close your eyes for a moment, and after 2 seconds, attack the person on the left, Jin said as he unleashed his dark power. The characteristic of dark power is its sharpness and destructive nature. Jin coated the dagger with dark energy and threw it at a person in front of him, bringing that person down instantly. At the same time, Bellup attacked the nearby enemy as planned while they were still confused. He managed to spot Bellup just in time and was able to withstand a surprise attack. But here we have 2 of us. Jin finished off the other person, turned, and drew his sword toward the individual Bellup was fighting off. With a precise strike, the remaining enemy also knelt before Jin's feet. Seeing that everyone else was temporarily injured but not severely, he felt some relief. However, Mesa had been captured, and the other person was pleading for mercy with a fearful expression. Are you begging me to spare you? From your perspective, it seems you are the foolish apostles of Zippel. I will give you 2 choices. One is to die peacefully after confessing everything, and the other is to keep your mouth shut and suffer like your teammates. Jin said this while looking at him with a cold gaze. I will keep my promise because my name is Jin Runcandel. I vow on my family's honor and my own. He heard this and had to confess everything. They belong to a revolutionary group called Kinzenlo. Kinzenlo is a terrorist organization that operated during the time of Jin's death. The world erupted when they killed King Jin and massacred the people. They proclaimed themselves a revolutionary group. However, the revolution Kinzenlo referred to was to turn their king into the king of the world. Jin asked, do they want to incite a rebellion in the kingdom of Jin by killing the Runcandel soldiers? I'm just a pawn, so I don't know much. I don't even know where their base is, but the group I work with is located at the entrance to the monster land with about 20 soldiers and 4-star mages, he answered hurriedly. As for why they captured Mesta, it was to propagandize and promote the troops of the revolution, he continued. As for the reason, I'm not sure, but true to his word, Jin would give him a quick and merciful death. Then Jin turned to ask everyone, how long has Mesa been captured? An hour has passed since then, they replied. Jin urged everyone to attend to their wounds first and then go call for reinforcements to their hideout. Excuse me, are you really planning to go alone? One of the trainees asked. All of them are 4-star, and there are a total of 20 of them. It would be too dangerous for you to go alone, young master. He suggested, let everyone go with you. It will be safer. That's true, but one soldier has been captured. As the son of the Runcandel family, I can't just do nothing. Besides, I am stronger than you think. So you should obey my orders, Jin replied with a determined gaze. Also, Bella, since all the members of Team 2 are injured now, you need to stay alert and get everyone back safely, Jin instructed. Then Jin quickly headed towards the Beastman territory, hoping that he wouldn't arrive too late. As he ran, Jin thought, my enemies have 24-star members, including warriors and mages. I have 3-star swordsmanship, 4-star magic, and about 3-star dark energy. If I engage them directly now, I won't be able to win, so my top priority is to rescue Mesa and avoid any confrontations if possible. Jin performed a terrain assessment spell, followed by a pursuit spell. Quickly, Jin learned their direction and immediately pursued them. While charging forward, he was ambushed by a group of people. They have discovered that he was from Runcandel and intended to eliminate him immediately. However, in response, Jin's magic killed one of them on the spot. The others were astonished because it was the first time they had seen someone from Runcandel use magic. At first, they had to deal with him. What they didn't expect was that even Jin's swordsmanship was not inferior. You better step aside. The fire class mage yelled for his companions while casting a skill. He hurled a fireball at Jin, successfully hitting his arm. But then, it seemed that the flames had no effect on him. Being careless meant certain death. The unsuspecting swordsman was swiftly eliminated by Jin. As for the fire on his hand, it was gradually absorbed by Jin since he had consumed the phoenix's heart. Seeing that fire had no effect, the mage switched to ice class. With that, he unleashed countless shards of ice in an attempt to tear Jin into pieces. However, to his surprise, Jin easily shattered the ice shards and charged forward. It can't be! The mage screamed in fear. Under the blood moon, the area below was stained red, and the Kinzinalo group seemed to have no intention of hiding their whereabouts. Jin approached and discovered they had encountered someone else here and were moving with a cart. Kinzinalo was a group with a decent rank, so they likely divided the spoils according to their ranks. Since they wouldn't dare touch the spoils belonging to someone of a higher rank, this was the perfect opportunity for me to rescue Mesa safely. Then Jin took out the map and saw that he was near the territory of the Beastmen, so their base should be close by as well. If so, he would distract them and take the opportunity to rescue Mesa. Jin cast fire, igniting a large area of the forest around. If he did this, it would surely come out to put out the fire. On the side of Kinzinalo's camp, they had also noticed the fire. Just as Jin predicted, everyone in the camp was busy trying to extinguish it. Jin observed the group of people and saw a large man giving orders. He might be their leader. The boss noticed that this fire was unusual, and in such cold weather, the sudden appearance of a fire definitely meant someone had caused it, so he ordered his subordinates to quickly find the culprit. At the same time, Jin was standing right behind the leader while he was giving orders. By the time he realized it was too late, Jin had taken the key to enter from this man. A while later, Jin was searching through the rooms inside but still hadn't found any clues. Just then, he saw a basement. Indeed, when he went down to the basement, it was where Mesa was kept. She was very surprised to see the young master here. This place is too dangerous. Why are you here? Don't worry about me. Can you escape? Jin replied, asking back. Mesa could walk, but she was sure she couldn't run, she indicated. While Jin was cutting the ropes to help Mesa out, a strong tremor shook from above. Seeing the dangerous situation, Mesa wished for one thing. When faced with real danger, she wanted the young master to leave her and run first. No matter how much Mesa begged, Jin insisted on taking her up first. Above, everything was in ruins and countless Kinzinalo members had perished. This was the work of the Beastmen from the White Wolf tribe. They were crazed warriors who thrived on battle and bloodshed. Mesa urged the young master to run quickly while she would buy some time, but she soon got hit and lost consciousness. The White Wolf turned to Jin and asked, "Are you the one responsible for all of this?" He was asking about the fire. Jin, unafraid, confidently declared, "I am Jin Runcandel, son of Chiron Runcandel." Hearing this, the White Wolf was delighted by Jin's words. "Runcandel, indeed, today is the day I have hunted the most valuable prize." The White Wolf let out a roar of excitement. As it is known, the White Wolf tribe is a famously warlike and bloodthirsty tribe. The least of the adults in the White Wolf tribe is a 6-star warrior. Everyone knows that the White Wolf tribe harbors an extreme hatred for the Runcandel clan. The reason for this is that the first chieftain of Runcandel invited their god, the leader Great White Wolf Javier, to the castle and killed him. Now Jin certainly could not escape from him with Mesa. At the same time, Truca shouted, "I will sacrifice you to Javier so that his soul may rest in peace." Then he turned and gave Jin two choices. One was to have an honorable duel between the two of them, or both of them would be torn apart while fleeing like cowards. Of course, Jin would choose to have an honorable duel with him. Jin spoke while pointing the tip of his sword at him. True to Truca's expectations, Jin was an honorable Runcandel and decided to fight fairly. Truca lifted his hammer and took a stance. He calculated his strike beforehand and then swung. Truca gripped the hammer tightly and charged forward at an astonishing speed, leaving Jin overwhelmed. During the moments of combat, with just one block from Truca, Jin's hand was in pain. It seems this time, Jin had to use all of his strength to hope for victory. Jin still had a chance because he still held trump cards that Truca did not know about: a pendant, magic, and dark energy. At this moment, using the pendant doesn't seem worth it. If you can't overcome this yourself, you won't be able to become stronger. Using magic isn't suitable either, as the White Wolf tribe has a very strong magical resistance. Moreover, if someone comes to investigate, they will also discover traces of magic and expose the taboo of the Runcandel family. So there is only one option left: dark energy. "Release my sword," Jin shouted, wielding the white sword Bradamant in his hand. Jin attacked Truca. "Nice sword, Runcandel brat, but it still doesn't compare to your family's famous black sword." Truca mocked him and once again swung the heavy hammer in his hand at Jin, hoping to swiftly take down his opponent. Jin struggled to cope with Truca's continuous attacks while devising an appropriate fighting strategy. He recalled the moment he unleashed his sword that night. Then a veil of black fog enveloped the white sword Bradamant. Jin swung the sword to block Truca's hammer, surprising him. The power of darkness obscured the vision of the White Wolf, preventing him from seeing anything anymore. At the same time, Jin's hair was flowing in the wind. Jin had delivered a finishing blow to his enemy. Now Jin also understood why his family was renowned for their black sword. In front of him, Truca had collapsed. But in the deep night, shadows were slowly advancing towards Jin, including the shadow of Truca lying there. His body was being possessed by the shadows. "Useless, you are so weak that you can do nothing. Truly a fool. He doesn't understand his situation. You are a disgraceful error of the Runcandel lineage." Continuous curses came from them, and finally, a familiar shadow appeared. The shadow of the black dragon Muraken had arrived. "I told you that if you tried to unleash your dark energy without enough power, what would happen? Do you want to die possessed by dark energy? Hurry up, get up. If you lose your reason, there's no chance left." Jin. In light of Muraken's words, Jin knew what he had to do: unleash the dark energy. Before, it had been swept away by the dark energy surrounding him, so he needed to start again slowly and calmly. Moments later, it seemed Jin had overcome the earlier incident. The pain was no longer in his body, but there was one thing. He felt himself filled with that dark energy. Well, his body was temporarily fine, so first he would go save Mesa. As soon as he stood up, suddenly there was a rustling sound in front of him. A young man with blonde hair and a frightened expression stepped forward, trembling and saying, "Please don't kill me." Jin thought it might be the remaining soldiers of Kinzenlo wanting to deal with him, but the other person quickly explained, "I am from the Jane Kingdom, Somerville." Jin knew this was the person he needed to rescue in this mission and introduced himself. "I am Jin Runcandel." Somerville was overjoyed to hear that someone with the last name Runcandel had come to save him, feeling like he could finally survive and get out of this haunted place. Jin was carrying the unconscious Mesa, and Semper began the journey back home. Jin wondered how Kinzenlo could have kidnapped him, and learned that it was because Semper had followed his girlfriend here. In fact, his girlfriend had been gone for 2 years, but strangely, there was someone who looked exactly like her. Her face, her voice, even every beauty mark. That person had lured Semper to this place. Upon hearing this, Jin immediately thought of one person. Only he could create such a perfect shape-shifting person. Hubert Gaston. But what was the relationship between Kinzenlo and Gaston? Surely he needed to meet him in person to see what kind of person he was. While still thinking about how to meet that person named Gaston, Semper next to him kept crying and thanking him. He even thought it was Jin who called for reinforcements. If possible, he would probably undergo gender reassignment just to marry Jin. After a while, the reinforcements arrived and everyone completed their mission safely. Back at the mansion, wet nurse Gilly was visibly happy because the young master she was taking care of had completed his first mission. But right next to her was Muraken's murderous glare. Jin immediately turned to sweet-talk him in hopes of gaining an advantage, but Muraken was not easily fooled. "I have clearly told you countless times not to release him, Murakami scolded Jin while hitting him. As if the cat scratches weren't enough, he transformed into a human to continue the beating. Who could be more important than the only one who signed a contract with Soldrit? Murakami seriously asked Jin, "Why didn't you use that pendant and instead relied on dark energy?" Jin spoke his mind, "Because I thought it was a waste." Hearing this, Murakami became even angrier, thinking about taking care of this person right then and there. Fortunately, the little baby strawberry cake intervened, saving Jin from a dire fate. At this moment, Jin wondered, "How did you know that I had awakened the sword? Your dark energy has gone from 3-star to nearly 4-star. I'm not blind." Jin tried summoning dark energy and indeed felt fully charged. "You should be grateful to Soldrit for keeping you alive," Murakami replied. "Among the 11 test subjects who suffered from the overload before, 9 died, leaving only you and me." Jin waved his hand and said, "You don't need to worry because I don't want to go through that kind of pain again." Then he went to take a shower. Murakami saw this, furious, yelled "baby strawberry cake" and decided to starve the boy until he came to his senses. But Gilly was on Jin's side, making Murakami's heart ache. Inside the main hall, the Runcandel family members were discussing the fact that Jin had just defeated a member of the White Wolf tribe. This was truly absurd. How could a 3-star knight kill a White Wolf beastman? But perhaps there was an explanation. That White Wolf was quite weak. Anne Runcandel, the 9th flag bearer of the Runcandel family, spoke up. Mew Runcandel, the 8th flag bearer, couldn't really believe that their mother would trust this claim. Anne turned to ask the twin brothers what they thought about this, and of course they shared the same opinion as the 2 others. Daytona and Haytona were whispering to each other, did Jin really do that? Because the 2 knew that their little brother was truly a monster. But the more urgent matter was that he was about to join the intermediate training class. If Jin joined the intermediate class, the 2 brothers would be done for. When the 2 over there saw them whispering, they asked, "Is moving to the intermediate class really scaring you guys that much? You better just answer honestly because your sister hates the deceitful tongue of you guys the most." So the 2 young men hastily confessed, "We are very afraid of Jin. As her older sister, she must help us." Anne had led these 2 boys as slaves for them to use as they wished. The intermediate class of Runcandel was essentially a survival competition for those who qualified, including the number of cadets from 3-star to 5-star. Among them were new cadets and those who had been stuck in the class for over 10 years. Anne and Mew had gathered a small number of stranded cadets and turned them into their slaves. The 2 brothers, Tona, were delighted upon hearing this. The 4 of them shared a common goal, hating Jin, but they also needed to be careful in their arrangements. These 2 siblings were not easy to deal with. Meanwhile, Jin thought that joining the intermediate class had likely been decided. On the other hand, she had also reached 4-star in dark energy, and to use this energy effectively, she needed to achieve 6-star in swordsmanship within 5 years. Being a 6-star swordsman meant becoming an excellent swordsman. Starting from 7-star, one would be considered a master of swordsmanship, but this distinction was only significant to ordinary people. From 8-star onward, one would be called extraordinary, and everything would completely change. Moreover, among more than 2 billion people on the entire continent, there were fewer than 100 who achieved 9 and 10-star, and only one person surpassed that standard, the demigod, the celestial knight, Chiron Runcandel. Jin promised himself that this time he would go further than his father, and the first step was to upgrade himself. Once he stepped into the upgrade class, he would be monitored by all the older students. The beginner class was filled with children at the same level, so it was quite friendly. However, the intermediate class was different. In a place where strength and skills were the only things that mattered, he had only one task: to dominate the intermediate class with absolute power. "Come in, I called for you." That's right, Everett, you completed the mission safely with excellent results. According to Petro's report, you declined my offer to switch rooms. As you know, that room is only for those who have the potential to become the future head. Since Joshua left, it has remained empty. From now on, you can use it. Jin thanked his mother, but remained adamant in his refusal. "Thank you, but I will not use it. It may be a nice room, but at the end, it's just a room. And for me, that room seems a bit too much." Seeing that she couldn't persuade her son, Rosa let him go. She truly couldn't tell if her youngest son was not greedy or too ambitious. What was just mentioned was the elder's room, the room designated for the future head of Runcandel. Once one stepped into that room, they would receive corresponding support. However, at that point, it would also become a target for other siblings. Sure, here's the translation. The boy probably realized that I was testing him. Rosa thought to herself, now let's see his performance in the intermediate class. Starting tomorrow, I will be studying in the intermediate class, and there will be many factions here. Since everyone is considered part of my faction, they might face humiliation. But don't be afraid because I won't let them off the hook. They will stop when I conquer this intermediate class. Until then, everyone needs to stick together in at least groups of 3 and try to avoid going alone. Understood? Jin advised his friends preparing to enter the intermediate class with him. Zed Runcandel, the elder of Runcandel, an 8-star knight, and also the younger brother of Chiron Runcandel, announced to the entire intermediate class. This year, there are 10 new members joining and 27 trainees have withdrawn. The newcomers should learn how to live like the cadets from those who came before. My job is just to teach and grade swordsmanship, so apart from killing, all other situations are for everyone to resolve on their own. What do I always teach the veterans? Runcandel does not need weaklings. Runcandel does not need weaklings. All the trainees shouted in unison. Jin thought these malicious words were meant to discourage the newcomers. On the other side were the Toma siblings. The person standing next to them seemed to be an experienced cadet. I think they didn't recruit him themselves. This looks like an intervention from Anne and View. I'm sure they want the newcomers to give up, but soon, I'll show them they're wrong. As he thought this, Jin moved towards the Toma siblings. What the hell is this? Why is that crazy guy coming this way? The Toma siblings panicked. Hey, you'll be so scared. We have Sister Anne and Mew backing us up. Heitona comforted, though fear lingered. The longtime cadet stood in front of Jin, but then with a swift motion, blood flowed, surprising everyone, including Mr. Zed. One arm of the person who dared to block Jin's path was severed. This is the person who needs to be warned. Call a medic, Jin said gently. Jin, are you crazy? Why did you suddenly swing your sword like that? Whispered voices came from the crowd. Jin turned to the other person and asked, Cadet, what is your name? Keijin Romero, he replied. If you know why I cut you, Daytona withdrew his sword, pointing it at Jin. Hey, why aren't you listening to me? Put your sword away. Brother, don't you see I'm talking to Keijin? I'll accept a fight with you later, but for now, be quiet. Dan, how dare you act like that after cutting my cadet? Heitona shouted, but realizing he had just poked the hornet's nest, he quickly covered his mouth. My cadet, so this friend belongs to your faction, huh? Brother, Jin asked. I only cut him because he was looking at me provocatively. Is this a power struggle? Zed, observing from above, was very pleased with this performance. Instead of losing spirit to his brother, Jin taught his 2 brothers a lesson. From Tona's words, Keijin had openly declared his allegiance to them, so Jin's action was not just a random act, but became part of the long-standing tradition of the Runcandel family in the power struggle. Jin turned towards the trainees and shouted, Listen up. Trainees, I am Jin Runcandel. You can point your swords at me or ambush me like before, but as soon as you show the slightest sign of dissent, I won't hesitate to chop you down like I did before. Zeb responded, Jin Runcandel, the 13th son of the clan leader, do you think you are allowed to behave like this in front of me? Indeed, because I don't think I'm fighting against 2 older brothers. Toma is fighting you, elder. You're fighting me, which is quite interesting. Now explain yourself. Depending on your answer, I might decapitate you right here, right now. In the face of Zed's threat, Jin remained steadfast in his response without the slightest hesitation. Jin said, Perhaps you have chosen to bully the new trainees even with me in this class, and I thought about it when someone attacked me. So you're unhappy about me intimidating the trainees, which is why you've caused this mess, right? Zed asked further, if that's the case, then you should aim your sword at me, not an injured veteran trainee. Jin replied, that's because I haven't defeated you yet. Well, if I knew I had won, I wouldn't be targeting Keijin or my brothers but you. It seems like a person doesn't value their own life much, right? Are you two relying on the fact that you're the sons of the clan leader? With Jin, of course, it wasn't like that. He believed that avoiding an opponent was not something a Runcandel should do. Losing one's life is just a moment, but honor is forever. It's foolish. A brash person like you has made someone like me, an uncle, laugh. All right then, I'll concede to you now, because you are someone worth living in the Runcandel family. Then Zed turned to everyone and said, Cadets should not forget today, what you are witnessing is the manifestation of the Runcandel clan. What this little brat is showing us right now is a characteristic of our swordsmanship followers. Cadets, fight on, and do not forget your own characteristics. Now disperse, training will begin tomorrow. Jin saw the Tona brothers sulking nearby and approached to give them some advice. He said, even if you two may still fear your older siblings now, will it still be the case in the future? Don't just focus on what's right in front of you. Looking far ahead will be better for you. After that, Jin returned to his room and told Gilly and Moroccan about the ranking battle with the Toma twin siblings. But he thought that perhaps it was actually the 2 older sisters, Anne and Mew, who were the masterminds and were backing them up. Jin also mentioned that he had injured a cadet on their side, and after digging further, it seemed that he belonged to the faction of those 2 older sisters. It was also due to his older brother's careless words earlier that he now sided with them. If she knew about this, they would go crazy, because 2 brothers can never have a 5-star knight on their side. They only accept those weaker than themselves into their ranks. Gilly wondered, haven't both young ladies already become flag bearers? Jin answered, there is an unspoken rule that flag bearers only confront other flag bearers. That's the key point. Since they are all flag bearers, there's no reason for them to attack me. Jin continued, the only thing they can do is cause trouble for my team members and increase the difficulty of the mission thanks to their flag bearer privileges. But this is also a good thing, because in many high difficulty missions, there are plenty of solo missions, meaning I can give my all in those tasks. So now I just need to be grateful to the ladies and raise my own achievements. Furthermore, if I have to take a cat along, that would not be a problem at all. Jin paused for a moment and then said, I thought Murakin would have to serve as a servant in Jin's missions, but no, I have another task for him. So from now until then, everyone needs to be careful. The next day, the training for the recruits also began. Zed was advising everyone about the rules and regulations of the training. Everyone would be specially trained in a secret training ground, allowed only for those with Runcandel blood. These are special privileges for you bloodline beings. He added, but don't expect the training to be easy. The swordsmanship of the Runcandel clan focuses on power. It is destructive and unhesitating fighting, invading, and possessing. The characteristics of the Runcandel family are all reflected in their swordsmanship. There is no specific definition for swordsmanship, although there are several distinctive and secret techniques that only flag bearers learn. This swordsmanship does not have any specific format, whether it be footwork or rules. This is the biggest difference between the Runcandel clan and other clans. Seeing the people in a daze without understanding, Zed asked, does anyone know why the swordsmanship of the clan does not have a fixed format? Jin replied, it is because of the physical abilities and special talents possessed by the Runcandel clan. Indeed, when you are a Runcandel, it means you carry noble blood. Those who possess bodies and talents in swordsmanship surpass the imagination of ordinary people. Even if there is a slight deviation, you are still much better than the average person. After explaining, Zed looked at the group of students and smiled. He said, now I will give each of you a steel ball. He added, this is a crystal clear stone. It is called this because when struck, a clear sound will ring out. Now I will let you hear the 3 different sounds produced by the crystal clear stone. With that, Zed gently touched the sword to the stone. A very unpleasant sound emitted from it, making everyone feel quite uncomfortable. Then he struck the stone again, but this time the sound produced was much more pleasant. Zed explained the crystal clear stone produces different sounds depending on the strength you use to strike it. If you slash with insufficient strength, it will create a very dull sound. Conversely, when you slash with enough strength, the sound will be wonderful. When Jin heard this, he understood. It meant that this training was designed so that each time we struck it, the correct sound would be produced. This was synonymous with training the ability to control mental strength and concentration. Considering the physical abilities of the Runcandel family, this was the perfect exercise, even though it was quite simple. While Jin was thinking, Zed struck the stone and produced the final sound. Jin wondered, what could that third sound be? He felt as if a strange sound was emanating from it, almost like a piece of steel. Eventually, Jin realized something special. He immediately pulled his 2 older brothers down quickly. At the same time, with Zed's strike, the clear stone exploded with a loud noise. The entire area in the secret training ground was enveloped in an explosion and dust. The Toner brothers were fortunate to find cover in time, wondering what had just happened. Mr. Zed said, the youngest seems to have good instincts, huh? A voice from afar echoed back. He added, once you cut too hard into the clear stone, it will explode just like that. And now you all know everything you need to know. Let's start training. But before that, Zed added, after Luna, Jin is the first one to not be injured after that explosion. Most of your siblings have been taught by me. These drills are just a formality, so I don't expect much more after you escape from the explosion. Jin wondered how Luna had managed to dodge the explosion. Seeing this, Zed shook his head and said, the answer might disappoint Jin, because at that time, Luna didn't avoid it like you did. She was hit just like the other siblings. It's just that your sister wasn't injured because it was too strong. The 3 siblings were taken aback by this. At the same time, Zed told the 3 of them that they must train with pure jelly every day. Until you can master it to the point where you can always produce beautiful sounds, then you can stop. Switching scenes to Luna's room, she was asking her wet nurse about the investigation into the person who had assassinated Jin. The wet nurse informed her that after the investigation, she had come under suspicion from Miss Mew and Anne. Besides, they are also well aware of young Master Jin, so the possibility is high. Upon hearing this, Luna said, they are acting a bit recklessly, but without a purpose. In any case, they are forbidden from participating in the fight for the Runcandel family's inheritance, and if Father knew their plan, this house would surely be turned upside down. The wet nurse then asked Luna, have you ever considered that young Master Jin might have lied, or what if it was just a misunderstanding? At that time, the boy was only 10 years old, so this is entirely possible. Besides, we have been investigating this case for 5 years and haven't discovered anything yet. Luna didn't think Jin was lying because he had been very cautious around her beforehand. That wasn't something that happened for no reason. Perhaps Jin had sensed it. So the wet nurse would temporarily investigate Miss Anne and you first, as Luna had a very bad feeling about this. The wet nurse, hearing that Luna had such a bad feeling, pouted and said that she was the one who should be worried. I'm afraid that you will be hurt by your brothers once again, but Luna had long since passed the age of 13, so she told her not to worry too much. Then Luna changed the subject, wondering how Jin was doing lately. It's time for him to show me the results of his training. He will probably get hurt a little by the God Stone, but should be fine. The next afternoon, during the 4-hour training session, Jin felt that this training was one of the worst he had ever experienced. And of course, his two brothers were no exception. Fortunately, Sir Zed allowed the three brothers to take a 5-minute break. While resting, Jin quietly thought that he initially believed this training was about strength and willpower, but the reality was different. From the beginning, he had to focus on limiting his own strength to be able to destroy pure jelly. Now Jin still lacked basic strength, so he needed to train to strengthen himself even more. He needed to practice to be able to clearly hear pure sound and destroy pure jelly. The older siblings had already accomplished these tasks, so there was no reason he couldn't either. Uncle Zed next door looked over the three kids and assessed that all three of them were doing very well and were gradually improving. However, the boy Jin was particularly special. He might break Luda's previous record. A few hours later, the training session was completed. Uncle Zed handed Jin something and said, "Make sure to tell your brothers that if they faint again tomorrow, they won't need to come anymore." After the three left, Lord Zed thought to himself, "Those Toma twins fainted later than I expected. After all, they are part of the Runcandel family. And that youngest one." Thinking this, he felt a surge of frustration. Why was Jin the youngest? If he had been born about 10 years earlier, he could have been a talented individual who would have taken over the entire family. All the blame lay with that damn older brother of his. What a pity. 1 month later, on a day in May 1795, at the Intermediate Military Training Camp, all the cadets were assembled in the square. An announcement was made that the first mission of the year for the intermediate class had been assigned. Those whose names were called stepped forward. This first mission was to protect the newcomers of the blacksmith company. The selected individuals were Houston Vading. After a while, a third mission arrived, the mission to subdue the orc monsters. This mission was located in the unprotected area of the Kurano territory, and the chosen ones were. The announcer hesitated for a few seconds before continuing to read, because among them were the names of the new recruits Mesa, Bella, Scut. A total of 10 recruits were called, and the mission was to eliminate 25 orcs. Orcs have a habit of moving in packs, making them difficult to deal with, so you all must be determined to carry out the mission. The others were still discussing. I don't understand why they would assign this task of subduing orcs to such newcomers. What can they possibly do? Half of them are sure to die. They should just prepare coffins and burial sites. One person went even further by saying, "Right now, all of us might as well beg young Master Jin to save us." This made one person in the group very angry, but Mesa held him back because they hadn't managed to fight them off yet, and the mission was still more important. The guy still wouldn't listen, so Mesa raised his voice and said, "This is the Runcandel family, so we all must accept the assigned mission and be sure to return upon completing it. That is the only way for us to defeat them." A few days later, the three Runcandel brothers were still in the process of training with pure jelly. Haytona accidentally used too much force, causing his pure jelly to explode. Debris flew past Daytona, but unfortunately for Jin, he was standing right next to it and couldn't react in time, so the debris hit him directly. Haytona saw this and quickly asked, "Jin, are you okay?" Jin was fine and asked him to take the stone to another place. It had been a month since they started training with the God Stone, and the Toma siblings were already able to blow it away faster than Jin had thought. Jin reflected on the sensation he had just experienced. It was similar to a metal bullet being sucked in. He thought to himself, if that metal stone comes flying back here again, I can easily dodge it. And could this feeling be due to Luda's previous training? Thinking this, Jin decided to try again before he forgot that sensation. At the same time, Mr. Zed entered to announce that the three of them were assigned a mission, which was to attend an event of the Empire. When the Toma siblings heard this, they frowned because these events were extremely boring. Moreover, the clothes were bizarre too. Seeing this, Zed silently felt sorry for his nephews and nieces as they saved their siblings from having to dance at the Imperial banquet. But still, this was a mission. Anyone who dared to complain would face their uncle's wrath. Jin could easily tell that this event task was a punishment for the Tona brothers from Yu and Anne, since this was a major event that the Runcandel family could not refuse, and many powerful individuals were coming for entertainment. It was also a learning opportunity. After assigning the task to the Tona brothers, Sir Zed turned to Jin and handed in his assignment. The objective was to assassinate an important figure. Specifically, the target was the plaything of the master of the Ice Castle, one of that woman's lovers. The Ice Castle was a colossal tower rising from the Western Sea. The 51st master of the Ice Castle was Talaris, who held the nickname the Spider of the Abyss. She was notorious for ruthlessly torturing those who dared to touch her lover. The Ice Castle operated as an independent force beyond the control of the Runcandel or Zippel families. And of course, its master was not weak. With that, Zed handed over the information about the target to Jin. The target was Alcaro Chenderer, a member of the Ice Castle, and was currently in the lawless region of Mammoth. The three brothers gasped at the mention of Mammoth, as any mission related to Mammoth was equivalent in difficulty to that of a Knight Protector. Although Jin had talent, this seemed a bit excessive. Jin asked a question. The one giving the mission this time is the Chenderer family, so don't they want to kill their own descendants? That's right, Zed replied. It seems the Chenderer family has tried every way to bring him back, but has failed. So now they probably think it's better to kill him than to let him reveal family secrets. Zed asked further, Jin, are you confident in carrying out this mission? Of course Jin will do it, Jin replied firmly. Zed then wondered, why is my youngest so brave? Doesn't he know about the Ice Castle and Mammoth that he agreed so quickly? He also thought, should I give this mission to the flag bearer if he resists? Well, being decisive is good then. The three of us will set out in 2 days. Zed instructed, the afternoon training will be canceled until the mission is complete and personal training will be limited to not interfere with the mission. As they were about to leave, the Tonem brothers turned to Jin and whispered, if you really get into danger, just say you are from the Runcandel family. Surely no one will dare to touch you. Seeing this, Jin had a dull expression. He didn't expect his two brothers to worry about him like that. Then Jin turned and left, not forgetting to say a few words to them. Until I return, I hope you guys decide whether to side with the sisters or with me. Lord Zed also added to the brothers, Daytona and Haytona, you should stop provoking the youngest before you get strong enough if you really want to live long. 2 days later, everyone from Jin's team arrived to see him off. People wondered why the young master's hair color had changed and learned it was because Jin would disguise himself to avoid being detected as a member of the Runcandel family. Jin's mission and their missions were different, so each side would use different teleportation gates. Jin then asked, why does the whole group look so sad? Is something wrong? Mesa replied, nothing's wrong, we just want to say goodbye to the young master, because they'd all feared this would be their last mission. Well, if things go badly, a few people might die, but worrying won't change anything. So just focus on the task at hand, Jin advised them, and I will definitely return, so don't worry too much and make sure to stay safe. He then instructed one person to protect them all. That person was none other than Muraken in the form of a black cat. Hilly said goodbye to Jin and thought that both the young master and Lord Muraken were leaving, so everything would probably be fine. She was also very worried about the young master's mission. Assassinating the lover of the Ice Castle's master was not simple. Therefore, young master, please be careful, I will definitely return. He mounted his horse and began his mission. The lawless area of Mammoth, where the lowest ranked criminals gather, is a sanctuary for undisciplined offenders. It is rumored that due to the influence of so many depraved individuals, not even grass can grow there. As soon as Jin set foot in this lawless land, he was met with the gaze of the criminals. They wondered, where did this new person come from? At the same time, Jin handed over money to the owner and requested the menu. One person, noticing the newcomer's boldness, decided to inquire about his background. Seeing that Jin refused to answer, he angrily demanded, you need to learn the rules here first. It's best to stay silent and kneel down right now. Then lick my toes and I might spare you. With that, a large amount of blood spilled onto the table at his words. After dealing with the other person, Jin stood up and called for the owner. Why is it taking so long to serve the food? How long do you expect me to wait? The group was somewhat surprised by his behavior, but it settled back to normal since killing was as common as eating here. Jin thought to himself, just as my master said, this place is full of real lunatics. To earn their acceptance, I must show them my skills and courage. Thinking this, Jin remembered his master. I hope one day I can repay you. At this moment, the innkeeper also presented the dishes. He said, I don't have poison here, feel free to eat. Of course, Jin knew that poison was prohibited in this place. Hearing this, the innkeeper was surprised that such a young boy understood the laws here well. He asked, do you live here? Why are you not answering? What do you need? Are you here to buy something or looking for someone? Jin asked, do you happen to know anyone named Hyder around here? The innkeeper quickly replied, I certainly do not. Jin continued, can you suggest a few places for me to spend the night? Places that are not messy and dirty? Upon hearing this, the innkeeper recommended a lodge called Moonlight Well in the west of the city, which is where the king of Mammoth stays. As he headed there, Jin thought about Alcaro. He was the worthless son of a count. He grew up in a glass cage, unaware of hard work. Therefore, he was a madman who trampled the weak and bowed to the strong. He had nothing but blood and a face. The reason he was here was to attract the attention of the mysterious castle lumber. Jin recalled that the innkeeper mentioned there was a new kind of opium here. Surely he was indulging in drugs in his room, and being one of the lovers, he definitely had someone guarding the outside. Jin wanted to assess the situation in the room first, then take action afterward. Upon entering the room, Jin saw the man berating his servant for obtaining opium. It was indeed a lucky day. Who would have thought Jin could beat him right away? Nearby, he continued to insist on having opium. Even though the two bodyguards disagreed, their only duty was to provide protection, not to always cater to the demands of the effeminate thing. Seeing him continuously shouting and cursing, the two bodyguards exchanged a glance and understood what needed to be done. Thus, he was knocked out with a single punch. The two bodyguards still didn't understand why their master kept this lowly creature alive. Then they took him back to the room. Jin guessed that his bodyguards were at least 6 stars, so he needed to trick him safely and escape from the guards. Using poison in Mammoth was taboo, so that option was not feasible. Jin was racking his brain for a way to kill Alcaro right at the Moonlight Well. After a while of thinking, Jin reached a conclusion. He decided to use that method to deal with him. As for what that method was, you'll find out soon. The following morning, a group of people was walking down the road. How many bodyguards does that person have? 6, milady, one bodyguard replied. I apologize for the trouble caused by that person not knowing their place, but from today, that will come to an end as I have personally come here. The group headed straight toward the Moonlight Well where Alcaro was located. At that moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky and thunder rumbled loudly. A lightning bolt struck directly on the path ahead of them. The group looked up and discovered that the direction was toward Moonlight Well, making them very worried. A few moments earlier, Jin had planned to attack Moonlight Well with magic. Currently, he had reached 4 stars, so if he poured in a bit of dark power, he could rise to 6 stars. The spell would cause everyone to confuse him for a 6-star wizard, and obviously who would suspect a 15-year-old kid. Certainly no one, not even Veraden Zippel, who had just reached 6-star wizard. Saying that, Jin immediately cast it to make it look like an ambush from the outside. Summoning thunder and lightning was the most suitable spell. After a while of casting, the thunder and lightning were summoned from Jin's magic combined with the dark power. And so we have the scene of the lightning summoned just earlier. This is Sears Endorma, the captain of Ice Palace 7 Sword, daughter of the head of the Ice Palace, who is leading her guards in search of Alcaro. Everyone thought that the recent thunder and lightning surely indicated that someone in Moonlight Well had provoked a high-level wizard, but it could also be an attack aimed at the Ice Palace. The guard next to Sears said they suddenly remembered that there were still 6 people from their side in there, not to mention her mother's lover Alcaro was also there. So they all hurriedly headed toward Moonlight Well. On the side of Moonlight Well, the thunder and lightning created by Jin continued to wreak havoc in a wide area. The people below kept blaming each other, wondering who had angered the Zippel mage in the first place. At this moment, the Ice Palace group had just arrived. Just then, they were struck by the bolt of lightning, and they finally landed, nearly meeting their end. They realized that the powerful attack moments ago was likely the last one, and hoped everyone was still safe. Inside Moonlight Well, Jin was nearly unable to survive due to the recent attack he had unleashed. That final strike, infused with all of his magical energy, was almost at the level of 7-star magic. Fortunately, he had his necklace, which allowed him to keep his life. He looked around and noticed that all of the Ice Palace guards were still alive, but Alcaro was nowhere to be seen. If he was still alive now, it would be a great opportunity for Jin. Suddenly, Sears stood in front of Jin and asked, "Why is there someone my age here? Did the last attack injure you?" She looked at Jin and instructed him to leave quickly. At the same time, she ordered her guards, "If you find Alcaro, handle him immediately, and if you come across any mages, capture them." Jin looked at this girl and thought to himself, isn't she the daughter of the Ice Palace Lord? From the conversation, it was clear they had come to specifically care for Alcaro. If that was the case, his death seemed to be predetermined, so there was no need for him to assess the situation any further. The only problem now was whether she recognized him. That would be very troublesome. Therefore, it was best to disguise himself thoroughly and escape from there. A soldier came to report, "We found Alcaro dead in the recent attack." Upon hearing this, Sears felt it was indeed good news, as she had come here to free them from this task. Then, she looked up at the sky and said, "For now, Ice Palace will use the inn here. Anyone who opposes will be considered an enemy of Ice Palace." One person pointed at her and shouted, "Even if you are the daughter of Ice Palace, this place is Mammoth. No one is allowed to override the authority of the kings of the city to take control of the current situation. Moreover, The reason for the attack could also be related to Ice Palace. So that person was sent on their way by seers. As stated before, those who oppose will be enemies of Ice Palace. As for the kings, they are merely pretending to be emperors in their own lair. She continued, if the true target is Ice Palace, I will provide appropriate compensation. But on the contrary, if Ice Palace is not involved in this matter, what will you do? They turned pale upon hearing her words. She concluded, the fact that Ice Palace temporarily uses this inn is only fair. But ultimately, what needed to be done now was to find the mage responsible for this incident. She guessed that one of the people here must have provoked the mage while causing trouble somewhere, so they should stop their resistance immediately. As for the other person, why are they still lingering here after what I just said? Jin answered hesitantly, I'm just a little scared and my leg is injured too. Sears took out a vial of medicine and applied it to Jin's wound, unaware that he was the mastermind behind it all. She smiled and said, you don't need to thank me. How could you possibly repay this great Sears? Just consider this a beautiful memory. After that, she turned to bid farewell to the charming swordsman. Jin reciprocated the farewell, but little did anyone know that inside, he felt secretly pleased because his mission had been accomplished. The scene shifted to a group of people dealing with the orc menace. After days of violence, they had managed to take down a total of 18 orcs. They were quietly happy, thinking that perhaps they would all survive and return home. Then they could trample upon the honor of those wretched beings who dared mock them. Mesa called out nearby, don't be complacent. There are still 7 monsters left. Having said that, Mesa thought that usually orcs moved in packs, but currently they were wandering alone, making them relatively easy to deal with. Could it be that the gods were supporting them? Or perhaps young Master Jin was under the protection of a deity, and that positive energy was spreading to everyone. Little did she know that the god she was thinking of was that black cat. Murakin nearby sighed, hoping that the cadets would quickly catch the remaining orcs so he could go home and eat some pastries. To explain why the orcs were acting alone, a few days earlier at their lair, Murakin had manifested and commanded, from now on, all of you must always move alone. If any of you disobey or gather in pairs or more, I will send you all on your way. If you understand, then set off quickly. Returning to the present, Murakin was still muttering about how that little Jin always assigned him troublesome tasks. What about the supreme contract? Being the center of the universe is exhausting. Murakin stood nearby, observing everyone, and thought to himself, when I get back, I need to make that Jin buy me some new manhwa. Suddenly, he sensed a strong source of energy approaching. It was heading straight for this place, so Murakin decided to harness his energy to defend himself. Luckily, the kids were only 3 stars, so they wouldn't sense his energy. Jin would definitely know, though. Then, a protective barrier of darkness wrapped around everyone. Belop noticed it was getting darker than before and thought it might rain. Outside, the monster was getting closer, but was met by Murakin, who transformed into a dragon to greet it. How dare you send out forces without my permission? This is not a living creature, but an ancient relic, a giant tomb guardian. I am certain my dragons wiped them out 2,000 years ago. Moreover, why would the tomb guardians of deceased gods be here? Regardless, this meeting is unpleasant, so let's finish this in one breath. After that, Murakin focused his power towards the statues, and under the moonlight, the statues disappeared without a trace. Murakin transformed back into human form, considering how it could be here. There's no way a tomb guardian could just appear randomly. This probably relates to the Zippel clan. It's best to keep this a secret from Jin. If something unexpected happens, I can protect him to allow his growth. As of now, in 10 years, he should definitely be able to stand against the Zippel clan. In another place, the shape-shifting wizard Bubear Gaston was reporting to his superior, Sir Bishkel Abriano, that his masterpiece, the Tomb Guardian, had been destroyed. He racked his brain, but could not figure out who could defeat his creation. Bishkel stepped forward to explain, after I examined the scene, the one who defeated it was the Dark Dragon. Upon hearing this, Bubear grew worried. The dragons may have noticed our actions. However, he also considered it uncertain. Therefore, Bishkel currently urged everyone to act more cautiously, and he would soon organize a meeting with the Zippel clan. A few days later, at the Junior Military Academy training ground, Sir Zed was welcoming all the cadets returning from their mission. He smiled smugly and said, the fly-bearers who assigned this task to you must be embarrassed and going crazy over this. Jin and the others complimented each other for returning safely. The veteran cadets were discussing how a high-level mage had intervened just in time to help Jin complete the mission. Oh, how lucky is young Master Jin? This world really is unfair, one person said. Not just being from the Runcandel family, but also having such ridiculous luck, another chimed in. That said, these people did not know that all success came from their own efforts. Then a long-haired person added, it's one thing for young Master Jin, but what about his new group? Are they all 3 stars? Should we just leave it as it is? Keijin could only shake his head. Even though Jin is a disregarded youngest son, he is still pure-blooded Runcandel. Until Miss Miu and Anne gave the order, we could not act. While they were talking, Jin stood right beside them, making everyone think they had been overheard. Indeed, Jin had heard everything they said, missing not a single word. Keijin Romero, is your right hand all right? It's fine. The nurses said reattaching it isn't difficult, and it's thanks to your clean cut. After asking Keijin, he turned to ask, you seem to be having an interesting discussion. Keijin replied cunningly, all we can do is talk behind your back. I hope you can overlook it. Jin responded, well, whether I overlook it or not doesn't really matter since I'm not the flag bearer yet. Keijin asked, isn't it true that with just one word, young master could have us all beaten up? Why don't you do that? In his eyes, the idea that young master Jin completed the mission purely by luck was nothing to be happy about. Jin drew his sword and challenged Keijin to fight him. A 5-star knight, he is stronger than most other mid-level cadets. Speaking ill of you is unacceptable. Instead, challenge you like a warrior. Besides, when competing with me, you don't need to hold back. The main point is Keijin shouldn't set any limits on aura. You will definitely regret it. Keijin replied. He then drew his sword and charged at Jin. Jin saw that Keijin's attacks were very strong, but compared to those he would fight in the future, they were nothing at all. Have you seen the truth yet, young master? You are still too weak compared to me. Keijin yelled loudly and swung his sword. Jin had to struggle to deflect his blow. Then he realized that it seemed he could see Keijin's movements clearly. Just like when the iron ball was shot at him from Haytona, he was starting to be able to see the trajectory of Keijin's attacks. Although the number of sword techniques he could use through space was countless, with his 5-star strength he couldn't use many, especially since he was blinded by rage right now. Thinking that Jin was determined to end this battle in just 3 moves. First a slash from the left, then a surprise swipe, and finally, an attack that someone with 4-star aura would never even dream of. Keijin was struck and dropped his sword, still in shock. How could this happen? Jin already knew how many years he needed to reach 5-star level. Qin said, are you deceiving me? Was that last attack infused with the aura of a 5-star knight? Of course, Jin had never deceived anyone. It was just that Qin didn't understand him well enough. Jin would never engage in a battle he wasn't sure he could win. At the same time, the Tona brothers rushed over with rushed expressions. They were stunned and did not understand what was happening as they witnessed Keijin being defeated by the youngest brother's sword. Jin really glanced at the two of them and scoffed. Your subordinate is nothing impressive. A moment later, in Miu and Anne's room, was what he said true? Or was he being lenient with the youngest brother because he was a Runcandel? How would a 15-year-old achieve 5-star status? But Keijin replied frankly, it's not just me who saw it. Everyone there witnessed the aura emanating from young master Jin. It exceeded 5-star. Forget it. Relying on someone like you was our mistake. Miu said and ordered Keijin to leave the room. Miu asked Anne, could this be the youngest brother threatening us? It's not just us. He's threatening the whole family. Anne replied, in his next mission, we need to mix our own people in. It must be a place he goes to, and when he returns, he will be just a corpse. In Jin's room, wet nurse Gilly was recounting the situation in the swordsmanship garden, which was very lively. Everyone was astonished by his achievement, because only the first family head, his father and sister Luna, those 3 became 5-star knights at the age of 15 in the entire history of the Runcandel family. So now Jin has achieved 5-star swordsmanship, 4-star magic, and 5-star dark energy. Honestly, Jin didn't expect to reach 5-star swordsmanship just by practicing with normal pure jelly. It seems that as long as one of the 3 powers he possesses becomes stronger, the others are affected as well. Previously, when Jin overloaded with dark energy, it also opened up a flow of aura and mana. Anyway, when news of Jin becoming a 5-star knight spreads, his siblings will become restless, including his brother Joshua, who is proposed to become the next head of the family. When Luna Runcandel gave up her claim to inheritance, the second flag bearer of the Runcandel family naturally became the top candidate for the head of the family, with the support of his mother, Rosa Runcandel. Although his skills are not bad at this point, Jin chose to reveal his achievements because it would be more beneficial. With the news of the 5-star revelation, it will spread beyond Runcandel. At that time, his story will be reported all over the world. Muriken looked at Jin's self-satisfaction with a very mocking gaze. Jin believes that when he becomes the center of attention, Joshua will become more obedient. More importantly, his father will come to the swordsmanship garden himself, because his father has always wanted a different heir instead of Joshua. He once told Jin that apart from sister Luna, he has never been satisfied with any of the other siblings. But sister Luna, The only one who piqued his interest is not interested in the position of clan leader, so he decided that Luna is not suitable for the role of leading the family. After that, Joshua's next position as the head of the family was confirmed. Diffus, Runcia, and Mary became the backup heirs. Although this order of succession was extremely stable, everything changed since Jin appeared. His father would not differentiate by age, and everyone would have a chance. Jin was quite sure his father would give him an order, and that order would include two things. The first was the challenge that he could bridge the age gap with his siblings and become a candidate. The second would be protection, as he certainly did not want Jin to die before taking the test. All because Jin was a special case. At this point, Gilly said, "When your story appears in the newspaper, a slew of families will be hoping for your visit, and to deal with those things, nothing is better than a feast." Jin replied, "When my father arrives, there will be a banquet, so Miss Gilly should prepare. Furthermore, we must keep a close watch on Muraken, because if that Dagi secretly transforms and sneaks in, it would be disastrous." A few days later, Gilly informed Jin of the schedule for the head of the Chiron family. He would arrive in a month. Additionally, the visiting dates for other families had also been appropriately scheduled. However, the other young masters and ladies remained rather quiet. Jin said, "If they want to correct me when I am this noticeable, it would be nothing more than being too arrogant or that they fear or hate me." Just at that moment, the butler burst in to announce, "Young master, you have been assigned a new mission." With a panicked expression, he replied, "Because that mission is the Kallen Ruins." Elsewhere, many of Jin's siblings had been summoned to hear Madame Rose's reprimand regarding their reckless decision to send the youngest to the Zippel territory. Here was Jin Runcandel, the third flag bearer of the Runcandel family. With white hair was Ran Runcandel, the fifth flag bearer, and Vivo Runcandel, the sixth flag bearer. At this moment, Jin had also been summoned here. As soon as he entered, Rosa asked him if he had heard about his Kallen Ruins mission. She announced that the mission would be cancelled because he would not be able to go to Kallen. Mew and Anne vehemently opposed this, but Rosa told both to shut up. "You all can only think of ways to kill the youngest." Anne retorted, "Is it wrong for me to try to kill him?" "Exactly, to be honest, I don't understand why you were trying to protect him," Mew added. Someone from the siblings spoke up, saying, "Aren't both father and mother encouraging us to compete with each other? Isn't it because our family needs competition? I'm sure you know each of us have been competing since we were young." Rosa nodded and said, "You are right. Competition is essential. It doesn't matter how it is done or what the underlying intention is. But has anyone among you become a 5-star knight by just 15 years old? The youngest is different from you all. If you had achieved the same accomplishments as him when you were younger, I would also protect you. In other words, you are not worthy of my protection." Rosa looked at Jin and thought to herself, "What will you do now, young miss? In this situation, should I drag your unrelated siblings in and you pretend and say I punished them? Or will you accept this favoritism and become arrogant? Show me how you handle this." Jin spoke up, "I really like the mission you assigned to me." Even though Rosa had warned how dangerous the Kallen Ruins were, Jin knew it was part of the Zippel territory that Runcandel had once tried to conquer, but failed, and was currently a very dangerous place. But he had no intention of backing down in this fight. He was very fond of the big mission that his sisters had arranged for him. Runcia would self-discipline right now, while Ran and Vigo would voluntarily return a high-quality sword belonging to their family. Although Vigo and Ran seemed to oppose this punishment, it did not change their mother's decision. Ran and Vigo would also face the same punishment as these two, because you are also flag bearers. On the contrary, it is like a signal that your sisters value your abilities very much. Isn't that the reason they assigned you this task? Rosa asked, "Very brave. You doubt your own mother?" "Of course not. If the task arrangement suddenly changes, it will lead those working for the Runcandel family to think that our family's status and strength are declining." Jin replied to his mother. Madame Rosa said, "No subordinate would dare to doubt the Runcandel family over such a trivial matter. This is just your two sisters trying to harm you, because they don't have direct authority to confront you. But this is also what Jin is aiming for, because if he has to fight against his sisters now, he will definitely lose, but he can fight back by completing the task excellently. This is the battle he aims for." Rosa reminded one last time, just a slight misstep in Kallen and Jin could lose his life. Jin, of course, was still willing to accept that task, but I have a small request. If I succeed in this task, I will be granted the sword that my brothers returned. Hearing this, Ran questioned, "Jin, why do you want to keep the sword that we returned?" "If you need a sword that much, we will give you one. So give up on this task. You need to survive at least until father comes back." Jin asked a counter question. If there is a problem, shouldn't he have stopped Anne and Mew from the beginning? Rosa called for everyone to stop and promised to give Jin their swords if he completed the mission and returned. Now everyone can withdraw. Despite Ran and Vigo still protesting, Rosa thought, Out of fear that Jin would become like Luma, I trampled on the honor of the other children. But perhaps I have worried for nothing. When Chira returns, he will be very proud of Jin's maturity. Niu saw Jin preparing to leave and quickly asked, "What are you thinking?" Dreaming that luck is still on your side. This isn't a personal mission, so he will never be alone throughout the journey to complete the task. Jin ignored his sister's words and continued outside. A few days later, Jin greeted those who would accompany him on the mission. They were all Miu and Anne's subordinates, including Cake Jin. They laughed and greeted each other, but everyone knew that they would seize the opportunity to stab Jin in the back at any moment. Regarding this mission, the ruins of Colin are home to thousands of indigenous people living in tribes. Currently, that territory is under the control of the Zippel family, part of the Phalon kingdom. Colin was developed several hundred years ago by the Zippel clan members. After discovering the ruins, they killed and enslaved most of the indigenous people. And of course, the Zippel family currently declares a policy of respecting the indigenous people of Colin, but that action is merely to maintain their facade. Outwardly, they are respected, but inside, they are nothing but slaves. There are no policies to improve their situation, as their lives mean nothing to most of humanity. The only reason the Zippel family spares them is to preserve nature and create a facade of atonement for past brutality. The Zippel family often aims for reasonable rules, seeking voluntary submission from those they govern. Yet in the past, they crossed the line with Colin. The reason they are obsessed with a Colin relic to the extent of sacrificing their own reputation is because of the artifact mirror hidden by the natives. The existence of the mirror remains classified information known only to the Zippel family. However, the truth was revealed before Jin's return by a brave journalist. The content of that headline talks about Zippel searching for a certain relic. The name of the relic obtained from the natives is the mana source. Simply by looking into it, one can increase their mana up to 7 stars. With that artifact, Zippel has created countless mass-produced sorcerers. As Jin knew from his previous life, Zippel would begin the manufacture of sorcerers another 10 years later. This means they still do not possess the mana source, so this time he is determined to seize it from the Zippel family. A few days later, they are planning to acquire the treasure. As far as they know, it is stored in warehouse number 3. Although it is not difficult to storm in, there will surely be defensive spells in place. Jin turned to the 3 people and said, "We need to conserve our strength to return safely so everyone will rest. At this time, each person grab a portion." As planned, the 3 others quickly fell asleep because Jin's food had been laced with sleeping powder. Jin didn't want to be hindered or ambushed while carrying out his mission. After all, the instinct of hunting dogs is to obey their master, right? A little later, near the warehouse, 2 guards were dozing off and chatting with each other. Suddenly, they noticed someone attacking, and that was Jin. He easily took down the 2 gatekeepers and began to inspect. From what Jin saw, there were only 2 guards outside. Moreover, the lock was quite simple, without any magical traces. This 3rd warehouse was sometimes guarded by civilians sent by Zippel, so it seemed they didn't think much of it. When Jin opened the door and entered, he saw a magic circle on the floor. This was a blood magic circle for detection. Most people knew it as a guard magic used to confirm whether the person entering had the same bloodline as the family. However, its actual purpose was to distinguish between ordinary people and demon beasts, or to check if they had any diseases. Just a drop of blood from an ordinary person would suffice, and it didn't matter whose blood it was. Jin used the blood of the guard from earlier for convenience, saving the trouble of leaving behind evidence. After Jin poured the blood of the other person into the magic circle, it activated. He was sure that the blood of an ordinary unconscious soldier would be safe, but now the blood magic circle was still triggered. This meant that the other person had some kind of disease or was not human. Just then, the 2 guards transformed into monsters and advanced toward Jin. He could only temporarily retreat and use a windstorm to hold them back. Once he used magic, nearby mages would sense it, but now things were different. It seemed Jin would not be able to avoid a fight. Saying that, Jin thrust his sword into the belly of one golem, causing it to scream in pain and push him away. Then Jin activated his aura, making the 2 golems fearfully retreat. It seemed they knew that aura was something very dangerous. Jin noticed the wounds he had caused earlier were healing very quickly. This rate of recovery was only found in high-level demon beasts. However, these 2 were still human before. This is the territory of the Zippel family. Countless immigrant mages come here. The locals are oppressed. As for the mysterious monsters, they are likely primal golems. Jin thought to himself that creating primal golems was a major undertaking. Perhaps the Zippel family used this place as a laboratory for experimenting with forbidden magic. These primal golems possessed nearly as much strength as 4-star knights, but that was only in terms of strength. Their movements were not refined, making it relatively easy to fight them. Usually, if these golems were injured, they would still attack their target. But as long as their core, namely the head, heart, or belly, was destroyed, that would be it. one of these three places. Jin rushed to attack. The first target was its head. Nevertheless, its strength and speed did not decrease at all, but instead increased. Then Jin continued to attack its stomach, but that was still not the right spot. There was only one place left. He swung his sword and split the golem in half. Its core fell out, and he quickly destroyed it. The remaining one also rushed in to pounce on him, but he easily blocked its claws and continued with a thrust to its heart. This was also its core, so it was quickly annihilated. After having its core destroyed, the golem regained a bit of human consciousness and begged Jin to end its life quickly. Then I must fulfill its wish. He did not know what had happened, but he was sure that no one in this world would willingly become a primal golem. Especially since once transformed, a person would become a mere pawn with no future ahead. Jin had uncovered the terrifying truths of the Zipple clan. Nevertheless, he knew this was not the time to be angry. This shocking revelation only made the true nature of the Zipple clan clearer. Jin also suspected that his sister knew about this before assigning him the task. Even if he spread this information outside, the Zipple family could simply deny it. Nevertheless, the creation of the primordial golem is a serious crime. Even if it's just a suspicion, it would still be investigated by the Empire. Therefore, Jin wanted to gather evidence first before continuing the mission. He didn't care that Zipple might intervene in the investigation process with their power. Currently, the mages had not taken any action. This meant they probably thought this was just an ordinary warehouse. If they knew this place contained a primordial golem, it wouldn't be so easily protected. This further convinced Jin that not everyone in Colin was involved with forbidden magic. He then entered and saw a stone slat with a simple protective spell. However, nearby, the bowl was quite complex. Breaking the protective barrier usually required a lot of effort, but with the death of the two golems, he believed they would conceal all traces here. Saying that, Jin summoned the powers of fire and darkness. He would use a bit of heat to ignite the campfire at this place. At the Runcandel family estate, Mew and Anne were enduring Luna's wrath. Luna couldn't understand why these two younger siblings allowed their younger brother, who was 1 year younger, to enter Zipple territory. Mew and Anne opposed this because conflict is a normal thing in a family, but Luna immediately countered. You two are flag bearers. How can you compare yourselves to a younger sibling who has just entered middle school? Flag bearers must face flag bearers. That is an unwritten rule, and your actions have crossed the line. You should feel ashamed of yourselves because I am very ashamed of you being the flag bearers of this family. Mew responded, why is it that someone who has never been interested in power like you acts this way? It's because you won't be able to defeat Jin. Jin just completed a mission at the Colin Ruins, so Mother will receive a report immediately. And now you understand why I said I am very ashamed. In the end, you are just helping that boy, and moreover, from what I see, Jin is not very noble. So from now on, you two should be careful. Luna advised one last time. Because you are also my siblings, I am reminding you. Back in her room, the wet nurse was also a bit incredulous to learn that Luna had just punished her sisters as if young Lady Luna had returned to her tumultuous adolescence. Moreover, she was also worried for the young ladies like Luna because Jin would not easily overlook this matter. She believed that in 5 years, young Lady Mew and Anne would no longer be rivals to young Master Jin. Luna asked the wet nurse about the matter she had previously requested and was told that it seemed the assassination was not related to Anne and Mew. The twins Tona, Rosa, or Mary were not involved either. This means the suspects now narrowed down to 5 people: Joshua, Diffus, Ran, Vigo, or Runtia. Among them, apart from Ran and Vigo, the other 3 are very difficult to investigate due to their solid backgrounds. So it's best to just stand back and watch for now. The wet nurse agreed as well because in the end, young Master Jin still grew up healthy. In Jin's room, he had just returned. Gilly was very emotional to see her master back safely. If young Master Jin really faced any danger, she would definitely sacrifice herself for revenge. Hearing this, someone was perplexed. If you sacrifice yourself, who will make the cakes for us to eat? Then Urakin approached and asked, Jin, did you report everything properly this time? Last time, everyone thought you completed the mission by luck. This didn't matter much to Jin. Moreover, he had something to show them. He took out a specimen that was the heart of a primordial golem. Murakin was surprised to see this. Previously, it was the body of a giant gatekeeper, and now it was a primordial golem. What did the Zipple family really want? Thinking about it, Murakin asked Jin to spend some time with him to go there again. I need to interrogate them myself about these things. Jin was a bit worried about going back there, but with Murakin accompanying him, it would likely be safer. If they were lucky, they might even find the source of mana, so Jin decided to take the time to go with Murakin. As for the 3 companions of Jin, right after the mission was completed, Kenjin and the Hab brothers returned to the Runcandel family. But Mew and Anne had stripped them of their Kage titles and expelled them from the family. This was a very strict punishment for cadets, but no one felt sympathy for them. In June 1795, Zed told Jin, "From now on, there's no need to train pure jelly anymore. From tomorrow, you will only meet the twin Tona." The two brothers overheard and felt envious. Moreover, it seemed that the morning training for the cadets was no longer necessary. "Next week, the family head will have something to discuss with you," Zed added. The Tona brothers were astonished upon hearing this, as it was very likely that their father would appoint Jin as the temporary flag bearer. At that point, Jin would have to leave the clan to gather honor and become the true flag bearer. Finally, that day had come. This was something Jin had wanted for a long time. Away from anyone's attention, he could grow stronger in the way he desired. Meanwhile, the Chire Legion was marching back. Khan announced, "We will reach the Sword Garden in just 2 hours." In the meantime, Chiron was troubled by his youngest son. He planned to seclude himself in the Black Sea for 10 years, but what about now? Khan added, "When I was at Storm Castle, I saw that young master Jin was incredibly special, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. What he accomplished in the Sword Garden has left me utterly stunned." Chiron recalled the first time he met Jin. In its eyes, there had always been fierce resentment, even though it tried to hide it. He also couldn't forget how Jin provoked his brothers on the first day in the Sword Garden. As the youngest, the others tried to bully him, but look at the result. Now he had achieved 5 stars. Khan said, "Actually, it wasn't the Mehmet mission and the Call in Ruins that left the strongest impression, but the first mission against the White Wolf clan members. No one at that age could defeat a member of the White Wolf clan." Chiron thought he would use his people as meat shields, but Jin proved his promise and defeated White Wolf on his own. Although Jin didn't completely defeat the man by himself, he was still an interesting child. "I am really looking forward to meeting him this time," Chiron said. 2 hours later, Chiron and his legion returned to the Sword Garden. Rosa and the children were all present to greet the head of the household. Of course, there was also Joshua, the future head of the household, but he didn't seem to sit well with Chiron. Chiron passed by Jin and noticed the 2 special swords on him. He asked Ran and Vigo, "Why bring the sword you like to give to the youngest?" Ran explained that the sword was taken, not given. Upon hearing about that bet, Chiron laughed loudly and placed his hand on Ran's shoulder, saying, "You should find a way to get it back then." That evening, before the banquet began, Jin was talking with his father. This was Jin's first time attending a banquet in this life. In his previous life, thanks to his master, he had attended a few small banquets. However, he had never participated in a banquet hosted by his own family, and now he had become an honored guest alongside his father. Chiron asked, "Do you know that our family only holds the ball on truly celebratory occasions? This means your achievement this time is quite noteworthy. In this ball, there will be 1,000 guests attending compared to 800 guests at the ball 7 years ago. This shows that the Runcandel family's reputation has been growing over the past 7 years. Although other noble families also have many guests attending or even more, those who are here today are all elites." Despite Chiron only training and hunting monsters in the Black Sea for the past 7 years, the family's reputation continues to rise. This is thanks to him being the only Genesis Knight in this era. It means that if he were to be lost, most of the people here would turn their backs on Runcandel. Jin thought the same way. If his father were not here, the Runcandel family wouldn't have such a reputation. Originally, Zimpel and Runcandel were the 2 largest noble families, but with his father's disappearance, the gap would only widen and the Zimpel family would become the strongest force. Then Chiron turned to Jin and asked, "What would you do if those people turned their backs on us?" Jin candidly replied, "I would abandon this family." Chiron was surprised to hear that. Jin explained, "Because I don't want to die meaninglessly here, because if the Runcandel family collapses, the next head will be a person without any ability." Jin asked further, "How many weaknesses do we have on those below?" He knew about them because he had requested Vigo to show him the classified documents of the flag bearer when returning the sword, and almost every family coming here was under the control of the Runcandel. Of course, Jin knew that his parents had things that even the flag bearer was not aware of. He believed that since the future head would not be a progenitor knight like his father, the priority would be to use these things to control other families. Although the Zippel family was similar, only the Runcandel family could truly play the role of the villain. Therefore, if the next head held so many weapons and couldn't use them properly, he would definitely abandon this family without any hesitation and then find a way to take revenge on the Zippel family, no matter how long it took. Chiron was satisfied after hearing Jin's explanation. With the other children never having spoken like that in front of him, the fact that the youngest dared to express their intentions so intelligently was commendable. Jin seemed to understand everything about this family. From Luna's talent, Mary's beastly intuition, to Diffus's martial spirit, he believed he could hold the position of clan leader for another 10 to 15 years. By then, it would be possible to see if the youngest could change the family inheritance. Thinking of this, Charon called to Jin, "Let's go downstairs. It seems the guests have arrived." At that moment, a servant rushed in from outside to report that there were uninvited guests. For the Runcandel family, uninvited guests could only mean one thing: members of the Zipple family. They came in a total of 5 people. Among them was Andra, the second in command of the Zipple family, along with 4 family members. Chiron ordered the servant, "Go over there and stop them immediately." Jin was skeptical when he saw his father confronting the leader of the Zipple family so directly. Chiron turned to Jin and asked, "Do you think I am being too rigid in handling this?" "No, I think this approach is refreshing," Jin replied. Considering he had disregarded the head of the Runcandel family's permission, it was unacceptable in this martial arts garden. That's right. Now this guy named Andrew has to obey Chiron or he will lose his legs before he can go home. It is also time to start the banquet. Chiron introduces the proud youngest child and the main character for today's event. Then he announces 2 things to keep in mind during the gala as usual. If anyone gets drunk and starts a fight, they will be dragged to the arena. The loser must surrender, while the winner must be merciful. Jin now understands the reputation of the gala for fateful encounters. This is where the most influential people on the continent gather. They all have complex relationships, so as long as they follow the 2 rules set by his father, they cannot kill their opponents but can still beat them up and assert their stronger position. After saying this, Chiron invites everyone to join the feast quickly. He turns to Jin and tells him the same thing. If he finds someone suitable, he should pull them out. But don't forget, you cannot challenge anyone weaker and the priority is not to lose. Clearly, if that happens, Jin will have everything taken away by his father. Not just his sword, but also his wet nurse. Then the main character went down to greet the guests. The Tona brothers saw Jin and were curious to play as well. The 3 brothers exchanged a few casual pleasantries, and then the Tona brothers stepped back to another spot. A tall man, the first flag bearer of the Ken family, approached Jin. Just then, someone suddenly came up and grabbed the back of Jin's head. He introduced himself. "I am Wooger and I came here to see what this kiddo looks like." Jin was pleased to meet him, but he didn't quite like the way he greeted him. Even if he was a junior, Jin turned to Wooger and said, "Your recent action is an insult to those present here. Although they are all our seniors, they were very polite when they greeted me, so it would be best if you acknowledge your mistake and apologize to them." Seeing this, Wooger turned pale and quickly apologized. Fortunately, Jin spoke up first, otherwise a fight would have surely broken out. Luna approached from behind and mocked, "Jin, you sure have a talent for making enemies. Wouldn't it be easier to just act like a normal child?" Jin replied, "I represent the Runcandel family today, so it has to be this way." Luna continued, "Even if that's the case, what if Wooger challenges you?" Jin wasn't worried about this, as he had observed everyone there. He said, "If he dares to challenge me, those people will step in." Luna didn't think Jin had observed the situation so closely. This younger brother was indeed smart and bright. Perhaps that was also the reason he was targeted for assassination. I wondered who recognized Jin's talents so early on. Luna told Jin, "These parties aren't really my thing, so I'll go do something else." Saying that, she ruffled Jin's hair. This was to show everyone how close they were as siblings and to deter anyone who might consider challenging her younger brother. A fat man nearby saw this and felt a pang of jealousy. Being treated like that by the white whale Luna was something everyone envied. Jin wondered, where did those Zipples go? Although a little annoying, he still wanted to find them. While he was searching for people, someone brought over drinks. Lady Sears and Dorm of the Talaris Ice Castle wanted to have a glass with the star of the Runcandel family. "It's an honor to meet you, young master Jin Runcandel." Afterwards, the 2 exchanged polite remarks after a few casual lines. Jin was sure she recognized him, but why didn't she mention the incident in Mammoth? As he thought about it, Sears across from him had a question for Jin. "How is your injured leg?" Now it was clear. Jin replied, "Thanks to your medicine, it's better now." Sears continued to ask, "What was the reason for your presence in Matman at that time? And why didn't my subordinate find that mage? Could it be because you let him go?" Jin reminded Sears, "The Runcandel clan cannot use magic, so it wouldn't be fair to consider me a suspect. But at that time, since you are on a mission for your clan, it's possible you hired a mage to handle the task right." Sears added, "She believes that the only possible targets of the Runcandel clan could be the members of the Talaris Ice Castle, so she certainly couldn't let Jin go." Jin thought to himself that she was mistaken, which was not wrong, because when Jin killed Alcaro, he had injured many members of the Talaris Ice Castle. Of course, on the surface, Jin continued to deny it until the end. After all, that was just Sears' hypothesis. Seeing this, Sears wanted to challenge Jin. The 2 would settle the outcome in the arena. She wanted to beat Jin to her heart's content and then spit in his annoying face. Jin said, "My father told me not to fight those weaker than myself, but if you really want to fight that badly, I have no choice." After a moment, the two of them held hands and went to the arena. Jin ordered everyone to step back and only the healers to stay. Jin did this to avoid embarrassing the daughter of the Ice Castle's Lord Talaris in front of everyone. Before we begin, Jin Runcandel promised me this. If I win, you must tell me everything that happened at Matmit that day. And if you win, we will both act as if we never met that day. Sears said. Of course, Jin accepts. He quickly drew his sword and charged at her, but what greeted him was the technique only the Endorma family possessed, Ice Sword. Jin did not expect her to use a special technique right at the start of the fight. He mockingly said, I really am unfortunate to be the youngest son who hasn't had a chance to learn the family's secret arts yet. But that was not Sears' concern. She continued to attack Jin with ice swords. Sears felt the disparity between her and Jin was there. Jin had reached 5 stars while she was only at 4 stars. She wanted to use countless ice swords to make up for that gap. Additionally, her endurance was lower than Jin's, so Sears wanted to quickly end the match. She planned a counterattack after Jin made his finishing move. As for Jin, he thinks the same way. Sears is only a 4 stars, so she will be inferior to him in terms of attack and defense, even with countless ice swords to compensate. Having recognized this gap, she will surely unleash her rhythm to change the situation. So he decided to use one of the many secret techniques he learned at Storm Castle. The strongest technique is the Sword Storm. At this moment, Sears also unleashed her ultimate skill. Countless sword energies caused the air around them to form ice shards. Although it was quite difficult to withstand, everything was still going according to Jin's plan. Sears, seeing Jin smile, wondered, I'd clearly use an avalanche. Even a 15-year-old 5-star swordsmanship genius could withstand the secret technique of the Talaris Ice Castle. However, she still felt restless in her chest. At this moment, Jin's sword tip was pointed directly at Sears. Right after was Jin's shout, get out of the way. Thanks to that, she narrowly avoided Jin's attack, all thanks to his warning. Jin was secretly blaming himself. I shouldn't have used my family's sword storm. How could someone as weak as Sears at 4-star withstand such destructive power? If she couldn't escape, she would surely die, or at least be disabled. As the explosion of sword energy gradually faded, Jin saw Sears in a daze. She was wondering if she had just cherished her own life. She had feared death and dodged the attack. Jin approached and comforted her. Sears, don't think too much. I know you heard my warning, even though you didn't try to avoid the sword storm. No matter how high one's honor is, a 15-year-old child cannot suppress the desire to live. Jin continued, if I were in your situation, I would do the same. So let's not bring this up again. Sears took a vial of medicine from her belongings just like last time. She applied the medication to Jin's injured face, considering it as an act of gratitude for saving her life. She promised, because life is precious and must be begged for. Therefore, I will cherish my life more. And finally, as promised before the match, today became the first day they met. She said, see you tomorrow. The next day, it seemed like fewer people were around than on the first day. Starting from the second day, people would be able to enjoy the matches. Jin thought that many people leaving early was a good thing. He could go look for those from the Zippel family. He had heard that guests from the Zippel family were all aged between 15 and 20, which would be perfect for assessing his current magical level compared to theirs. As for the Colin Monument, you will probably seek out information with Muraken once you become a flag bearer. Just as I mentioned it, Muraken appeared right in front of me, making me feel a sense of unease. If that cat gets here, isn't the chance of being exposed quite high? Jin was planning to teach Muraken a lesson when he heard a voice calling from afar. The comedian of the Zippel clan had arrived. He followed Muraken in hopes of finding Jin's whereabouts. Sears thought this person talked too much and thus deducted a point of credibility. Veridin was still rambling, reminding Jin of memories. Although Jin pretended not to remember, he was helpless against his stubbornness. Now I understand that he spent all of yesterday looking for Jin without finding him. I wonder if this god is as lost as that green-haired guy. After the introduction, Veridin boasted that he is now a 6-star wizard. That's a level above Jin's swordsmanship. He had no idea that Jin couldn't believe that the Zippel genius only reached 6 stars at age 18. If it were him, he would have surely surpassed 7 stars by now. Jin thought maybe he is lying about his level, but looking at that self-satisfied expression, probably not. If that's the case, then ever since the head of the Zippel family, Selig Zippel, he is the next one to succeed him. Jin turned to continue talking to Veridin. He asked, why was Zippel not invited but still came to this ball? Veridin puffed out his chest and replied, it's because I kept nagging Uncle Andrew that he must meet you, so now they're here. Jin wondered, why would the deputy head of the Zippel family rush into enemy territory for a kid? Never mind, let's hope this young man remains quiet and leaves. Veridin said, one day I hope Jin will come to my family's gala. Even if Jin causes a disturbance, I won't harm you. Even if a fight breaks out, I won't participate. Jin then got annoyed and called out to the person hiding behind. Does he have something to say? The fat man asked Jin to deliver his love letter to Luna and even called Jin brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Viradin nearly spat out his drink. Let alone Jin. Of course, Jin was not pleased. He tore apart the pile of love letters from that guy and said, "It seems that in your eyes, the Runcandel family is quite pitiful, which is why you dared act like this." Then he called his subordinate to take that person to the arena. The fat guy kept blurting out sweet words on the way to the arena, not realizing that the outcome would be different if he were more handsome. He wondered if Jin had figured out who he was, but that was definitely not possible. So why was he doing this to him? Bishkul and his sister Margiela saw Buber Gaston being dragged up to the arena by Jin, and one was worried, while the other was excited. Sears found this match puzzling. Clearly, she had tried to challenge him before, yet now Jin was fighting someone like this. As for comedian Viradin, he noticed Sears wanted to approach and get acquainted, but this girl was even harsher than Jin. Get lost. And then the highlight of the banquet began, a match featuring young master Jin Runcandel. The fat guy intended to introduce himself but received a punch from Jin, leaving him bloodied. If he bragged about being Jin's brother-in-law, it would just make things worse. So, the fat guy Buber revealed his attacking aura to retaliate against him. Jin just realized he was a 6-star. It turned out Jin had chosen heavyweight opponents both literally and figuratively. But that's all there is to it. Jin still dominated as usual even though he only had 5 stars. This is the difference in actual combat and training. Below, the fans of Viradin were shouting and cheering for Jin, but next to them, Margiela seemed puzzled as to why young master Jin was behaving like this. Clearly, he had won but was still tormenting Buber. She added Jin chose an opponent weaker than him without knowing Buber was a 6-star. Despite her brother's explanations, she still didn't understand. She wanted her brother to teach Jin a lesson, along with the encouragement from the cheerful crowd below. So, her brother had to indulge his sister and agreed to a match. Bishkul stepped onto the arena and requested Jin to fight him. Jin thought a match with the 7-star knight from the Ebriano family, win or lose, would not harm him, so he accepted the challenge. The swordsmanship of the Ebriano family was also highly regarded by his father. This was a good opportunity for him to learn. Jin said, "You really do care for your sister Bishkul, and I love my sister as well, so I hope you manage your followers better from now on." Bishkul replied, "That person is not my follower, but a companion." Jin finally realized that the person he had just beaten was Buber Gaston. Bishkul and Buber Gaston have some kind of relationship with each other. You're sure that the Ibriano family has nothing to do with Gaston in a past life. Anyway, that's all in the past. It's best to focus on the opponent, the 7-star knight in front of you. The match begins. Bishkul continuously attacks Jin. Just with the first few strikes, it's clear that he is not an ordinary 7-star knight. Jin cannot predict his swordsmanship. Below, people are discussing the sword skills of both. After all, for a young 5-star like Jin, the holdout like this is already quite impressive. It must be known that the Ibriano swordsmanship always pressures the opponent aggressively. If their swordsmanship is likened to a snake, then the Runcandel swordsmanship is a powerful rhinoceros. Even if its horn is shattered, it will still continue to attack the enemy. The Runcandel family always has surprising maneuvers at critical moments. Jin knows that Bishkul is letting him breathe, but then again, he is creating a balance against a 7-star knight. Jin has reached his limit, but in return, he gradually feels his swordsmanship, a feeling reminiscent of that time, a blur in the subconscious. Jin stands still, closes his eyes, and feels the swordsmanship. Bishkul saw this and sighed inwardly, rushing forward to launch his final attack. In the moment when the two swords clashed, Jin unleashed his sword intent. However, Jin was defeated, and the winner was Bishkul Ebriano. Bishkul unexpectedly touched the wound on his neck. Clearly, at that last moment when the sword broke, he had felt the sharpness at his neck. This meant that he had revealed his sword intent at only 5 stars. If he had been just a 1/10 of a second faster, or if Bishkul had been a little slower, the result would have been different. Bishkul watched Jin, feeling that he was indeed a formidable opponent. 2 days later, Emperor Muraken was sleeping on a soft pillow when Jin woke him up. Jin asked, "Did I faint during the match with Bishkul?" And indeed, he had fainted during the last 2 days of the banquet. Now that the banquet was over, he could not greet the guests one more time. Gilly said, "Don't think too much about it because your match has been the topic of conversation for the last 2 days." At the final moment of the battle, young master Jin displayed his sword intent, which is quite impressive. Jin thought that although his sword intent was not yet perfected, it had shown that the hard training days with Sister Luna had paid off. Even though his sword intent only activated in critical situations, being able to fight Bishkul was already quite remarkable. Additionally, at this banquet, Jin also achieved many other things. He confirmed Veridon's identity in Zippel, established a friendship with the heir of Talaris Ice Castle, and discovered that Muber Gaston and Bishkal Ibriano were colluding with each other. While Jin was deep in thought, Gilly placed a new vase on the table. She said, "This is the flower that the heir of Talaris Ice Castle gave to the young master." Jin understood that the meaning of these snowflakes symbolized an endless battle. It seemed that Cirrus still wanted to continue fighting him. Murenkin commented sarcastically, "Anyway, this is the first time you've received flowers from a girl. It's a significant achievement, isn't it?" Gilly continued to tell Jin that the head of the Chiron family had summoned him after he woke up. It seemed that it was time for Jin to leave home to prove himself for a while. Beneath the tomb in the Sword Garden, Jin's father, Chiron Runcandel, was waiting for him here. He asked, "It seems you know you will be leaving soon." "Yes, I plan to leave soon," Jin replied. Chiron told Jin about this tomb. This is a place where those who have achieved great things for the family are allowed to enter and where the family heroes are buried. This tomb has existed for thousands of years, but there is one thing you may not know. The first head of the family, Tamar, was not buried here. The kind of dark power that you possess like he does is the reason we cannot honor the first master. Since Lord Tamar passed away, Runcandel has had to sign a humiliating treaty with the Zippel family, stating that Runcandel shall never use magic again, along with not being able to honor the ancestors who did. As a consequence, the gods of Zippel gathered and cast a curse upon the Runcandel bloodline. Therefore, all Runcandels born after the first master cannot use magic. Chiron asked Jin, "What is the dark power that you once used to defeat the Toma siblings when you were young? I want you to use the power of the one who made the pact with Soldaret. Use it to defeat your siblings and take over this family." "I will leave to explore the world," Jin replied. "If there is nothing out there more valuable than Runcandel, then I will take over the family." Hearing this, Chiron laughed, as all of Jin's siblings had left to seek recognition in the Swordsmanship Academy. But Jin, on the other hand, was only searching for something more valuable than the Runcandel family. This truly left Chiron unsure whether to feel proud or to think his son was boasting. After saying that, Chiron held up 5 fingers. He would give a time frame of 5 years. During this time, Jin should explore on his own and bring him the answer upon his return. Jin raised the Bradamat sword high and promised his father that he would come back after 5 years. A moment later, Jin regrouped with Murakin and Gilly, who were waiting outside. Now, everything would depend on him. According to Runcandel's rules, the wet nurse would not be allowed to intervene during this process. Until Jin became the flag bearer, Gilly would no longer be able to use aura. Nevertheless, she was still very willing. From now on, all of Jin's honor would also be Gilly's honor. Thus, the new journey of all three began from here. Let's explore the world. Inside the tomb, Chiron's mind was filled with thoughts. With just a sword, I have reached the demigod realm, yet still failed to break the family curse. With a contract of Soldarate and dark energy, perhaps the youngest son is the only hope for the family. Jin is the child who holds the power to free the Runcandel family. I wonder what the future holds for Jin. Jin's group, Gilly wondered, will it be alright for young Master Jin to leave without saying goodbye like this? Surely Miss Luna will worry about him a lot. Jin replied, "Don't worry, Sister Luna is a very open-minded person. The other trainees are also quite sad, but it's not like I won't see them again." Gilly asked further, "Where are you planning to go now?" She heard that most of the other flag bearers would go to Mammoth first. There are many villains there, making it easier to become well-known. Before becoming a flag bearer, Jin's siblings took risks to build their fame. Besides, they could not rely on help from their family. For example, Mary defeated all the strongest people in the Northern Continent and became famous with the title Wind Fury, the Northern Fury. Jin recalled that, apart from Sister Mary, most of his other siblings returned after about 6 months to 2 years, but now his father had given him a full 5 years. There was only one reason that could explain this: to seek everything related to dark power and then come back. Jin decided that the 3 of them would go to the Kingdom of Arkan first, which was the nation affiliated with the Lutero Magic Association, a kingdom within the territory of Zippel. Explaining why he needed to go there, Jin said, "I heard there was a group of wizards teaming up with warriors causing trouble for the people there." Hearing this, Gilly assumed he was going to deal with the wicked people, so she was quite excited. But little did she know that Jin had made that up. This information was something he had known from his previous life. All those wicked individuals belong to a dark organization called Tessing. What you really care about is the auction held by this organization. There are many artifacts or items of unclear value being auctioned there. You need to find a few sword techniques and magic along with a ring. But right now, there's a troubling issue. The 3 of them do not have enough money to use the teleportation gate to get there. According to the family rules, a wet nurse can only bring along 10 gold coins. Hearing this, Jin told the three of them that they needed to quickly head to the kingdom of Jin first, and to get there, they would have to fly fast. Thus, Muraken was once again exploited for his labor. Although riding a dragon would likely attract attention, it seemed to be the best option. How would they know if they didn't try? Saying this, Muraken transformed into a black dragon and called for the two to hurry up. They needed to fly quickly to reach the kingdom of Jin before tomorrow. As expected, Luna from the swordsmanship garden spotted Muraken the dragon. She immediately guessed that Jin was riding that dragon and silently marveled, what a unique little brother, leaving without saying goodbye to his siblings. In the kingdom of Jin, a few hours later, it seemed that Gilly was feeling dizzy after riding Muraken. So now the small strawberry cake would be taken care of by Muraken, while the remaining task had to be handled by Jin, who had to proceed into the castle alone. Jin looked and saw that Muraken was indeed a unique dragon. It was unclear whether this dragon liked Gilly more or her strawberry cake. In the center of the capital of the kingdom of Jin, inside the Vil family's mansion, Sember was sitting, pondering how to repay young Master Jin. He recalled that he had promised to do anything for him, but since he hadn't even been able to attend the last banquet, he was now worried he might be in big trouble. Just as he thought of this, then, he appeared right in front of him. The boy signaled for Sember to stay calm and quickly bring some gold coins. Because the rules stated that the identity of the temporary flag bearer had to be concealed, they needed to enhance their reputation through martial arts, rather than relying on their family's name. It was a given that the poor Runcandel children didn't have a single coin during the first couple of months until they started earning money by hunting criminals or completing missions. However, it was different for Jin Runcandel. They dined comfortably and in luxurious places thanks to the money earned from Sember. Gilly thought she would have to tighten her belt for the first few months like other wet nurses, but fortunately, Sember paid the debts. Saying this, Jin turned to Muraken and asked if it was okay for him to eat so much. He remembered the last time they used the teleportation gate. Muraken vomited everywhere. Hearing this, Muraken confidently replied, "If you don't want me to vomit, just ride me." Why insist on using the teleportation gate? Jin explained, in Arkan belonging to the Zippel family, about 80% of dragons are on their side. If we really fly there, it would be the same as provoking them. Muraken countered, if they hear my name, more than half of them would be terrified. Right now, I am just an ordinary black cat for ease. As is known, the Zippel family has maintained its status due to the dragons. The gods created them, and a series of Zippel clan members made contracts with those gods, resulting in a significant number of protective dragons. If Jin's father, Lord Chiron, were not here, Runcandel would likely have been torn apart by them. At this point, Jin raised a question. How did Zippel manage to get so many people to sign contracts? How could they gather so many in the same generation? This cannot be a coincidence. After a while, they finally arrived at the teleportation station. Jin was using the alias Jin Grey, and the other was Gilly Python. They were heading to Arkan for a trip, and of course, the information forged by the Runcandel family was perfect. They easily passed through and were about to reach Arkan in a few minutes. A few minutes later, the teleportation began. The one suffering the most here was none other than Muraken. The kingdom of Arkan belonged to the magical federation of Lutero. This was where, before his resurrection, Jin had spent his last years. One could see beggars and homeless people everywhere. The faces of the citizens on the streets were grim. All of it was due to the oppressive regime of those cruel beings. Jin led the other two to find a place to stay. After a while, the three arrived at a shabby inn on the outskirts of the central area. Muraken asked, "Why do we have to stay in such a rundown place? We have money, don't we?" Jin replied, "Because it's all part of the plan. If we flaunt our money in a crime-ridden city like this, it would be like committing suicide." With that, the three of them stepped inside. The innkeeper looked the three over, assessing them. A relentless pursuer, a novice swordsman, and a beautiful girl who could pass as a maid. He offered them 3 glasses of water as a welcome to his inn. He secretly thought, as soon as they finish this drink and wake up, their lives will turn to a new page in the underground auction. While imagining the beautiful scenery, Muraken splashed a glass of water directly into his face, shattering his dreams. "Have you lost your mind, you lowly insect? How dare you serve us poison? Right here and now, you will descend into hell." The tavern owner quickly begged for mercy and hoped to negotiate. But who would negotiate with a dragon? He was beaten even more severely. Jet, a news vendor in the Empire, was also someone Jin owed a debt to from his past life. The reason a weakling like him survived being cast out from his clan was that he had helped Jin. As a result, they became close, but not for noble reasons. He had deceived Jin under the guise of introducing him to an underground fighting ring and took everything from him. But this time was different. It was Jin's turn to exploit the man. Seeing that Muraken had played long enough, Jin demanded he stop to hear what the man wanted to say. Jet immediately pleaded with Jin to save his life. He promised to do whatever it took to atone for his earlier wrongdoings. Jin asked him a few simple questions. If he wanted to live, he should tell the truth. Otherwise, the only path left was death. First, what is your profession? Jet replied, I am a tavern owner and an information broker, as well as a swindler and human trafficker. He begged Jin that if he spared him, he would be very useful to him. Jin asked, was drugging the three of them meant to sell them somewhere? He answered honestly, just like that. That place is the underground auction house Tessing. Tessing is a dark organization that runs auctions for slaves, poisons, and various items. They auction everything. After asking, Jin temporarily spared his life and called for a doctor to treat him. He told Gilly and Muraken that the three of them needed to lead the way to Tessing, which is why he spared him. Moreover, it was not too late to handle his attitude later. Returning to his room, Jin sighed in relief. Everything that had just happened was performed by him. The answers to the questions he had asked before, Jin had known from his previous life. But to avoid revealing himself as a reincarnated person, this was the only way. After being treated, Jet thought to himself, why are those people so crazy? They beat me up and then call someone to treat me. While he was murmuring and pondering, Jin startled him from behind. He said, it's time to set off. Let's go to the underground auction house right away. It turned out that the person named Jet had a bit of reputation here. He only needed to call Jin's group as his customers, and he would be granted protection to enter. A few minutes later, the four people managed to enter the hall inside. The place was decorated splendidly, with even an orchestra present. For everyone, it was assumed that the leader of Tessing was Salka, but in fact, it was someone else. The true leader was a person known as Spider-Hand's Aloe. The entire place was decorated according to his preferences, but the truth was that he wanted to hide his own ignorance. He was not only capable of quelling the filthy streets outside, but was also a 7-star fighter. It was rumored that he had connections with the Runcandel family across the sea. Hearing this, Muraken and Gilly urged Jin to disregard this information, as there was no way Runcandel could be associated with people like this. But only Jin knew that there was one person, the scoundrel who had cursed him so that he could not wield his sword. An evil curse that he could not break. The one he had never been able to find during his 10 years at Storm Castle and 5 years in the Swordsmanship Garden. Therefore, this time, he hoped to grasp some clues about that person. After learning some important information, the three went down to the auction basement and discussed how the guards from earlier seemed to be sentries. It would not be a wise decision to directly attack the enemy's heart. Jin said, just stay calm, because I have a plan. Jin turned to everyone and said, listen carefully. And so, a little later, the plan also flowed into Muraken and Gilly's minds. Muraken wondered if this kid Jin was really a 15-year-old. He couldn't believe that the other mind could come up with such things. Gilly felt similarly. She was a bit surprised when Jin presented the plan. As a member of the Runcandel family, the three of them could easily escape if the plan failed, as Jin said. After a while, they arrived at the underground auction, the Tessing flower where all items could be brought forth. Just as they sat down, the next item for auction appeared. It didn't matter where they came from or why they were here. The host could use whatever they wanted without thinking. This is a slave. When Jin saw the slaves down there, he recalled last night, certain that Jet intended to sell them alive like that, so he cursed him out. But Jin was also secretly relieved that at least the slaves down there did not include children. Muraken asked, what do we need to do now? Just wait, Jin replied. I'm waiting for useful items to be put up for auction. If something valuable comes up, then I'll try to bid on it. After that, we can take action, because from the beginning, your goal has been the items here. Now, we just need to be patient and wait. A week later, Jin still went to the auction house every day, but it seemed there were still no items he desired. Seeing this, Jet said, Sir Jin, you've just been sitting and watching for a whole week now. If you don't buy something today, the auction house will bother us, and aren't you also bothering me? Jet said this softly to Jin outside, but internally he cursed Jin. At this rate, he would surely be kicked out. The next auction item was a spell book by Matthew Wannick, a wizard who once dominated the entire continent. Its starting price was 80. Jin felt a bit annoyed because he mispronounced the owner's name. It was not Matthew Wannick, but Matthew Mornick. He knew that Mornick's spell books were managed by the Zippel family, so there was no way that the book down there was real. The next item was another spell book by Chenmi with a starting price of 50 gold coins. As bids continued to come in for that book, Muraken suddenly placed his hand on Jin. He told him, you should buy it. If that book is really from Chenmi that I know, it will be a great bargain. Without hesitation, Jin placed a high bid of 150. Below, people were discussing, why didn't that person bid such a high price for this unidentified book? He must be some rich young master. So he bought the book for 150, while beside him, Muraken was still murmuring, how could it be here? The next item was yet another spell book. It was written by Shujil Hister. Upon hearing that name, Jin appeared surprised. he immediately bid 200 for the book that almost no one knew about. The group of people wondered why that strange individual always offered high prices for completely irrelevant things. Murakami asked, "Why did you quote 200 for the first bid? Do you know this book?" Jin replied, "I just wanted to buy another magic book." But the truth was that his master in the previous life was a member of the Hister family. Her family had fallen from grace hundreds of years ago. He never expected to find a trace of them here now. He promised himself to bring this book as a gift for her when they reunite. A short while later, after receiving the auction item, Murakami checked Chenmi's book, and it turned out to be written by the Chenmi he knew. This time, it was indeed a significant gain. However, the writing inside was in an ancient language. Jet beside him was also delighted that Mr. Jin finally bought a few items. If they really didn't buy anything, the four of them would be in big trouble. "Jet, I'm going to beat Spider-Hand's Allah." Hearing this, Jet quickly said, "That's not allowed. Even if you are my client, tell him that Veradin Zippel has come to see him." As soon as he heard this, Jet rushed towards Allah's place, still thinking about how to rely on this noble Zippel family to escape from here. Excited, as soon as he arrived at the room, he threw the door wide open and called for Allah. In front of him was a group of thuggish young men, which made him a little scared. One person led the gang to Jin and said, "Come with me. The boss wants to see you." Immediately, he received a punch from Jin. "Are you mocking me? Bring Spider-Hand's Allah here to meet me." The thug saw Jin use a fireball and fearfully responded, "It was Mr. Allah who called us here." Jin did not hesitate to throw a fireball as a warning and said again, "They can come here personally to meet me. Whatever followers he has, let them crawl to my feet." A few minutes later, just as Jin said, Allah crawled to his side. He introduced himself as Spider-Hand's Allah, the manager of this testing auction house. "Because I did not recognize you in time, please forgive me." Behind Jin, Jet was still very pleased. He was sure this was the real Veradin because the fireball skill just used belonged to a 5th level wizard. At such a young age, to be able to use a 5-star spell is something hard to achieve, unless you are from the Zippel family. A week ago, the plan that Jin shared with Murakami and Gilly was to disguise themselves as Veradin Zippel. Even though Allah was familiar with the Zippel family, he wouldn't be able to tell the difference. They would strike first, and when he was frightened, his judgment would not be as clear as usual. But what Gilly truly feared was not this. She was afraid that the young master would use magic, and if the family found out, it would lead to serious trouble. Returning to the present, Jin called Allah. "Hurry up and get up. Now take a look at these and tell me what you think they are. These are magic books, and I sincerely apologize for taking them without the family's permission. These 2 magic books are highly valued by the Zippel family. How much money have you made from them so far?" Hearing this, Allah felt anxious and said he would do his best to gather them back. "You think you can gather them faster than I can go get them myself? Shut up and give me the customer list. My family will begin the investigation tomorrow." So in his heart, Allah understood that everything was over for him. No matter how hard testing tried, it could not compare to the Zippel family. If the investigation upset the Zippel family, that would be the moment testing would collapse. Allah provided Jin with the customer's information and said, "There are some other details, but they are kept in the warehouse." Allah then asked Jin for permission to go outside to retrieve more information. This would take about 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Jin realized that he was going outside to investigate his identity, but Jin still agreed and would roam around the warehouse to gather more information. Before leaving, Allah also reminded his subordinates, "Do not let that person leave the mansion until I return." With that, Allah went outside with an annoyed expression. He had already spent a lot of money on the Zippel family, and now he was being forced to buy back the books that had already been sold. Of course not. Inside the warehouse, Jin, Gilly, and Murakami were rummaging through the place. Murakami asked Jin, "When he returns, he will surely know that you are the imposter. What do you intend to do next?" Of course, Jin wanted to take some good items from here and escape before he came back. At that moment, Jin also discovered a special box. He opened it and found exactly what he had been looking for. At the same time, Jet had returned with a pile of information about the slaves. Inside were all the details regarding their nationality, names, and ages. Jin approached the guard and knocked him out cold with a punch. Jet wondered why young Master Veradin would do such a thing. Jin turned to him and said, "Jet, do you have a family? If you do, take the boy and run away. It's best to go to the Bemek Kingdom and show my introduction papers to the people there, then tell them what you know about this place. That's the only way to survive." Jet, of course, disagreed because he was determined to stick close to the powerful Zippel family. He said he would stand by the master for the rest of his life, but the harsh truth was that Jin told him he was just a mere imposter, leaving Jet speechless. 2 hours later, Allah returned. He had just gathered information about Veradin Zippel. The boy had long white hair, completely different from the self-proclaimed one earlier. The subordinate reported that the others had taken all the documents of the slaves and clients. Allo, angry, grabbed one of his subordinates and instructed him to quickly chase after them. He ordered all the men to pursue and bring those scamming bastards back here at all costs. Outside, Murakami looked surprised to see Jin emerging with that item. He didn't think that besides the investigation between Allo and Runcandel, Jin would also seize those items. He was startled to see Jin wearing that ring. He never expected that Jin would know about such ancient things. At that moment in the distance, the group of pursuers also spotted the three people. Perhaps it was time to change the wind, wasn't it? Allo, seeing Jin, showed an angry expression. How dare you think you can fool me, Allo, and escape so easily? I will hang you all at the entrance of the town as a warning and let everyone know what happens to those who dare to toy with me. Spider hands, Allo. Jin replied calmly, I already spread your transaction records and customer lists. Starting tomorrow, the entire continent will be staring in this direction. Honestly, you were as good as dead, Allo. Jin wanted to use this Allo as a test, so he asked Murakami to deal with the minions around and not interfere in his fight. Allo commanded his followers, from mages to warriors, to rush forward, but facing Murakami, they were like ants. With just a flick of his hand, they kept falling to the ground, yet under Allo's orders, they continued to charge. The warriors at the front were getting beaten up badly, while the mages at the back dared not strike for fear of hitting their allies. Seeing this, Allo yelled at them, Stop targeting Murakami, just focus on the two at the back. So they unleashed a barrage of attacks with ice, wind, fire, and various other magic towards Jin and Gilly. Jin noticed these attacks were all below 5 stars, so he didn't even bother to defend. Under the power of the necklace Luna gave him, any magic under 5 star couldn't touch him. Murakami saw this ragtag group as nothing but fodder, and he was furious, delivering a powerful blow to wipe them all out quickly. Allo and the group of mages found the previous attack mind-numbing. It was only a matter of time before he had to take action. Allo drew the sword from his back and killed all the minions around him. He cleared out the pests, just as Murakami had said. He looked at Jin and asked, Hey kid, who sent you here? Jin paid him no mind, as talking to the dead was futile. Allo pointed the tip of his sword at him and said, I won't let you leave that easily. Perhaps this was the most formidable opponent Jin had ever faced, a 7-star warrior. Murakami even joked that he was different from the one named Bishkal you fought before. This man only wanted to kill, so give it your all and remember not to get killed. Allo aimed his sword at Jin and asked, How dare an ordinary mage like you step before me? Do you underestimate me? Jin said little and drew his sword to counter his attack. Seeing Jin wield the sword, Allo now understood that Jin was not a mage but a swordsman. He guessed that the fireball attack earlier must have been a result of a relic Jin had used. After that, Allo continuously launched a series of high-speed attacks toward Jin. He dodged Jin's blade and jumped behind him. He delivered a powerful strike, but fortunately Jin reacted in time to evade. Jin found this person too fast, even though he hadn't used all of his strength yet. At that moment, Allo also realized who the real terrifying opponent was, not the one standing in front of him, but the one who had taken down all of his subordinates in an instant. He was definitely stronger than him. While Allo worried about why that person was standing still, Murakami laughed mockingly. Perhaps Jin was truly struggling. Gilly saw this and advised Murakami, You should go help the young master. Although the young master wants to defeat him by himself, it's still too early for him to face a 7-star martial artist. Murakami replied, Everything will be fine. I am sure that Jin will win. Inside, the two were still exchanging fierce techniques, and it seemed that Jin was falling into an unfavorable situation, about to lose. But only Murakami knew one thing clearly. Because a long time ago, when the swordsman of the Runcandel family was still fighting, the difference in rank meant nothing to him. At the same time, Jin was gathering and unleashing fireballs towards Allo. Allo just realized that he was actually using magic and not an artifact. This meant that the person in front of him was indeed a true sword mage. Meanwhile, Jin was also preparing for a decisive strike. He channeled mana, summoning lightning magic to envelop his sword. The summoned lightning struck continuously towards Allo. Allo told Jin, You're really a fool. If you keep standing there like that, you'll lose your life soon. But he didn't know that Jin had one more trump card. He summoned a helmet and armor from the artifact ring. Under Allo's astonished gaze, Jin's body was covered by an impenetrable pitch-black armor. Jin swung the Bradamant sword towards Allo and slashed him down the middle. Allo, a 7-star warrior, was defeated by Jin, a 5-star knight. Murakami outside exclaimed, Truly the Multa artifact. Thousands of years ago, Multa was created for the first king of Bemin, a person greatly favored by demons. It was during that time that a war broke out, a masterpiece capable of blocking all attacks below 7 stars. And now that artifact is in Jin's hands. Jin recalled that in his past life, from now, about 5 to 6 years later, This Malta artifact would be returned to the King of Bemin. Throughout that time, the Academy and everyone was always in chaos because of this iron helmet. Thanks to that, he was able to remember accurately the location and the day it was first discovered. Thinking about it, Jin moved closer to Allah. He asked about his collusion with the Runcandel family. Upon hearing this, Allah chuckled. Haha, now I understand what Jin was doing before. Because you are Jin Runcandel. He added, either way, you are just a failure. You're only a youngest son. You won't be able to stop me. While Nurakan still didn't understand what the guy was talking about, Jin seemed to have found the answer. Spider-Hands Allah must not be your real name, right? A 7-star martial artist like you leading an underworld gang must be connected to the Runcandel family. Jin recalled what Allah had just said. Even though he knew who Jin was, he still said those things, meaning he knew that the siblings in the Runcandel family were in a power struggle. As he knew, Sister Yona had left home so she could be ruled out. The twins Tona or Anne and Mew were still too young. The other siblings weren't smart or cunning enough. So there is only one person who is always obsessed with rankings and does everything when Jin's talent is revealed, and that is the next heir of the Runcandel family, Joshua Runcandel. Whether this conclusion is true or not, Jin is sure he will find out soon enough. The next day, news of Tessing's annihilation spread across all the newspapers. The cause was the investigative cooperation between Bemin and Zippel. The collapse of testing, where the demons always targeted innocent people, was eradicated in just one day. Jin and Murakan also read the news and felt that Jet had probably completed his part well, even though the Zippel and Bemin families probably wouldn't let him off easily, but such an ending is still better than losing one's life. Although Zippel and Bemin gained fame from this incident, the one who benefited the most was Jin. He had collected rings, ancient spellbooks, and even defeated a 7-star knight. Gilly saw the two of them joking around and reminded them, even though he is a 7-star knight, he is still not up to that standard. I hope Jin will be more careful next time and not be complacent. Of course, Jin knew this and promised to try harder in the future. Now, where is the next location? Murakan asked. Jin told the three of them that they would go to Tikin, an independent city. Hearing this, Gilly questioned, is it because of the Hewfester? Indeed, it is, Jin replied. The Hewfester of Tikin is a major news center. Besides the news centers of Runcandel, Zippel, and Bemin, it is the most reliable place. Although this information comes from Jin's past life, he knew that from now on. Whenever he uses memories from his past life, he needs to come up with a reasonable excuse in front of Murakan and Gilly. Moreover, anything related to Bichkal Ibriano, Mubair Gaston, and Kenzemlo, along with Allah's past, all connect to Runcandel. All these things need to be investigated. Therefore, the most suitable destination is indeed the Hewfester. At that moment, Murakan approached and told Jin something important. The magic of the Chenmi clan that I discovered before is light magic. Although it's not very clear, Murakan is certain that they were once enemies of Zippel, and Zippel wiped out anyone they consider a threat. That is why there are no records related to light magic. Similarly, with Runcandel, if Jin cannot break the limits of his power, there is a possibility that in the near future, the Runcandel family will meet the same fate. Therefore, I decided to teach Jin the light magic of the Chenmi clan. Open your eyes wide and look at this magic. This is the magic you need, Murakan said to Jin. Jin stared intently and wondered why the light magic had a black color. Just then, the orb exploded and emitted light, temporarily blinding Jin. Murakan triumphantly laughed and said, this is its true power. This light magic is like a smoke bomb, capable of being used for both offense and defense, a top-tier magic of Chenmi. Then Murakan continued to pull out another book from his belongings. This was a coded system that drove even him crazy. Although he didn't know what was inside, it would undoubtedly be very useful, so for now he would set aside until one day he found someone who could decode these ancient letters. A week later, the ship Jin was on docked at Tikin. Tikin is an independent city located on a small island north of the central continent. This place is not under the rule of Runcandel or Zippel. Although the population here is not high, it is a famous tourist destination. Just from the name of the independent city, one can imagine how vibrant this place is. The three of them entered the city center to find a place to rest. As usual, Murakan transformed from his cat form into a human shape and started complaining to Jin. Jin told him, don't transform in the city. If someone notices, it will be troublesome. A little girl just saw a cat turn into a human. She pointed and said, there's a black cat that has turned into that guy with black hair over there. How did you do that? Teach Julia too. So it was time for Jin, the master, to take action. He explained, how could any cat turn into a person? You must have misseen it. But little Julia was not so easily fooled. The deception plan had failed. He switched to a negotiation plan, hoping the girl would lie as if she had never seen anything. But how can children lie? This plan also failed. Gilly was worried. Is it right to take the girl to the authorities? What if she spreads the rumor that she just saw something? Won't the Zipple family find out? And then she looked at Murakan with a piercing gaze. If he had listened to the young master from the beginning, this wouldn't have happened. After a while, they arrived at the information center. Little Julia didn't like this place much because it was filled with military personnel. These people were always bothering her mother. Gilly even thought, could this place be like Arkan, where exploitation and civilian violence are common? But that's not it, you see. Everyone at the gate here knows Julia because she is the daughter of their captain. He immediately called the commander over. Little Miss Julia is back. Then Julia's mother arrived, and I must say, she is extremely manly. When Jin saw this woman, he also remembered something. She not only held the position of commander of the central region, but was also a former agent of the Bemin Special Forces. But contrary to her intimidating appearance, she was very gentle with her daughter. Then she turned to introduce herself to Jin's group. I am Alicia Badger, the commander of the Tikin outpost. Jin also introduced himself. I am Jin Gray, a newcomer tourist here. After that, he asked Alicia to help recommend a few accommodations nearby for him to stay. At the same time, Julia was whispering something to her mother. It must be about the Murakan transformation. After that, Alicia also gave Jin a letter of introduction and advised him. As long as you have this letter of introduction, you will be treated well anywhere in the city. Receiving the letter of introduction, Jin thanked her and left with Murakan and Julia. Alicia, hearing about the transformation her daughter mentioned, immediately knew that the other person was a dragon, because only a dragon could do such things. In the room that the three of them just found, everyone is feeling very good because of the service here. It seems likely thanks to the recommendation letter from the commander. It appears that since the moment the three of them arrived here, they have been encountering good luck. At that moment, Gilly spoke up and expressed a desire to have ice cream like Julia earlier. Of course, Jin allowed it, so Gilly immediately went outside to buy some. With the two remaining, Murakan asked, Jin, how do you want to meet Hufester? They are not easy to find. Jin replied, I want to meet one person first. That is the noble sword Kashmir. He is a renowned swordsman known by everyone. Previously, he was invited to be the sword trainer for the Runcandel family, but declined. Besides, like your previous life, in another 10 years, he will publicly reveal his true identity as the King of Bemin. Using the information gathered from Hufester, then seize the supreme power of all three families, Bemin, Zipple, and Runcandel. Moreover, he is also an extremely cautious person, possessing not only exceptional swordsmanship, but also the ability to endure and wait for opportunities over many years. He is the one who can help Jin search for all the information he needs, but he still hasn't figured out a way to approach him. At that moment, Gilly rushed in from outside. She announced that when she went down earlier, she did not see anyone in this inn. All the staff and guests had disappeared. Suddenly, a hand was placed on Gilly's shoulder from behind. He asked about the well-being of the three of them, and whether it was all right for him to come inside. The touch of his hand made Murakan's blood boil. He immediately rushed over, intending to deal with the one who dared to tease his strawberry cake. Fortunately, Jin intervened just in time, allowing Murakan to stop short. Murakan only pulled Gilly back towards him and threatened, if there's a next time, I'll send you to meet your ancestors. As for Jin, he was pondering the reason why Noble Sword Kashmir was here. They hadn't caused any trouble and their group had just arrived. More importantly, it wasn't just him. There were many guards below. If a fight truly broke out here, Gilly would be caught in the crossfire. Murakan asked Kashmir one last time, Do you know who I am? What's with the greeting as soon as you walk in? And then you grab my cake? Didn't anyone teach you manners? Seeing Murakan starting to curse, Jin felt somewhat relieved. Then he asked Murakan to stop. Isn't saying that much already enough? Then he turned to ask, Is this noble sword Kashmir? Your reputation precedes you, so I am no stranger to you. Kashmir noticed that Jin knew his name and asked, Who is this young master? Jin quickly introduced himself. I am Jin Runcandel, without hiding anything. Then Jin requested, Sir Kashmir, let's go to a quieter place to talk. I will answer any questions you have. A moment later, inside a room, Kashmir was talking with Jin after dismissing his soldiers. Kashmir thought to himself earlier he had brought his army because he heard a dragon had appeared, but it seemed that was a wrong move. That only served to anger the man further. He was sure that the black-haired man in front of him was the dragon being mentioned. The pressure emanating from him could not belong to an ordinary person. Kashmir silently thanked Jin, because if he hadn't intervened earlier, he and his army might have been annihilated. Then Kashmir continued to look at the woman beside him. He also recognized her as Gillian Clorin. He had met her before being expelled from the Bemin Palace. That demeanor was unmistakable. But why couldn't he sense the aura from her now? What was the relationship between the three of them? Thinking about it, he posed a question to Jin. Why are you traveling with a dragon? Since ancient times, dragons have only accompanied wizards who have made pacts with deities or individuals with extraordinary supernatural powers, most of whom are from the Zipple family. If your family knew about this, they wouldn't let it go. Well, why do you speak of this secret so casually? Jin replied that the issue here is not whether I am a member of the Runcandel clan, but rather tell me why you still came knowing that there are dragons here. Kashmir then revealed his secret. The girl Julia that Jin met earlier is my daughter. She is not an ordinary child, but the one who made a pact with the god of sight, Asmil. There is no way someone who has made a pact with Asmil could mistake anything, which is why I believe there is a dragon and came here. Upon hearing this, Murakin felt there was something off. There are many people out there who want to make a pact with Asmil. Why would Kashmir easily reveal this secret? And if she really is someone who made a pact, then where is her dragon? I don't sense any trace of a dragon around here. Why would a dragon known for valuing its pact bearer abandon a child like that? At this point, Kashmir explained, a year ago, Julia's defense dragon suddenly went missing. This seems related to the Zimple clan or the Bemet Empire. Hearing this, Murakin countered the argument. No dragon would be foolish enough to be kidnapped, and besides, it's been over a year. Speaking of this, Murakin suddenly remembered something. Currently, Julia is only 5 years old. If she is the one who made a pact with a god Asmil, it would be very dangerous without a defense dragon by her side. If this continues, Kashmir's daughter will soon go insane or become a vegetable. Kashmir was alarmed upon hearing this. Murakin explained, because the one who makes a pact with Asmil can see the future, and that future is a tremendous burden for the mind, one that even dragons cannot bear. It may be that the girl is still too young to distinguish between reality and illusion, so she remains normal for now. But if this continues for another year or two without a defense dragon to protect her, her eyes will gradually lose control and become disabled. Furthermore, regarding the pact with Asmil, even though they can foresee the future, they cannot resist it and must follow its path. That is the law of causality that has been laid out. Murakin paused for a moment and then continued, so in summary, Kashmir must find her daughter's defense dragon as soon as possible, by any means necessary. Upon hearing this, Kashmir knelt down and pleaded, please save my daughter. As the head of Hufester, I have yet to find my daughter's defense dragon in the past year. Thus, only you, this all-powerful defense dragon, can help. Murakin brushed his hands and said, no way, because even if you begged, I couldn't do anything. If you want help or anything, you should ask my boss over there. While speaking, Murakin pointed toward Jin. Jin then stepped closer and helped Kashmir to stand up. He promised to save his daughter. It seemed everything was going according to Jin's plan, but he couldn't feel at ease, because even Hufester couldn't be found, which meant they needed information for Runcandel and Zipple, but this was impossible. At the same time, Murakin asked about the information on the other dragons that Hufester had collected. Jin was surprised to hear this. Could it be that Murakin is looking for that dragon? Indeed, because there was nothing that dragon didn't know. The scene shifts to a house in the forest of the Bemet Kingdom. This is Quick and Tell, the time dragon. Outside, Inya, who has made a pact with the god of time, is entering. In her hand is a newspaper reporting that Jin has achieved 5-star knight status. It seems this girl is a devoted fan of Jin. While the two were talking, Quick and Tell sensed something. She immediately told Inya, quickly return to your room until I get back, because something dark was approaching outside. A few minutes ago, out at sea in the territory of Bemet, Murakin was carrying Jin and planned to reveal his presence to the dragons here. Jin's job was to hide well and not get caught. Looking back to the previous day when Kashmir provided information about the dragons in Bemet to Murakin, he noticed that there was one dragon that seemed a bit dangerous, but it should be fine. The relationships among dragons are always like that. So Murakin and Jin set off for Bemet. Before leaving, he reminded Kashmir to wear Julia out all day by playing. At that time, Asnil's powers would also weaken. Currently, after unleashing his energy, the dragons in Bemet appeared one by one before Murakin. In front were Labus and Until, followed by 2 earth dragons. These two had been heavily beaten by Murakin before, so seeing him again made them a bit nervous. Murakin told the 2 subordinates, I have awakened to carry out an important mission, so you must assist me. Labus and Until, seeing this, scratched their heads and asked each other, should we tell Murakin about that? It seems he doesn't know anything. After discussing, they turned to Murakin and urged him to leave quickly. Get away as fast as you can, as we don't want to see conflict here. Of course, Murakin was not one to easily heed advice. He was determined to stay right where he was. The 2 dragons quickly reminded him, Silver Dragon Quick and Tell is coming here to kill you. If we don't run now, we will surely be in big trouble. Upon hearing that name, Murakin was slightly stunned. Jin was also curious. What does the Silver Dragon have to do with you, Murakin? Murakin replied, well, she was just an old flame of mine. The two Earth dragons hurriedly pleaded and then ran away because Quick Intel had arrived. Although they hadn't seen her yet, they could already feel a wave of power welcoming them. Luckily, Muroken managed to dodge her attack, or it would have been catastrophic. Next, the powers of the Silver Dragon were unleashed. Countless rays of light attacked Muroken and Jin. It was extremely difficult for Muroken to defend against and evade them. After glancing at the recent attacks, Jin whispered, "It must be above level 8, and yet she can easily unleash several moves like that. Truly a monster." Then from a distance, a gentle voice called, "Muroken." The voice rang out again. "You scoundrel, did you really think it was all right to bring those shameless fools here?" Muroken quickly explained, "They're just doing their job." Then he whispered to Jin, "I've been on that old flame for about 500 years, which is about 5 years from a human perspective." He added, "Anyway, we need to stab that Bradaman sword into her." Jin asked, "Ha, but isn't she still your ex? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Muroken sighed, looked at Jin and said, "It seems you haven't grasped the situation. Right now, you're just like fish on a chopping board." Right after that, the Silver Dragon Quikentel transformed and flew to Muroken's location. He hurriedly explained, "Silver Dragon, please calmly deal with the important matter first." But who would ever reason with a woman? So he continued to endure Quikentel's attacks. In this situation, Muroken could only avoid them. In terms of both strength and reasoning, it seemed he had no advantage at all. Then followed the chase of the former lovers with continuous loving slaps from the Silver Dragon directed at Muroken. He could only lament, "How did I end up with such a hot-headed girl?" Another attack was launched at close range. It seemed Muroken wouldn't be able to evade the previous assault. The Black Dragon's reputation was not to be trifled with. Although he had weakened significantly since waking up after 1,000 years, he still had many tricks up his sleeve. Muroken created a barrier cloaked in darkness. Inside, he felt quite pleased, confident that at least he would buy some time, because no matter how strong Quikentel was, she could not enter here. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was immediately slapped. Quikentel easily used her claws to tear apart the barrier. She scoffed, "Is this really a release of darkness? How sad." "Muroken, you foolish one, you don't realize how weak you become. If you still think you're like before, then you're sorely mistaken." Muroken saw the whole situation and played the card about the past. The past, huh? If I think about it, tearing someone into 10,000 pieces still wouldn't be enough. Taking advantage of Quikentel's rage, Muroken charged in and grabbed her wing. "You said that you both parted ways amicably. Why are you acting like this?" Quikentel punched him and reiterated the past accurately. "Weren't you the one who unilaterally abandoned me? Where's the amicable part in that?" Muroken immediately shouted, "Right now? Go ahead, kid." Jin brought the Bradamat and sword in. He knew that the outer part was very hard to penetrate because even Muroken's fangs couldn't do it. This meant he needed to close the distance and then use the remaining dark energy from Muroken around. Thinking this, Jin raised the sword to absorb the dark energy and struck down. That powerful attack severed one of the arms and the wing of Silver Dragon. Muroken quickly caught Jin as he fell. "You said that even though the kid has used all this strength, he has done very well. Now just pray for her to calm down a bit." Jin was surprised to hear that. "Is this not the end?" "Of course not," Muroken replied. "With other dragons, they would usually die after that blow, but Quikentel is different. Time-manipulating dragons are not easily killed." Meanwhile, Jin was silently thinking, could it be that before they find a missing dragon, they themselves might go missing here? After observing Quikentel for a while, Jin asked, "Is she reversing time?" "That's right," Muroken said. "That's why power and magic are two different things. But don't worry too much. Using power consumes a large amount of strength." After waiting for a while, Quikentel finally restored her arm and transformed back into human form. Muroken asked, "Are you calmer now? From what I see, does this face look calm to you?" Then Muroken added, "I never thought you still had so many feelings. Did we part peacefully?" "Peacefully, my ass." Quikentel retorted, "You've unilaterally abandoned me, and you didn't even say a word before leaving. Is that your definition of peace?" As for Muroken, it's just like usual. He explained that the breakup was due to us not being compatible, not because he ever deceived anyone. Jin, standing beside him, couldn't understand it. Is this really a conversation between beings that have lived for thousands of years? Isn't it just like a bunch of kids going through puberty? Quikentel, seeing Jin, wondered, "Is that human the one who signed a pact with Solderit?" Muroken replied, "That doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that someone within our kind is in danger." Hearing the phrase "our kind" coming from the Black Dragon, Quikentel exclaimed, "How many of your kind have you killed already? And you still dare to say that. Are you joking with me?" "Indeed, I have killed many of the dragon race, but most of them were enemies of your brother. Because of your quest for revenge, I've killed those who had no connection to us at all. With that, Muraken turned to leave. He remarked that it was a mistake to come here to find her. It would have been better to ask another dragon. At that moment, Quikentel told Muraken to stop. I explained that every time I see Muraken, I become emotional. So now, just say the things I need to ask. Muraken then said, recently, a defense dragon from Asmil has gone missing. Upon hearing this, Quikentel immediately realized it was Latri, a young defense dragon. She found it strange since wasn't that child just taken by Violetta? When Jin heard about the defense dragon Violetta, he suddenly remembered that winged dragon Violetta, one of the elemental dragons, was not the defense dragon of Andra, the vice clan leader of Zippel. If so, it meant that it was once again related to the Zippel family. Quikentel recalled that they had definitely mentioned teaching Latri the dragon language magic before. Not waiting for her to finish speaking, Muraken suggested that everyone should find another place to talk. Hearing this, Quikentel decided to take the other two back to her home. In a forest on the outskirts of the capital Bemet, at Quikentel's house, the three continued to talk. Jin apologized for not having the chance to introduce himself earlier. You should introduce yourself as the one who made a contract with Solderit. Quikentel was already well aware of him. He is the descendant of Tamar Runcandel and the youngest son of Chiron. Muraken wondered, how do you know so much? Don't tell me you investigated him. Quikentel explained, it's because he radiates energy similar to Tamar's. All three of us spent a lot of time together 1,000 years ago. Now getting to the main issue, Violetta took Latri a year ago. So the claim that they would teach Latri the dragon language magic would just be a ploy to deceive the silver dragon. Muraken added, currently, the one who signed the contract with Asmil is still too young to master the power. It would be very dangerous if there were no defense dragon to protect him. Therefore, I guess Violetta must have known this as well. Quikentel seemed to recall something. She remembered the moment when Violetta took Latri in a year ago. She stopped at Bemet and introduced Latri to me, but she kept eyeing the contract signer of the time god, even begging to meet them without stating the reason. Then the identity of the contract signer was revealed. That was the reason they came to this place, because among the nobility of Bemet, there are many people from the Zippel family. Jin wondered, if that's the case, it's quite suspicious that the contract signer of Asmil is still unknown, yet the defense dragon has been captured. Muraken proposed the theory. Is it possible that someone has created a way to probe the identities of those who make contracts with the gods? Quikentel countered, that's absurd. No one can know anything about a contract unless the master personally demonstrates their powers, and even then, what do they gain from that? It was at this point that Jin said they would gain two things. First, they could minimize risks and eliminate contract signers outside their territory. Second, when they kill a contract signer, they would have the opportunity to make a contract with the gods. Jin knew that the Zippel clan had a special way to contract with the gods. In a past life, the contract signer of the time god had appeared. That person was from the Zippel family. This meant that they could definitely contract with the gods if they killed their contract signer. Therefore, Julia's defense dragon was cornered. While Jin was deep in thought, Quikentel said, it seems that what you just said is just speculation. How can a family with so many contracted individuals like Zippel want more? Are you irrationally suspicious because you are from the Runcandel family? Jin fell silent, feeling embarrassed. He continued, is Miss Quikentel pretending not to see the insatiable greedy creatures? Is Miss Quikentel afraid of the Zippel family? Muraken, sensing that Jin was speaking nonsense and fearing it would become uncomfortable, immediately stood up and said, we no longer need your help, we will leave Bemet. Upon hearing this, the silver dragon Quikentel burst into laughter. You have indeed changed. Muraken, I didn't expect you to recognize danger so quickly. Saying that, she slammed her hand on the table and declared, I will help you. I want to confront Violetta and uncover the truth. If everything unfolds as Jin has said, perhaps this is a good opportunity for the Zippel family to learn a lesson. Moreover, it is also my duty to Tamar. This descendant of Tamar dares to provoke me. Everything reminds me of the proud Tamar from back in the day. With that, the three continued to strategize to lure Violetta in. Just then, outside, Enya opened the door and 4 pairs of eyes met. Quikentel quickly introduced Muraken and Jin. This is the one who signed the contract with Ulta. Then she turned to Enya to introduce Jin and Muraken. Enya couldn't believe that young master Jin Runcandel was right in front of her. It seemed like this was a meeting between an idol and a devoted fan. Enya hurriedly explained she was so excited to meet young master Jin like this. Then she turned to Jin, introduced herself. I am a summoner and also an honorary member of the academy. Upon hearing this, Jin thought the time deity Ulta had always put a lot of effort into maintaining the lineage of the contract signers. Therefore, her potential must be exceptional. Enya was about to ask for an autograph when Quikentel scolded her. I clearly told you before not to leave the house. Enya replied, "It's just that staying at home was a bit boring, so I thought I would come here and meet you. Thanks to that, now I can see young Master Jin in front of me, truly a wise decision." Looking at Enya, Jin could imagine her being bullied at the academy. The snobby Bemet nobles were the kind who would be ready to undermine anyone more talented than them. Enya asked, "Why has young Master come here?" Jin turned and said, "I came here for you. Perhaps someone is targeting you, Miss Enya, the current contract signer of Ulta, so you will come with me now. I promise to keep you safe." What more could she hope for than words like that? Enya was as happy as a father marrying off his daughter, nodded in agreement, and did not forget to thank the heavens for not disappointing her prayers all this time. Quick Intel saw this and said nothing. After all, the two were of similar age, and both were contract signers, but how could this girl be so naive? Well, she might as well give the chatty child a smack to make it easier to discuss business. Now, Quick Intel's worries were put to rest. After finishing Enya's matters, the two turned to discuss the black dragon slumped on the couch. Quick Intel stated that her agreement to help him was not solely out of loyalty to Tamar or concern for Enya's safety. The main reason was that Muraken had become too weak. Perhaps he didn't even realize how weak he had gotten, and surely he couldn't fight Valletta in such a state. Therefore, if a fight truly broke out, it must be me. Quick Intel emphasized to Jin. Jin asked, "Is Valletta really that strong?" It's true, but it's also because the Black Dragon has weakened significantly. If it was the previous attack at sea from the Silver Dragon 1,000 years ago, it would have been a joke for Muraken. While waiting for Valletta to arrive, Jin and Muraken needed a place to stay. So Quick Intel hoped the two could just stay at her house as long as Jin could convince Muraken, since it was, after all, the house of an ex-girlfriend. Jin naturally agreed with Quick Intel and felt that the Silver Dragon was indeed a thoughtful dragon. Surely I am the only one who thinks Mr. Muraken is foolish. And now the only thing left was to explain to Enya, as she would wake up in 10 seconds. Just as he spoke, she immediately woke up. How could Jin understand that the girl could wake up so quickly after Quick Intel's powerful knockout blow? After several hours of explanation, Jin had summarized everything they were facing for Enya. There is a force targeting the contract signer of Asmil. Their next likely target is you. Of course, Enya chose to trust young Master Jin. She believed this would be an exciting adventure between a little girl, some dragon bodyguards, and a prince who is young Master Jin. Jin thought it was fortunate that Enya was quick to understand this, even though she was more optimistic than he had imagined. After a few more minutes of discussion, everyone decided to depart as soon as possible. Enya said, "How about we set off tomorrow? After all, I just need to say goodbye to my 7-year-old brother and my dog Poopy, so I should go back and prepare my luggage, right?" Quick Intel replied, "Yes, prepare." Enya cheerfully went back to her room and promised to meet everyone tomorrow. Quick Intel and Jin decided that on the Academy's side, they would use the excuse that Enya was sick because if they told her to drop out, they would stir up the whole area. Just then, someone knocked on the door asking for firewood. Quick Intel heard it and intended to go open the door, but was stopped by Jin. Jin said, "What guest comes here just to ask for firewood? I suspect the person outside seems to belong to the Special Forces of Bemet. It must be related to Miss Enya. They have probably been lying in wait around here for a long time and are trying to figure out who the newcomer is." Quick Intel heard that someone was following her. Enya, angry, opened the door without saying much and grabbed the neck of the person in front of her, asking, "Are you from the Bemet Special Task Force? Who sent you here?" At the same time, footsteps were heard coming from inside the house. A man appeared and claimed that he was the one who sent the other person. "Now can you let him go?" He threatened that if Quick Intel killed that person, the Special Task Force would arrive immediately. The Silver Dragon noticed that the red-haired person seemed to be the leader, so it was enough to deal with him. While speaking, she reached out and lunged to attack him. Bang! An explosion occurred right inside the house. After the powerful attack from the Silver Dragon, the red-haired young man stood still. He turned to ask, "Is this enough to soothe your anger?" Jin, standing nearby, felt a chill at the sight. To her surprise, the man was still able to stand firm after that blow. Looking closely, it was clear that he was not an ordinary member of this special task force. With the red mask, only special commanding Groots were allowed to wear it. Moreover, the sword he wielded was very meticulous. The only person who met all these criteria could only be the Emperor's right-hand man, the commander of the third team of the Bemet Special Task Force, codenamed Raz. A person rumored to possess exceptional swordsmanship in Runcandel, Jin was certain that he was at least an 8-star or higher. Raz said to Quick Intel, "What I do is necessary, because we need to confirm the identities of those guests." Quick Intel was not easily willing to let this go. Who would be so rude as to barge into someone else's house and then expect to leave? Is the Miss Enya that Raz mentioned the one who just left this place? If you let her go out alone at night like this, it could be very dangerous. He directly threatened Quick-Intel. He also added that if they fought now, even though she might defeat him, she wouldn't be able to help Emiya if something bad happened. So this time I will let it go, but remember there won't be a next time. You should know to prioritize the most important person to you, right? You are risking your life to protect something, and you must be ready to lose everything because of your wrong choice. Outside, Raz spoke to his subordinates that he had confirmed the appearance of the suspicious individuals and requested to return to investigate their identities. In addition, all observations of the Guardian Dragon will be temporarily suspended. One of the subordinates wondered, isn't this the time to keep track of Quick-Intel and the suspicious individuals? Raz replied, now is not the time to provoke the Silver Dragon. That would only make things worse. As he spoke, he brought his hand to his mouth to rub the wound Quick-Intel had just inflicted. In summary, you need to stop the close-range surveillance until you detect any unusual behavior from them. Then report to me. Inside the house, Quick-Intel was blaming herself for not realizing that they had been followed for so long. If Jin and Muraken hadn't come, she might still have underestimated their power. Now she was even more determined to move away from here as soon as tomorrow. The next morning, Jin and Quick-Intel were looking towards the boat that Emiya had been taken on. They felt reassured that Emiya would likely reach Tikan safely, as Muraken was accompanying her. But little did they know this was the real concern. Now it's time to contact Vuletta. She is the guardian dragon of the deputy head of the Zippel clan. She might know a lot of things. A week later, Muraken completed the escort mission and returned to prepare for the battle with Vuletta. He admired Quick-Intel's house, surprised that she had taken such good care of it. They had built it together in the past, but now it was just a memory. At that moment, Quick-Intel returned and announced that she had received a response from Vuletta. She will arrive tomorrow evening. The next evening, on a barren island south of Bement Beach, Quick-Intel was waiting for Vuletta to arrive. If she kept her promise, Vuletta would come here alone. Quick-Intel had made it clear that the reason for summoning her was to ask about Latri from Asmil. If she was truly pretending, she would surely be dealt with by the Silver Dragon. Regardless, Quick-Intel believed that with the honor of a dragon clan, she would surely come here by herself. However, Jin thought otherwise. He believed that Vuletta would not come here alone. If the Zippel clan had indeed kidnapped Latri and was plotting to establish dubious contracts, they would definitely be prepared before arriving. Just as he finished speaking, Winged Dragon Vuletta also arrived, and as predicted, she was not alone, but was accompanied by Ander. He introduced himself to Quick-Intel. I am the deputy head of the Zippel clan, the representative of the god Melzir, Ander Zippel. Seeing this, Quick-Intel angrily asked Vuletta, didn't you promise to come alone? Vuletta explained, when I received the letter from the Silver Dragon, I was with Ander, so I hope you understand. Vuletta asked about Emiya. She wanted to meet the contract signer with the time god Ulta, while also inquiring about where Latri was at that moment. Hurry up and answer, Vuletta, you took Latri away a year ago, right? Since then, the contract signer of Asmil has not been able to find the Guardian Dragon. Hearing this, Vuletta cunningly replied, I wonder how this Lady Silver Dragon would like me to respond. It seems Latri is doing quite well now. Quick-Intel was furious to hear this because the Winged Dragon Vuletta dared to mock her. The two, Muraken and Jin, who were hiding nearby, also didn't expect her to be so arrogant, and it seemed that they had run out of patience. Winged Dragon Vuletta unleashed her power and made a proposal. Quick-Intel, if you hand over the contract signer, I will spare your life. But Quick-Intel definitely wouldn't agree to that anyway. After all, you are just an old chameleon. Hearing this, of course, who wouldn't be angry? Vuletta immediately attacked Quick-Intel. Quick-Intel also had a suggestion. Quickly return Latri here, and I will ensure Vuletta dies peacefully. Ander, hearing this from outside, sneered, it seems this Lady Silver Dragon is dodging Vuletta's attacks quite easily. So now, behold my power. As he spoke, he raised his staff to summon mana, creating a massive shield made of his mana. Jin was also amazed by the scene. This is the first time I've seen the power of a 9-star mage after being resurrected. Ander Zippel, although he had been humiliated by the Runcandel family at the ball, was still a member of the powerful Zippel clan. Inside, after creating a protective shield, Ander began attacking Quick-Intel. Seeing this, she intended to fly up to evade the attack, but it seemed the wind here had been controlled by Vuletta. Thus, Quick-Intel had to endure the strikes from the old man Andra. At the same time, above them, Vuletta also began to approach. She gathered her power and sneered. Quick-Intel has never been my match. Quick-Intel found this amusing and laughed. Is that all it takes for someone to brag so much? Andra quickly summoned lightning to coordinate with his guardian dragon. Immediately afterward, 2 attacks, one of wind and one of lightning, were directed at the silver dragon Quick-Intel outside. Seeing this, Jin thought she was in danger and quickly shouted, Muraken, go help her. But Muraken calmly replied, it's not time yet. Who understands silver dragons better than I do? Just as stated inside, the silver dragon was also showcasing its power. Time had been frozen, and even the attacking magic stood still. Andrew was shocked to see this. It had been a long time since an old man like him had witnessed such a scene. He then said, "Vuletta, quickly attack again." But no matter how much he said it, it was useless because his guardian dragon could no longer move. Due to the ability to manipulate time, Quick-Until charged toward them at the same time. She grabbed Vuletta's tail and slammed it hard down to the ground. Now everyone knows who has the upper hand, right? No class of dragon would dare to be arrogant in front of a time-manipulating class. Seeing this, Andrew shouted, "Quick-Until, stop right now." But who did he think he was to command a stop? Prepare your tools. Next is you. Although she said that deep down, Quick-Until knew that defeating Vuletta had already consumed too much power. To finish off that sorcerer, she would need the help of Jin and Murakan. At that moment, Andrew pulled something out from his body. Murakan was surprised when he saw the object because if he was not mistaken, it was the Origin Stone. This was impossible because it had been destroyed thousands of years ago. How could such an item be in the hands of that old man? Andrew summoned the monster from the Origin Stone and mocked Quick-Until. "You were born as a guardian dragon and have probably always considered yourself strong, but that is just an illusion. Humanity, dragons, and even deities must all submit under the Zippel clan. Quick-Until, accept that and do not resist." On this side, Murakan tells Jin about the Origin Stone. The Origin Stone is a divine artifact created by the gods as a precaution in case the world is ever destroyed. However, it was the gods themselves who destroyed that stone because its power was too terrifying. It was so powerful that it not only protected the world, but could also destroy it. After finishing his story, Murakan immediately wanted to rush to Quick-Until to assist her. While Andrew was still engrossed in conversation with the silver dragon, Murakan had already arrived. The old man, seeing a black dragon here, was extremely surprised, as he knew there were only 2 black dragons in the world. Looking at its appearance, he guessed this was probably Murakan from Runcandel, so it had awakened after thousands of years of slumber. Continuing, he looked at Jin and guessed, surely he is the one who made a pact with the dark god, the youngest son who just recently left his parents' embrace, Jin Runcandel. After saying that, he smiled with a sinister expression. From the beginning, he intended to devour the one who signed the contract with Ulta, but now it seemed the meal was richer than expected. Then he commanded the monster within the stone to awaken Vuletta using some ancient letters. After that, Vuletta awoke stronger than before. She was surrounded by the dark power of the Origin Stone, and then she rushed to greet Murakan. Seeing that Murakan was much weaker than before, Vuletta planned to use a finishing blow to send her friend back to eternal sleep. However, Murakan was still able to easily dodge her attack and counter. Just as expected, it had to be this way. If it were too easy, it wouldn't feel right. Vuletta was very excited because she was about to make a name for herself by taking down a legend from the past. "Since they're so intense over there, we should continue as well," Andrew said. At first, I intended to persuade her and then let her go, but since she had seen something she shouldn't have, she had to die. Even though she was talking to Quick-Until, he ambushed towards Jin. Luckily, you were always on guard, so you weren't hit by that attack. Then Jin used light magic to blind the old man. Seeing this, Vuletta took the opportunity to hit Jin with her tail. He was knocked back, gasping for breath as the monster charged at him, seemingly wanting to swallow him whole. Seeing this, Jin had no choice but to use his trump card. He shattered the pendant that Luna had given him earlier to summon her. And then suddenly, a beam of light shone up into the night sky. Right after that, Luna grabbed a huge sword. The little one didn't even bother to greet her sister when leaving. It must have been quite desperate to seek her help. Andrew broke out in a cold sweat when he saw Luna. He didn't expect the white whale to make it here. When Luna saw the vice head of the Zippel family and his powerful wind dragon guardian, she thought it was indeed worthy of calling her here. She also praised her little brother a bit. "Somehow you've managed to hold on quite well against an opponent of this caliber, huh?" Jin pointed out that she was just a little sure of losing her life, also not forgetting to thank her big sister for coming. Just hearing those words made me realize that Andrew was in deep trouble. Of all people to mess with, hitting the little brother of the white whale could only lead to death. Luna turned towards Andrew and asked if he had business with her brother. I really need an explanation for this. Earlier, Jin was worried that against an opponent like the vice head of the Zippel family and that powerful wind dragon, even if Sister Luna came here, victory was uncertain. But now, looking at the situation, it seemed he had guessed wrong. The outcome of this battle was clear. At this moment, Murakan and Quick-Until also reached Jin's side. He said, "It's best for all 3 of us to step back. Since Vuletta has controlled the wind, I cannot help Luna. But anyway, thank you, Jin, because if it weren't for your big sister, the 3 of us would probably be done for here." As for Andra, although he was astonished, he asserted that the Runcandel clan had broken their oath to Zippel. Your youngest brother, Jin Runcandel, has used magic. The Zippel clan will not easily overlook this. Luna, upon hearing this, scoffed, saying that this news would never reach the Zippel clan. The old man Andra became furious at the insolence of the girl. He commanded the monster to attack Luna, but she was now on a different level. With a flash of light, the monster was sliced into 1,000 pieces. She mocked, saying that all the members of the Zippel clan she had encountered were adept at nonsensical talk, and it seemed the deputy clan leader was no exception. As soon as she finished speaking, she continued her attack towards Wind Dragon Bull. She asked, "Do you still want to maintain that form? That will only give me more places to cut." Then Valletta transformed into a human shape, revealing that he was a man. Under Andra's orders, Valletta knew what he needed to do. He summoned the power of wind around him, forming a spear combined with the evil energy from Andra's origin stone, an evil force. It was not magic, it was closer to a power and resembled the kind of strength emitted by the demon race. Luna guessed that the dragon tribe needed a little more time to use that item effectively. It was hard to believe that the deputy head of the Zippel tribe and the powerful wind dragon would wager their lives on such a thing. Do you really think that thing can save your lives? As Luna spoke, Valletta thrust her spear with all her might towards her. Luna swung her sword to block the attack. Following that, the two clashed repeatedly, battling for dominance. But that was only until Luna had not yet used her full strength. Right after that, she easily inflicted a serious injury on Valletta. Seeing that the wind dragon had nothing interesting left to show her, Luna decided to end it quickly. She pointed her sword towards the sky, using the third technique of Runcandel, meteor shower. Jin recalled what Uncle Zed had taught: the swordsmanship of our family is like a punisher. It has devastating power, fights, punishes, and rules. The thoughts of the family permeate the sword as a unified entity. Because of that, the swords of the Runcandel family did not have a fixed shape. Jin finally saw the family's philosophy in the sword strokes of his sister Luna. The third sword technique, meteor shower. It was so dazzling, so beautiful, and powerful to the point of despair. Andra stood frozen under Luna's attack. The wind dragon Valletta rushed in to block the blow for him and urged him to regain his composure. But Andra still couldn't believe his eyes. It was utterly ridiculous for someone who had not entered into a pact with the gods or the dragon tribe to possess such power. How could she have such strength? How could it possibly be the strength of a human? Valletta lifted his spirits. As long as you are alive, we can still win. Even if I die, can't you still bring me back to life with the magic stone? Those words reignited Andra's fighting spirit. He believed that as long as he could still use the magic stone, he would not die. As long as he had it, he would remain the embodiment of the god. After the meteor shower attack, Luna revealed a not-so-pleasant expression. Although the wind dragon retained only one wing, Luna thought she needed to train much harder to reach her father's level. That said, it was enough to teach the Zippel family a lesson. Moreover, the boy Jin had also gained motivation. In the end, if you cannot reach our father's level, then it will surely be up to me, Luna thought. Lost in thought, a creature approached her. It was Andra, merged with a magical stone. Nuraken guessed that the stones were likely created by the Zippel family using contract signers. Though they appeared to be of low quality, that did not diminish their danger. As he spoke, Nuraken transformed back into his dragon form. He said he would take Jin and Quantel out of this place. Jin, you must follow me. This place is too dangerous. Jin, of course, disagreed. Sister Luna is still here. We should all fight together. Despite this, Nuraken continued to advise him to leave, assuring him that with her power, his sister could handle things. With your sister's strength, you can rest assured you won't be able to help here. But Jin remained determined to stay. Ever since he made a contract with Solderit, he had been revived and met Nuraken. He felt that from the beginning, his starting point and luck had surpassed that of his siblings. However, he still had no idea where he stood now. Accepting to flee without resistance made him no different from a useless member of the family. Therefore, this time, Jin was resolute in not allowing himself to feel that way again. He must become stronger. Nuraken watched this scene and saw that little Jin was indeed a brave person. The fact that he showed such a high fighting spirit upon witnessing this made him extremely proud. If he maintains this spirit, it won't be long before the boy becomes the best in the entire continent. Until then, Nuraken would always watch over and protect him. On this side, Luna was still asking, "Do you really think that transforming a little bit can kill me? What a delusion of failure." Hearing this, he immediately demonstrated it to her. He extended his hand towards her and shot out a powerful wave of energy. It was extremely difficult for Luna to withstand that attack. Andra smirked and said, "Right now, there are 12 gods whose power I am siphoning, so Luna Runcandel wouldn't be left to counter me. But for a swordsman, having just one sword is more than enough." Luna said, If you fight you with that disgusting magic of yours, then at the very least, I'll show you half the power I will display from now on, along with contempt and pity. Saying that, Luna swung her sword and charged at him. Andrew was startled. Previously, he had faced many swordsmen, but this was the first time he saw bloodlight. Even so, this was a desperate situation. He was confident that his transformation had reached the level of a god, so he retaliated. But right after that, with her sword skill and blood moon ability, Luna cleaved the self-proclaimed god Andrew in two. However, there was one unexpected thing. The essence stone exploded. Luna was very close at that moment, so it was nearly impossible for her to evade it. She was preparing herself to withstand its attack when suddenly a voice called from the sky. It was Jin and Barakan coming to help. It seemed that today her youngest sibling was saving her again. The next day, in the Bemet Empire, Raz was reporting to the king about the southern island that had disappeared the night before. Nearby, a tornado that consumed everything had also been discovered. In addition, a large amount of mana had been detected around that area. Part of the cause is human, but most of the power belongs to the Silver Dragon and the Wind Dragon. Upon hearing this, the king inquired, "Isn't the Wind Dragon the guardian dragon of the Zippel family? This must be related to them." Raz added, "It seems that the Wind Dragon has died and has left behind some pieces of Vuletta. As for the source of energy, it is mostly due to contract signers, and there is also another concerning energy source." Regarding Andrew, Raz reported that he was still searching but had no results. The other person, hearing this, slammed the table in anger. "There have been too many omissions in the reports lately. Have you identified the previous guest of Quick and Tell?" Hearing this, Raz could only bow his head and admit his fault. Then I guess it can't be helped. In this kingdom, if you can't do it, who else can? Moreover, don't reveal anything to the news. If India is not found by tonight, report her missing. Send more people towards the Zippel territory, and do not let any issues arise. The person who was just talking to Raz is the Emperor of Bemet, Amerbaman. Elsewhere, Bishkal Ibriano and Bluebear Gaston have also just learned about Andrew using the Demon Stone. Bluebear is cursing the Zippel clan for daring to destroy the Demon Stone he created. He cannot forgive them because it is still not completed. Bishkal is also upset with their actions because, owing to the Zippel clan, he has not been able to kill this pig. Bishkal tells Bluebear that for now, Kinzenlo will temporarily postpone cooperation with the Zippel clan, so they will no longer associate with them. In the hidden chamber of the Zippel clan, Selayak has also recognized his younger brother. His guardian dragon says perhaps he is left with Vuletta. Moreover, he took the Demon Stone and was still killed. Selayak suspects that the power of that silver dragon and those involved at the time was beyond imagination. The guardian dragon guesses, could it be the shadow dragon Misha? She is the one who once killed an enormous region in Kinzenlo. With her power, this makes sense. Misha is the sister of Murakan. Above all, Quick and Tell is Murakan's ex-girlfriend, so she is not entirely an outsider to her. Now Selayak understands. Now you know what we need to do next. Do you want me to find that black dragon? The guardian dragon Kadun says that is impossible. If the black dragons want to hide, not even the heavens can find them. Selayak remained remarkably calm. Of course, he felt sadness over his younger brother's death, but this had all been anticipated. The headache now was having to call someone to create another Demon Stone. Without it, capturing the Runcandel family before Chiron died would be impossible. The same went for the Dark Sea King. It was an inevitable task to seize power in the world, or at least to become a supreme deity. Transitioning to Tikin, Jin's group finally arrived after several days. Gilly was astonished to see them, as in addition to Jin and the others, Lady Luna was also with them. A few hours later, Murakan had to take special care of her because Jai kept thinking that young Master Jin was about to be expelled from the family. Seeing this, Luna questioned, "Has my wet nurse misunderstood something? She seems very worried about me." At the same time, Lord Kashmir entered, having rushed over upon hearing the news of their return. Jin introduced the person sitting on the sofa as Luna Runcandel, his sister. Just hearing the name Luna left Lord Kashmir utterly shocked. It was indeed an honor to meet the white whale here. Jin continued, "All right, let me introduce the person sitting on the sofa, Guardian Dragon Silver, Guardian Dragon of Miss Enid of Quikentel." In Kashmir's mind, numbers quickly sprang to mind, and he bent over at a 90-degree angle to greet her. He wasn't foolish enough to provoke another dragon. Quikentel shot a bullet-like gaze at Kashmir and asked, "Where is Enya?" Kashmir quickly replied, "She is with her daughter and Legtree. Legtree just returned 3 hours ago, but he noticed something very strange. Legtree cannot remember what happened during his disappearance. He only remembers that Vuletta insisted on not teaching him dragon language. He doesn't remember anything else. Currently, Legtree was completely intact, so they couldn't say that the Zippel family had kidnapped him. Kashmir believed that he was not abducted. That's not true. Quick and Tell opposed. I heard them admit it myself. Murakami then spoke up. Perhaps the Zippel family is erasing any traces related to the demon stones and Latry's memories. I suspect those demon stones must have some effect, which is why they had to replicate the original stone. Murakami continued, they might want to become deities. With the power of the stone, they could gather the strength of the gods. At that time, they could eliminate anyone who opposes them and become the sole supreme deity. Anyway, that's a matter for the future. Kashmir said, for now, you all should rest here. I will gather more information through Pewfester. I will also take Miss Quigantle to see Miss Enya. At the same time, Gilly also woke up and asked, young master, why did I faint? Just waking up, her eyes still wide open. The first thing she saw was the image of Miss Luna. Gilly then understood the reason for her previous fainting. That night, everyone held a party to celebrate the recent victory. Luna said, Jin, you've done a lot in the past 2 months. From breaking up the underground auction house in Arkan, killing Vice Master Zippel and his wind dragon. Furthermore, you were able to use magic even though you haven't been taught at all. You really are impressive. Sitting next to her, Gilly forced a smile. She thought she would definitely be in trouble if Miss Luna discovered these matters. Who would have guessed that the young lady would side with the young master? Now, there was only the need to hide it from the head of the family. As soon as she finished speaking, Luna said, my father already knows about this. Gilly was taken aback. Luna continued, everything has been reported to my father. Jin then said, Gilly, don't worry too much because tomorrow Luna and I will go to meet my father. Upon hearing this, the other two were even more surprised. How could a reserve flag bearer return to the family at this time? Jin stated, I'm going back to warn him about the actions of the Zippel family. They are plotting to attack Runcandel. Luna rebutted, isn't it better for you to talk to Dad about these matters? If you return without permission, there will be serious consequences. Are you planning to give up on the flag bearer exam? Jin replied, since Dad already knows everything is my fault, it's best that I tell him myself. Luna reminded her one last time, if you keep being stubborn like this, he will really kill you. Don't think that because you're the favorite, you can do whatever you want. Jin frankly said, isn't Sister Luna here? I trust you will stop him. Seeing her brother so determined, Luna decided not to stop him anymore. She would return with Jin the next day. Hilly asked, why is Miss Luna doing this for the young master? Luna only smiled and said, because in this house, the siblings are always ready to kill each other, so Jin just needs someone who can protect him, and I believe that he has his own way. The next day, as soon as they arrived home, the two were warmly welcomed by the family. Runtia led the family's forces to block Luna and Jin. She could not believe that the eldest sister Luna did not intervene, but instead brought Jin back at this time. Beside her, Vigo pointed at Jin and said, youngest, are you crazy? How can a reserve flag bearer dare to go to the martial arts garden? Mew and Anne also added a few words, perhaps because Sister Luna was too biased towards him. Everything happening here was just as Luna thought. The younger siblings were all prepared for this, and even their father was aware of the situation. Inside, Mary and Diffus looked out and still didn't understand what the other two were doing. Could it be that the little one wants to experience what it's like after death? But if the little one dies, who will compete with his sister, which is me? Outside, Luna and Runtia were still arguing with each other. It was known that Jin wanted to find their father, so Runtia allowed him to enter the study to meet him. As for Sister Luna, she had to stay outside. The first flag bearer had to leave his weapon behind and wait. What if I don't want to? Upon hearing that, the other siblings assumed fighting stances. Runtia said this was the order of the family head. Any resistance would result in immediate death. Don't worry about me, Jin said. I'm just going to talk to Dad as his son, it's nothing major. Hearing this, the siblings fell silent. This guy has lost his mind. As Jin walked toward the study, he thought maybe his siblings had never understood their father. Even though the flag bearer returning to the family was against the rules, Dad wasn't the kind of person who cared about such regulations. He believed if he had the chance to talk like before, there would definitely be no problems. So Jin knocked on the door. Just as he expected, nothing happened, except the door exploded. Jin had no idea that all of his predictions had gone completely wrong. Your father called out, perhaps I have overestimated you. I gave you 5 years, but why are you here now? Jin also understood the concept of a unified swordsman, whose sword energy could easily defeat opponents from a distance, meaning he still had a soft spot for him. Jin then replied, I just wanted to visit you. Deep down, he knew he couldn't say sorry. He could be confident, but not arrogant. Chiron fell silent upon hearing this, as he had never heard any child speak to him in such a manner before. He then said, does knowing out help you gain this ridiculous love of family? Jin responded, no, I have always cherished you. Immediately, a killing intent radiated from Chiron, and Jin was unsure of what he had said wrong. This time, he might truly be in danger. At that moment, Chiron covered his mouth with a book, thinking to himself, I almost laughed out loud. It turned out that his near laughter made his son nearly spill his guts. Then Chiron told Jin, "Let's get to the point. What could you bring me?" Jin replied, "Yes, it's Deputy Clan Leader Zippel, who was mocked by Father at the banquet that deceased. There are also a few other things. If Father is okay with it, do you want me to report on what happened?" Hearing this, Chiron closed the book he was reading. He went down and said, "Just sit down. I will listen to what you have to say." After that, Jin narrated in detail everything that had happened to him. Jin guessed that Andrew Zippel could not truly be Selaek's right hand. Although he was the deputy clan leader, his strength was vastly inferior to that of Luna. Chiron nodded at Jin's reasoning. "That's right. That scoundrel is just a deputy clan leader. The one who holds the second greatest power after Selaek is someone else." After Chiron's conclusion, Jin continued speaking about another important matter, which was the scoundrels who had used an object called the Demon Stone. Jin said, "As I see it, it's a replica of the origin stone created by the gods." Upon hearing this, Chiron stroked his chin and said, "Did Muraken tell you about this?" Jin was slightly surprised but nodded in agreement. He asked, "Did Father already know that Muraken had awakened?" Chiron replied, "I also know that Jin can use mana, so Jin had to reveal all his secrets." In the end, his father laughed heartily. The matter of going to Muraken was merely speculation. How can a grain of rice compete with a chicken? Who would have thought that a great black dragon would fall from being a dragon to a mere cat? Chiron believed that further investigation into the stone was necessary. If it was a primordial replica, it would indeed be very dangerous. He wondered whether the Dark Sea King was aware of this matter. After all, these beings were fragments of the primordial origin, so if they knew, they would surely take some action. Thinking this, he told Jin that he would not pursue the matter and allowed him to make a request. Jin wished that his father would not allow anyone from the Runcandel family to set foot in the free city of Tikan. Chiron accepted his request, but with one condition: capture one person. The hidden master of Tikan, the swordmaster Kashmir. Do this to prove yourself. He set a deadline of 1 year for Jin to compel that wretched person to submit to Runcandel. Seconds later, the swordmaster Kashmir stood right in front of Chiron. So this time, a grain of rice was able to compete with a chicken, my friends. Kashmir felt immense pressure standing before Chiron. It was the first time he had encountered the strongest swordsman in the entire continent, Chiron Runcandel. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he was a guest of young Master Jin, so there was no need to be afraid. As soon as he finished thinking, he bowed his head to greet to ease his fear. Chiron turned to his son and asked, "What is the relationship between the two of you?" Jin replied loudly, "Regarding our relationship with the Swordmaster Kashmir, it feels as if fate has arranged it." Mr. Kashmir was startled to hear this. If they described themselves as destined, wouldn't that mean Tikan would be a shared asset of Runcandel? Or was he implying that destiny has arranged it, which could mean Runcandel and Tikan could be the same? At that moment, Chiron understood how cunning his youngest son was. After deceiving his father, he still stood there confidently. Having said that, he accepted Jin's previous request. From now on, no member of the Runcandel family could set foot in Tikan without Jin's permission. After finishing his words, Chiron allowed Jin to step out so he could talk to Kashmir. Now, Kashmir had to face that fierce demon alone. Once Jin stepped outside, he saw the Tona brothers running over to greet him. They seemed to have been watching the tense situation unfold. Jin was fine now, but he quickly asked the two older brothers to keep an eye on the junior cadets on his side. Assuming both brothers agreed, he immediately left before they could say anything. The Tona brothers couldn't understand how their younger brother could be so carefree when meeting their father. Truly a demon. Outside, people seemed surprised to see Jin come out unscathed. Jin told Sister Luna to go inside quickly because father needed to talk to her. Just then, Kashmir also came outside after a light conversation with Sir Chiron, and just looking at his face, one could tell he was quite impressive. Anne saw these people running around in a panic and scolded them, but it seemed no one responded. "Ranchia, put your sword away because it looks like the chief has handled everything. Now they have no right to intervene." Jin waved goodbye to Sister Luna one last time, and this time he returned to Tikan to focus on his training. A month later, at the underground training grounds of Kashmir's mansion, Jin Runcandel faced Alicia Badger for their 30th duel, marking Jin's 30th defeat and likely heading toward his 31st loss. In early August 1795, the Zippel clan officially announced the deaths of Andra and Vuletta, but since they did not disclose the cause, many rumors began to circulate. Some said they were killed in an internal conflict, while others claimed they died while fighting the council. A few rumors even suggested they were assassinated for offending King Bement. But the most credible rumor was that they died in battle against the Runcandels. People speculated that a conflict between the Zippel and Runcandel clans would soon erupt. They began discussing whether swords or magic would prevail. The answer would be revealed when the intervening power turned its back on one of the two sides. A guard reported to Chiron about a few small kingdoms, asking for assistance. Chiron requested to send help and gifts to them. This was necessary now. It seemed that this was all the result of the mischief caused by the youngest one. Now he had taken control of this entire family. Saying that, Chiron instructed Khan, "I will go to the Black Sea. If Kashmir sends a letter, bring it to me immediately." At the training grounds of the Kashmir estate, Jin Runcandel was diligently practicing as usual. Months had passed since he last met his siblings. Although he had swung his sword thousands of times, Jin still felt his swordsmanship remained the same. He recalled the battle on that island at night. If it weren't for Sister Luna, he would have died there. Although he was already one of the finest on the continent at his current age, it was still not enough for the battles ahead. His father had given him 5 years. He had become stronger than his siblings within that time. At that moment, Kashmir entered from afar and advised him to stop this training. He suggested, "If you keep this up every day, even with the divine strength of the Runcandel family, you won't be able to hold on." Inya felt sorry for Jin, torturing himself like this. Kashmir approached as well. He said, "I understand how Jin feels right now. However, haste is the most toxic thing. It will only lead you to go against the path you have chosen. I'm so embarrassed. Even though I know that avoiding it isn't easy at all." Kashmir said, "There's nothing to be ashamed of. Who can train as much as you do in a day? That's really impressive. But you should change your training to something that makes you feel calmer." Jin wondered, "Is there such a way?" Kashmir replied, "Yes, you should try sparring with someone stronger than you." Jin asked, "Are you suggesting that I spar with you?" Upon hearing this, Kashmir drew his sword to demonstrate his skills. Although his recent performance in front of Jin had been somewhat lacking, the title of a master swordsman is no joke. Then Kashmir sheathed his sword and said, "Until Jin gets stable, the two of you will spar with each other. For now, you should train with the strongest guard of Tiken, which is Alicia." Just in time, she brought her daughter here. Kashmir set a 6-month deadline for Jin to defeat his wife. He could use anything he had to fight, whether it be magic or throwing weapons. Jin looked at Alicia and assessed her. At first glance, aside from her physical strength, she didn't seem very strong. While thinking this, Julia on the other side started crying loudly because Jin was very weak. "Why is Mom fighting him? I will stand by Jin because Mom told me to protect the weak." Alicia comforted Jin, "Don't be sad, because my daughter doesn't know how to lie." Hearing this, Jin could only smile. So that's a comfort? After discussing, the two agreed that the match would be held after dinner, and they would compete every day for the next 6 months. Jin was still afraid of bothering Alicia, but it would be over quickly. 2 days later, Jin's first training day with Alicia began. Before the match, Alicia introduced herself as a former member of the Bemet Special Forces. Therefore, there would be no mercy in the fights with Jin. She warned him, "Even if you lose badly, don't get discouraged." After saying that, Alicia took his stance and prepared to strike. Jin was confident that he could at least withstand a few blows before failing. Then Alicia's one punch came forward. Amidst the dust, Jin managed to block the first blow after activating all his equipment. Alicia was slightly surprised that he could stop it. At that moment, Jin used light magic to temporarily blind her. Immediately afterward, he took a stance and rushed to attack her. Now, Jin knew what he was preparing for next. Surely he would be getting a visit from the doctor. A few days later, at the Kashmir mansion, Jin and Alicia were discussing the previous match. Alicia expressed surprise, thinking he wouldn't be able to attack a second time on the first day. She noted that it seemed Jin had prepared very thoroughly for that battle. She also asked, "What was that light you used in the battle, Jin?" Jin explained that it was a type of ancient magic, and I admit that I probably won't be able to win with such tricks. Alicia objected, saying that this was the reason Jin always defeated stronger opponents. He always meticulously prepared everything before entering battle. As for Jin, he also realized that this was the first time he had completely failed in a match. Could he possibly defeat her in the next 6 months? Outside, Kashmir was still carefully recording every conversation between the two. It seemed that the previous discussion with Lord Chiron was about this matter. He would report Jin's situation to him. A month later, on May 22, 1795, in an unprotected area in the eastern continent, also known as the Black Sea, Chiron Runcandel was training and slaying monsters here. At that moment, Khan came to report news about young Master Jin. He handed Kashmir's letter to the master of the house. This letter had been received 10 days prior. Chiron then opened it to read, and inside were the disgusting words of Kashmir. "Dear esteemed Lord Chiron Runcandel, I, a humble knight, respectfully send this letter to you." The content of the conversation was not disclosed by the author. Chiron was furious as he read this. I asked him to report on his youngest son, but it seemed he was a very sensitive person. Khan immediately suggested that next time he would ask him to summarize. Chiron wondered what his youngest son was doing on a secluded island. He had heard recently that Jin had been knocked out by that Kashmir's wife. The first duel ended in 3 rounds. The second lasted 5 rounds, the 7th 10 rounds, the 12th 25 rounds. The 13th he endured 10 rounds, and this letter mentioned that in the 14th match he seemed to have lost a lot. Chiron spoke. Khan thought that perhaps Lord Chiron found it amusing that the young master was losing. Just then he heard from Lord Chiron that the one facing the young master was from the special division of Bemin. Khan quickly congratulated Lord Chiron, as not everyone could compete with those from the special department. Chiron continued, the letter stated that in the 14th match, Jin endured 120 attacks. He had broken his own limits. If he were the eldest, I would have handed the Runcandel family over to him without regret. But it is quite a pity. When Khan heard these words, he was surprised, as it was the first time he had heard the owner mention an heir. There had been many times he had observed, but he had never referred to a specific person. The only reason Joshua was in that position was that Luna had stepped back. This was not something proposed by the clan leader. Nevertheless, Khan still advised Lord Chiron to hold off on discussing the inheritance matter, as although young Master Jin was suitable at present, the future was uncertain. He was not cold-hearted. Although kind-natured, he was also quite soft-hearted. Chiron agreed with this. At this point, Jin was completely different from Joshua. When necessary, a person must be able to cast aside their family. That is the instinct of a Runcandel family member. With that, Chiron ordered Khan to return, but he did not forget to ask why the letter had arrived here a full 10 days late. Khan, why did the letter arrive so late? Khan apologized and replied, because the road here was plagued with 2 meat monsters causing delays. Upon hearing this, Chiron casually swung a blade of air tearing through the mountain. So make sure to arrive earlier next time. At Jin's place, it was the 93rd day he had begun training with Alicia. She remarked, Jin is a truly wonderful person. I never thought that in such a short time you could push me back this much. After talking with Alicia, Jin continued to take out the sword to practice as usual. Alicia stood to the side, watching and sensing him progress with each swing of his sword, but that progress was truly unusual. She guessed it might be because his aura and mana were continuously rising, and the thing that facilitated that was probably the power of darkness. After all, no matter how outstanding his talent was, it was only his persistent will that would give those things meaning. At this rate, she would have to forget the 6-month deadline. Alicia thought Jin might defeat her as soon as tomorrow. The next day, Jin and Alicia continued to train as usual. Alicia noticed a vast opening in Jin's fence, assuming it would be a victory like any other day, but this time was different. Jin had tricked her and slipped behind her. Then with a swing of his sword, one of Alicia's shoulders was severely injured. He quickly stopped the match and called Enya over. While Enya was tending to Alicia's injuries, Jin thought to himself, something felt off about that last match. That strike of mine was something Alicia could have easily dodged. Indeed, it was true. Alicia also felt that when Jin launched his attack, she had thought he was moving as usual and had been complacent, not dodging. Although this win was merely an accident, she believed that not long after Jin reached 6 stars, she would truly be defeated at its hands. On December 1, 1795, Jin and Muraken were going out to buy ice cream to enjoy on a winter day. At this moment, the two encountered Kashmir and his daughter. Kashmir said, I want to talk to you a bit about work. I have investigated Bishkal Ibriano. His family is currently declining due to a lack of talent, and the only one with the potential to become the next head of the family is Bishkal. Moreover, this Bishkal Ibriano might also be related to the Kinzenlo organization. According to the gathered information, he visits the Kazano territory once a week. And when he goes there, he always visits the workshop of Buber Gaston. Kashmir continued, I also guessed that Buber's rank is slightly higher than Bishkal's. Jin thought for a moment and said, so the Kinzenlo organization is not simple. It's not surprising that someone at rank 8 like Bishkal is willing to join since they have done such things in their past life. Jin asked further, is there any other information about Spider-Hands Alan? Kashmir replied, although the members of Hugh Fester have thoroughly searched as if they were cleaning up rubbish, they still found no information about him before he arrived in Tessing. Jin suspects that someone may have deliberately erased his tracks. When he was done with work, Jin thanked Kashmir for helping him find the information. Just as it was about to be time for the match, Jin said, how about we go and watch it together, Kashmir? This time, Jin was sure he would show him something that even he had just discovered recently. At the arena, Alicia was very surprised to see her husband arrive. She said, how come you are here today? Because today I didn't want you to see me lose. Upon hearing his wife's words, Kashmir was a bit shocked. After all, it had only been 3 months since they started. Could it be that he had already surpassed Alicia? Now, let's get started. As it began, for the first time summoning something, to everyone's astonishment, a green phoenix appeared behind him. In this world, mages from 6-star rank are granted the power to form contracts with anyone. However, no mage can know which type of phoenix they will form a contract with. This is because mages can only open portals to the fiery world, and the choice is entirely up to the phoenixes themselves. They will choose their deserving masters. For this reason, all mages hope to be chosen by a special kind of phoenix. Among all the most rare types of special phoenixes, there is one that carries the power of blue flame, and that is Tess. All mages who successfully summon Tess are masters in their era. And now back to the battle with Alicia. It had become an uneven fight as Jin's side had 2 versus 1. Jin ordered Tess to attack Alicia. "Alicia, be careful," Jin shouted. She sensed that the fire magic was not ordinary flames. The blue fire carried a strange power. When it touched her body, she felt her body becoming heavier. It seemed to be a force that pressed her body down. Therefore, Alicia decided she needed to quickly end the battle before it was too late. On Jin's side, he could still summon Tess for another 3 minutes. He also intended to finish the fight quickly within that time frame. Next, Jin used a sword strike combined with wind magic. This caused Alicia to step back and adopt a defensive stance. Jin realized that in every attack Alicia made, she aimed to overpower her opponent no matter the situation. She was surely eager to regain that dominance now, and he would take advantage of it to attack. With that thought, Jin struck towards Alicia with his sword. He continuously combined dark power with sword techniques for a series of strikes. Additionally, he did not forget to mix in magic attacks. Then, under Jin's attacking circumstances, Alicia decided to counterattack instead of remaining in a defensive position. "Enough, I won't give up," Alicia shouted, grabbing Jin's sword. Finally, it had come. "All right, this time I've caught you," Alicia said determinedly. But as she prepared to strike, Alicia found that Jin was no longer in front of her. At that moment, he was right behind her. Thus, a wind magic strike defeated Alicia, a former special agent of Bemin. A few minutes later in Kashmir's mansion, Nurakin was gaping in astonishment as he listened to the report. It wasn't about defeating Alicia, but rather about how Jin had summoned the Phoenix Tess. Even Quick Intel couldn't believe his ears and knelt down. In the training yard, Jin and Alicia were still talking to each other. Jin expressed his gratitude to her for the training days that had passed. At that moment, Murakin and Quick Intel, upon hearing the news, rushed over. Murakin urgently shouted for Jin to call Tess out for him to see. So, Tess was summoned by Jin. Above, Quick Intel immediately knelt down to worship the Lord of Fire. Murakin, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" "Long time? What long time?" Tess flew over and continuously tapped Murakin on the forehead. Seeing this scene, for some reason, Kashmir felt an unusual refreshment within. Jin, witnessing this, didn't know what else to do and withdrew Tess to save Murakin. Jin curiously asked, "Why does Lord Murakin have to endure humiliation from that bird?" Murakin, with a headache, explained to Jin, "That's not the true form of Tess. You can only witness its real being in Fire World. Fire World is just a name used by the gods and dragons to refer to their dwelling place, as even the mightiest gods do not know what the true name of that place is." Jin wondered, so if the gods don't know that place, then it's beyond their control, right? Indeed, that's right. Murakin said that was the reason even the fire god Shinu could not use fire there. Then Murakin pointed to the sky, preparing to say something important. In the past, several gods and dragon clans had taken it upon themselves to leave the fire world. And then one day, it started causing trouble and made Tess angry. He burned 5 gods and 7 dragon clans on the spot. Hearing this, Jin rubbed his chin and asked Murakin, "If Tess is that strong, is there any way to unleash all that power?" "Of course, that is impossible." Murakin replied, "No matter how strong the human is, they cannot fully unleash that power, because nothing can unleash the full power of an entity from another dimension. It is generally viewed as a type of balance. It is also why the gods in this world cannot accomplish anything significant. In short, Murakin thinks someone like Jin should have been incinerated in the fire world. How could he summon Tess like this?" He further added that Tess had asked him to convey that he really likes you. Jin found Tess to be much greater than he had thought. With Shinu being the fire god and governing the fire of the whole world, fire attacks on the guardian dragon or his contractee would be ineffective. But now, he had Tess. Once the Runcandel clan and Zimple clashed, that blue flame would be immense support. On May 2, 1976, in the Black Sea, Chiron Runcandel was reading a report letter about Jin. Although he knew his youngest child had just been chosen by Tess, he felt no interest in the Phoenix. Moreover, in the report, the section about Jin's swordsmanship was barely written. He grumbled. Even though he had previously allowed Jin to use magic and concealed weapons, he was still a Runcandel. Then Chiron called for Khan. Does Ron Heron have a grandson? Chiron asked. Khan replied, a few days ago, I also received information about Ron's grandson entering the tournament of the modern world. Dan Heron participated in the tournament under a pseudonym. The tournament of the modern world is a competition between pirates. 10 years ago, Manhwa Recap was the winner of the overall competition. Chiron ordered Khan to send Jin to participate in that tournament. I believe that under the watchful eyes of many, Jin will be forced to use his sword instead of magic, and fighting against a genius will make him realize that the Runcandel family must prove themselves with the sword. At that time, Taken Kashmir also received a letter and an application to join the tournament sent by Khan. He then told Jin about Ron Heron's grandson participating in the tournament. Ron Heron was once considered Chiron's equal before becoming the head of the family, and Dan Heron was his favorite grandson, so he must be very strong. Jin listened to this and thought for a while before deciding not to participate, which made Kashmir pale with fear. So he had to make an effort to persuade him, otherwise it would end badly for him with Sir Chiron. Seeing this, Jin also stopped teasing and agreed to participate in the competition. Jin now knew that Kashmir, who was standing in front of him, was busy and not to be underestimated. At this moment, Kashmir announced, Jin, you need to set off tomorrow because the deadline is almost up. After saying that, he immediately ran away, fearing that if he lingered, Jin might change his mind. A few days later, Jin arrived at the Belado Empire, an island located in the southern part of the continent. This was the first time Jin had been to a place like this since Mammoth. This place was even more sickly than Mammoth. It was surprising that a tournament could even be held here. The competition, although called a contest, allowed participants to kill their opponents. Moreover, there were no restrictions on weapons. Even before the match began, participants could assassinate or poison their opponents. It was unexpected that the grandson of the great Heron family would participate in a competition in such a place. The head of that family must be out of their mind. Well, whatever the reason, it didn't matter. It was thanks to that he had the opportunity to fight him. Thinking this, Jin passed by Danth and Veridin. Unexpectedly, our clown has also come to this place, my friends. After that, Jin went to the registration area for the competition. In front of him was a grumpy old man who seemed to be the manager of this contest. He asked, who are you? Are you here to participate in the competition? Jin replied, that's right. I came here to register. The old man waved his hand to signal Jin to leave and said, registration time is over. You better go outside and die in some corner. That would be for the best. Jin was quite sure that the registration period was still valid until sunset. Hearing this, the old man got very irritated. He bluntly said, I'm not in the mood right now, so I won't register you. Do you not understand, or are you just pretending not to understand? Jin took out 2 gold coins and approached him. Everyone thought Jin was about to bribe the old man, but they were completely wrong. Jin punched the old man, knocking out a couple of his teeth and sending him spinning. Jin looked at him and asked, is this enough? Now write my name down. Hearing this, the old man chuckled, this kid, you have some guts, don't you? I like that. Now I will register you here. Then he handed Jin the registration form and instructed, you will be on board 13. Quickly take it and go to your accommodation, and the people inside will gently guide you through the rest. With all the romance and love, I, the master of the Pirate Island Cosmos, am pleased to welcome you to join this competition. After a while, Jin was walking with a guide to room 13. The other person saw that Jin was still just a kid and complained. This year, there are so many kids participating like ants. He said there was another kid who had beaten the captain just like you. It's a pity you two aren't in the same group. I really wanted to see you two tear each other apart. Saying that, he wished Jin good luck. If you perform well, you too might be in the finals, but it seems that will take quite a bit of luck on your part. After walking a little longer, they arrived at the gathering place for Group 13. He told Jin he would stay here until this group started. I hope you can keep your life until then. As for the accommodation situation, he told Jin to find his own way inside. Jin noticed that this competition had never had enough rooms for all the candidates from the start. Each room had 2 to 3 people. They probably wanted the contestants to fight each other before the matches began. This felt more like a survival game than a strength competition. While thinking, Jin walked inside and someone said to him, get out of here. Can't you see there are already 3 people in here? I'm going to count to 3, and before I finish counting, it's best you be out of my sight. Saying that, Jin immediately counted 1. The other person, hearing this, started to sweat profusely. 2, 3. And thus, he was kicked out of the room before the eyes of the others. The remaining 2 people in the room were also quickly sent off to the other side by Jin. He then picked up the sword and asked, now is there anyone else who wants to stay? What more is there to hesitate about? The group rushed in to attack collectively. Moments later, the pirates who had just charged at Jin began to regret their actions. One by one, they were easily taken down by Jin, his sword gliding through the air as smoothly as slicing sugarcane. In the end, Jin had dealt with all the opponents here. Jin thought, even though this place is lawless, it doesn't compare to Mammoth at all. A few hours later, the guide returned to room 13. He looked at Jin and said, "Things will get a bit troublesome. Are you planning to kill everyone before the match starts?" Jin smiled and replied, "This is just a minor event before the main course today." The guide was quite pleased to hear that. He said, "I didn't expect you to be more than just arrogant. Just as the captain said before, you truly are a person of ambition." Saying that, he urged Jin to follow him quickly. "Tables 1 and 2 will start soon, so let's go outside and watch." Outside in the arena, the atmosphere was incredibly enthusiastic. The guide warned Jin not to use his sword in the spectator area. "That's prohibited, so be obedient." Jin calmly looked around and remarked, "I can't believe so many people have come to watch. Even though no one probably recognizes me, it seems I still need to disguise myself a bit." At the same time, there were whispers discussing a person who had defeated more than half of the contestants in Group 13. Jin heard this and immediately knew who it was, hurriedly moving to another place. But over here, it was also an equally thrilling story. They were discussing one of the contestants who belonged to the Runcandel family. A reserve flag bearer from the Runcandel house, one person spoke up. This was sent by some pirates under Cosmos' command. The audience couldn't help but get excited, wondering if the Runcandel person was Daytona, Haytona, or Jin himself, unaware that the person was right in front of them. Jin nearby wondered, how did they even know the names of the Tona brothers? But if those two really participated, he promised to punish them by making them stand guard. And now the main event of the day began. Above, Cosmos was speaking. "Welcome everyone to today's race. Thank you for responding to my call and gathering here. Now the race begins. The first main contestant to enter the arena today was the one who made it to the top 16 last year, the favored one of the sharp pirates, Mentis. Welcoming his opponent is a debuting contestant. Is there something hidden behind that youthful appearance? Let's welcome the young swordsman Paul Mick." When Jin looked at the young man Paul Mick, he recalled something. Did the instructor mention a young guy who had knocked out the captain earlier? At the same time, the battle below had already begun. Mentis was planning to intimidate the young boy by tasting the edge of his blade. Looking at his blade, everyone understood, only for Paul Mick to swiftly sever the head from the body of the pirate with a single strike. Those who are arrogant often meet such fates. In the stands, every gaze was filled with astonishment at this scene. Just moments ago, they mocked the kid for being whiny and still smelling like milk. Who would have thought he was actually a young man hiding his skills, pretending to be an easy target? Captain Cosmos watched in confusion, not understanding what had just happened. Surely those damn pirates must be going crazy by now. As for Jin, he realized that the young man had beheaded his opponent with sword energy in the blink of an eye. Now Jin could guess who was down there. He was Dan Heron, the beloved grandson of Ron. While lost in thought, a familiar sound came from behind, sending chills down my spine. Isn't that Veridin, the troublesome jerk from the Zipple family? And there is Veridin, shouting loudly, because he just scored big. This is what fighting is all about. It's Paul Mick. I've bet my entire fortune on him. Let's go, Paul Mick. The young men nearby echoed in agreement. Seeing that guy winning big like that, why not jump in? Just throw all your land deeds in, you'll definitely triple or quadruple your investment. Jin looked at these people and thought they were beyond help. Then he recalled that Veridin was supposed to be on a mission, which seemed a bit over the top. It would be best to avoid him, as being discovered would be quite a hassle. And what was bound to happen did happen. Veridin seemed to recognize something familiar. "Oh, isn't that Jin Runcandel? What are you doing here?" In the arena, Dante, under the guise of Paul Mick, also happened to see Veridin waving hello. "Isn't that Veridin, the young master of the Zipple family? I can't believe he came all the way to this remote place to cheer for me." So Dante cheerfully waved back at Veridin. But if he knew the truth, Dant would be depressed. At this time, Captain Cosmos came to ask Paul Mick a few words of conversation after the victory. Right now I am quite happy because I have eliminated a potential disaster for the world. I hope that in the next life he will not become an ordinary pirate." Hearing this, it seemed like there would be an intriguing drama to watch. Everyone thought a bunch of pirates would rush in to deal with him. Yet Captain Cosmos placed his hand on his shoulder and said that the answer was very interesting. I really like that. And now, for the next match, the contestants are invited to step into the arena. A few hours later, in room number 13, Jin, after watching all the matches, found that there was no one noteworthy other than Paul Mick. This means he could be sure that he was Dan Heron. He looked very young, but with that swordsmanship, that's the only explanation. Jin was still unsure if he could win against him. If he could use magic and dark energy, it would be quite easy. But now, just relying on swordsmanship alone, it was uncertain. Anyway, he had a fight to find out. According to his calculations, with 3 to 4 matches a day, his round would take place in about 3 days. So from now until then, he would have to endure the darkness here. On Dan's side, his expression seemed quite dazed. This was to be expected, as pirates could kill their opponents while waiting for the match. A few days earlier, at the Zipple family mansion, Veridan Zipple was fiddling with a necklace containing some object. You will gradually see what this object is. An elder nearby reminded him, "This object is very important when needed, so young master, please be more careful." Then the elder continued to ask, "Do you know about the competition among the pirates on the southern island?" Hearing this, he immediately refused, as if he were foolish enough to accept. The elder knew the reason why every year around this time, young master Veridan went missing. He continued, "This time there is information that Dan will participate. He is the future of the Heron family. Therefore, young master should take a trip there and see for yourself the caliber of someone who will be your future opponent." That was a reasonable reason for Veridan to be there. However, if it weren't for that reason, he would still be there. At this moment, Veridan was troubled by his guards trailing behind him. Besides, there hadn't been any interesting matches to watch in recent days. Then he went to the tournament board to see if there was anyone familiar. The first thing that caught Veridan's eye was the name Jin Gray. Wasn't this a fake name he used when he was a temporary flag bearer? This likely meant there would be a match between two formidable opponents. Back to Jin, who was in his room. Earlier, he heard the announcement that there were 35 dead and 147 survivors. Only 5 of those died in the battle, while the rest had died outside the arena. Did this mean that those who were skilled were likely to be eliminated while they slept? The past 3 days without sleep had truly been a nightmare. Just as he was lamenting, he heard footsteps approaching. Jin wondered who would dare to approach this place without bothering to hide their presence. It seemed the person was very confident in their abilities. Jin planned to grab his sword to deal with the audacious intruder when he saw Palmic, who looked utterly miserable. He, like Jin, had been sleep-deprived for several days. Palmic opened his mouth to ask, "Can't you two cooperate?" He asked Jin to keep watch while he slept, and tomorrow he would keep watch for Jin. Just as Jin was about to ask some questions, Palmic collapsed on the ground. So Jin had no chance to refuse anymore. He could smell the strong scent of blood on Palmic. It seemed he had been disturbed by many people before. At the same time, outside Jin's room, some pirates were sneaking around. Jin stepped out with a gaze full of killing intent, making them a bit nervous. He immediately swung his sword, cutting down a man in front of him and said, "Haven't you heard the rumors around here? Anyone who enters this room must die." One person signaled the halt, stating they only wanted to kill the one named Palmic inside. At the same time, someone behind shot a crossbow bolt toward Jin. It seemed that person had just made a critical mistake. And of course, Jin easily dodged these childish antics. He noticed the arrow was laced with poison. "Now I have enough reason to kill you, right? You all are doing everything to kill a child. Do you think you can take responsibility for that?" A few hours later, Palmic woke up. He looked surprised to see Jin still standing in front of him. Jin mentioned that the bastards who chased him were under the orders of an one-eyed man. That was the last thing the last one said before dying. They planned to make some money by kidnapping a member of the Runcandel family. Hearing this, Palmic realized that the young man in front of him had protected him and thanked him profusely. Then Palmic laughed, not expecting those people to mistake him for a Runcandel, and continued to explain to Jin that he was just a noble from Bement. As for more details, he couldn't say. Jin knew his identity well, so he didn't say anything. Then he rolled into the bedroom, remembering to wake me up before the group stage match 13 started. Jin spoke while half asleep. Dan Heron looked at the boy in front of him and saw that he appeared cold but was ready to protect him, even though it was their first meeting. It seemed he had found a good friend. The following days were filled with intense matches. Palmic had to take an entire move to defeat his opponents. Jin's side was the same. He quickly took down his opponents as well. The spectators above were discussing whether Jin Gray or Palmic was stronger. Another person said, "No matter how strong Jin Gray is, he cannot compare to someone from the Runcandel family." Hearing this, Palmic got angry. "Clearly, I am not from the Runcandel family." In another corner, some pirates were whispering about the likelihood of those two snotty boys making it to the finals this year. One suggested, "Let's attack them before the battle starts. After all, they are just 2 boys." At that moment, a loud laugh echoed from outside. The instructor said, "You all should stop. You won't be able to beat them. Jin's nickname is the Grim Reaper, and besides, the 2 of them are sharing a room. Do you think attacking both at the same time will be effective?" After advising the pirates, the young man left. Hearing this, they felt a chill. For now, they could only hope, as it would be a pity to lose their lives here. In Captain Cosmo's room, the young man immediately reported what had just happened and asked him, "What will you do now? If you let them arrange things this way, the competition will be very dull." Cosmos was furious, with veins bulging on his forehead. If that's what they want, then I will eliminate the entire program. Anyway, Jin Gray and Paul Mick will be the two who advance to the finals. Let those lowlights face the two kids, they will be fodder for the youngsters. He added, with those two kids, increase the odds for the rest as high as possible, so they will be sleepless if they don't place bets. And now all matches will proceed at lightning speed. The next day was as lively as ever. Verraden was asking, I wonder who will be the ultimate winner, the one who was a supernova from the very first match, or the other one who is death itself even before the match begins. The nearby guards immediately chose Paul Mick. They assessed that Paul Mick's swordsmanship was somewhat more skilled. Then they asked the young master in return, are you betting on Paul Mick? Oh, the young master is betting on Jin Gray. I'm only betting 100,000 gold. He. Hearing this, they questioned. The odds for betting on Jin Gray are 1 to 3. Even if you win, will those pirates have enough money to pay? Verraden was still very confident because wasn't Cosmos down there a notorious pirate? He could sell a few islands to pay us back. At this moment, the anticipated battle had begun. Paul Mick, a young swordsmanship talent, would fight Jin Gray, the Reaper of the 13th tournament bracket. Of course, there was no shortage of enthusiastic cheers from Verraden for Jin in the stands. Now, without keeping you waiting any longer, the match may begin. Jin and Dan both entered in a defensive stance. Neither had launched an attack yet as they were gouging their opponent. At that moment, Dan's eyes suddenly became icy. He rushed towards Jin with breathtaking speed. Although overwhelmed by the speed, Jin managed to raise his sword and block the strike. Seeing this, Dan chuckled and said, I knew these little tricks wouldn't trouble you, so this time I'm going to play seriously. As he spoke, Dan raised his sword high, preparing to strike. Bring out everything you've got. Jin was not to be outdone and got ready to counter Dan's attack. Soon after, their swords clashed, causing an explosion in the arena. All the spectators watching this scene were wide-eyed in astonishment, not expecting their swordplay to be this powerful. Well, level, the two continued to strike, trying to overwhelm each other. Jin was sure that the first attack earlier was Dan's fastest speed, but now he was only accelerating when necessary, allowing him to allocate his strength reasonably. If that was the case, then he needed to keep up with the speed and fight with increasing ferocity. The pirates above sighed, how could they have imagined witnessing a battle like this here? Verraden now looks more like a boss. He looks down to admire the match between the two future opponents. At this moment, Dan said to Jin, unleash the techniques you've been keeping hidden, because soon I'm going to be even faster. This new speed left Jin feeling slightly overwhelmed. And of course, what had to happen happened. He got hit because he couldn't keep up with Dan's new speed. However, Dan was still not overconfident against his opponent, because right after that, Jin returned and gradually adjusted to the pace of the match. Dan also noticed the extraordinary power with the destructive swordsmanship and innate physique to execute it. There was no doubt about it. He had used a pseudonym. This person is Jin Runcandel, the youngest son and the greatest genius of his generation. But this was all over now as he had made a mistake. Dan thought to himself as he launched an attack towards Jin, but just as his sword was about to reach Jin, a fleeting glance from him made Dante instinctively jump back. Everyone above wondered why Paul Mick suddenly retreated when the battle was about to end, but only Paul Mick knew what happened. At the moment Jin looked his way, he felt as if he had been slashed. He was sure he would be cut by something. Jin berated himself for accidentally releasing a bit of killing intent, but now things were getting more serious. At the same time, he took off his outer coat and said, now it's my turn. He swung his sword, forcing Dan to reluctantly defend himself. Dan knew that Jin's strikes were not just straightforward slashes. The force behind each strike was identical, and there were no mistakes whatsoever. Dan thought to himself that he might have lost from the very beginning. Just as Jin raised his sword, preparing to attack, Dan hoped he wouldn't advance any further. If that's the case, I'll kill you, Jin Runcandel. Then Jin's sword plunged into the ground right in front of Dante. Are you daring to hesitate in front of me? Jin asked. I am Jin Runcandel, so don't disgrace this battle, Dan Heron. Now everything seemed to be going according to script. Jin and Dan both knew that the other understood them well, so the moments ahead would showcase the best of both. Immediately, Jin and Dan continued to clash with each other. There were continuous lightning-fast attacks from both sides, and the injuries sustained were inevitable. At that moment, Jin spotted Dan's opening and swung his sword to knock him back. Immediately following was a strike that could decide everything if Dan made a mistake. However, Dante dodged that attack and countered. Even so, Jin predicted he had reached his limit, but why could he endure that kind of pressure for so long? Dante Heron, he was the once-in-a-century genius of the Heron family, a talent blessed by the gods. However, the heavens do not give anyone everything. He was born with a frail and weak body, something that held back his talent. Perhaps from that point, he had sunk deep into hell due to this damned curse. Just like Jin had experienced in his previous life, a loneliness and endless darkness, the disappointment of looking at his tiny body, and the struggle in each life and death battle to reach where he belongs. Dan Heron's mind was also filled with thoughts about Jin. Jin was the youngest of the 13 children in the Runcandel family. He was born with a golden spoon in his mouth, a healthy body, and the talents that came with the bloodline. Despite all of this, what Dan felt was despair. Why would someone like Jin feel so pitiful and hopeless? Was it because of anger? Because he was the youngest? Because he wasn't in line to inherit? No, it wasn't those silly reasons. As these thoughts ran through his mind, the two of them continued to fight, exchanging blow after blow. Suddenly, Jin looked at Dan in surprise. In front of him, Dan's body was slowly cracking apart, but to pull back his sword now would be an insult to him. So the fight continued. God damn it, I'm sorry. Please understand, Jin thought as he swung his sword toward Dante. Just as his blade was about to strike Dan's neck, Jin managed to stop in time. But when he looked up, Dan had collapsed to the ground. Jin immediately shouted, "Get some healing over here now." At the same time, Viradin arrived at their side. Viradin saw that Dan's condition was even worse than he expected, but he reassured Jin, "Don't worry, I'm sure I can save him." After a while of using magic to heal Dante, Viradin was sweating profusely. Despite wanting to tell Jin, "Don't worry," it was already too late. Dan's body had passed the point where magic could help. It wasn't just his bones, even his internal organs were severely damaged. On top of that, his aura was raging inside his shattered body. Using healing magic now would only prolong the pain. At this point, there was only one way for him to survive. Thinking this, Viradin turned to Jin and said, "This will be a secret between the three of us." At the same time, several of Viradin's guards rushed over, reminding the young master that he couldn't use it here and advising against it. They quickly grabbed cloaks to cover Viradin. When Cosmo saw the Zippel family crest on those cloaks, he froze in panic. To avoid certain death, he knew he couldn't anger the Zippel family. He quickly shouted to everyone, "Blindfold yourselves. We'll all die if we keep looking at them." Viradin couldn't help but notice how quick-witted the old captain was. At that moment, he pulled something from the chain around his neck. It was a gift from his family, a drop of blood from Numberus. Numberus, who had witnessed the death of the god of hope, the founder of the Vankelis sanctuary, was killed in a horrific event. At that time, Numberus shed 8 tears and hundreds of drops of blood. The tears had the power to bring the dead back to life, while the blood could heal any wound or illness in an instant. These events quickly became the talk of everyone, and without a doubt, the tears and blood were considered priceless treasures. Major organizations like the Zippel family searched high and low for them. Now they were seen as relics of the god only mentioned in legends. Jin saw Viradin take out the object and asked, "Are you really going to use that?" "That's the plan," Viradin replied. "That's why the three of us have to keep it a secret." Jin didn't understand. Wasn't the Zippel family and the Heron family always at odds? Hearing this, Viradin explained, "Isn't losing an enemy the same as losing a friend?" As he spoke, he placed Numberus drop of blood into Dan's mouth. Immediately, Dan's body began to glow. It was like one of those scenes where the main character gets a power boost from the author. Soon after, Dan woke up, much to the surprise and joy of the two others. Of course, he had no idea when it just happened or why Viradin Zippel was down here. Meanwhile, Jin was thinking about Viradin. That strange Numberus blood could bring back people who were almost dead, but Viradin had used it just for the reason from earlier. Jin figured he would need to rethink his opinion of him now. But then he suddenly remembered Asterisk wasn't he from the Zippel family? So what's his condition for this Asterisk? At the same time, Viradin raised a finger, signaling that Jin had to make a request. He wanted Jin to treat everyone to a meal once all this was over. "You're going to be here for a while, right? So I won't let you refuse. And next time you see me, don't pretend like we're strangers." Now Jin understood Viradin better. He was a fool, but a fool who valued emotional bonds. That night on the pirate island, just as promised, Jin was going to treat the group to a meal. Viradin asked Jin, "How did you manage to get both rewards when you were only supposed to pick one?" "How could I only pick one when I was almost dead?" Jin thought to himself. Then he said, "I don't need these, so I'm giving everything to Dante." Even though the Heron family wasn't sure on money, it made sense for Dan to take it all as a memento. Viradin, sitting next to him, demanded a share for himself, but then Jin remembered. Didn't he already bet and lose 300,000 gold coins? Talk about being greedy. At that moment, Jin opened the second gift box and pulled out what looked like a treasure map. He tossed the empty box over to Viradin, who was sitting across from him. No matter what Jin gave him, Viradin always reacted with excitement, even if it was just an empty box. Jin then looked at Dante and asked, "Why didn't you use any of your secret techniques during the fight? I'm sure you could have used them." Dan replied, "Isn't that the same for you?" Dan continued, I don't know if you're hiding any skills, but it's not really fair for you to say that when you didn't even use all of yours. Realizing he had misunderstood, Jin just nodded and let it go. Dante added, if you feel like it wasn't fair, we can always fight again. This time, no one will be holding back. Varian spoke up then, one day, the three of us will face each other in the name of our families. But wouldn't it be better if we sat down and talked as friends instead? Jin sarcastically asked, are you telling me the next head of the Zippel family is speaking in such a weak tone? Veridin, clearly annoyed, raised his voice and ordered more beer to change the subject. Dante, seeing the two of them, just laughed it off. Although the three of them were chatting like friends, deep down they all knew that one day fate would bring them into direct conflict. Just then, something clicked in Veridin's mind. He suddenly asked, have you all heard about the person impersonating me? Dan was surprised when he heard the news. Someone's pretending to be you on Zippel land. I wonder who that is. They must be pretty dangerous if they're bold enough to do it there. Veridin, looking frustrated, replied, that's been a huge headache for me lately. The family's reputation is in tatters now. I've even heard rumors that the Runcandel family is behind it. Jin, understanding that Veridin would likely go to any lengths to find out who was responsible, disagreed. If it were me, I'd use these rumors to my advantage to get the imposter to show themselves. But if you go around telling everyone the Zippel family is searching for this person, it'll just make you look like a joke. It'll be like you were admitting you're being toyed with by them. Veridin paused and realized Jin had a point. He decided he'd try Jin's suggestion when he returned to the family. But what Veridin didn't know was that the mastermind behind it all was actually the very person who had just suggested this plan to him. There was no way he would fall for the trap. After everything was done, Jin stood up and said that he was very busy and had to leave right away. Maybe, at this point, the three of them could be considered friends. Meanwhile, in the Black Sea, another letter was sent by Kashmir to the Runcandel family head. The letter reported that Jin had defeated Dan Heron and achieved the rank of 6-star swordsman. Charon glanced at the lines in the letter and didn't quite know what to say. True, he had asked for a shorter message, but not this short. Did Kashmir really think he was that foolish? Still, it was good news about his youngest child. It seemed like he was working hard. Charon then told Khan to pass on a message to Kashmir that he wanted to speak with him. Honestly, he really wanted to see this friend of his. In Latican, Kashmir couldn't understand why he suddenly felt a chill run through him. He was clearly sitting by the fireplace, but it felt like some sort of hockey had reached him from miles away. Getting to the point, Jin pulled out the map he had won during the pirate competition and handed it to Kashmir. Julia, who had been playing, saw it and got excited to search for treasure as well. Suddenly, the Aesnol power inside her activated. She pointed to two places on the map. Something important was here and something important was there too. Something that was being protected and something very painful. Then she collapsed on the floor, crying as if she had just witnessed a heartbreaking scene. Seeing this, Muraken quickly took the little girl to the guardian dragon, Letri, hoping to calm her down. After a while, Julia finally fell asleep and was returned to Alicia. At this point, Muraken asked Letri, what did little Julia see? Was it the future? Letri answered, it was the past, and for someone bound by Esmil to see the past, it has to be something brutal or deeply haunting. If I had arrived just a little later, things would have gotten much worse. Then Letri glanced at the map. He saw that this place was an ancient land. The people there had isolated themselves from the outside world, trusting only in their gods, but because of this they lived in peaceful harmony with everything around them. That peace, however, was only temporary, just before the invaders arrived. The first ones to find them were wizards. They began to approach the native people, claiming they wanted to learn about their culture. But soon they started making unreasonable demands and began tearing through the land, searching for something. This led them to kill the children of the village. When they could no longer hide their true intentions, they began to kill and threaten the natives. Laketree guessed that what they were searching for was a divine artifact that the villagers worshipped. Hearing this, Jin suddenly realized something. He quickly asked Laketree to look deeper into what this artifact might be. Laketree searched through the memories and then described it. It looked like a silver mirror, but it emitted light from within. Now Jin understood. This was the relic of Trak Kwang, the source of mana. Before he reset, it was a relic discovered by the journalists who had exposed the crimes of the Zippel family. The Zippel family had scoured Colin to find it and exploited the villagers there. Jin had witnessed this during his previous mission as a cadet. So the ancient land on the map was Colin. The first wizards who discovered them were the Zippel family. This meant the map pointed to where Trak Kwang was hidden. The scene shifts to a forest where a young man is drinking heavily. He reminds himself, I guess I'll be stuck with those damn people after all. But at least it's peaceful now, and the wine here is damn delicious. Inside a small house, a girl is performing a ritual. It's finally time. Through tears, she says, now I need to prepare to welcome our guests. Back at Jin's mansion, he couldn't help but remark, I can't believe those pirates have a map like this. Noticing that Jin seemed lost in thought, Murakami asked, what's going on? But Jin didn't say anything because he couldn't let anyone know he was the reincarnated person. Instead, he turned to Alicia and Kashmir to apologize for what happened with little Julia. It's okay, Kashmir said, and then he reminded everyone that they needed to act quickly. First, let's have Hufester investigate. Jin felt that things were progressing, but now it was even harder than before. After the people of Colin were slaughtered by Zippel, their population had been nearly wiped out. The survivors were being held captive in Colin. So the question was, could they find the artifact before the murderers did? 2 weeks later, on May 17th, 1796, in Latican, a young man was stumbling drunk down the street when someone approached him and started a conversation. That someone was Jin Runcandel. Why don't we talk? We're in the same boat. I'm a big fan of alcohol too, Jin said. The young man, thrilled to find a drinking buddy, responded eagerly. It was then that Jin asked, your skin color looks a bit unusual. Where are you from? The young man replied, people from my family all look like this. My hometown is far from here. Far from here, you say? I just happen to have something like that too. As he spoke, Jin pulled out a map. The young man was surprised when he saw the markings on it. He then smashed the bottle of liquor he was holding and shoved Jin away. But it was already too late. He had been surrounded by Jin's group. Now he understood. These people had approached him because he was a Colin. The Colin man asked, who are you? In response, Jin pointed toward Murakami and Latri, saying, those two are dragons. We are followers of the commander of the Latican outpost. The young man finally settled down. Earlier, he had thought the three of them belonged to the Zippel family. Jin then explained everything to him, from Latri's vision of the past and what had happened, to the map they had taken from the pirate island. After hearing Jin's story, the man told his three companions, it seems you all need to meet my sister. When they arrived at her house, the woman greeted them and said she had been expecting them. Murakami and Jin exchanged a look. The phrase been waiting felt a little strange to them. Jin studied her, unsure whether to call what radiated from her holy power. It was something that didn't belong here. Was it because of the noble bloodline of the Collins, or was she someone chosen by their faith? At the same time, the blindfolded woman turned to Jin and said, the one born in the temple of the sword and chosen by the darkness. She then faced Murakami and Latri, continuing, the last dragon of the Shadow Dragon clan and the guardian dragon of the great Asmil. She turned to Jin and continued, don't be surprised, this is just a small trick. Jin looked at the girl in front of him, wondering if she might be a deity. He'd felt this kind of aura before. Laos had explained that she was merely a bridge, an intermediary. Murakami asked, are you the avatar of an ancient god? If so, your presence will soon vanish. He then added, which god do you represent? She didn't answer directly, but said, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. More importantly, could you show me the map? Jin handed her the map and asked if she could decipher the ancient script on it. After looking it over, she realized that it had been made by her late grandfather. This map has two possible outcomes, she said. One is that it will bring the Zippel family more cruelty and violence. The other is the hope of the Runcandel family. This means that their daily prayers have finally been answered. With that, Lhasa turned to Jin and Murakami and made an offer. I will repay you by calling upon your god, Solderit, with all the power I have left. Hearing this, Jin, who had already planned to go to Colin, didn't hesitate to accept. However, he made one thing clear. I'm not sure if there's enough power to save them all. But that was enough for Lhasa. She then provided Jin with insider information about Colin, hoping it would help him. A few days later, the group stood in front of a sign marking the restricted area of the Colin historical site. Kashmir scratched his head and said, I should have sent Hufester ahead to scout this out. Jim remembered that this area had been open in his past life, but it seemed things had changed quite a bit since he had been a cadet. Normally, the terrifying things here would be discovered by reporters in about 10 years, but given the situation now, that might not happen. At that moment, Kashmir asked Jin, if this place is really being used for magic experiments like you said, we can't go in. But right now, Murakami and Jin have already walked straight in, so Kashmir had no choice but to follow them cautiously. Jin explained, isn't it strange that the only thing here is a warning sign? There are no guards or magical traps set up anywhere. Kashmir replied, could the Zippel family really be so careless with such an important place? If that's the case, does that mean they've already found some treasure here? Jin thought to himself, they probably gave up after hundreds of years of finding nothing. Murakami, on the other hand, believed they were simply using this place as a rest stop. Just then, the three of them noticed someone nearby. Upon a closer look, they realized they were locals. Jin's eyes landed on someone he found particularly troublesome, a silver-haired man who seemed to be a pure-blood Zippel. The way he was drinking gave Jin a good idea of who he was. That's probably Muran Zippel, Jin thought. Muran Zippel, also known as the Mad Sorcerer in the Tower of Mages, wasn't famous as Selayk's sixth son. Instead, he earned his reputation as a crazy wizard due to his eccentric personality. He was the master of the 7th Mage Tower in Zippel. When Jin and Kashmir saw that he wasn't accompanied by any bodyguards, they thought he must be confident in his skills as an 8th level sorcerer and the magical items he carried with him. But no item or skill could pose a real challenge to Murakan. Confident, Murakan believed he could easily behead Muran and free everyone here. But just as he was fired up, Jin stopped him, saying, "No, if we kill him now, after what happened to Andra, it'll cause a huge problem. Even if we manage to take out Muran, we'll still need a solid reason to keep the Zippel family from intervening." As they were talking, Jin glanced toward a nearby bush and noticed a young man who seemed like an explorer, also looking at the locals. Jin quickly approached him from behind and asked who he was. The young man immediately introduced himself, saying, "I'm Dino Jaglin, a reporter." Jin recognized the name. "Isn't this the reporter who wrote the report about Colin in my past life?" That report wouldn't be published for another 10 years, which meant Dino had already done his own research on the matter. At the same time, Jin looked at him more closely. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s. Despite his fragile body, he had managed to spark a conflict with the Zippel family. Quite impressive, really. After thinking for a moment, Jin asked, "Did you come here to find a big story? If so, what's the content?" Before answering, Dino wanted to know who this person in front of him was. Jin replied, "We're just passing through, so don't worry too much." He added, "It seems we're here for the same reason as you, the journalist." Dino was surprised to hear this. "Do the three of you know what's going on with the people of Colin?" He then pulled a stack of documents from his bag and handed them to Jin. After skimming through them, Jin saw that these were the journals Dino had gathered from the people of Colin. Dino continued, "I've already made contact with Muran Zippel. A few days ago, when he was drunk, I asked him a few questions and found out he wasn't carrying any bodyguards. So I'm sure there's no reason for him to get the three of you to try to get answers out of him. In fact, killing you would be easier." Now Jin understood. He asked Dino for a favor, though the author doesn't specify what it was. Meanwhile, Muran was still heavily drunk, surrounded by bottles of liquor. He was complaining about his fate, upset that, after making a small joke, the old men in his family had sent him to this place. In his frustration, he needed to vent, so he threw a bottle of alcohol at Colin, who was standing nearby. At that very moment, Dino arrived. He looked at the scene and smiled. "Isn't this the guy I met a few days ago? But it looks like you're not alone today." Dino quickly explained, "These three are travelers and storytellers. I brought them along because I thought you'd like them." Dino pretended to scratch his head and apologize. When Muran heard this, he reluctantly agreed to let Jin's group in. "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Muran Zippel." Jin recalled the last time he was on the pirate island when Varadin Zippel had mentioned his older brother. It was known that Varadin's uncle, Andrea, was awful, but he was nothing compared to Muran. Varadin also couldn't understand why the elders had entrusted Muran with the position of master of the magic tower. He even hoped that one day Jin would be able to defeat Muran. If Jin couldn't, he'd be in for a world of trouble. Jin Runcandel. Back to the present, the drunk Muran seemed eager for Jin's group to share their journey. Jin just smiled and let it pass. But of course, things weren't going to be that easy. Muran responded with a sly smile, then spoke. "Hey Dino, the last time I saw you was 2 weeks ago, right? I've been really curious about you. A journalist like you just waltzing into the Zippel family's restricted zone? I'm not even angry, honestly. But Dino, why are you so interested in the Redskins around here? Don't tell me you think I don't know. You've been snooping all around while I've been away, and you know what? People like you, I've already made them disappear. You're just like a bunch of stupid bugs. Now, just stay where you are while I still like you. I've been wondering how you had the guts to do this, but now I get it. The Swordsmanship Garden, they're the ones backing you, aren't they?" Just when things seemed like they were hanging by a thread, Murakan quickly grabbed Dino and pulled him far away from the crazy wizard. Right after that, a massive explosion erupted around him. Jin managed to retreat just in time to avoid the blast. He glanced at Muran and saw a magical shield around him. Jin hadn't realized he used that to protect himself earlier, but even if he hid the spell by using fire, there was no way Jin wouldn't have felt some trace of magic. What kind of trick had he pulled off? Jin wondered to himself. While Jin was thinking, Murakan yelled toward him, "Jin, be careful." Even if someone could hide part of their magic, it was impossible to erase all traces of it. So it was clear that Muran was hiding something. Without making Jin wait any longer, Muran turned to face him and asked, "You're Jin Runcandel, right? I guess the priestess who ran away must have contacted someone from the Runcandel family." Jin didn't want to waste his time talking to this trash. He pointed his sword directly at Muran, ready to fight. "Let's get this started." Muran summoned countless magic spheres around him and launched a direct attack toward Jin. However, these moves were too boring for Jin at this point. You could easily avoid them, but things were different for Murakami. He had to carry Dino while also trying to save the native people who were being targeted by the attack. Hey Dino, get everyone back and move them away from here quick. Dino immediately turned to the group and shouted at them to run, but in front of him was a horrifying sight. These people could barely speak anymore. You bastard Muran Zippel, how dare you do this? What have you done to them? A piece of garbage like you deserves to rot in hell. But all Dino got in response was Muran's mocking, sinister laugh. That's right, this is the face I wanted to see. I've always wondered what you'd look like when you found out about this. I really like your expression right now. Is it fun, Dino? Can't save the pathetic people beneath you? Look at them, Dino. The reason these pests ended up like this is because of you. You're the one who caused all of this. While Muran was busy taunting Dino, a fist suddenly flew toward his face. Enough with your self-indulgence. Shut your mouth. We're going to kill you now. Muran Zippel. Kashmir stood nearby, surprised by Jin's recent move. Although Muran had been caught off guard, it was still unexpected for an 8-star mage to be sent flying so easily. It was definitely the power of darkness at work. Muran, on his side, was also furious and unsure how to deal with the situation. This wasn't magic or aura. It felt like the darkness itself was draining his strength. As he thought about this, a realization hit him. Asterisk, if it's darkness, then it must be Solderat Asterisk. The god of darkness had once again sided with Runcandel, which meant Jin Runcandel had broken the pact. Muran had expected Jin to regain the upper hand, but before he could fully understand what was happening, countless magical points appeared in the sky. Spells that Muran had set up earlier. Jin and Murakami hadn't noticed them in time. The sleek trickster had hidden his energy, which was why he had used magic to throw them off earlier. Muran, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh. Just as expected from Jin Runcandel, I put a lot of effort into preparing this move. This is a feast made just for you insects. Without wasting words, Jin, with Murakami's help, charged straight at Muran. Seeing this, Muran felt a flicker of concern. He immediately launched a barrage of spells he had prepared in advance. But with the power of darkness, Jin effortlessly dodged them all. However, that wasn't all. Muran then brought out his weapon, summoning a powerful staff and launching a fierce attack towards Jin, who was charging at him. It seemed like everything was settled with that all-out strike, but you were a little too quick to celebrate. Jin had already appeared behind him without Muran noticing. Now take this. Jin attacked again, but Muran was still holding on. He was worried because no matter what magic he used, it was swallowed up by the darkness around Jin. This shadow trick from Solderat was really troublesome, but wasn't that exactly what made things more exciting? What will you do in this situation? Looks like you've fallen into my trap, huh? Jin Runcandel said. But this time, Muran was also celebrating too soon. Jin quickly broke free from his trap. Ha ha ha. Jin Runcandel, you're giving me quite the thrill. I bet it'll feel great to take your life. Muran laughed. Thanks to you, I'm finally able to shine in this damn place, Jin said, glancing down with worry. But these are all magical traps. If I keep fighting, I'll run out of energy and die. I should avoid them. Meanwhile, Murakami and Kashmir weren't just sitting around either. Murakami told Dino to get everyone out of the magic circle quickly. But those words only made Muran laugh even harder because the range of his magic covered any place within his sight. Now, Jin Runcandel, how about we enjoy this little party together? As his words echoed, a massive explosion erupted right in front of Jin. He quickly stepped back and assessed the situation. As he knew, this was an erosion zone, just a slight touch, and he could be turned into nourishment for it. With that in mind, there was only one choice: to fight. While thinking, Jin swung his sword toward the source of the magic. However, something strange happened. Jin felt that even though Muran had the power of an 8-star mage, how could he control so much magic at once? Muran must be hiding something nearby. On Muran's side, he also found himself puzzled by Jin's actions. Asterisk, does that kid understand the magic I'm casting? He avoided the fireball without touching the erosion zone, then directly destroyed it. There's no way someone who doesn't know magic could do that. Could it be? Jin Runcandel, are you a magic swordsman? You should have kept that hidden. Fine then, if you have magic, I'll crush you with a power even greater than yours. Asterisk. Mana backlash is the most severe condition that can occur in someone who possesses mana. It happens when the magical energy inside a person becomes chaotic, causing serious damage to internal organs. This usually occurs during battles between mages, when the one with less mana suffers from this condition. Unlike swordsmen, this is considered an effective and quick way to rank mages. Heh, good. A Runcandel who wields magic. I won't even need to fight you. I can take you down in an instant. But in response to his mocking laugh, Jin's voice was full of sarcasm. What makes you think you can close the distance between us? Muran Zippel, just as I thought. This is the prize. Pay attention. After that, Muran was temporarily blinded. He realized that the strike wasn't dark magic, but a powerful surge of magic right in front of him. A source of light magic, a bright light so intense it blinded him. Then, the next attack will be. He quickly distanced himself to avoid Jin's next sword strike. An ancient light magic spell. I didn't see that coming. You have both the power of light and darkness, huh? Seems like you're the main character of this story, aren't you? Jin, covered in sweat, stared at Muran. The man was pushing all the dark energy out of his body. His perception and reaction speed didn't resemble that of a mage at all. He seemed more like a monster. While his mana wasn't as strong as Andra's, he was much harder to deal with in a one-on-one fight. If you considered his combat experience, aside from the mana backlash, it was clear he still had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Muran was clearly worried about something. He looked over at Jin and smiled, saying, "Hey, Jin Runcandel, you probably think I'm crazy and won't want to cooperate with me, right? But I'm different. I can see that we're the same kind of people." Jin let out a sigh as he listened to the madman talk. "Are you trying to stall with all this nonsense? It's so boring." Seeing Jin's confident response, Muran laughed again. "You really think you can take my life? That's not going to be easy. The barbarians are still protecting me. Now you're interested, huh? Jin Runcandel, we both do whatever it takes to reach our goals. I'm sure you've noticed that my magic control is stronger than even an 8-star mage. You're wondering how I can do this, right? Look closely. I've been using them as a mana amplifier. They might look like corpses, but many of them are still alive. That's how they're able to help me recharge my mana. So, Jin Runcandel, you said you wanted to take my life? Well, go ahead and get rid of them first. I already told you, we're the same. You're someone who will do anything to achieve your goal. So, hurry up and finish them off, and let's have one final battle together." "He's lying," a woman from the Colin clan screamed. "Everything he's saying is a lie. There's no such thing as his mana being diminished. After torturing us, he figured out how to use the holy relic. All of them are dead, my poor kin, so please kill that madman, Lord Jin Runcandel." Once Muran's secret was exposed, he became furious. He intended to use magic to eliminate the witness. Immediately, a massive surge of mana poured into the woman. "That damn little brat. How dare you ruin my play? I kept you alive because I thought you could be useful." Nearby, Dino whispered urgently to Jin, "Lord Jin, you have to save her. That girl is Latika, the leader and the only pillar of the native people here. Please save her." Jin stared at the scene in front of him, feeling a chill run down his spine. What Muran was using was a secret technique from the Zippel family, the blue fire ghost eyes. He had heard of it before. It was a forbidden art that only members of the Zippel clan could wield. Once someone looked into the ghostly eyes, blue flames would appear, burning endlessly until the victim was consumed. The only way to counter it was with a hotter fire, one strong enough to burn away the blue flames. That hotter fire was something Jin possessed. The strongest flame, one that even gods and humans alike had to bow to. The flame of the Blue Phoenix, Tess. Muran stared at Tess in disbelief. How could he possibly believe that Tess had chosen someone from the Runcandel family in this day and age? Everyone Tess selected became one of the greatest magicians. How could it be a sword mage instead? At the same time, the girl in Jin's arms began to wake up. She felt the flames surrounding her, but they weren't hot. In fact, they were protecting her. "Thank you," she said softly. Jin looked at her and replied, "If it weren't for you, I'd probably be caught in that bastard's trap. Now, you can rest easy." However, the girl refused to let go, knowing the magic Jin was using came from the holy relic. It wasn't over yet, though. He hadn't fully obtained it. He had only taken a small amount of power through the locals. Latika spoke up, explaining, "The relic is hidden in a place only we know. If you're here on Laos's request after this battle is over, I'll take you to where it's hidden. So please help us end this suffering once and for all." Muran scowled. "What's with that look on your face, Muran Zippel? You seem shocked to find out that I'm the one Tess chose." Jin sneered, "Magic traps and demons. Is that all you have? It's time to end this game. I'll send you to hell soon enough." Muran, surprised by the mention of hell, responded with a mocking question. "Hell? Ah, you're talking about the lover of the witch Hellerim? The one who once drank with the king of the Black Sea? And now you're daring to speak the word hell in front of me. I'll show you what hell really is." As he spoke, a massive magical black hole appeared. The strength of the black hole began to pull Tess's power into it. Despite this, Tess's overwhelming green flames made Muran struggle greatly. Watching this, Jin sensed Tess's anger, likely triggered by Muran's previous attack. At the same time, Murakin appeared in front of Jin after making sure the locals were safe. He quickly warned Jin, a move Muran just used as the technique of the Demon King Orgel. You need to stop Tess as quickly as possible. Use everything you have, your dark power, your sword, everything. Without hesitation, Murakami unleashed his own power to try to hold it back. Jin, feeling the urgency, rushed forward, hoping to destroy the portal to hell. But things weren't easy. The overwhelming flow of mana immediately caused Jin internal injuries. He couldn't break Tess free from the black hole just yet. Murakami grinned as he looked at the screen. Just a little longer, Jin Runcandel. Soon, I'll possess divine power and you'll be the one facing death, descending into hell. He was savoring the moment, but suddenly something felt off. In front of him, Jin Runcandel was still able to raise his sword and charge forward. Even if I swing this sword 10,000 times, the result will still be the same as the first time. Everything I have is in this sword, so I'll cut through it, this damn hell. And just as Jin's sword came down, Murakami Zippel's body and the demonic power he wielded were cleaved in two. A dark, eerie energy began to gather and cracks spread across Murakami's power. In an instant, his hellish strength shattered, leaving him in a state of shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. How could this be? He was sure the kid was finished. Why was it like this? As he stood there, eyes wide with disbelief, a streak of green fire shot past him. The power of the great mage, Phoenix Tess. Behind that fire, Murakami was left as nothing more than a lifeless, withered corpse crying out in pain. Looking at the scene before him, Jin still couldn't understand what that strange power he had just unleashed was. The dark energy the shadow figure released felt completely unusual, and more importantly, this was the first time he had ever sensed anything like it. Could it be a fragment of the sword's core? Lost in thought, Jin turned to look at Murakami, who was barely clinging to life. At that moment, Murakami's staff began to glow. This startled Jin a little. What? He can still use his power after that blow. Before Jin could be more surprised, Murakami lifted his staff and slammed it onto the ground. His body shattered into pieces upon impact, clearly having reached the limit of what a human body could endure. At this moment, seeing his opponent finally fall, Jin let out a sigh of relief, but it didn't last long. He quickly collapsed, unable to stand any longer, much to Murakami's concern. The battle had drained almost all of his strength and left him with nothing else he could do. As for the magic staff, the kind used by the Tower Lords of the Zippel family's magical towers had a special function few people knew about. Thanks to a small symbol on the top of the staff, when its owner swung it, the symbol would activate and send a distress signal directly to the magical tower. This meant one thing, Jin, you don't have much time to rest. Wake up quickly and get out of here. Moments later, Jin woke up from the strange sound he had heard. You're awake. Kid, if you're awake, hurry up and drink this, Murakami said, pouring something into Jin's mouth without hesitation. Jin had no idea what Murakami had just given him. He gagged and looked at Murakami, asking, "What is this?" Murakami explained that what Jin had just drunk was a unicorn horn, a special potion that worked wonders for people suffering from mana poisoning. As he heard this, Jin began to feel the effects of the potion. It was true. He was already feeling better. The mana in his body was calming down. While the dark energy and aura were still mixed together, it was much better than before. At this point, Kashmir finally felt it was safe to approach and check on Jin. Young Master Jin, you did great, Kashmir said. Jin quickly asked, where did you get that unicorn horn, Lord Kashmir? It turned out that the unicorn horn didn't actually belong to Kashmir. It belonged to the two people standing over there. Apparently, during a drinking session with Murakami, Dino had heard him mention he had stolen a unicorn horn from a family, and later, Lady Latika had found it. At this moment, Latika finally had the chance to introduce herself. She introduced herself as Latika, the one temporarily taking the role of the tribe's high priestess in place of Lausa. She also promised that she would never forget the favor Jin had done for her today. If you're all here, that means the high priestess must have asked you to help us, right? But it's not rescue in the literal sense. What she wants is for you to assist us in restoring our sacred artifact, she explained. Upon hearing this, Murakami immediately stood up and asked, I'm a dragon who has lived for 3,000 years, but I've never heard of such a sacred artifact. At first, I thought it was just a lie. But after seeing that madman's magical power, I started to reconsider. As you said, he used the sacred artifact to greatly boost his strength, right? Now I have one question. The owner of that artifact, the god you worship, what is their name? Latika quickly answered, the god's name is Claim. After hearing this, Murakami was even more puzzled. He had never heard of a god by that name. As the tense exchange continued between the two, Kashmir finally spoke up, well, if this is all true, maybe we should just go find the artifact first and then leave. That would solve everything, right? Besides, this is Zippel territory. We don't know when they might discover us and come after us. With Mr. Kashmir's opinion, Latika didn't disagree. However, there was one more small issue. In order to get the holy relic, we first needed to restore it. and to restore it, we need sunlight to break the seal. That's when Murakami finally snapped, shouting, "Isn't it midnight right now? How are we supposed to get sunlight to break the seal? You're calling this a small issue? I thought that was the hard part, but apparently it's not." Latika then added a few more requirements to the process of breaking the seal. First, we need to gather everyone, then perform the ceremony. Murakami was about to lose his mind. Meanwhile, after hearing the entire conversation, Jin started putting together some clues about the Zippel family, the Holy Relic, and the daylight. What could that mean? It felt like there was something missing, something really important that he had forgotten. At that moment, Jin suddenly remembered the tower, the magic tower. He shouted, startling the other three. "We don't have much time left. Soon they'll be here using this." Just as Jin said, the army from the Seventh Tower, led by Mater Elner, the Vice Tower Master, was rapidly making its way toward them. Back with Jin's group, Kashmir nodded in agreement after hearing Jin's warning. Based on the F carved into the staff, it seemed clear that Muran was the owner of the magic tower. Although not entirely certain, the information they had gathered suggested that the Zippel family's masters might have some trick up their sleeves to summon weaker mages to fight on their behalf. When Murakami heard this, he was visibly alarmed. He asked, "Do the descendants of that family know about this? If that's the case, are we all standing on a pile of burning coals right now?" To calm him down, Kashmir continued, "As we know, each tower has at least 100 mages. Most of them are ranked 7-star or 8-star, and on top of that, we now have to protect the civilians as well. If they come in full force, we'll be in serious trouble." At this point, Jin asked, "How long will it take for those people to get here?" It was understood that it would take at least 2 hours, as the Seventh Tower was located all the way at the northern edge of the continent. Immediately, Jin began to think through his strategy. A few minutes later, he turned his gaze toward Kashmir and asked for his full support. As for the exact plan, that would become clear in due time. After hearing the plan, Kashmir was stunned. He opened his mouth as if in disbelief and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? If you delay for even a moment, you and everyone else will be doomed. They'll definitely reject you." In response to Kashmir's concern, Jin's face remained calm and collected. "Even if I offend them, they won't turn me down. There's not much time left. Mr. Kashmir, I'm counting on you." At this point, Kashmir had no choice but to go along with what Jin, the young master, asked. "I will succeed, so you need to survive and come back," Kashmir said with determination. A short time later, Jin's group had reached the location of the Holy Relic seal. The Tikka tribe members had also gathered, ready for the ceremony. Now, there was just one last problem. Would they be able to hold their own against the overwhelming numbers of the Zippel forces? Thinking about it, Murakami grew even more frustrated. "This is all your fault. Who in their right mind would call the enemy's subordinates after killing your leader? Back in my day, if you lost, you were on your own. No one would cover for you." Dim had gotten used to Murakami's complaints by now. He just sighed and muttered, "Didn't I already call Sister Luna here? Besides, Lord Kashmir has already gone to pick up the other person." Not making everyone wait long, the group from the Seventh Tower arrived. One of them reported to Mater Elner that the ancient ruins of the Long Coat were right ahead. Through a magical sight, he could see that the locals were holding a ritual, and there were also 2 strangers present. However, there was still no sign of Lord Muran. At the mention of the last point, Elner's face darkened and veins popped on his forehead. How could Muran be lost like that? He snapped. One of the team members, seeing his reaction, suggested calmly, "Maybe the locals have taken Lord Muran hostage." Eller paused, thinking for a moment. "That makes sense," he said, his tone cold. "My brother wouldn't die so easily. If Muran really is dead, I'll make every one of them beg for death at my feet." Meanwhile, below, Murakami also sensed the approaching Zippel forces. He could make out 6 dragons and around 30 mages. "If things go south, I'll transform into my dragon form to fight, so be careful, Jin." Without waiting for Murakami to continue his small talk with Jin, the entire army from Tower 7 suddenly appeared right in front of them. From what they could see, all 6 of the dragons seemed to be fire dragons. However, Murakami had no idea who these creatures were. They were too young compared to someone as ancient as him, a 3,000-year-old dragon. And they weren't actually fire dragons, but red dragons, an inferior subspecies of fire dragons. They were probably all servants of that dragon, Khadun. As they were talking, Elder shouted loudly from the front, introducing himself as the Deputy Tower Master of Tower 7, Mater Elner. "So what I want to know now is, where is Lord Muran Zippel?" Jin didn't waste any time with long explanations. He simply stated that he hadn't seen anyone named Muran, but even as he said this, something felt off to him. He clearly remembered never hearing of anyone named Elner in his previous life. On the other side, Elner's anger only grew after hearing Jin's response. He started to wonder if these 2 idiots in front of him could possibly be from the Runcandel family. Jin wasn't one to back down either. With Muraken's assurance to let things be, he puffed up his chest and said something that made Elner seethe with rage. Everything was now reaching its boiling point. Elner asked one final question. I want to know if my brother is still alive. I'm asking as someone who shares his blood. You too must have family, so you understand how I feel, right? If you tell me the truth, I promise I won't lay a finger on you. I thought things would be different, but it turns out this guy is just like any other ordinary man. Over here, Jin felt the same way. He felt the person in front of them was ridiculous. How could these lowlifes, who caused so much suffering to others, dare to act like they were brothers here? You better stop talking nonsense, Jin snapped. Hearing this insult, Elner's anger flared. How dare you speak like that? Do you really think those pests can be compared to the noble Zippel family like ours? At that moment, Elner's gaze landed on something. The black lump at the back helped him piece everything together. Looks like I'm late, huh? But I still have one question. If it was just you dogs, you wouldn't have been able to leave a mark on him. So you must have used some kind of trick, right? With that, he gave the order for his entire army to prepare for an attack. In an instant, all the mages began casting various elemental spells, and under Elner's command, they were unleashed all at once. Jin watched in growing concern. All of them were 8-star mages. This was looking bad. Since Jin couldn't hold his own, the author had sent someone else in. With a confident smile, she effortlessly countered their 8-star magic like it was child's play. A snowstorm suddenly swept through, leaving Elner shocked and horrified. Well then, let's see. I came here because I heard my daughter gave some flowers to a man, and I guess I'm too late, huh? Now you understand, right? Jin couldn't handle it on his own, so he had to call for help. This is my wife, Teleris Indorma, the 51st master of the Ice Palace. Over here, Elner was still in shock. Who would have thought that someone here could completely freeze an 8-star level spell so easily? The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze over as well, and what was even more striking was the person in front of them. She was colder than the air itself. One of the subordinates, witnessing this, immediately recognized who she was and shouted to Elner, "She's the master of the Ice Palace. She's not someone you can mess with, even if you're from the Zippel family." While the Zippel mages were panicking, Jin and Muraken were clearly thrilled. Kashmir must have succeeded. Muraken, watching the scene unfold, grew even more excited. The object in question was a frost frog, a creature that only those chosen could control. To think someone in this age could still manage that was amazing. The display of power seemed to be enough for now. The Ice Palace's owner called for her beloved frog, saying, "Come inside and rest. Let me handle things here for now." With a smile, she raised her hand, and in an instant, a massive ice barrier appeared, surrounding everyone inside. It was only then that Teleris finally had time to ask Jin if he was the one her daughter had chosen, and it turned out he was. Jin introduced himself as the youngest son of the Runcandel family. Teleris studied him closely, surprised. The internal injuries he had sustained were clearly more severe than his external ones, yet he was still standing. But she decided not to dwell on that for now. She then asked, "So, you're the one who killed my toy?" It was only then that Jin remembered his mission to eliminate Alcaro during his time as a trainee. Clearly, Sears hadn't kept that secret very well. Even though she asked, Teleris didn't seem angry. It was clear she just wanted Jin to introduce her to a new man. Why look far when it's right in front of you, sir? Isn't Biraken just perfect according to the standards set by the master tape? Teleris said jokingly, "Just kidding, but seriously, saying more would only make it more fun." She then turned to her daughter and said, "Sears, go over there and take care of your boyfriend." This made Sears blush. Even though she denied it with words, her actions spoke otherwise. Sears slowly walked over to Jin and, as always, carefully took care of him. Speaking of which, Sears had mentioned the person Jin had sent earlier with the flowers. That guy looked like he was ready to risk his life. A man who's not afraid of anything, even daring to wake my mother up. "You really do have some good teammates," she said. Sears' comforting words made Jin feel a bit awkward. Shortly after, he coughed up a pool of black blood, which made Sears panic. As usual, she immediately grabbed a vial of medicine and gently treated him. "This means your feelings are there, but you're still hesitant on the outside." Without further emotion, Teleris shifted back to the battle. She guessed that Elner was probably a Zippel who wasn't of pure blood. The color of his hair was the clue. Elner, aware that his opponent far outclassed him, had already contacted his family. Now all he had to do was buy time until reinforcements arrived. With those thoughts in mind, Elner announced his name and title, hoping to intimidate Teleris into backing down. However, things didn't go as easily as he had hoped. Master Tape responded with a challenging tone. Elner hadn't made a move yet, but the old man beside him was already shouting at the top of his lungs. He pointed at Teleris, cursing her for daring to insult and cause trouble on Zippel's territory. After letting off some steam, he realized too late that he had made a huge mistake. Right in front of him, Talaris was moving closer, like a serpent slowly slithering in his direction. Shut up. With just those few words, the sheer force of her authority made the old man immediately collapse to the ground. In an instant, all of Zippel's mages who were present raised magical barriers. Elder believed these barriers would block the cold air coming from Master Tape. At the same time, he launched a fire spell, hoping to counteract her freezing aura. Although he knew fire and ice were opposites, he also knew that raw power mattered most in a fight. With overwhelming magical strength, Talar is easily blocked and destroyed all of Elner's spells, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He realized he could very well die here, but the pride of his Zippel mage wouldn't allow him to surrender. Elder gripped his staff again and prepared to continue his attack. As Master Tape Talaris wore a look of frustration, a massive explosion erupted, lighting up the entire sky. So, what do you think? This is the power of fire, personally granted to me by the family head. Even someone like you can't escape it. As soon as the words left his mouth, he froze in shock. Not only had Talaris escaped, but the flames hadn't even singed a single hair on his body. It seems Silhouette gave you power, but he didn't teach you the most important lesson when dealing with the Ice Palace. Don't worry, I'll personally take over and teach you that lesson. A valuable one, at that. With those words, a sword of ice burning with cold energy shot toward Elner. However, he still hadn't figured out the nature of this attack. It wasn't until the wind passed that he realized the full extent of what had happened. Every single Zippel mage behind him had been frozen solid. Oh my god, how did that happen so quickly? Talaris suddenly appeared right in front of Elner, mocking him with a smirk. Is it because your clever trap vanished in the blink of an eye? Or maybe it's because your arm, well, it's gone now, isn't it? When those words were spoken, Elner suddenly realized that his arm had disappeared. Surprisingly, he didn't feel any pain. One shock after another, Talaris' sword was now pressed right against his throat. This was enough to shake Mager Elner's entire worldview. How could he possibly believe that the difference in power could be so vast? At this rate, even if a rescue team showed up, they would just become easy targets for that monstrous woman. Just when things were at their most critical, a magical circle appeared right beneath Elner's feet. To his and Talaris' surprise, all of the Zupo tribe members and Elner's men were teleported away by the magic. At the same time, they found themselves transported to another location. The people there told them, from now on, Elder can leave the rest to us. The White Knight faction will handle this properly. Back in the forest, Talaris was furious after being outwitted. At that moment, a massive ship appeared, heading toward them. Murankin immediately recognized it as Kozak, a warship used by the Zippel clan. Jin looked at the ship and feared the worst. The people controlling it were from the White Knight faction, the strongest team, made up of the most carefully chosen Zippel warriors from their clan. As you may already know, no one likes to meddle in matters that don't concern them. Talaris, the owner of the Ice Palace, sensed the tension rising and decided to excuse herself and leave. However, she promised to escort Jin and the local residents to a safe place. Despite her offer, Jin refused. You want to complete the ritual before leaving. If the ritual isn't finished, no one will be able to stand against the Zippel in the future. More innocent lives will be lost, and the situation will spiral even further out of control. So please, I need your help, he pleaded. Faced with Jin's unshakable determination, even in the face of death, Talaris had no choice but to relent. She gave him 1 hour to finish everything. Before leaving, she mentioned that after this ordeal, she would meet with Jin's parents to discuss something. What they would talk about, however, remained a mystery. Meanwhile, at the altar, the ritual was progressing smoothly. At least, it was until Jin arrived and shared news about the imminent danger. He wanted to know if there was any way to speed up the process. Tika responded, "Thank you, but you need to leave immediately. I know exactly what's coming, and Jin, you must go before they get here." Still, anyone who knows Jin would understand his nature. He's not the type to run from danger, especially when the situation involves a sacred relic that could make him stronger in the future. With firm resolve, Jin pressed Tika again, asking if there was any way to hasten the ritual. Seeing the sincerity in his plea, Tika finally answered, though it wasn't the response Jin had hoped for. Only the holy maiden Lausa has the power to speed up the ritual, she explained. The conversation between the two people was overheard by Sears. If that Lausa girl is still alive, then everything would be easy to resolve, Sears said as she summoned an ice toad. Now, let's go. With this, we can bring her here no matter where she is. Outside, on the front lines, Lady Talaris noticed her daughter was having fun, even though she wasn't sure what Jin was plotting. Still, he probably had to keep his promise, right? Mr. Murakami also shook his wrist dramatically, preparing for battle. Time to make my move. At the same moment, above them, the group introduced themselves as the White Knight Knights of Zippel. I'll be direct. One of them said, "Ice Palace, you have a chance to leave. All you need to do is hand over the one who killed Muran, Zippel, and the others." However, the only response they got was a cold, indifferent look from Talaris. If you want to cooperate, then bring Celiac here, Ice Palace said, pointing his sword toward the commander. Then there's no other choice, the leader replied. With those words, he conjured countless fireballs. Now scatter. Immediately, the fireballs launched toward Murakhan and Talaris, aiming to attack them. Of course, these attacks weren't going to trouble a dragon like Murakhan. He and Talaris easily merged their fire and ice powers, destroying all the magic and sending a counterattack right back. Up here, the White Knight group isn't made up of pushovers. With the strength of the strongest army in Zippel, they easily blocked that attack. While giving orders, the commander glanced over at Murakhan, wondering Asteris, who is this person standing in front of the Ice Palace? No ordinary person could stop that magic with their bare hands. Asteris, clearly, this person wasn't someone to be taken lightly. After thinking for a moment, the commander immediately ordered his subordinates to send a message to the family. Asterisk, we're using the war cannons. Asterisk. Meanwhile, Jin and Kashmir had just arrived at Lausa's room. To Jin's surprise, Lausa had been waiting for him there for a while. She had seen everything coming. Let's go now, before it's too late. Back on the brutal battlefield in the forest, it now looked more like a night at a music festival. Two powerful forces of ice and fire collided, making the scene even more intense. Amid the storm of magic filling the sky, one person kept fighting with his fists, or more accurately, with a dragon. Was Murakhan really planning to punch through that warship with his bare hands? He'd have to be dreaming. Still, despite the pain in his body, he was now gifted with a new power. This was the special gift from the Ice Palace owner, the Ice Armor. When you've got something new, you make sure to enjoy it. So, with his savage grin, Murakhan continued his performance in the middle of this magical night. Murakhan easily used his bare hands to grab a huge rock and threw it straight at the ship. Nearby, Talaris smirked to himself. Earlier, a kid Jin had mentioned that the Zippel family wanted this land and wouldn't use their war cannons. Both sides had to avoid casualties in this battle. Clearly, at this rate, our side would win for sure. Meanwhile, up above, Commander White Knight knew exactly what Master Tape was thinking. He was confident that he could surprise Talaris in ways he wouldn't expect. However, right now, he still hadn't been given permission to fire. Plus, there were the locals and the two missing people to consider. The commander wondered what exactly they were planning. Just then, the order from his family came through, eliminate them. What more was there to wait for? The White Knight's strongest attack was ready to be launched. A massive mana sphere formed immediately. Before the final blow could be delivered, the commander once again advised Talaris to make a wise decision. This is your last chance, he said. When I count to 3, if you haven't left by then, I will wipe you all out. And then, one by one, the words came. 1, 2. As soon as he reached 2, series of the others suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This time they had really caught the whole school of fish. The moment they set foot on the ground, everyone's eyes went wide at the horrifying sight above them. At that very moment, the final voice was heard. Immediately after, a massive surge of energy rushed forward, nearly destroying everything in its path. Then, just as the explosion reached its peak, Talaris quickly struck with an ice blade, aiming to stop it. And of course, it was obvious that this attack wouldn't be enough to completely neutralize the blast. Still, it did have some effect. The ice blade managed to split the explosion into smaller fragments. This was a special ability of the ice attribute. Everything that came into contact with the blade would freeze. As Ceres explained this, Jin began to tap into his dark power. And so, the two of them, along with Ceres, worked together to slice through all the smaller fragments. But at the end, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. Jin suspected that the others wouldn't let them easily bring the Saintess to the ceremony. Ceres also found it hard to believe that the White Knight forces were fighting on equal footing with her mother. It looks like those damn Zippel people have brought something really dangerous. Meanwhile, up above, the leader of the White Knight faction was utterly baffled. He wondered, how can those people down there stop the power of the Kozak cannon with nothing but mortal strength? After thinking for a moment, he called out from below, "This is your final warning, Ice Palace owner. If you don't agree to compromise, we'll kill all your guests and wipe this place off the map." Of course, Talaris had heard threats like these 100 times before. She looked up and smirked at the White Knight group. "It seems like you're too scared to even talk about killing me now, huh? I am Talaris Endorma, the owner of the Ice Palace. Even if you brought your whole Zippel family here, you wouldn't be able to kill me. So do yourself a favor and leave before you embarrass yourselves. Are you little kids still in diapers?" At Talaris' mocking words, the leader of the group fired back just as boldly. He said even if they couldn't kill the Ice Palace owner, so what? She wouldn't be able to protect all her guests. Today, she would carry the stain of defeat. Hearing this, Talaris turned to her daughter and asked, "Is the girl behind you the one for the ceremony? If so, listen carefully. I'll block their attack. After that, you and Jin need to find a way to get her to the temple." Today, either the Ice Palace or Zipple will bear a shame that can never be erased. With Talaris's confirmation above them, Captain Guy quickly signaled his men to load the cannons. Today, the Zipple family would erase Colin from the face of this earth. Back with Jin's group, he glanced at Sears, hoping she would protect the Saintess. As for himself, Jin had decided to be the one to pave the way. He would fight through the bloodshed alone so that Sears and the Saintess could reach the temple. Of course, hearing Jin's reckless plan, Sears strongly objected. She urged him to reconsider. How could he possibly handle all the debris flying around by himself? However, Jin had already made up his mind. He no longer wanted to rely on others for help. This was the moment he had to put his life on the line. Meanwhile, Laosa seemed to see her past reflected in Jin. Back then, her own people had sacrificed their lives to protect the Saintess, all for one simple wish, for Laosa to survive and return. Back then, they told me, bring back a savior for the tribe. At that time, Laosa had even questioned whether her choice had been a mistake. Was it really right for her to live in hiding on a small island while her divine powers slowly faded away? Did that savior even exist? These were the questions Laosa constantly asked herself. But now, perhaps the answer has already arrived. With Jin's encouragement, Laosa knew exactly what she had to do. She had to reach the shrine at all costs. Just seconds later, the next shot was fired. In that moment, could Jin, Siri, and everyone else complete their part of the mission? Who could say what the future held? However, there was one thing Jin knew for sure. He had to trust every strike from his mirror sword. Immediately after, countless shards flew as they collided with Talaris's ice blade. Realizing that Jin couldn't handle a massive amount of debris on his own, Murakin quickly rushed over to lend a hand. With every shot fired by Captain Guy of the White Knight faction down below, Talaris, Jin, and Murakin braced themselves to fight back. Murakin, still not satisfied with his play, teased the two young ones. And of course, karma came swiftly. A second later, Jin, exhausted and unable to hold on any longer, was struck. The sight left both Murakin and Sears deeply worried. If you really die, how are you going to explain that to the Runcandel family? Though Sears was deeply concerned for Jin, she knew the mission had been set in stone. She had no choice but to take Laosa to the shrine. But as she focused on that task, she let her guard down and in an instant was hit as well. Now Laosa could only go there on her own. She had to keep moving forward and not look back. She couldn't let all their efforts be in vain. She had to keep running. With that, Laosa continued straight toward the shrine. She promised herself that she would let everyone's sacrifices be meaningless. And more importantly, she realized she could no longer rely on divine help. At the same time, Jin was sinking deeper into his subconscious. A voice kept calling his name inside his head. When he opened his eyes, the scene before him was nothing short of shocking. Sears had died in her mother's arms. The Zipple family's people had surrounded them on all sides. But that wasn't all. Right behind Jin, a massive dragon, bright red in color, loomed. It was far larger than any dragon he had seen before. This was Kadun, the guardian dragon of the Selaic family head, and the creature in its claws was none other than the shadow dragon, Murakin, who was barely clinging to life. So it turned out that everything had come to an end. Seeing his own lifeless body on the ground, Jin realized that he had failed. At that moment, the voice spoke to Jin again. You must be wondering when everything went wrong, right? Maybe you think you shouldn't have ended Moron's life. You probably thought you should have helped the others escape. It's a shame, but neither of those things were the right choice. From the very beginning, you should never have helped them. I'm sure your mind is now full of regret. Jin, angry at the voice, immediately responded. But what really made him furious was himself. Even though he was dead, the fact that he was still weak hadn't changed. It was because of him that everyone else had to die. I understand now, came the voice's response. Then, never forget this feeling, along with the snap of that person's fingers. A new vision unfolded before Jin's eyes. A voice introduced itself as Clem, someone sealed inside a mirror with the help of Solderit. I've been waiting for you, Jin Runcandel, the one chosen by the dark god Solderit. Jin listened completely confused. He had no idea what she was talking about, but Clem didn't stop. She kept saying even more confusing things. From this moment on, you must realize the path you need to take. Jin Runcandel, we'll continue this conversation outside. Suddenly, Jin woke up, his head still dizzy. Before him stood Ceres, the very person he had seen die in the vision earlier, and that person in front of him was definitely Murakin, only he could hit Jin so hard. At this moment, Jin snapped out of his shock and asked Murakin about everything he had just witnessed. Hearing Jin's question, Talaris, who was standing some distance away, burst out laughing and called out, "Ha ha ha, I'm truly amazed that Jin has managed to bring a god down to this world." Only then did Murakin begin to explain. Earlier, a god descended into the body of a woman, and this wasn't just any god. The moment the god arrived, every single White Knight soldier immediately collapsed. I don't know what kind of power it was, but those guys surely have no chance of surviving. And on top of that, this powerful magical barrier, that definitely belongs to a god with great authority. At this point, Lausa, or more precisely, Clom in Lausa's body, started to explain everything to Jin. She pointed at the body and expressed her deep gratitude toward Lausa. Thanks to this child's sacrifice, I was able to descend to this world. And Jin Runcandel, the pain and death you've gone through today, consider it a small lesson. Upon hearing this, Murakan finally understood Jin's strange condition and turned toward Claim with suspicion. Did you do something to my boy? Why did you do this? In response to the question, the god Claim spoke briefly and took out the ancient mana mirror. I've been waiting for its owner. I am the creator and the origin of all magical power, but I couldn't control my own strength and almost destroyed the world. At that time, Solder had helped me. He sealed me and my power inside this mirror. As Claim spoke, he revealed the dark seal of Sondrus on the mirror, showing it as proof. As soon as he saw it, Murakan immediately understood. This seal is very weak now. You must need someone to maintain it, he said. That's right, Claim replied. The infinite magic inside this mirror is me. If I break free, it will be the day the world is erased. To prevent that, I asked Solder to seal me and entrusted the responsibility of guarding it to the Colin children. Back then, the Colin were very different from how they are now. There was nothing that could defeat them. However, after I was sealed away, my blessings couldn't reach them, and eventually, that led to the tragedy we have now. But it's all over now. The one who made the 1,000-year pact, as Sondrus mentioned, Claim added, turning his gaze toward Jin. Upon hearing this, Sears was clearly surprised. Her mother, Talaris, on the other hand, couldn't help but secretly smile to herself. That look on her face was probably because she was already thinking about accepting this son-in-law. With those words, Clem raised the enchanted mirror and directed it toward Jin. Now take it, Jin Runcandel, the one who holds the power to protect the world, the power of the god Solderet. From this moment on, my strength becomes yours. This is your duty. I'm not just asking you to maintain Solderet's seal, because that seal is a gift Solderet left for you. It's both a gift and a masterpiece created with all of his power when he was at his peak. Jin understood that the mirror would be incredibly helpful, but there was something else on his mind. He looked at the goddess and asked about Solderet. State Lausa mentioned she would summon Solderet for me. The goddess paused for a moment before responding. Lausa may have promised that in the final moments of her life, but Solderet will never respond to anyone's call, even if they are his shadow dragon guardian. She then apologized on Lausa's behalf. As for Jin, he understood Lausa's struggle. After all, had she sacrificed herself without expecting anything in return? At the same time that Jin was speaking, the god within Lausa's body suddenly realized something. Perhaps time had run out. She turned to Jin and said, "You received everything you need for the future. Above all, your actions have saved the suffering Colin children, and for that, I'm truly grateful. Child of Solderet, you are our savior." As she spoke, the god slowly began to fade, dissolving into a mist. Or more precisely, the god returned to the mirror once again, leaving Jin with a blessing for the journey ahead. Right after the conversation between Jin and the ancient god ended, Talaris interrupted, "While I'm certainly surprised to see a god thank a human, there's something more important. We should leave now, shouldn't we? The Zipple people can't stay here forever." Jin immediately agreed, ready to lead everyone out. At the same time, within the mirror world, Lausa in her subconscious form met with the god of her tribe for the last time. Though they both apologized for what happened, wasn't the mission already accomplished? Now is the time to watch over Jin Runcandel's steps. His unwavering determination will create a new world, a world where pain no longer exists. Back in the real world, Jin began saying his goodbyes to everyone. The Colin girl thanked him once more for everything that had happened before. It's been over 10,000 years since the Colin became slaves to the Zipple. We're so fortunate that the mirror is finally in your hands, Jin. If it weren't for you, all the sacrifices would have been in vain. As for Jin, he didn't bring up the past anymore. Instead, he told the other two to head to Hewfester. "I've already arranged accommodations for everyone at the Hewfester Association," he said. Hearing this, the two of them raised a question. "Aren't you not getting any help from your family?" Jin didn't say much. He just handed them a piece of paper. "This is a letter of recommendation from Miss Luna Runcandel. Just present it when you get to the association, and it will help you." After that, Jin left without another word, but not before reminding Dino, make sure to talk badly about the Zipple family in those articles. Dino immediately disagreed, believing the Zipple family would try to cover things up. But Jin thought differently. "You're not the only one who hates them. You're the spark, and I'm sure you'll be a great journalist in the future." A few minutes later, in Talaris' room, Jin finally had the chance to properly thank the Ice Palace owner. However, Talaris was more focused on something else. "After this, it's very likely that the Ice Palace and Zipple will turn into enemies," she said. Well, it's probably fine. Zipple might think an ancient god descended because of the ice palace. Talaris added with a smirk. They'll probably be more worried than angry. Besides, you don't have to thank me. I'm the one benefiting from this. When Jin asked if the ice palace owner had any other requests, he was met with a very mischievous look from her. Just by looking at Jin's face, he knew his life was about to take a turn for the worse. He had expected the lady of the house to make some tough demand, but surprisingly, she didn't. She simply looked at her daughter and said, "This time, I'll let it slide, but we all know there's something hidden behind all this." After saying that, Talaris quickly left with her daughter. Before they parted ways, Sears couldn't resist giving Jin one last warning. "Next time, it'll be a battle to settle things between the two of us." But when her mother said it, it sounded less like a fight and more like a love story. A few minutes later, in northern Black Sea region, as usual, Jin Runcandel, the head of the Runcandel family, was training alone. However, this time, it seemed he was visited by a friend. Talaris, who had just returned to the Ice Palace, immediately teleported to meet Chiron and bring up a matter with him. "This time, I want to talk about the youngest member of the Runcandel family, the boy named Jin. Do you think you would allow him to marry my daughter?" Meanwhile, at the Hufester Association headquarters, Luna had just finished reading her younger brother's letter and couldn't help but be impressed. It seemed like Jin had done something interesting again. She asked the others about his situation and found out that he was doing fine. Before heading to Tenkin, he had already fully recovered. After getting a clear update on Jin, Luna shifted her focus to the main issue at hand. She didn't want to let the two of them live like refugees here, even if it was Jin who had made the introduction. She then instructed the nurse to find a suitable job for Latika. Helping her integrate with the locals would make it easier for her to settle down. Of course, Latika was also very grateful for the actions of the young lady. As for Dino, he promised to support him to the best of his ability. However, before that, Dino had to achieve the results that the youngest had requested. A month later, the incident in Colin made headlines everywhere. The whole world began discussing the massacre of the native people of Colin, which also included nameless monks who had punished the crimes of the Zipple family. Seizing the opportunity, enemies of the Zipple family, like the Runcandel family, quickly spread rumors, even though the Zipple family had declared that the actions were taken independently by Moran Zipple. Part of Kozek's body was found at the scene, suggesting Zipple's involvement in the matter. Things finally started to calm down when the Emperor of the Bemet Empire made a unilateral declaration that Zipple was innocent. The outcome was that the Runcandel family, who had leaked the information, gained a reputation with the public. Meanwhile, the Bemet Empire received support from the Zipple family. In the meantime, the Zipple family's image took a hit, with their honor and status steadily declining. It was probably for this reason that Zipple fell silent for a while, for the death of the deputy family head to the Colin massacre. It was truly a huge shock for the Medj family. Dino also realized that he had completely misunderstood the Runcandel family, from young Master Jin to the eldest daughter Luna. He had thought they were all obsessed with the sword, but that wasn't the case at all. And there was one more surprising thing. Many people had heard of the Colin tribe and sent them financial support. It seemed that after being abandoned for hundreds of years, Colin was finally catching people's attention. All of this was thanks to young Master Jin. One day, everyone would come to know a once unknown person. When that time came, that person would rise to lead, raising the Runcandel family's status while also burying the Zipple family. A few days later, in northern Black Sea region, Han, who was on his way to report to the family head, came across something unbelievable. A giant ice mountain has risen in the middle of the Black Sea. Before he could be more amazed, he realized that the ice mountain belonged to Ice Palace owner Talaris. It turned out that she and the Runcandel family head were discussing the engagement of their children. The only problem was that Chiron absolutely hated being disturbed while meditating. While they were talking, Talaris suddenly attacked in a different direction when she noticed someone eavesdropping. "If I'm going to fight, I'll fight." Only then did I realize it was Khan. At that moment, the leader of the group was surprised to find out that Khan was with Chiron. She immediately recognized Khan, even though they hadn't seen each other in a long time. As for Chiron, he told Khan to ignore the woman and just hand over the letter to him. The letter, which was from Kashmir, mentioned the recent accomplishments of young Master Jin. It said that Jin Runcandel had beheaded Moran Zipple, the master of the Seventh Tower. Behind Khan, it was added that there had been rumors about a massacre in Colin. In the news, they mentioned an anonymous traveler who had taken down Zipple and freed the locals. During the rescue, the master of the Seventh Tower, Moran, was killed, and Kozek, along with the White Knight faction, confirmed that they were also attacked. Hearing this, Chiron was shocked. He didn't think the kid was strong enough for that. After a moment, he turned to ask, "Did you have a hand in this, Talaris?" Talaris didn't hide anything and admitted that she had been asked by Kashmir to help. This only made Chiron more confused because the letter didn't mention anything about the Icebow Master's involvement. Clearly, The young double sword needed a warning. Upon hearing that, Talaris disagreed with Chiron's foolish idea. She told Chiron that he should reward him instead. Kashmir made it clear who he was loyal to. He wasn't loyal to the Lord, he was loyal to Jin Runcandel. The head of the Chiron family, after hearing the explanation, felt it made sense. He admitted that he had put his son in a dangerous situation and also thanked Talaris for his help. However, with Talaris' reputation as an ice bow master, could he just let things slide like that? If you owe someone, you should repay them with something, Talaris said. So, think about what I said earlier. Your youngest son and my daughter would make a great match. At the same time in Tikkun, Jin suddenly felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Could this be the after effect of the battle in Kalin? Nearby, Kashmir immediately confirmed it was indeed the case. I get that feeling sometimes too, young master, Kashmir said. Nanny Gilly had a different thought. Could it be because of Jin's rapid development that this was happening? Well, that's definitely a possibility, she said. Since the battle in Kalin, Jin's swordsmanship has reached the 6-star level. His dart power is at 5 stars, and his magic is at 7 stars. Becoming a 7-star mage just by using a single asterisk, track quang asterisk, is truly insane. However, right now, Jin can't go any further because doing so could weaken the seal. Meanwhile, while everyone was talking, a butler came in to report that someone was looking for Kashmir. What's more, this person claimed to know the location of a secret base belonging to one of Hewfester's members. After hearing the butler's report, Jin couldn't help but wonder who this person might be. But before he could think too much, his eyes landed on a very familiar figure. It was Jet, the same guy Jin had met back when he was in Arkan. Thinking back, Jin remembered how this con artist had tricked him countless times in his past life. But since Jet had a child, Jin had spared him. Judging by his current appearance, Jin guessed that Jet was going through something pretty serious. On the other side, Kashmir was conducting the interrogation. Even though Kashmir asked directly how Jet knew about his base, Jet kept going around in circles, talking about irrelevant details. Still, Kashmir quickly deduced that Jet was someone from testing. As for the original question, Jet wanted Kashmir to accept him first before giving any answers. After all, for someone in intelligence, security is the most important thing. Of course, right after that, Jet found himself on the receiving end of a furious outburst from the Hewfester commander. He wasn't any less impressive, as he continued to share the second important piece of information. The person that the Rainbow Seven was investigating, Spider-Hand's Allah, I got some info on him. Right at that moment, a voice from a distance called out, asking to know the information he had just mentioned. Jet, noticing Kashmir's expression, felt a little confused. He wondered why Commander Kashmir of the Tayan Outpost seemed so afraid of that person, even calling him Young Master. When he turned around, he was shocked to realize it was someone he knew. Of course, meeting Jin again felt like facing death for Jet. He barely got away the last time they crossed paths. With that fear still gripping him, Jet shouted out 3 words, "You're a fraud." Sir Kashmir, this scoundrel is a fraud. He pretended to be Varadin Zippel when he was in Arkan. At the same time that Jet shouted those words, Kashmir was about to draw his sword to deal with him, but then something unexpected happened. Out of nowhere, Murakin barged in, seemingly ready to talk to Kashmir. As it turned out, Kashmir had promised to buy ice cream for the Shadow Dragon, but he had forgotten all about it. And Jet, Murakin, immediately recognized him as the person who had spiked the orange juice earlier. After this whole scene, Jet was starting to lose his footing. He now realized that Commander Kashmir was the lowest ranking person in the room. The one he had just insulted, though, that person held the highest rank. After thinking for a moment, he immediately began bowing repeatedly to apologize. "I truly have eyes like a blind man, sir. I was so foolish not to recognize you." Jin was already used to this kind of behavior, so he got straight to the point. What he wants to know is information about Spider-Hand's Allah. Then they learned that Allah's real name was Taken Marius, a former cadet from the Runcandel family. When Jin heard that name, it felt oddly familiar, so he turned to ask Yili. She mentioned the name Timud Marius, Luda's wet nurse. That was her family name. Spider-Hand's Allah came from the kingdom of Delki, which was part of the Hewfester Alliance. As a commoner, he managed to pass the cadet exam at Runcandel. Jet added that the name Taken Marius was erased the moment he became Spider-Hand's Allah. At this point, Yili confirmed that Taemun, the wet nurse, was indeed from the kingdom of Delki. She also mentioned that the exam had taken place in 1776. 20 years ago, Kashmir, upon hearing this, immediately placed his sword to Jet's throat. That was because 20 years ago, Delki had been embroiled in a civil war. It's impossible for one of their people to have taken the exam at that time. Unlike Kashmir, Gilly believed Jet wasn't lying. It's very likely that someone within the Runcandel family helped Allah. If that's the case, there are only 2 possibilities. Either it was a pure-blood member of the family or one of their wet nurses. The wet nurses of the Runcandel family didn't just raise the children. Their status grew alongside the person they cared for. 20 years ago was when Luna was recognized as the temporary head of the family. Of course, back then, the wet nurse Taemoon also held considerable power. If Taemoon and Aloe were related, the person who hated Jin in the past was probably Taemoon. After thinking it over, Jin asked Jet to lead the way. "You want to go to Delki yourself to confirm everything," he said. "You want to know if this is just a scheme between Aloe and Taemoon, or if there's someone else pulling the strings." In the kingdom of Delki, Aloe had returned and was leading a criminal syndicate. However, while he was busy asserting control over his subordinates, another person appeared. The moment Aloe saw her, he immediately recognized who she was. What's more, if she was here, the other guy would be too. Before he could even finish his sentence, Allah's life was abruptly taken. For him, a person like Aloe wasn't worth living. Even after receiving help from his mother, he still chose to live like a common thug. The young man nearby was similar. It wasn't that they wanted to do it, but everything they were doing was for that person. Back with Jin's group, Kashmir was investigating the Marius family, the foster family of Taemoon. According to intelligence from Hufester, although this family was common across the continent in the kingdom of Delki, only one organization used that name. That place was none other than the orphanage called Moon Sacrifice. On the outside, it appeared to be just a regular orphanage, but in reality, it was where the Delki royal family trained children to become assassins or spies. There were rumors that children there were allowed to be friends with each other, only to later be forced to kill those very friends. The children who survived would become assassins with a deadly mission. However, the orphanage was eventually shut down after the prince's faction won the civil war. 10 children from there were released and became free citizens. One of them was Spider-Hand's Allah, the person who had just been killed not long ago. With that, Casper handed Jin a file containing the details of the other 9. It included all the information, even their addresses. As soon as Jin picked up the stack of files in his hands, he felt confident that this time he would catch the person responsible, the one who had cursed him, making it impossible to use a sword. A few hours later, Jin and Jet arrived in the kingdom of Delki after using a teleportation gate. According to the information they had, the last person to live nearby was Gaber Marius. He was a thug in the Naltara area. Although Jet suggested they find a place to rest first and take action the next day, Jin was determined to go right away. And so, after a few more hours of travel, they finally reached Caper's house. They knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. That's when Jin noticed something strange nearby. Along the riverbank, there was a large crowd gathered, talking excitedly. When they got closer, Jin saw 2 bodies. With a quick glance, he could tell they had been killed by poison and wind magic. The person who did this was incredibly bold, especially since it was done with magic in the Hufester Association's territory. While Jin was lost in thought, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted a curse at the man lying dead on the ground. From what the person said, it turned out the body was Gaber, the very man Jin had been searching for. The bystander continued, "I saw Gaber stumbling drunk through here just last night. Then, after a scream, the murder happened." Jin thought for a moment and speculated. It seems like Gaber was the original target, and the person with him was just a witness who needed to be silenced. If that's the case, they must have been in a hurry. After thinking for a moment, Jin immediately told Jet to continue their journey. The next person they needed to find was Weatherway Marius, about 2 hours away. Hearing this, Jin ordered them to try to get there within an hour. Just 1 hour later, as Jin feared, they arrived to find Weatherway's body. It was clear he had been poisoned. Judging by the state of the body, he hadn't been dead for long. Putting everything together, Jin was certain that someone was trying to kill off all the survivors from the orphanage. So your job is to hurry up before it's too late. With that, Jin and Jet visited each address listed in the files. As expected, everyone had died from poison. Still, Jin wasn't ready to give up. As nightfall approached, he decided to check one more house. This time, he noticed something different. There were traces of level 8 wind magic. Hellwind. Clearly, the situation was getting more intense. Nearby, Jack reported that only 2 people were left to investigate. "If things keep going like this, we won't be able to catch up with them," Jet said. Hearing this, Jin paused for a moment to think. A few moments later, he made up his mind. That night, in the capital of the kingdom of Delki, the person's hand was left with only one name still unmarked. She was none other than the one Jin had been tracking. At that moment, she turned to the person beside her and said, "This is honestly getting boring. Didn't we hear that those people were trained like we were? How can they be so weak?" From their conversation, I learned that they, too, had been trained by the Moon Sacrifice Society. However, these individuals were specially trained. The ones they had just killed were considered defective products to them. As they spoke, the 2 of them eventually arrived at the last target's house. With a quick swipe of their swords, they sliced through the door. But the sight before them caught them off guard. This last person was not as foolish as the others. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jin's group was desperately running for their lives. One of them, panting and worried, asked Jin, could it be that everyone else is already dead? And it was true. Jin explained that some people were trying to wipe out all the members of the Mood Sacrifice Society. Furthermore, because they had skipped over one person and headed straight for him, they were able to warn him in time. At this point, the response from the other person truly surprised Jin. He said that despite their age, those trained like them were not so easily killed. Only two people were capable of doing this, Varys and Kujen. They were on an entirely different level. Upon hearing this, Jin couldn't help but ask, didn't the announcement say there were only 10 survivors? The other person replied, there are 12 survivors in total, and the two who are chasing you are monsters trained by that person. No sooner had they spoken than a storm suddenly began to brew behind them. Who else could it be, if not Varys and Kujen? They quickly caught up and were ready to strike. However, just before the two of them could make their move, a bolt of lightning unexpectedly interrupted their attack. To their surprise, standing there was a young man in a black cloak. He didn't waste any words but simply stated, they will pay the price for causing trouble on Runcandel's land. The young man glanced at Varys, and from the look in his eyes, it was clear she wasn't from Zipple. Still, she appeared to be at least an 8th level mage. As for the two behind her, after a brief exchange, they made a decision. Isn't it simple? Just turn old Den into minced meat and ask the other guy for answers. In response to Varys' arrogant words, Kujen warned her not to underestimate their opponent. I have a feeling that man in the black cloak is no ordinary person. Immediately after, Varys unleashed a rapid wind attack. Though powerful, it was easily blocked by the young man. At this point, Varys started to wonder, could it be true, like Kujen said, or maybe it was just the exhaustion after a long day of work. On the other side, Jin knew that the attack just now was a level 4 sword strike. She was likely conserving mana after using too much earlier. However, the real problem was still that silver-haired guy. As Jin thought this, she glanced at Kujen, only to realize that he was drawing his sword. That meant he was a swordsman who used poison. Seeing the situation getting dangerous, Jin shouted, Jet, take Den and his daughter and get out of here. Before she could finish her sentence, Kujen lunged at her. Just from the brief clash of blades, Jin could immediately feel the overwhelming strength he had. This guy was at least level 8. Kujen, on the other hand, seemed surprised to discover that Jin was a spell swordswoman. Without hesitation, he launched a flurry of attacks on her. Meanwhile, not far away, Jet was still yelling Jin's name, insisting they couldn't leave her behind. But that wasn't going to happen. After Jin briefly held him off with some confusing words, he quickly grabbed Den and his daughter, rushing to escape. But things weren't going to be that easy. Varys, who was free to move, would be the one to take on the task of hunting down Den. Once again, the special move took place. After gathering his energy, Jin flashed a wicked smile at the two of them. This is a special gift for both of you. With those words, a massive burst of light surrounded the entire area. As soon as the light faded, Jin immediately charged toward Kujen and delivered a strike. But an 8th level swordsman isn't someone who can be easily defeated. Kujen quickly retaliated with a counterattack, but fortunately, Jin managed to dodge it. Meanwhile, nearby, Varys was still struggling with the blinding light from earlier. She was frantically shouting at Kujen, not realizing that he too was dealing with the injury he had just taken. At that point, with no one else to rely on, Varys decided to take matters into her own hands. She began unleashing her dark magic in a frenzy, her anger directed at Jin for injuring Kujen. This time, you will pay for this. However, her fury was quickly quelled by Kujen's calm voice. He simply said, Varys, stay calm. You've already used too much mana today. If you push yourself any further, the backlash could be dangerous. Jin had already anticipated this. He knew they wouldn't fall for the trap he had set so easily. In response, Kujen took out a vial of something from his pocket. As Jin watched in shock, Kujen simply drank the entire vial of poison. Jin could feel the overwhelming energy radiating from it. As soon as Kujen swallowed it, the wounds he had suffered earlier healed instantly. He was clearly stronger than before. Now, Kujen's objective had shifted. Jin had to die before Den was captured. As soon as Kujen finished speaking, he moved with a speed Jin couldn't even follow, suddenly appearing behind him. Jin thought that the sword strike would be the final blow, but luckily he managed to hold on for now. However, that wasn't the end of it. While the two were locked in their sword fight, Varys kept launching magical attacks at Jin. Fighting 2 level 8 opponents was incredibly tough, even for a mage like him. At that moment, Kujen started to feel something strange. He could sense that Jin's aura was only that of a 6-star swordsman, yet his strength was on par with his own. And sure enough, Kujen's fears were starting to come true. Without warning, a fierce burst of green fire erupted from Jin's body. Its target was the mage, who was slowly running out of mana. Of course, the mage recognized what it was right away. The Phoenix Test, a flame every mage dreamed of wielding. In that moment, Varys was defeated by the panicked gaze of Kujin. But he wouldn't have to wait long. His turn would come soon enough. Around him, an endless darkness began to close in. Before he could even understand what was happening, the battle was already over. With a single strike, Jin had taken down Kujin, the 8-star swordsman. As for Kujin, all he could think was this: that power for the darkness. I've never seen anything like it before. I can't believe a swordsman who wields the Phoenix Test also has access to such terrifying strength. But don't you feel anything? Before he collapsed, Kujin left his final words. Clearly, he was talking about the poison he had used. Almost immediately after, Jin also fell to the ground. At that point, all three of them were heavily wounded, and it was likely that the one in the worst condition was the red-haired girl. Nearby, Jin, after struggling with the poison, was starting to push himself up. He knew that staying here wasn't an option. He had to get away quickly before the other two recovered. Meanwhile, Kujin, already standing, gripped his sword once again. Was another fight about to begin, even though neither of them had fully recovered? It seemed that way at first, but just as both were about to make a move, a voice rang out from a distance. "I found them, Prince. I found them." Over there in the distance, a group of soldiers with bows are getting ready to fire arrows at Kujin and Varys. "Knights, move forward with me." The person leading the group was the third prince of the Delki kingdom, Laika Delki. When Jin saw them, he guessed that Jet must have called them. It turned out the prince wasn't as bad as he thought, but before he could finish that thought, Kujin, ahead of them, shouted a threat. "I will definitely come back for you." As he said this, he picked up the unconscious Varys in his arms. "Don't think you'll be safe after causing all of this, you bastard." With that, the two of them quickly vanished before the eyes of countless soldiers. Despite the efforts of Delki's troops to chase them, their strength was limited, and they were unable to catch up. As for Jin, the third prince Laika turned to him and asked, "Are you with them?" But before Jin could respond, he passed out in the prince's arms. "Healer, come quickly." As the third prince's shout echoed, Jin's vision slowly faded, even though he knew this was not the time for it to happen. A few hours later, Jin suddenly woke up and found himself in a strange place. He looked around and saw the third prince nearby. Laika explained that since Jin's identity was still unknown, he had been brought back to the prince's mansion for safety. Jin asked about the time he had passed out, and the other person replied, "You were unconscious for 3 hours. It's a miracle you didn't die. The toxins in your body were so strong that they could have killed an 8-star swordsman. However, if you're from the Runcandel family, it's different," Laika added. After saying this and seeing Jin's expression, Laika was sure that he was the real Jin Runcandel. Asterisk that faced, "It really is the same as when I saw him at the ball," asterisk, he thought, then continued asking Jin about what had happened. Laika was curious about the background of the two people. Even though they were covered in deadly wounds, they had still managed to escape from the Knight's encirclement. Laika couldn't help but wonder how Jin had managed to injure someone as monstrous as the other person. He knew Jin was a genius, but not long ago he was only a 5-star. Now he was maybe a 6-star at best. There was no way he could have defeated an 8-star. At that moment, Jin spoke up. However, instead of answering that question, he simply thanked Laika. Laika, in turn, didn't find this surprising. Saving a Runcandel family member on Hewfester soil is an honor, even if you're still just a reserve flag bearer. Hearing this, Jin couldn't help but ask, "Has the prince informed the town hall about this yet?" Laika replied, "No. As soon as I brought you here, those in power began sending troops to ravage Delki." At this, Jin was taken aback, because if what the third prince said was true, they might actually be allies from Tigan. On the other side, Laika continued, "I need to ask something of you. When you become the flag bearer of the Runcandel family, could you send reinforcements to Delki? Also, the gold mine shares in Delki belong to my family, and I'd like to request a portion of them back." After a long pause that made Laika break into a sweat, Jin finally spoke again. "It seems like you think my life is pretty expendable. I'll send twice the number of reinforcements, and I'll give up all the shares of those gold mines to Delki." Seeing Laika's stunned expression, Jin reassured him once more. "I mean every word. In the future, there will be nothing I can't do in Hewfester." This left Laika confused, wondering to himself, how could that be? Even as flag bearer, he shouldn't have that much power, unless he's going to become the future head of the Runcandel family. The next day, at the mansion of the third prince, Laika, Murakan, and the nanny Gilly had just arrived after several days of travel. It hadn't even been that long since they left, but it had already made everyone worry to the point of panic. "Why did you fight an 8-star mage and swordsman?" But as usual, Jin responded with his usual indifferent expression, as if nothing was wrong. "Sorry, everyone. I promise I won't do it again." "Yeah, right. Who's going to believe your promises?" Outside, the Holy Sword Kashmir and the Silver Dragon Quikentel were also there. They had rushed to Delki when they heard Jin was in danger. And of course, we can't forget the person who played a big part in the victory this time. Jet, looking a bit beaten up, was pointing at Muraken, hoping Jin would make things right for him. I just told him what was going on, and he still beat me up like this. At that point, Jin asked Kashmir about the situation with Den Marius. Kashmir replied that no matter how many times they interrogated him, the man refused to speak, saying he would only talk when Jin was present. About an hour later, Jin arrived at Den's location. Facing the man who had been saved by his actions, Jin didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. You asked about the person who taught Den martial arts, along with Kujin and Varys. After a bit of hesitation, Den answered in a trembling voice. The first flag bearer of the Runcandel family, Luna's caretaker, Taymun Marius. She is our mother. Meanwhile, in a different place, Kujin and Varys had successfully escaped and returned to report to their mother. Naturally, the only response they received was a look of disdain from Taymun. You not only failed, but you also revealed your identities to a swordmaster. It seems like both of you really want to die, don't you? After a moment of harsh scolding, Taymun snapped at Kujin and Varys to get out of her sight. From now on, our relationship is completely over. Clearly, those words struck like a thunderbolt for the two of them kneeling on the ground. However, judging by Taymun's firm tone, it was clear she had no intention of changing her mind. You've made a huge mistake. At this point, Varys still couldn't accept it. She clung to her mother's legs, begging her with a promise that this would never happen again. But the only response she got was Taymun kicking her away. Don't ever let me see you two again. As for Kujin, his attitude was completely different from Varys's. He simply left a message wishing peace for his mother and quickly took Varys away. After they left the house where they had just talked, Taymun, the wet nurse, began to think through everything that had happened. She guessed that the swordsman they had mentioned was likely Jin. She was also fairly certain that he would quickly investigate and find the young lady. However, Taymun believed that Lady Luna wouldn't be able to harm her. So the most important thing now was information about young Master Jin. He had dark powers and could use magic, which was definitely something the other person didn't know. Looking at it this way, those two hunting dogs who had been trained since childhood were completely useless after all. Back with Jin's group, Den asked about Allah's information and Jin told him that Allah was dead. However, Jin also added that before he met him, Allah had spoken of someone called that person. The one who ordered my death was that person, not Taymun. Hearing this, Den started telling the story from 15 years ago. Around the time Allah left Delki, he had mentioned that Taymun's mother had made a deal with someone from the Runcandel family, and if the deal was exposed, all the children would be in danger. Jin then asked for more details about the deal, but Den didn't know anything else about it. If that's the case, then you're suggesting that someone from the Runcandel family holds a higher position than Taymun. After thinking for a moment, Jin quickly left, surprising everyone around him. Is there anyone else besides Luna? She was the one who was closest to Taymun. At the first flag bearer's residence, Luna was talking to Ludica about the situation with the Collin family in the city, and it seemed like everything was going really well. Luna thought to herself that Jin would probably be thrilled if he heard this news. Just as she was thinking that, Jin appeared out of nowhere. While they were talking, someone outside announced that young Master Jin was waiting at the door. It must be something urgent for the youngest to come here in the middle of such a stormy night. Time passed, and all that could be heard inside the room was Luna's laughter. You're telling me that Taymun's nanny raised those orphan children to be assassins and is somehow connected to the one who cursed me. Luna could only smile and think that this was just a teasing joke from the youngest. She was on a break right now, so it was probably best for Jin to come back at another time. However, Jin's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't say anything else. That made Luna truly angry, not because of his actions, but because of what he had said. How could she believe that her own nanny was the one who killed her beloved little brother? Luna took a deep breath, starting to calm down and think things through. If this was true, then either the people at the orphanage had lied, or Taymun was somehow involved in all of this for some reason. With Jin's surprised gaze on her, Luna made up her mind. We need confirmation from the foster mother, she said firmly. A few hours later, at Taymun's house, she was deep in thought about everything that had happened. First, there was the fate of Kunjin and Varys. Ever since their identities were exposed, they'd become targets of that person. But all things considered, everything was still fine. What she needed to focus on now were the matters involving young Master Jin. How could he have learned magic when that power had been wiped out of the Runcandel family for hundreds of years? Just as she was lost in thought, the sound of footsteps broke her concentration. Luna and young Master Jin had arrived. Without wasting time, Luna got straight to the point. Do you know anything about Varys Marius and Kujin Marius, foster mother? Luna thought Taymun would deny it, but instead, she admitted it. Yes, I know about them, miss. Hearing this, Luna asked why Taemoon had raised assassins and allowed them to attack Jin. This time, however, she did deny it. Taemoon said that the actions of those two had nothing to do with her, and that she was completely shocked when she found out what had happened. That's also why I've been waiting here for you, miss. Of course, Luna couldn't believe these lies. She turned to her nursemaid and asked why she was doing this. The Taemoon I know now is not the same person I once knew. Why, after everything, can't you just tell the truth? In response, Taemoon gave a simple explanation. It's about survival. I have to lie in order to stay alive. Maybe you don't know how many enemies we have in this family, or the dangers I face every single day. Seeing Luna's confused expression, Taemoon knew that the young lady had no idea about this. You know why most of the servants only work for about a year? Even the knights who protect us or the maids sometimes only last a month. The reason is that they were all killed right after by the flag bearers of the family, those brothers and sisters that the young lady always held dear. She chose to remain silent about the enemies standing behind them, even though Lady Luna was determined to speak out. I didn't say anything because I understood very well what kind of person the young lady was. Even if I told you, could you bring yourself to strike your own flesh and blood? Of course not, lady. You would only give them a punishment that doesn't truly matter. Did you give up the competition for head of the family just because you didn't want to harm your siblings? This was also the moment when your subordinates were seen as mere prey. Taemoon recalled 35 years ago, the first time she truly felt what real power was. In that shabby orphanage, I was originally meant to be a loyal dog to the Delki nobility. But then, the Runcandel family recognized my talents and took me in as a caregiver for their household. They brought me into a life as a real person, not as an animal, a daughter of the Runcandel family. I'm truly grateful to Lady Luna because she gave me this power. Luna Runcandel, who is like a small, warm angel. The children born into the Runcandel family after Luna were all considered her rivals. However, this was never an issue because the head of the family had already declared that Lady Luna possessed more talent than anyone else. Even as a child, she was able to defeat all of her older siblings in the beginner classes by herself, an impressive feat to say the least. But then Lady Luna said, I don't like fighting. Despite having rare talents in the family, her innocence made me worry for her. However, over time, I realized my worries were unnecessary. Every move she made, every action she took, showed no sign of weakness. As a child, each younger sibling she defeated was humiliated and discarded like trash in her eyes. As time passed and she turned 13, the concerns I once had were completely gone. In their place was an overwhelming presence, one that made the entire Runcandel family tremble in fear. More time went by, and on a rainy day, Lady Luna said to me, I want to stop all of the younger siblings and everyone else in the family. I don't want to become the head of this family. For a family to survive, it shouldn't require the death of its own members. That's not a worthy answer. Instead of becoming the head, I want to achieve something great that will help the family without harming any of its members. I will become the sword that protects this family. At 19, when Lady Luna's puberty came to an end, it also marked the conclusion of Taemoon's quest for revenge. The sacrifices and suffering I had endured over the years were meant to transform the young lady into the head of the household and use her to get back at those who wronged me. But at the end, Lady Luna turned out to be nothing more than a whale swimming out of a myth, while I was just a hungry fisherman helplessly watching and chasing after her. That day, she found a new dream, but mine shattered beyond repair. Not long after, her younger siblings realized how much their sister had changed and began doing insane, inhumane things. Even for someone like me, who had carried out countless assassination missions, the acts they committed were too much to bear. I told myself that I couldn't let the young lady know, because it would only make her blame herself. My choice was to raise loyal dogs, just like I had been raised. I planned to take in a few useful orphan children so that I could exact my revenge on my own, but in the end, everything came to an end. That person discovered who I really was. Taemoon Marius is both a guide and the top assassin for the Moon Sect. He made an offer to me, seeking my submission, and he knew exactly the truth behind that smile. That Taemoon, the wet nurse, had always longed for freedom and was always looking for a way to do something. So come to me, he said, and I will give you the freedom you've always dreamed of. That day, a person who had always been waiting for the giant whale finally heard the sound of salvation. I'm sorry, miss, but I had hoped you would never find out about this. No matter the reason, the truth is I secretly trained soldiers and had them point their swords at young Master Jin. Even though I didn't directly give the orders, it's still a crime that deserves death. I must pay for all the wrongs that have happened, so I reported everything to the main house earlier. Hearing Taemoon say this, Jin was horrified. Could the executioner of the family be what the nursemaid was talking about? She really had been a step ahead of everyone. At this point, Jin could only ask a few random questions. It seems like you have someone backing you, Taemoon Marius. I don't know who it is, but whoever managed to save you in the family court must be someone with a lot of power." In response, Taemoon's attitude clearly showed that she believed she would be saved. "Even if I am executed, I will just consider it an unfortunate event." It seemed like she was talking too much for someone who was about to die. For someone as expendable as her, would he really step in to save her? Jin's next words brought Taemoon back to reality, but she didn't say anything else. She simply asked to leave under the guard of the family's soldiers. Indeed, the young master's ability to go this far wasn't just due to luck. As young master Jin had just mentioned, it's likely that person had abandoned me. But perhaps even he didn't realize that with the information I hold, I could save lives right now. Before I could finish that thought, the guard beside me whispered, "He sent you a message. Say you did well." As he spoke, he drew his sword, clearly intending to silence me. The soldiers around us immediately sensed something was off. "Why would your knight, whose job is to escort prisoners like you, try to kill my nurse? It seems you've forgotten who I am," I said, my voice carrying authority. The force of my words made the guards drop to their knees, bowing to the floor. Above us, Jin guessed that these guards weren't knights from the family, but rather hired mercenaries. A knight of execution would never defy Luna's orders, but right now, threatening them wouldn't help. They were dead men sent here to silence the truth. They'd rather die than leave without taking Taemoon down with them. At the same time, as Jin was thinking this, the knights below started rushing toward the nurse to kill her. Of course, Jin couldn't just stand there and watch. With swift precision, he sliced through the arm of the first attacker, cleanly splitting it in two. And without missing a beat, he severed the man's head, removing it from his body as if nothing unusual had happened. As for the others, they were charging toward Taemoon. However, their advance was immediately stopped by Luna's massive sword. Two of them were split in half by the blade before they even had a chance to react. Still, one person managed to appear right in front of the wet nurse. Just as he was about to strike, he didn't expect Luna to have such incredible speed. She practically teleported, slamming his head into the ground before he could do anything. As for the desperate swordsman, despite being severely injured, he still tried to stab Luna with his dagger in a last-ditch effort to get revenge, but it seemed he hadn't thought things through. The moment the blade touched Luna's armor, it shattered instantly under her overwhelming strength. Now all four of the thugs had either been defeated or subdued. Jin looked coldly at Taemoon, simply stating that he was right. Her master had never intended to save her. In fact, he was plotting to kill her. On the other side, Luna was interrogating the last remaining thug. "If you want to die in one piece, you'd better answer my question." But after asking, Luna's expression shifted to one of surprise. Beneath his mask, his face was completely disfigured, and there was no sign of life left in him. "Poison," she muttered. He had committed suicide before she could get any answers. He then turned to Taemoon and continued, "You should come clean about everything. Now that things have turned out like this, you shouldn't keep pretending to be deaf and dumb." Luna felt the same way. She was incredibly disappointed, especially since she had asked Taemoon to investigate the people who were hurting Jin. But now, she realized it was Taemoon herself who had been behind it all. As the questions piled up, Taemoon's wet nurse could only offer a helpless smile. "I knew something like this would happen eventually, but I guess I'm just getting old. I never expected to fall for such an obvious assassination attempt." As she spoke, Taemoon recalled the moment just minutes earlier when the first attacker charged at her. With each word from the wet nurse, Luna started to understand what was really going on with her. She rushed over to help Taemoon up, but it seemed like it was already too late. The poison had spread too far through her body, and she was lying in the arms of the trembling young lady. Taemoon weakly explained that the poison was something she had taught Hujin to use, and she suspected it was what people might call karma. Luna, however, no longer had the usual dignified demeanor of a young lady from the Runcandel family. In that moment, all she cared about was that the person who had been with her since she was born could survive. When did everything start to go wrong? Maybe it was then. At that moment, Taemoon was tormenting herself for betraying the one person who had trusted her the most. The image that flashed in her mind was no longer of the young mistress, but of hatred. Still, at least in her final moments, she felt she had to do something for her young mistress. With that thought, Taemoon turned to Lady Luna and young Master Jin to say her final words. "Please listen carefully to what I'm about to say. 15 years ago, the one who cursed young Master was Kedar Hall. He's a well-known figure, so I'm sure you'll find him soon enough. And there's one more thing. The person who gave me this poison, the one who ordered me to harm young Master, is Joshua Runcandel, the second in line to inherit the Runcandel family. He knows all about young Master's power and the contract." As soon as she finished speaking, Taemoon started coughing up blood as the poison took a deeper hold on her body. She apologized to Luna and recalled all the memories they had shared together. The day the young mistress gave up her position, the moment she proudly declared that she had defeated all her siblings, and the time when they first met. "Lady Luna, please don't remember this lowly servant anymore." Those were the final words of Nurse Taemoon, spoken in her last moments. At the same time, in the mansion of the second young master Joshua, he was calmly putting out his cigarette. Taemoon Marius. She must be dead by now, right? He murmured. Meanwhile, outside, a servant came in to announce that Taemoon's children had arrived to meet the young master. They were Kujin and Varys, the children abandoned by their mother. A few minutes later, Joshua allowed them to enter. Without much of a greeting, he went straight to the point and asked about the sudden cut-off in their contact with Taemoon. Weren't you two abandoned by her? Then why are you here? Sir Joshua, I'll do anything. Varys answered quickly in response to his question. I'll do whatever it takes as long as you can change my mother's mind. We can't live without her, so please, I'll do anything you ask. After hearing Varys' desperate pleas, Joshua stood up slowly and walked toward the two of them. Kujin and Varys, I'm sorry, but I can't grant your request. It seems you haven't heard the latest news. The truth is, your mother didn't abandon you out of hatred. Instead, she was trying to save you, because she's dead. Taemoon was killed by a swordsman, one I don't even know the identity of. She had warned me that she was in danger, and I immediately sent knights to help, but they were all killed along with her. At that moment, after Joshua's words, the only image that appeared in Varys' mind was of a single person, one who possessed the power of both magic and swordsmanship, a sword mage bound by a pact with the dark god Soldaret. It didn't matter where he came from or who he was. She would find him, no matter the cost, and avenge her mother. Seeing the anger in Kujin and Varys, Joshua also expressed sympathy for both of them. I understand how you feel, but now is not the time for this. We need to wait for the right moment. Trust me, until then, because I also owe him something. In that way, Kujin and Varys were successfully influenced by Joshua, convinced that everything was the fault of Jin Runcandel. It seemed like Taemoon had raised some good children, ones willing to sacrifice their lives for a mother they weren't even related to by blood. On top of that, they had to thank the youngest one, for it was because of them that Taemoon had been removed early. As they secretly smiled to themselves, a guard stepped in from outside, urgently reporting that there was something important to announce. From their brief conversation, it seemed like something had happened outside the mansion. After speaking, Joshua immediately turned to Kujin and instructed, "You two stay here for now until I give further instructions. As for what's happening outside, it's a family matter, so you don't need to worry about it." Meanwhile, outside at the second son's mansion, Joshua's men were desperately trying to calm Luna's fury. Even though she was the eldest daughter, she couldn't be allowed to act like this. But the words of these little soldiers didn't even reach Luna anymore. Just answer my question. Where is Joshua? You better not start talking about family rules. As the flag bearer of the Runcandel family, I'll do whatever I need to do, she declared. With that, Luna immediately unleashed her aura, releasing a powerful wave that sent all the soldiers around her crashing to the ground. Now you better show up before I reach my breaking point. As soon as Luna finished speaking, a voice came from behind her, Joshua's voice. I didn't expect to find you here, my dear older sister. Looks like something happened to make you come here so suddenly without any warning. You don't look so good. How amazing you are, Joshua Luna. Luna immediately responded, Are you so afraid of me that you're hiding behind the Black Knights and talking like this? Do you think I came here to kill you? Joshua kept up his obedient look, gently advising his older sister not to say such things. Can you tell me about the awful things you've gone through? I'll listen as family. Clearly he was trying to provoke Luna, his sister. If the Grand Flag Bearer took action right here, it would be the moment when the entire Runcandel family would fall into his hands. There would be no one left to stop him from becoming the family head. Sorry to disappoint you, little brother, Luna said with a smile. I didn't come here to kill you. Instead, I came to give you a reminder of the last bit of affection a sister has for her brother. The day the youngest returns is also the moment you won't be able to keep that smile of yours anymore. By then, it's best you run far away, because if you don't, you might regret not being killed here today. Luna left, with words that Joshua thought were nothing more than empty threats. It was hard to believe that my respected older sister could say something like that. Instead of using her natural strength, she was resorting to pointless words. Joshua muttered to himself, still angry. My older sister, I'll leave you alone for now because the Zipple family is still around. But once everything is over and Runcandel is mine, that will be the moment you become the first one I get rid of. Outside, Jin could tell that Luna was troubled, so he asked directly, Are you okay? Luna answered, I'm fine. Thanks to you, I was able to hold back my emotions. Just like you said, Joshua kept provoking me while hiding behind the Dark Knights. When Jin heard about this group of knights, even he felt uneasy. It was known that out of all the knights in the family, only the 10 most elite were chosen to be part of the Dark Knights. These Dark Knights only took orders from the head of the family and his wife. So why were they standing with Joshua now? Even though Jin didn't know how he had convinced their father, it was clear that the Dark Knights had now sided with him. Standing in front of the nanny's grave, Jin couldn't help but reflect on the horrific scene earlier. The poison that killed her was truly terrifying. It had even melted her body beyond recognition. I couldn't even bury her properly. It's hard to believe that those closest to her had to endure that same poison. So I guess it's no surprise that she betrayed me. At this moment, Luna felt like she was the one responsible for everything that had happened. If I had only reassured her from the beginning, none of this would have happened. Jin wasn't surprised by Luna's feelings. No matter how much Taemoon had betrayed her, she was still family. As for Joshua, her younger brother, he had become her sworn enemy. She had always hated the rivalry between siblings. Luna spoke up, her voice breaking the silence ahead. To be more exact, it's the hostility between blood relatives that scares me. I'm afraid that I, along with my siblings, might repeat the mistakes of the past. That's why I chose to be the sword protecting our family. Thanks to me, none of us have to die. But in that moment, she realized, painfully and foolishly, that she had only been running away all this time, afraid to fight. This was the price she had to pay for her cowardice. From now on, there would be no more sword protecting the family. If anyone dares to harm you, I'll cut them down. And if you need me to, I'll destroy anything that stands in your way. From now on, my sword is yours. With those words, Luna unexpectedly knelt before her younger sibling. She knew it was all her fault. If she had been more proactive, Joshua and Taemoon wouldn't have ended up the way they did. So, from now on, her goal was to fully support Jin, even if it meant turning her back on all her other siblings. This was the price she had to pay for her cowardice all these years. As for Jin, he immediately knelt down and swore an oath to Luna. I will stand by you. I will block anyone who tries to harm you. And even if it means going against our own siblings, I will do it. Do you remember what you said back then? No matter what you become or what you do, I will always support you. So the day I return as a flag bearer will also be the day I protect you, because we are family. That's right, Luna thought to herself, this arrogant younger sibling of mine is my family. She vowed silently, I will stop at nothing to help you become the head of the family. The next morning, for some unknown reason, Mr. Murakin was shouting loudly from early on, damn it, son of a bitch, they invited a sorcerer to cast a curse. That damn Joshua. Even though it's been 1,000 years, this still feels like an unprecedented event from the Tamar era. It turned out that Mr. Murakin and Gilly had just discovered the curse on Jin. After a long bout of yelling, Gilly finally asked, Yum Master, what's the reason Joshua wants to harm you? There are a lot of reasons, but the most important one is that even though he knows I've made a pact with the Dark God, he acts like it doesn't matter at all. That's true, isn't it? He even broke the rules of Storm Castle to try and hurt you. But back home, he hasn't done anything. In response, Jin said he would figure it out soon enough. If your theory is right, then he's probably targeting my pact, considering what happened with Emiya and the possibility of stealing Zippel's pact. But still, Joshua can't be that close to Zippel. Could there be another way to steal a pact? While thinking, Kashmir entered with a report. Young Master, I found the person you asked about. As he spoke, he handed a notice to Jin. He's a fairly famous wizard, now retired in the Mentador region on the eastern continent. Since joining the Advanced Magic Academy at Zippel, he's always used the alias Amal. I've heard he's currently researching some kind of magic. After hearing everything, Jin solemnly said to the other three, I have an important request. For the next 3 months, please don't come looking for me. At the same time, in another part of the eastern continent, a mysterious figure had just entered a tavern. Excuse me, are you Amal? The stranger asked. Who are you? Amal responded, his voice rough. The stranger introduced himself. I'm Hewell, an ambitious wizard, and I'm on my way to enroll at the Meltador Academy of Magic. However, I heard there's a sage here, so I made it a point to come and beat you. What are you staring at, you insects? Amal slammed his fist on the table and shouted at the crowd. Get out of here before I turn you all into dust. Now tell me who you really are. Don't try to lie to me. That body of yours belongs to someone who has spent his entire life mastering weapons. An ambitious wizard, huh? Seems like you're underestimating me. Reveal your true identity, or I'll make sure your body can never use magic again. All right, let me introduce myself properly, the man named Hewell said, straightening up. My name is Hewell Hister, the last living member of the Hister family. I swore that no one would touch this body without my permission. As he spoke, he pulled out a book of some sort. Hewell began flipping through the pages, much to Amal's surprise. From what Amal could tell, this magical book truly belonged to the Hister family. Amal had spent his entire life searching for clues about it, so he knew he wasn't mistaken. Hey, have you decided where you're staying tonight? Amal asked after a moment. If not, follow me. I'll make sure you're treated properly. An hour later, they were in Amal's private study. The room was very secluded. Amal asked, now will you tell me, how is it that you, a Hister, are still alive? It was then that Hewell began to recount everything. He explained that he had been raised by a mercenary named Grey Owl, who had taken him in as an orphan. Hewell continued, even though I started wielding a sword at a young age, I had no real talent for it. On the other hand, I was able to grasp magic instantly, like I had known it all along. That happened after I discovered the legacy of my family in a last will of the clan leader. As soon as Amal heard this, he immediately recognized it as the Hister family's magic script, the power to manipulate history, something that could even threaten the Zippel clan. Hewell went on, I had planned to join a magic academy and keep my identity hidden. Amal interrupted, but didn't Zippel wipe out every last Hister, causing trouble 300 years ago? The bounty on a Hister's head is at least 10 million gold coins. Amal looked at Hewell and continued, so choose. You can either live like this for the rest of your life, or you can become my apprentice and be recorded in the archives. My real name is Kedart Hall. They call me Counterflow Kedart Hall. Before Hall's introduction, Hewell jumped up in surprise, which even made Hall wonder. Well, before someone like you, the mouth still smelling of milk, was even born, my name had already spread far and wide. How could I not know about it? The story of how Sir Kedart became a 9-star wizard without any help from Zippel is legendary. I've even heard that he fought Zippel and taught them a lesson. No need to flatter me any further. If you become my apprentice, I'll teach you a type of magic called counterflow. Now make your choice. Will you become my disciple, Hewell Hister? A long time ago, Amal had stumbled upon traces of the Hister magical lineage, and from that moment, he had become captivated, chasing the mystery ever since. Now, with the trail of clues finally leading to an end, Hewell Hister had appeared. He came holding a spellbook. With that book, Amal believed that his counterflow magic would reach new heights. If he passed on his perfected counterflow magic to this apprentice, his legacy would live on forever. And so, Amal began teaching Hewell the art of counterflow magic. Good, I think we can move on to advanced counterflow now. But Hewell, that spellbook of yours, can't you show it to me again? Yet, Hewell bluntly rejected his teacher's offer. This really angered the old man. Do you know that if I wanted to just take that book from you by force, it would be easier than eating porridge? But still, I've always respected your beliefs, so let's just end this and hand it over. It seemed like it would be one of those typical old man threatening the young moments. But then, unexpectedly, Amal apologized and told Hewell to forget everything that had just happened. Hey, Master, what if we shared our beliefs with each other? You should give me something valuable, something like your life itself. Give me the counterflow book. Right after saying that, Amal immediately went to get his book. He told Hewell to wait because it was stored at the Vankella Castle. The counterflow book is there, so I have to go get it myself. Got it? The counterflow book was the precious knowledge that Amal had planned to pass on when the day came for him to leave this world. But what did that even mean? If he got his hands on the Hister book, he could defeat the Zippel family. With that book, he could secure his place in history. After a long period of time, Amal finally returned with the counterflow book. As for Hewell, he had also mastered advanced counterflow techniques as if he had known them all along. Truly a genius. Well done. This is what you wanted, Amal said, immediately handing over his essence to his disciple. The Hister book also quickly ended up in his hands. Although it would take time to decode, it wasn't a major concern. At this moment, Amal was eager to take his disciple to practice counterflow on the local insect pests. Wait, can counterflow be used on non-human opponents? Hewell asked, puzzled. Well, of course not, Amal replied. I'm talking about the insects living in the town, the ones that are like us but can't use magic. When I was younger, I used them to practice in real-life situations. Hewell thought for a moment and then said, I have an idea, Master. Before we start training, why don't you try using counterflow directly on me? Wouldn't it be more effective to feel it in your own body? Hearing this, Amal chuckled excitedly. Ha ha! Well said, my disciple. You make me so proud. All right then. Watch closely. This is counterflow with precision control, which can steal magic from an opponent and trigger counterflow. Now I'm going to absorb your magic, so focus. However, just a few seconds later, Amal realized something was wrong. The counterflow magic was not working at all. Don't tell me Hewell's magic has surpassed the 7-star level. Amal thought to himself. No, it's even stronger than that. This power, it's beyond 9-star magic. As those thoughts crossed his mind, Amal was seriously injured when the counterflow magic backfired. Master, you should take a look at this, a voice rang out. This is an artifact called Track Quang Asterisk. It holds an endless amount of magic. Thanks to it, even after being attacked by you, I'm unharmed. And there was something else. The voice continued, why don't you try to see who I really am? Because of you, I was about to live out the rest of my life in misery. Do you remember the child you cursed at Storm Castle 15 years ago? My name is Jin Runcandel. I've returned from hell to kill you today. It can't be. Amal protested. Even my mercenaries confirmed your identity. Well, of course, Jin said, kicking the old man's head into the ground. Because that's the story of the sole survivor of the Hister family. Don't regret it. I'm going to use the asterisk counterflow asterisk book, the one you poured your entire life into, as best as I can. And by the way, that asterisk counterflow asterisk magic also belongs to Hister, right? I'll make sure the whole world knows it's Hister's. That way, all your fake accomplishments will disappear. You'll be completely forgotten in this world, you damn old man. Your curse is what started all of this. You should be grateful I'm letting you go peacefully. But before that, I should do this, right? You won't succeed. Joshua, just wait. This is where everything begins. It had been 3 months since Jin discovered the person who had cursed his body. And Joshua, the second son of the Runcandel family, was the mastermind behind it all. One morning, just like any other at the swordsmanship dojo, Gilly, the wet nurse, and Muraken were both waiting for Jin's return, their faces tired and weary. It had been 3 months since young master set off to find that sorcerer, but he still hadn't come back. Seeing Gilly's sadness, Muraken added fuel to the fire. Ever since he became my disciple, that kid's been saying he'd wait for the perfect moment to beat me. But when I think about it, that kid's actually pretty clever. Just before he could finish talking badly about him, Gilly picked him up like a cat without a word. She was both crying and deeply worried about young Master Jin. He always makes me worry about these pointless things. Does Mr. Muraken know how much I worry about young Master? Well, of course not. I'm not Jin, so how would I know? Muraken replied, though he quickly added, before that, Hufester probably investigated. Does Kedart still trust Jin? That kid might be able to fool him. But neither of them knows that the person they're talking about is standing right behind them. It's almost as if I made old man Kedart fall for me, huh? Jin suddenly spoke up, surprising both Gilly and Muraken. Young Master, the two of them called out in unison, and soon enough, the black cat, Muraken, was pushed aside. I'm so glad you've returned safe and sound. After responding to Gilly, Jin turned toward Muraken, who was still lying on the ground, holding a book in his hand. He introduced it as something he had gotten from old man Kedart. Please help me translate this. That same evening in the Sword Garden, a meal took place as usual among the Runcandel family members. However, the atmosphere seemed quieter than usual. Sitting at the center of the table was none other than the second son and the next family head, Joshua Runcandel. Beside him, a stack of documents laid out detailing the latest news. Jin Gray, a prime suspect in the murder of Kedar Hall. There was still no answer to why he had committed the act. It could be because of that counterflow magic, but unfortunately, the essence of that magic was believed to be hidden in the eternal treasury of the Vankella Holy Kingdom. The calm atmosphere was suddenly broken when Haytona spoke up. I'm sure that's the flag bearer's identity, the youngest one. All of Haytona sitting next to him quickly told his twin brother, shut up. The boy kept rambling on. Even though the name Jin Gray was fairly common, he insisted, I believe it's Jin. Just then, a loud slap from Mew made the two brothers jump in surprise. You're such fools, Mew snapped. You've never even met a 9-star mage, and you're talking nonsense. There's no way the youngest could defeat a 9-star mage. Now shut up. You're ruining the meal. Mary, noticing the commotion, also threatened the younger ones. A deep, steady clap echoed through the room. Sitting at the center, Joshua called all of his younger siblings to attention. That's enough, he said calmly. It's been so long since we've all eaten together like this, so let's not ruin it by getting angry. Then he thought to himself, our youngest might have killed Kedart Hall. Joshua's words surprised everyone. Of course, the youngest couldn't have done it alone, but if that kid named Yona helped him, it might just be possible. A soft remark, yet it struck like a lightning bolt to all the flag bearers. One of the brothers slammed his hand on the table and immediately spoke out against the argument. That's enough. Brother, are you really suspicious of Jin, even though he's a young flag bearer? And now, you're dragging Yona into this too. I'm sick of all these schemes. Nearby, Mary also asked if he could take responsibility for what he said about Yona helping the youngest. Seeing the younger siblings getting upset, Joshua quickly laughed it off, saying it was just his own speculation. A 9-star mage had died, but the cause of death was still unknown. It's important to note that this was something very few could pull off, unless it was done by the mysterious figure known only as the Nameless. The Nameless Society was recognized as the world's top assassination organization, and it had been a while since Yona had joined them, following her father's orders. He thought the youngest must have made a deal with the Nameless to attract attention, and of course, Yona, who felt abandoned by her family, had stepped in to help Jin in order to bring the youngest to her side. But Mary wasn't convinced at all. Had the oldest brother been hoping for something bad to happen to Yona for a long time, and there was no reason for her to suddenly get involved with the youngest. However, Mew agreed with Joshua's point of view. If Yona really helped the youngest, then the tasks the youngest did when he was still a cadet makes sense. Besides, I'm genuinely curious about what that asterisk bitch asterisk Yoma thinks about this family. But still, it's best to focus on saving my own life first. Before she could finish her sentence, Mary punched her younger sibling for speaking recklessly, surprising the other siblings around them. Mew could have even lost her life in that moment if it hadn't been for Diffa stepping in to stop her. Don't go overboard, Mary. The more you react like this, the more things will play out exactly as our eldest brother, Joshua, wants. In the end, Mary had no choice but to let go. The 7th flag bearer couldn't possibly defy the 2nd flag bearer. But remember this clearly, Mary continued, if we dare harm Yona, Father will definitely not just sit back and watch. Sometimes you should speak more directly, Joshua replied. Brother Joshua, if you're afraid of Yona, then all you have to do is defeat her and make her your subordinate. So stop using these kinds of provocations. That's not how the Runcandel family does things. Joshua's face remained as expressionless as ever as he responded, if you say that, then you should draw your sword, Diffus. If this were Mary, she would have definitely fallen into the trap, but Diffus is different. He ignored the provocation and simply walked away. Why did you have to do that? A dinner with the Runcandel flag bearers was truly unbearable. Right now, the Tonem brothers probably had only one thing on their minds. Little brother, your 2 older brothers miss you so much. Meanwhile, elsewhere was it true that a 9-star mage had been killed, and the name Jin Gray had been left at the scene. The 2 people talking were Dant and Veradin. Suddenly, Veradin spoke up. Please, Dante, give me a little of your time. Of course, not right now. Tomorrow, or the day after would work too. You and I should go meet with Jin. Just like that, Veradin came up with a plan he thought sounded good, and Dant agreed. Then we'll start tomorrow. Back at the mansion, another person was reporting to the commander about Dan Heron and Veradin Zipple talking in the banquet hall. It had been reported that relations between the Heron and Zipple families weren't great, but it had now been confirmed that the Zipple family was involved in Kedart Hall's death, and that Veradin had provided information to Dante. The Zipple family must be more focused on protecting their allies, cutting ties with those who don't share their views. Kedart Hall is a prime example. After hearing the news, Raz ordered his subordinates to release only the information that would be suitable for the press. He thought that the Zipple family was acting very hastily, unlike their usual style. It almost felt like someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. As he thought about it, he chuckled. Although he didn't know who that person was, he was certain that keeping up with them wouldn't be easy. Please don't go, Jin. Back at the Hufester headquarters, Julia was sobbing because she knew Jin was about to leave. Even Nurse Gilly was just as sad. As a servant, she felt deep sorrow, seeing that the young master never got a proper moment of rest. You just returned, and now you're leaving again. But does the young master really have to go to that dangerous village, Semel? Why would you go to a place like that? In response to her question, Jin simply said that he needed to collect a few things, and there was someone he wanted to meet. Gilly had a feeling she knew who that person might be, Miss Yoma. At the Semel headquarters of the anonymous organization, Yona had heard the news that her younger sibling had recently been recognized by their father and had left the family to train. What they had already accomplished was truly impressive. I wonder if they'll come to Semel. I really want to play with them. Looking ahead, it seemed clear that Jin's future was about to become very uncertain. Back on Jin's side, Kashmir spoke up, saying, after the young master leaves, I won't be staying here either. While Kashmir casually mentioned that he had left something in Bemin, Jin knew his father had likely summoned him for some other reason. Well, if the person didn't want to talk about it, who was Jin to push? At that moment, Nurekin burst in, kicking down the door with a loud crash. Hey kid, I've finished what you needed. Clearly, it was something related to that book from a few hours ago. According to Nurekin, it was something that could be directly engraved onto Jin's back. So about half an hour later, the tattoo was complete. With this new mark, Jin could now use Kedart's counterflow magic. It felt like he'd just been handed a top-tier weapon in an instant. Nurekin, standing nearby, couldn't help but comment, while I was transferring this to you, I saw a lot of useful magic. Honestly, even if a whole group of 7-star mages attacked with just one move, you could easily wipe them out. As Murikin spoke, Jin quickly put on his clothes and tried to release the dark energy. Just as expected, it was far stronger than he had imagined. But something still didn't feel right. At that moment, Enya happened to walk in and froze in shock at the sight. Jin quickly tried to stop her from getting too close, knowing she could get caught up in the magic. Are you okay, Miss Enya? He asked. Well, I guess it's fine, but she looks like she's really high. I'm fine, really. Please go ahead and try again. Honestly, I don't even know what to say. Luckily, just a moment later, Silver Dragon Quickentel quickly delivered a finishing blow. It was a relief she got there in time. Thank you, Lady Quickentel. The Silver Dragon also apologizes for the inconvenience. It seems like she disturbed you during your training. She also asked about the rumors that the young master was planning to go to Samel. Quick and Tell explained that Samel is a place where assassins are trained for the Anonymous Guild. Travelers can't freely go there because they risk being assassinated. Right now, you might be able to handle attacks from some inexperienced trainees, but the longer you stay, the stronger your opponents will get. Eventually, the most ruthless and skilled assassins will target you. I can't guarantee that you or even your sister would survive facing the real assassins from the Anonymous Guild. So take this with you. As she spoke, Quick and Tell held out a bag of some sort in front of them. Holding it in his hands, Jin seemed to realize something just as Quick and Tell explained that it was a treasure belonging to the Nameless Guild. If you're ambushed and can't defend yourself, just show them this. It'll guarantee your survival. Jin was deeply grateful and honestly didn't know how to properly repay the silver dragon. Quick and Tell shook his head, brushing it off. Just focus on doing well, and the person who signed my contract will be more at ease. Also, when you come back, make sure to help Emiya with her training. On May 4th, 1796, the carriage carrying Jin arrived at the southern gate of the assassin city Samil. It came to a halt. Without the Nameless Guild's token, no one could enter. The gatekeeper spoke up as he saw Jin, dressed in mysterious clothes, approach. Jin presented the Nameless Guild token that had been prepared in advance, but he still wasn't allowed entry. Here's the token. Well, what's your purpose for coming here? In response to that question, Jin simply said he was here to learn from experience and was hoping to be allowed through. Yeah, you'll definitely gain some hard-earned experience here. When you leave, you'll get your token back. Jin continued to question the rules that travelers had to follow once they entered this place, but the real surprise was meant for him. Jin easily dodged the sword strike, his eyes wide with disbelief, and delivered a punch that sent the attacker flying backward. Looks like you've already decided to kill me, huh? From the moment we started this journey, I could feel your murderous intent. You're really no good at being an assassin. After dealing with the driver, Jin turned his attention to the gatekeeper, who was still watching him with a curious look. Are you planning to attack me too? Of course not. We're trained in assassination, not martial arts. I would never face someone head-on like that. And just like that, Jin's first lesson at Samel ended and the gates opened. Ahead of them stood the symbol of the Nameless Society. Their signature color was ivory, since they were confident they would never leave a trace of blood, even if they wore pure white clothing. The scene before him felt peaceful, a sharp contrast to the terrifying reputation of the group. Yet Jin knew all too well that this place was dangerous beyond measure. Countless people were all around him, but strangely, he couldn't feel any murderous intent from them. In a calm, clean city like this, anyone could be an assassin. The cadets were always sharpening their skills to survive in the towering, nameless building in the distance. Everyone here was a potential opponent, and they constantly fought each other to rise to the next level. An hour later, at the Lawsman Inn, the innkeeper stood in front. After asking a few general questions, he went straight to the point. Are you planning to fight with the cadets at Samel, the place where assassination is allowed? Jin didn't hesitate to admit it. He figured the innkeeper wouldn't let him stay, thinking he'd say Jin wouldn't survive here anyway. However, life doesn't always go as planned. The innkeeper let him inside without hesitation and didn't even ask for rent. His reasoning was simple. Soon enough, Jin would be paying with his life. Your room is upstairs. Don't worry, I won't attack you while you're in there. Inside, Jin scanned the room carefully, checking for any traps. This was the right moment to plan his next move, but just as he was deep in thought, a chill ran down his spine. His hands instinctively grabbed his sword as he turned toward the source of the sensation. Strangely, there was nothing there. What was that sound? I couldn't even sense anything. What Jin didn't realize was that someone had been calmly watching him from above. Oh shit, I've been spotted. It was none other than Yona Runcandel, Jin's older sister. Back when Jin was wandering the streets of Samel, Yona spotted a child who looked just like her younger brother, so she decided to follow him. When she got a closer look, she got super excited because it really was her little brother. Meanwhile, Jin was still in a state of confusion after hearing a strange noise. There had clearly been some clapping from the roof, but he couldn't see anything. Maybe his senses were too sharp, and he was just imagining it. The older woman above him still had that playful expression on her face as she watched Jin. Yona could tell her brother was on high alert. After all, this was the same old unnamed guild where danger was always lurking. With that thought in mind, Yona quickly passed by where Jin was sitting. Jin sensed something and turned around, but once again, there was nothing there. Wow, did this kid just sense my presence? It seems like his spiritual senses are already half awakened. At such a young age, he's already reached this level. I'm so proud. As his older sister, I really need to train him properly. That said, it honestly seemed like the sister just wanted her younger brother to entertain her. 4 days later, the innkeeper unexpectedly approached Jin and told him he needed to leave. He also explained that he had given up on his plan to assassinate him. I admit defeat. When I saw you with the unnamed guild token, I thought you were from some prestigious family. But I didn't realize you were this strong. I can't detect any openings from you at all. I admit I'm not on the same level as you. You are definitely an unusual person, and this is the first time I've seen someone like you here. You've been praised to the skies, but honestly, Jin isn't as skilled as he thinks he is. It's just that for the past 4 days, you've been so cautious about the presence around you that you didn't leave any openings. The elder slammed his hand on the table, clearly disappointed. The fact that I couldn't assassinate the traveler who came here is a huge drawback. I have another promotion test coming up soon, and I've decided to give up, which is why I wanted you to leave. Of course, after giving you this lesson, I'll offer a few pieces of advice. When dealing with assassins, you need to treat them like magicians or con artists, always staying alert. The moment you leave this house, they are the kind of people you'll have to face. Good luck with your test. Jin quickly expressed his thanks, then left the room. But something felt off as he stepped outside. Was this a trap? Who set all this up? As that thought flashed through his mind, the owner's words echoed again. When fighting an assassin, treat them like a magician or a con artist. That's right, those traps were just bait, and Jin was about to fall into the assassin's poison dart trap from above. Fortunately, thanks to the main character's luck, he sensed it in time and managed to defend himself. Damn it! The assassin saw his plan fail and only left 2 words behind before quickly fleeing. You think you can escape? Jin immediately chased after him, determined to make him pay. At this point, realizing it was a mistake would have been too late. The escape earlier had been nothing but a trap to lure him into an ambush. One of them controlled the wires, lifting all the traps from the floor. As for Jin, though surprised by this, there was no choice but to fight. He drew his sword and began to block the incoming traps. However, after a while of holding his ground, something even more surprising happened. In some miraculous way, while fending off the traps, they managed to control his sword. Well, I guess it's time to get down to business. That sword is useless now. As the sound of the clash faded, the 2 remaining assassins rushed forward, aiming to land a decisive blow. But little did they know, they were the ones walking straight into a trap. Jin effortlessly flicked his wrist, sending the 2 of them crashing into each other, their teeth and blood mixed in a chaotic mess. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? That was probably the only thought running through the mind of the last remaining person still controlling the traps. A shadow suddenly appeared in front of them, right after that thought crossed their mind. Wait, I surrender. Yeah, sure. Surrender it is. A loud crash followed, and part of the roof of the inn was torn apart. In just a few seconds, the showdown between the young swordsman and the 3 rookie assassins from the Anonymous Association was over. Take this. Jin casually tossed a bag of money he had just stolen toward the old innkeeper. I'm not the kind of guy who likes to owe anyone. The innkeeper, though impressed by Jin, was still surprised by what had just happened. I never imagined you'd be able to handle those high-ranking trainees like that. It's ridiculous. Just a few days ago, someone like me, someone at the middle rank, thought I might actually succeed, Jin said with a bitter laugh. Ignoring the old man's words, Jin turned and prepared to leave. I'm really leaving this time. But just as expected, he couldn't get away that easily. Another arrow shot toward him, but Jin's sword effortlessly shattered it. Traps, arrows. Who's behind all this? So boring, he muttered. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden unknown downpour hit out of nowhere, catching Jin by surprise. He quickly jumped and kicked his legs, leaping up to the roof of the inn, managing to avoid the rain. He thought to himself, asterisk, who keeps targeting me over and over. Well, it looks like there's no choice now. Instead of running away, it's better to find a higher ground and go after the enemy. Asterisk. Why look far for trouble? A group of assassins, armed to the teeth with swords, knives, and all sorts of weapons just like last time. With quick, basic sword strikes, they were no different from the last group. After the ambush passed, more arrows continued to rain down. The constant battles with the young soldiers and avoiding traps were seriously starting to take its toll. Dan, how many of them are there? Meanwhile, up at the highest point, while his younger brother was running for his life, Yona sat back, laughing like she just won the lottery. Just as I thought, my little brother sure is adapting faster than I expected. Those 4 days of scouting were wasted. Well, I guess I'll have to work hard now. She paused for a moment, then added, but if he's weaker than me and ends up dying during training, that'd be a shame. What oh well, losing your life in training happens all the time. Hope you can survive this, little brother. Hours passed, and the chase came to an end. The ground was littered with the remains and corpses of the assassins. Clearly, only one person was still standing. Jin Runcandel, you must feel something strange right now. Those rookie assassins earlier were well organized, which means they were likely acting on orders from someone. He promised himself that no matter who that bastard was, he'd find him and teach him a lesson. As he was thinking, suddenly, a piece of white paper appeared above his head. It seems things are going better than I thought. The person who could mobilize a whole group of assassins from the Anonymous Association is none other than Sister Yona. This is actually even better. Now I have a reason to demand what I want after enduring all this frustration, like the antidote wine, for example. There are so many poisons in the world, and even the Runcandel family's gifted bodies are useless against them. But with this antidote wine, it's a special elixir passed down only to the best assassins in the Anonymous Association. Those who drink it are practically immune to all poisons. Of course, the youngest among the top assassins of the Anonymous Association, Sister Yona, also has it. She was born with a natural resistance to toxins, so she doesn't need to drink it. Unfortunately, she was tricked by Sister Anne and lost it. Naturally, Anne is on Joshua's side, so Jin has to get it before it becomes a resource for the enemy. Taking away whatever is useful and weakening the enemy for the future is absolutely necessary. But that's a problem for later. First, I have to get through Yona's tricks. The next 2 days would be all about playing her games and facing her challenges. No sooner had the words left Jin's mouth than a chain attached to a dagger shot out, grabbing his sword's blade. It was controlled by a nearby assassin in training. Of course, this wouldn't trouble a skilled swordsman like Jin. He grabbed the chain, swung it forcefully, and exposed the assassin. Now you probably realized how this is going to end, huh? With one powerful swing, he destroyed a nearby house, knocking the assassin unconscious right on the spot. It seemed like the poor guy had enough, but Jin wasn't done. He flew toward him and delivered a swift kick, sending the assassin crashing through several walls, his body crumpling as he let out agonizing groans. Jin noticed something. Behind a nearby door, his gaze sharpened as he spoke up. "Hey, stop hiding. Come out. You two don't look like the Anonymous rookies. I'm guessing you're outsiders like me, right? I've been having a blast for the past 2 days with this little game of cat and mouse, so you better show yourselves while I'm still in a good mood." Just then, 2 familiar faces, those of comedians, peeked out from behind the door. Anyone else in there other than these 2 clowns, Dant and Veridin? Holy crap, how annoying are these guys? What the hell are you 2 doing here? The shouting continued back and forth, with the 3 of them unable to reach any sort of agreement, especially Veridin, who complained that because of Jin, he had to dip into the black fund just to get his hands on an anonymous badge. As for Jin, he was just wondering why these 2 idiots showed up asking questions, and then he smelled trouble. It's because we were thinking about those nights fighting side by side with you, of course. On top of that, the 2 guys had already spent all their money buying anonymous badges. Long story short, now Jin has to take care of these 2 comedians. About that, of course, someone like Jin with his sense of justice won't have a problem. But in return, what are you 2 going to do to prove you're worth that money? Dante quickly understood what was going on when he saw a wave of assassins rushing in. I get it now. He had just drawn his sword when a huge hole appeared in the roof of the building. So, what do you think, Mr. Jin? Is this enough? Obviously, the chaotic scene below also caught the attention of the mastermind Yoma. What's going on with these kids? Looks like the game just got a lot more interesting. After seeing the mess Dant caused down below, Yoda's voice echoed from behind. Oh, so it's you, Owl. It's known that this man goes by the nickname Owl, Anonymous King, ranked 85th. Listen, Yona, even you can't tolerate another disturbance like this. Do you have any idea how many cadets' homes have been destroyed because of this? Before Yona could even finish her sentence, she suddenly jumped up and started blaming the kids below. That's not important right now, Mr. Owl. I was having fun playing with my little brother, but some idiots showed up out of nowhere and ruined it. Damn, who dares to interrupt Yona like this? As soon as Yona finished speaking, Owl narrowed his eyes and followed the direction of her pointing finger. According to her explanation, the person up front was her little brother, and the ones behind him were the troublemakers. As expected from a professional assassin, Owl instantly recognized the 2 boys as the heirs of the Zippel and Heron families. If anything happened to them, this whole assassin organization could be wiped out in an instant. But Yona didn't seem to care about that. While Owl was still thinking, she quickly jumped down and said she would take care of the situation herself. Hey, wait a minute. If you go, they'll end up dead. Well, that was my plan anyway. Those bastards interrupted my game with my little brother. It looked like things were about to get dangerous for Veradin and Dante. Why not? This is the first time my little brother has come to find me, and yet those idiots have to ruin it. Hurry up and let me go handle them. If you're that determined to kill them, why don't we make it a game? Owl said. A game where their lives are the stakes, starting tonight and lasting until dawn. 3 rounds in total. Send out a real assassin, not some rookie. If they die, you win. If they survive, you lose. As he spoke, Owl let go of Yona's collar. But if that's the case, doesn't that mean the chances of the youngest one dying along with them would go up too? If possible, I really don't want the youngest to die. I had so much fun playing with them over the past 2 days, so I guess there's no other choice, huh? She had to watch the three of them play together while she just stood there and watched. Obviously, Owl's taunt had worked, forcing Yona to join the game he had set up. But no matter what happened, Owl was not allowed to interfere. I'll be the one to choose the assassin. Yeah, you don't need to worry about that. But do you know how many houses were destroyed yesterday? 37 in total. It was because you sent those recruits to play with your little brother. Don't forget to write a self-reflection report about it. And of course, she hadn't. The way Yona slammed the door was enough to show just how arrogant she was. Once Yona left, Owl breathed a sigh of relief. At least he had prevented Yona from taking matters into her own hands. If those three kids died here, the Anonymous organization wouldn't be able to live in peace with the three families involved. Things were already out of control. It was time to act quickly. The next morning at some inn in Sanel, as soon as they heard that they wouldn't be attacked in the morning, Veraden and Dante immediately fell asleep. Meanwhile, Jin sat nearby, observing the two clowns. First, Dante. His body was still as weak as ever, but his swordsmanship had improved significantly. After learning the secret techniques of the Heron family, he must have leveled up. But more importantly, there was that bastard Veraden. Jin still couldn't understand what was going on in his head. The damn genius who was almost untouchable in his previous life now looked like a coward. And on top of that, he came to find him for no reason, then asked to buy some food. After shaking his head in frustration, Jin suddenly remembered something. He needed to quickly come up with a way to use them while also protecting them from Yona. She was definitely going to send stronger assassins soon. As he was deep in thought, an unfamiliar foot stepped in front of him. Jin froze, realizing someone was standing right in front of him. He hadn't felt any movement as the person approached. Could this be the best assassin from Anonymous? Then he calmed himself and started thinking. As far as Jin knew, other than Yona, there was no reason for any of the other anonymous assassins to come after him. He then introduced himself. I'm the youngest son of the Runcandel family. You must be the 85th king of Anonymous. You don't seem scared at all. Courage will certainly help you out, the man said with a slight smile. Lord Chiron may be old, but he managed to get his hands on a rare gem. However, you recognize me, and yet you still refuse to change your posture. Seems a bit much, don't you think? In response, Jin admitted that he was just pretending to be brave, fearing that his life might be taken. Moreover, the Runcandel family never bows down to death. Despite his tough words, Jin was mentally scrambling, trying to figure out why this man had appeared. Could it be something related to Sister Yona? It seemed like Jin had figured something out because he spoke up. But just a moment later, a numb sensation spread through his head, making Jin realize that death was very close. In Samel, even Lord Chiron has to speak carefully. So how dare a brat like you bring up Yona? The man said, grabbing Jin by the throat. A disrespectful kid like you caused all this chaos, and now you're acting arrogant just because you have Yona backing you up. Jin had no idea why mentioning Sister Yona had set the man off so violently, but he couldn't figure out the reason either. You think tearing you apart right now would ease my anger? It wouldn't, but out of respect for Lord Chiron, I'll spare you this time, the man growled. After hearing those words, Jin understood what the old man had been doing. It was clear that he had intentionally mentioned his father as an excuse to let him live. Well, keeping his life was the most important thing. Jin quickly knelt down, apologized, and made it clear he was willing to accept any punishment. Starting tonight, real assassins wearing white masks will target you. Before Jin could ask anything else, Owl spoke up. I don't care what happens to you, but those two kids sleeping over there cannot die. Listen closely and follow my instructions. Jin, still confused, responded, Why send real assassins instead of cadets? Is this some kind of punishment for me? Owl explained, This is a game. Everything is under Yona's control. The goal of this game is the lives of those two. As Jin listened, his mind only grew more puzzled. He wondered why Owl was getting involved in Yona's game, and why he had to cooperate with him in such a complicated way. Don't tell me even Anonymous King can't stop Yona. What kind of role does she play in the Anonymous Association? The sun was directly overhead now. According to Owl's instructions, the three of them needed to stick together and find the center of the castle. Doing so would at least give them a chance to survive for a day. Furthermore, by the morning of the day after tomorrow, they had to find a way to get Veraden and Tant out of the castle. So you mean I'm the one who should stay behind? If I do that, does that put my life in danger? Instead of answering the question, the owl asked back, Do you want any kind of reward? Give me the elixir of all poisons, Jin replied. Of course not. The owl said with a grimace that explained even if Lord Chiron himself came here, it still wouldn't be possible. And so, they continued to discuss the matter for a while longer until the owl finally left. Their deal was kept secret, with a condition that they had to save the two heads of the Zippel and Heron families. After all this, the owl said, I'll give you one last piece of advice. If we wanted to, we could kill anyone in the world. But do you know why we don't use our power carelessly? It's because the stronger the weapon, the more dangerous it becomes in the wrong hands. Jin responded, and if you use it carelessly, you'll end up causing even bigger problems for yourself. But if you already know that, the owl asked, then why bring up Yona? Despite asking, the owl was puzzled. Asterisk, could this kid really not know about his connection with Yona Asterisk? If that's the case, then his question earlier must have been just that. Nothing more than a simple question that made me angry enough to threaten him. After realizing his slip-up, the owl coughed a few times and said, your answer was good. Now I'll be going. Then I'll see you again in 3 days, Jin said. As for Jin, according to the plan, he was supposed to send those 2 idiots back home in the next 2 days. But honestly, he thought, asterisk, I don't have any reason to follow his orders, asterisk. Lord Owl. And so, the day of escape for the 3 young men began. One of them said, listen closely, both of you. Starting today, will be targeted by real assassins, not just military cadets anymore, so we need to stay focused. Dant and Veridin were confused. Why do we need to rush? It's barely evening and we haven't seen anyone yet. Of course, only Jin understood how dangerous the situation had become. When we were fighting candidates, we could feel them approaching the moment the sun went down, and by dusk, we'd already have daggers thrown at us. But right now, I don't feel anything. To be precise, Jin wasn't saying he didn't feel anything at all. He couldn't sense their presence directly, but he could tell something was coming. It was like the enemy knew everything about them. The difference between the cadets and real assassins was night and day. Meanwhile, up on a nearby castle, Yona was feeling quite excited, thinking her younger sibling was probably doing exactly what she expected. But in stark contrast to her cheerful face, Owl was filled with worry. Yona, I can't believe you sent out a high-level assassin first. Are you really planning to kill your own brother? Seeing Yona's innocent, almost guilty expression, Owl continued to explain Jin is pretty sensitive, so he started to run. But when they begin to attack, he'll be dead before he has a chance to do anything. Obviously, the 2 guys behind him aren't going to end up any better. That's not going to happen. Yona replied confidently, the youngest third eye is already half open. Yona didn't always speak up, but when she did, it was always enough to catch Owl off guard. He never expected that the youngest son of the Runcandel family would have his third eye awakened at such a young age. Yona went on, it might look like Jin is moving purely on instinct, but it's not like that. I'm sure he sensed something, even if it's just a little. The training over the past few days has helped open his third eye more, so his abilities are stronger than before. Owl couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Seeing Yona's expression shift completely, Owl fell silent. He'd never seen her react like this before. As for the guy below them, Jin Runcandel, maybe it was time to start setting a bit of expectation for him. At that moment, Jin below suddenly felt something. He quickly raised his hand to stop and called for the 2 men behind him to halt. In front of them, a cloud of smoke was rising from the ground. Sensing that something was off behind the smoke, Jin immediately turned around and grabbed Dan and Veridin, pulling them to run before they could even figure out what was going on. It was pretty clear now. The real assassins from Anonymous had arrived. The Mona rain of needles shot toward them. The first of the assassins revealed himself. Jin's quick head jerk left the assassin shocked. I can't believe a kid has reflexes like that. Jin's sword hilt was just in time to block the assassin's dagger strike. Can he sense my presence? Before the assassin could think any further, Veridin instantly cast a freezing spell, successfully trapping him in ice. Nice job, Veridin, Jin shouted, still celebrating with Dant and Veridin. Then he snapped at them. We don't have time to waste. And he was right. The instant the ice began to crack and the assassin moved again, it was clear that a level 6 spell wasn't nearly enough to hold off a true assassin. The assassin's hands were already full of needles, launching them toward the 3 of them. Jin had to fight tooth and nail just to keep moving while defending himself. He reminded them all urgently, we need to hurry. If we keep wasting time, the other assassins waiting for us will be here soon. We don't have the luxury of fighting every single one. Run straight to the target location. As Dant and Jin struggled, the comedian Veridin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha, I didn't expect the Anonymous Association to be so weak. You guys claim to be assassins, but you can't even catch me. If I meet you, I'll toss this fool at you so you can see what a real assassin is like. Back to Jin, after a long chase, he started wondering why they were closing in on them. Why were they keeping their distance instead of following right behind? Don't tell him. Sure enough, as soon as the words left his mouth, his worst fear came true. An ambush had already predicted their escape route. Although they weren't hit with a fatal blow, the 3 of them were now surrounded by their enemies. Things were looking tough. Hey, Veridin, Jin turned and yelled, urging him to explain himself. Veridin quickly responded, I didn't expect things to go down like this either. Enough with the nonsense. Stop talking and get ready. Use your strongest magic. Heh, I guess it's time to get serious, huh? If that's the case, then help me stall for 10 more minutes. A burst of light suddenly pierced the darkness of Samuel. I need to focus to prepare this spell. Triple destruction, one with the fire. The assassin standing right below couldn't help but stare in awe, their eyes wide with surprise. That's some terrifying magic. With his memories from his past life, Jin immediately recognized what was happening. He couldn't believe it. He had actually learned it. This was the magic used by the previous head of the Zippel family, the one who earned the title of Queen of Magic 200 years ago. This was a spell that Ryle Zippel had only used once in his lifetime. Everyone had expected a huge display of power from Veradin, but life doesn't always go as planned. Jin. Veradin's desperate cry for help signaled something was wrong. At this rate, he'd be killed by the assassins before he could even cast his magic. Naturally, there was no way Jin would let that happen, but something felt off. There was only one assassin left, so where were the others? Where else could they be but with Dan Heron? Using his family's secret technique, the Asterisk Emperor's Sword Asterisk, the Dragon Sword style, Dante struck with a single move and wounded dozens of assassins surrounding him. Taking advantage of the distraction, Jin quickly took down the remaining assassin. Then Jin couldn't resist but glance at Dante's sword technique again. It was something he had never seen before. Dante must have used mana to create it, a secret technique that could be used for both defense and offense. Since their last encounter, it was clear that Dante had been training hard. Of course, there was also Veradin. Not only Dante, but Veradin had grown much stronger too. At his age, controlling such a large amount of mana was nothing short of extraordinary. Could he really use the legendary magic passed down through the Zippel family? The answer will come soon, but first, don't forget to like and subscribe. Of course not, guys. With a face that couldn't possibly be more embarrassed, Veradin loudly declared, "Sorry, Jin and Dante, looks like I messed up." Jin's expression was like, is this really the supposed genius sorcerer from his past life? Even the assassins couldn't help but admire Veradin's acting skills. His teammates did their best to hold off the assassins, but with Veradin only able to create a tiny flame like a newborn baby, everything was ruined. What are you standing around for? Run. Plan had failed. Dan picked up the comedian and left first, while Jin held off the assassins. What made it worse was that the clown Veradin didn't forget to throw in a few words of consolation. Sorry, Jin. It's been a while since I used that technique, so I probably messed it up. Shut up already. You're just saying a few words, but now there's blood everywhere. Who's gonna clean that up? Behind them, someone who seemed to be the leader shouted, "Everyone, block those two. Don't let them get away, even if it costs us our lives. If we let them escape, we all know what's coming. I heard Yona's going to personally train us again." An hour passed quickly, and with an expression that couldn't have been more confused, Yoma asked, "Lord Owl, I have a question. Did you help them?" It was strange. If you didn't help, how did they know to run to the safe zone? This place was the center of Samuel, where special characters and the families of the assassins from the Anonymous Association lived. Back with Jin's group, after a long and exhausting chase, everyone was able to relax a little. It seemed the assassins had stopped attacking them for now. It was known that at the safe zone, unless there was an enemy invasion or an emergency, everyone was required to follow the tradition of not using weapons, no matter what happened. "Hey Jin, how did you know about this? Is this some kind of test for you?" "Well, kind of," Jin replied casually. Meanwhile, at the other location, Owl stubbornly denied Yona's argument. More importantly, she had already signed the acknowledgement for her role in the sabotage. "Ha ha ha, you're lying so blatantly," Yona said with a slight smile, her voice calm, but sending chills down Owl's spine. "You're the one who broke your promise, right? So now it's my turn to take action," she added. King Owl the 85th of Anonymous for him, Yona was even more precious than a daughter. She possessed unmatched talent that no assassin could ever match. People had given her many nicknames, like the one born to be an assassin or the goddess of death. At the very least, those who had witnessed the power lying dormant within her had spoken of it that way. She carried with her a blade soaked in chaos. "As I said, I'll fight them myself. You broke your promise, so you're not allowed to interfere," Yona declared. Owl realized that there was nothing more he could do. Now he couldn't stop the girl anymore. All he could do was hope that Jin Runcandel would somehow help the next master of Heron and Zippel survive and get out of here. It was already getting late, and it was time for the two little boys with my younger sister to die. "Will you come with me?" At these words, Owl remained silent. He knew that Jin was smart enough to follow his plan. The kid surely understood how serious the situation was. While he felt a little guilty for letting Jin face Yona, there was no other choice. After all, he hoped Yona would go easy on him. She seemed to like her younger brother so much. Maybe, just maybe, she could prevent everything from happening if Jin just listened to him. But then, right after that, Owl was left with a huge question mark over his head when he looked at where the three boys had been hiding. Why were they still asleep? Heh, They're all gathered in one place. This is too convenient. Yona's deep, mocking laugh pulled Owl into a spiral of panic. Those damn brats had the nerve to interfere with her plans. How dare they talk and laugh with my younger brother when I haven't even had a chance to talk to him yet? Just as she mentioned the word kill, Yona suddenly noticed Jin doing something below that completely surprised her. Mr. Owl, why do you keep meddling in my business and don't pretend like you don't know what's going on? As she spoke, Yona pointed directly at Jin, who was doing something strange down below. That light shining through the window, what my younger sibling is holding in her hand is none other than the claw of a silver dragon. In contrast to the loud argument happening above, down here, Jin was sweating bullets. Why hasn't anyone reacted to this yet? Could the plan be going wrong? Just as that thought crossed his mind, Jin heard a sound though faint. He quickly realized who it was. Behind him were none other than Yona and Mr. Owl. There was a chilling sense of fear, as though he could hardly feel their presence. Long time no see, Yona, Jin quickly greeted, and was also honored to meet the 85th Anonymous King for the first time. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to admit he had been briefed by Mr. Owl the night before. Looking at the two comedians who were now fast asleep, Mr. Owl spoke up. It's not good for them to know too much, so I'll ask you directly. Where did you get this silver dragon's claw? Sir, this is from a silver dragon I met during my travels. She gave it to me as a gift. Owl continued, it seems Jin knows how to use it since he raised it like that just now. As far as I know, if you show this to an anonymous assassin, no matter the situation, the owner will survive. So in short, if you give it to us, your life will be safe. However, before handing over the dragon's claw, Jin wanted Owl to explain something to him. I'm curious, why are the people hunting me actual assassins and not just cadets? Does Yona not trust me because I'm from the Runcandel family? Naturally, Yona was about to speak up to explain, but Owl stopped her. Let me handle this. I'll make it clearer. Though he said that in his mind, he was silently cursing the kid. He had already told Yona that he'd be the one to explain things to him. After a moment, Owl said, it's simple. Yona and I made a bet. I bet that your friend would survive, and Yona disagreed. Thanks to you, I've won the bet. From now on, no anonymous assassins will follow you or harm you, including me and Yona. We'll keep this promise for the next 10 years. And as long as your family doesn't attack us, this decision won't be changed. The surprised expression when hearing the 10-year timeline was quickly wiped away by Jin. After all, this was good news because it removed a major variable. I no longer had to worry about being assassinated by the anonymous organization while competing with the other siblings. Lord Owl continued and then added a reminder. We'll talk about the reward you want later. For now, I'm sure the two of you have a lot to say to each other. This is the first time you two have met since you arrived at Samel. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Owl vanished as quickly as a gust of wind, leaving the two sisters awkwardly standing there, unsure of what to say. Well, hey there, little sis. Yona was so proud earlier, but now she looks so humble. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of people dressed in black, likely assassins, were discussing the temporary flag bearer of the Runcandel family. They were completely shocked by how close he seemed to be with the next-generation head of the Heron and Zippel families. Even Lord Joshua probably never expected this. It was clear there was some kind of connection between Yona and the temporary flag bearer. Since the matter was already discovered, new clues would likely surface soon. The assassin rank targeting him was steadily rising. While the reasons were unclear, it was undoubtedly some form of intense training. More importantly, since the master had warned that the temporary flag bearer must not die, everyone had to stay alert. When I returned to where the two sisters were, it seemed like everything had settled down. Yona shyly explained that she wanted her sister to become stronger, and that's why she had done it. There was no other intention behind it. Oh, so that's why you sent a bunch of assassins after me. When something gets too hard, you just give up, huh? Yona quickly turned around, changing the subject, and asked who the two boys were. Now that I think about it, who were they, she asked. Danth Heron and Veraden Zippel, Jin explained. One's from the Runcandel family, but is close with the Zippel and Heron families. My little sibling really is one of a kind, Jin added. He then wondered aloud whether Yona had reported this to the family, but Yona immediately denied it. Why would I do that? If I did, you'd at least get hurt, or worse, you might die. But isn't that what you wanted? If not, why would you send so many assassins? I'm going to ask again, why did you do this, Yona? Jin pressed. Yona replied, I just wanted to have fun with you. Oh, so you see me as a toy? Jin asked, his tone blunt, almost confirming his suspicions. Yona's response was a loud, shocked protest as she stared at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. Jin was taken aback by the sudden emotion, confused by her tears, especially since assassins are trained to control their feelings. Why is she crying? What's going on? Jin wondered. Jin thought for a moment before asking directly, Yona, why do you have that expression? Aren't you supposed to be the best assassin? Yona replied, I never learned anything about controlling my emotions. When I first came to Anonymous, our mother said I was so good at killing that I didn't need to learn anything else. Jin asked, so, does that mean you killed someone before coming here? He couldn't help but wonder how a 12-year-old could do something like that. Yona answered, well, I was probably around 8 or 9 years old. At Storm Castle, my little cousin kept bothering me, so I killed him. Not long after that, the tutor who was supposed to teach me disappeared. Yona continued, even though there were other siblings at home and at Storm Castle, I was banned from eating with them or living like a normal child. I thought it was a punishment from our father, but it turned out that wasn't the case. As Yona spoke, Jin seemed to realize that her natural talent for killing was probably the reason their father had sent everyone else away. Maybe he did it to prevent other younger children from losing their lives. While Jin was deep in thought, Yona suddenly laughed. Well, I'm lucky. At least now I get to talk to you. I don't really care where I get sent, but I do feel a little sad about not being able to see my brothers and sisters again. With those words, Jin's suspicions were confirmed. Sister Yona was far from normal. She felt no remorse at all for killing someone, but that didn't mean she was completely emotionless. At that moment, maybe this was the only way for their father to protect his other children. But was it really right to abandon his children like that? As for Yona, when she saw Jin's clenched fist, she was taken aback. Yona, are you angry at me for what I've done? Jin, no, that's not. Had you ever thought about how unfair this is? Ever since we were kids, you've been treated like a tool for killing. In response, Yona didn't seem to understand her brother's words at all. Is that really a bad thing? If that's how you see it, I get it now. You haven't killed anyone yet. No wonder I've always felt like you were trying so hard not to kill anyone when you fought. But as for me, what could I have done? I was born like this. Jin pressed on. You were born like this? Were you the one who made a pact with the gods? Yona quickly dismissed Jin's question, but she didn't say anything else. Anyway, you don't need to know. And you have your own secrets too, don't you? If Yona hadn't said anything, Jin might have kept his calm. But now that she had, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Asterisk does she know about my hidden weapons, asterisk. Yona, walking ahead, kept explaining her feelings. What I mean is there's something in my body that's afraid of you. Ever since I first saw you, something inside me started crying out. It said I should kill you. That confused me. And honestly, I like you so much that it's almost enough to overpower my instincts. All I want is for you to feel the same way about me. Jin, on the other hand, remained composed and replied, there's no connection like that between us. Seeing that the conversation wasn't going anywhere, Yona had a new idea. She offered him an antidote to all poisons as a kind of gift. If you agree to get closer to me, then it'll be yours. After all, the others came for it, so I'm sure you're no exception. But just as quickly as she spoke, Jin firmly rejected her, leaving Yona's small heart feeling like it had shattered. Even if you give me the antidote, my answer won't change. However, she tried again. Have you seen how bright the mood is tonight? Let's take a walk. I think through conversations like this, we build a real sibling bond. As she spoke, Jin extended his hand toward her. This must have been the first time anyone in her family had ever offered to do something like this for her. Jin, meanwhile, needed some time to sort through his thoughts. How should he treat this sister of his, someone who seemed both pitiful and deserving of blame? A few minutes later, outside the room, beneath the rubble of the city which had been destroyed over several nights, the two Runcandel sisters were taking a walk. Basically, all the assassins were under a curfew imposed by the anonymous king's orders. Yoma pointed to somewhere in the distance and said it was probably where Jin would like. Actually, visitors aren't allowed there, but for you, it's different. Soon, they reached the base of a hill, and all they needed to do was climb a little higher. At the top, in front of them, was a whole new landscape filled with glowing flowers. Is this a blue rose? Jin asked. Yona confirmed, yes, it is. Even though they're usually considered weeds, they look beautiful when they absorb the moonlight. Did you know I really like them? No matter how often they're trampled on or how little water they get, they always survive. And even if they die, other flowers will quickly grow to replace them. As she spoke, Yona picked a bunch of flowers and handed them to Jin. This is my gift to you. Jin paused for a moment, then remembered something. This isn't the first time you've received blue roses in this life. Sometimes they're placed on the windowsill in the mornings. Perhaps Jin had forgotten that in a past life, there were times when someone had placed 2 flowers in her room. 2 flowers on the same stem. Now, Jin wondered if her older sister had already formed a connection with her from that previous life. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Jin quickly took the branch of flowers from Yona and asked, Sis, how have you been lately? The things we can't share with anyone else, please share them with me. Clearly Jin, the sly one, was carefully coaxing her innocent older sister onto a path of trouble. Just like that, Yona opened up and shared all her secrets. She even revealed that she had once thought about killing the anonymous king. When I was 14, after being scolded and forced to write an apology letter, I tried to assassinate him. I even tried 2 more times, but all of them failed. Just hearing that made Jin shiver. Trying to kill the anonymous king because he made her write a letter of apology seemed a little extreme. Then Yoda asked about the dragon claw that Jin had received. Who gave you the silver dragon's claw? Are you too close? Upon hearing that they were somewhat familiar, Yona immediately responded, I'll kill that dragon and pull all its claws out to use them. Jin knew Yona was joking, but it still sounded a bit dangerous. Jin smiled nonchalantly after listening to her sister's ramblings. I think you'd be better off running a flower shop than being an assassin. If you opened a shop in my territory, I'd probably stop by often. Of course, you can't kill your customers. Well, I have to go see the anonymous king now. Of course, Yona didn't let me go. If you leave, I'll kill you right on the spot, she said. I thought I'd have to serve Yona all night, but somehow, her goldfish memory kicked in and she suddenly remembered she had a mission to complete. Well, I'll say goodbye for now. I'm leaving first, so take your time, she said. With that, Yona jumped straight off the cliff to go handle her mission, leaving Jin staring after her in confusion. About half an hour later, at the anonymous king's location, he spoke. Looks like you've finished talking with Yona, and you know I've been waiting for you. Before we start, I have to ask, why didn't you follow my preparation plan in the game? But on the bright side, neither of the future heads of the family died, and I even got the silver dragon's claws, he added. Jin quickly explained that he'd been a bit disrespectful. It's not that I didn't want to get closer to you. I believe you and I want the same thing, at least for the next 5 years. I can delay Yoda's return to her family for that long. I'll come up with an excuse to make it happen. Obviously, the fact that a temporary flag bearer could pull something like this off made the Owl King a little skeptical, but Jin reassured him with his promise. The reason you gave was that Yona is perfect for running a flower shop. As you know, someone with as many emotions as she has isn't cut out to be an assassin. She's simply more skilled at killing than others. So, instead of being exploited by the family when she returns, I want her to be with people who can understand her better. I want her to be happy. Jin's heartfelt words quickly earned a nod from the Owl King. His request was simple, just this once. Jin wanted to receive help from the anonymous king as Jin Grey, not as Jin Runcandel. With that, he continued saying he would soon leave Samuel with Dan and Veridin, so he wouldn't cause any further trouble for the king. Good then, now get out of my sight. 1 week later, in the Black Sea, Kashmir and Khan had arrived after a long journey. Kashmir was the one most worried. From what he knew, the Black Sea was chaotic, yet everything around here seemed strangely clean. But who else is here? In front of them stood some of the most famous figures on the continent, including the Owl King, the head of the Chiron family, and the leader of the Bow Guild. It looked like the next chapter of this story wasn't going to be easy for Kashmir. If things keep going like this, I might be done for. Talaris was worried because everyone was already here, Kashmir and the anonymous king too. Talking about the kid's marriage right now would be so awkward. The Ice Lord and the Noble Sword, if we bring up Yona and Jin now, it's going to be difficult. And as for Kashmir, well, it's no different for him. You must be here to talk about the engagement, Talaris, but who is that man over there? He was totally confused since everyone was such a big deal. One wrong move, and he could lose his life. Just then, the main character spoke up. Please have a seat. Kashmir, I'm sorry to call you here and then not welcome you properly. Understanding Kashmir's confusion about the stranger, Chiron explained that it was the anonymous king. The anonymous king? Oh, so that must be Owl from Anonymous. This might mean that young Master Jin has run into some trouble. But then Jin had only just arrived in Samuel not long ago, so it seemed unlikely. What could have happened in such a short time? As Kashmir's sharp mind started piecing things together, Owl spoke up at the same time. Looks like you've already made arrangements, huh? Chiron didn't respond directly but turned to Kashmir. Wait a moment. I invited you here for a drink, but it seems we'll have to wait for these old friends to leave first. They also mentioned Jin coming to Samuel. His reason for being here was to train, preparing for the possibility of being assassinated or poisoned. When Talaris heard this, she shot a suspicious glare and asked, why does my son-in-law keep going to such dangerous places? He's always traveling around like this. What if something happens to him? What would my daughter do then? On the other side, Owl explained why he was there. The truth is, I came to see you about something related to young Master Jin, but it seems this isn't the right place to talk about it, not with Noble Sword and the Archery Guild leader present. Still, Chiron insisted. The Archery Guild leader is one of the few people I consider a close friend, and Noble Sword is very discreet, so there's no problem. And so the conversation continued for hours, eventually wrapping up with a hearty laugh from Chiron, the head of the family. What's going on with the Silver Dragon's claws? Did you agree to some requests from the youngest? Chiron asked. Owl then explained that Jin had asked him to erase all records of his visit to Samel. More specifically, aside from the people living in the small kingdom, as well as the trainees and assassins, Jin didn't want anyone to remember the names Jin Grey or Jin Runcandel. After that, a bloody battle broke out. The Runcandel family's forces were nearly massacred in Samel as some of the best assassins. How dare you? Someone shouted. Anonymous isn't afraid of the Runcandel family's revenge. I don't know why you're doing this, but I'm sure our family head will. Before the sentence could finish, the captain's head was severed from his body. That's the summary of the whole situation. We've wiped out all the guards who were chasing the temporary flag bearer. It seems like that young flag bearer must have realized their presence, which is probably why he asked for it, Owl said. Chiron, after hearing this, wasn't really surprised. He just wondered aloud. Could it be that the kin is worried I'll make him take responsibility for them? With that, he lifted his hand to his chin and smiled lightly. Now I get it. The kid must have witnessed the purge, huh? If that's the case, don't worry about what happened. Even if you kill 100 people, it's no big deal. At that moment, to Chiron's surprise, Owl continued to address a different matter. Please read this note, sir. Owl pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over. This was something the temporary flag bearer had left behind when he departed from Samel. This was a matter that definitely couldn't be revealed to the band of the Bowmaster or the Noble Sword. And of course, the author couldn't just tell us about it either. Meanwhile, back with Jin's brute, the usual comedians, Dan and Veridin, were sound asleep. Jin had only given them a little sleeping medicine before going to meet the anonymous king, so he wondered, did I give them too much medicine, maybe? Then he figured it wasn't too bad to let them rest a bit after the days of being chased down. As he said that, Jin turned to leave, but suddenly noticed something in his jacket pocket, a small piece of paper and a vial of medicine. Could this letter be from her? Just as I expected, this was the gift Yona left for the youngest. Hello, my little sibling. This is the poisonous elixir. If you drink it and fully open your heart, no lone assassin will be able to kill you anymore. I'll see you again soon. Happy birthday. Without me, you probably forget when your own birthday is. In response, even though it's a bit early, I'm going to give her a gift too. And that's why this letter is being written. Dear Anonymous King, Yona has already given me the poisonous elixir, so please secretly negotiate with my father because it's worth something equivalent to the poisonous elixir. That should be enough to delay Yona's return to the family. After reading these words, Chiron coldly asked if it was true. Yes, sir. In addition to what was written on the paper, he managed to surprise me several more times. I thought Jin's bold move would anger Chiron, but instead it only brought laughter from the Runcandel family head. That knave child managed to trick you? Don't tell me you came up with all these plans just to keep Yona around. Now, it's not just you. I'm involved in this too. I'll officially send you an invitation to visit the Sword Garden and we can discuss this matter later. But for now, Kashmir, I'd like to hear the news you brought. Upon hearing this, Kashmir shared the news he needed to report. It was related to the death of the Great Master, Kedar Hall, from last month. I need to inform you, sir, this was caused by young Master Jin. In that case, those who weren't invited can leave now. I'd like to share a drink with Noble Sword, Chiron said as he slammed the wine bottle in his hand down on the ground. He ordered Talaris and Owl to leave. Even though the archery master pleaded to stay and hear about the son-in-law, the answer was still no. If being gentle didn't work, then it was time to be firm. Talaris threatened, if you don't let me stay, I'll start spreading rumors about your son's strength. At the same time, Jin was loudly cursing someone out. It was clear there was nothing more frustrating than these two comedians who clung on like leeches, refusing to leave no matter how many times they were told to go. You have any conscience? We went through hell just to find you, and now we're being tortured. We have to stick with you for a few more days. Wait, aren't you two supposed to be the heirs of your families? Is this really the time to waste with you both just hanging around here? Well, if you're gonna mention it, you're right on the money about Veridin here. You should know that once I become the head of my family, I'll be so busy I won't have time to see anyone. Plus, our families will be rivals, so that's pretty much the end of it. Besides, my position is secure enough that no matter what I do, I'll become the head of the family. No need to worry. As for Ganti, he has his uncle's full support, so it's a done deal for him too. Hearing all this, Jin's got no excuse to keep talking. Unfortunately for me, I'm not like you two, so I'm really busy. Before Jin could finish his sentence, Veridin cut in and now's the time to go all in. Dante agreed, adding, just like Veridin said, once we become heads of our families, we won't be able to meet like this anymore. So shouldn't we make the most of our time before that happens? To become a flag bearer, you need a reputation, right? We'll help you build yours. I'm not sure if it'll turn into anything meaningful, but these two, Dante and Veridin, are already excited about hunting down bad guys. They've even made a list of famous villains like King Mammoth, the remnants of the Dark Sorcerers Guild, or the madman Jack Lowe roaming the west of Bemin. But just when he hadn't fully gathered his strength yet, the flame of hope was already snuffed out ahead of him. Hey, can you guys stop talking nonsense already? If you don't stop, these guys are going to start talking about crossing continents at this rate. He didn't know how much time had passed, but suddenly, Jin woke up and realized something was off. When did I fall asleep? He tried to remember. The last thing he recalled was pushing two comedians into the teleportation gate after they'd gotten drunk, and he only remembered until he returned to Tikken. So what exactly happened? And why does my body feel strangely good? While Jin was wondering about it, Inya next to him slowly sat up. You're finally awake. Young Master Jin, how do you feel? Did you manage to absorb all the antidote for the poison wine? Then Jin remembered that he had indeed drunk the entire bottle of the wine of 10,000 poisons during his conversation with the silver dragon. Did I pass out after drinking the antidote? Yeah, that's right. Young Master, I honestly thought you were dead. Every few minutes, your body would turn dark and then return to normal. But even so, your face still looked really cool. After that, Quick Intel opened the door and stepped in, cutting off the sight of Inya's embarrassed face. Well, looks like you're finally awake, Quick Intel said. Jin, you've been asleep for 5 whole days. You should know that after taking the antidote to the poison, it usually takes at least a month to recover. But with the natural strength of the Runcandel family, you woke up a lot sooner. Jin was curious about whether anything important had happened while he was out, but it seemed like there was nothing major. The only thing worth mentioning was that Kashmir, who had left not long ago, had returned. Gilly had also been away for a bit. She received an urgent summons from her family, so she used a teleportation gate to head back to Runcandel early this morning. After finishing her words, Inya stood up and walked out with the silver dragon. I'll go tell everyone that the young master is awake. Not long after, Jin was presented with a huge jar of poison. It didn't take much thought to realize that Murakin wanted Jin to drink it all just to test the effectiveness of the antidote. It wasn't anything unusual though, just a little congratulations on waking up healthy. With those warm words in mind, Jin had no choice but to drink the entire jar of poison. So how are you feeling now? With the excited look on Murakan's face, Jin mentioned that his stomach only felt a little warmer than usual. But what was that thing earlier? It wasn't until after asking that Jin really started to feel confused. That was a bit of poison I had jet buy from the black market. Specifically, if it's under 7 stars, just one small sip would kill you instantly. Quick Intel wasn't too surprised by the reckless antics of the black dragon. Still, from what had just happened, it was clear that the universal antidote had been absorbed completely. If everything's gone well, it's time for you to keep your promise, right? What Quick Intel was referring to was Jin's promise to help Inya train. The silver dragon could only assist her in theory, so Jin was supposed to help her practice. One day, Inya would have to defeat her opponent, but right now, she lacked real combat experience. Jin asked if it was really necessary for Inya to do that. Hey, Jin Runcandel, everyone here is your companion. That means that in the future, when you fight your brothers and sisters, we'll be fighting by your side. Even then, do you still think Inya doesn't need to fight? Jin understood the underlying meaning as soon as he heard it. It sounded like Quick Intel was scolding him, but it was also clear she wanted Inya to hear it. Don't worry, I've already decided on our next destination. Jin explained that he would improve his tide reversal magic by fighting against a wizard and he could bring Inya along. As soon as Inya heard half of that, her eyes lit up and she ran over. Getting to go alone with young Master Jin? This was basically like a date, right? Meanwhile, in the swordsmanship training garden, I heard something interesting happened in Samel. If you have anything to explain, now's the time, Joshua. I'll ask you again. Because of you, Yona had to delay her return to the family. Do you have anything to say about this? Well, I only acted for the benefit of the family, Joshua tried to explain. Before he could finish his sentence, the head of the family, Chiron, slapped him hard. What the hell do you think you're doing? Stand up straight, Joshua. Despite being slapped by his father, Joshua kept his composure and stood tall, refusing to show weakness. But then, a relentless barrage of slaps from Chiron came down one after another, and Joshua still couldn't figure out what was going on. At that point, Joshua's face looked like a mess. Even the wet nurse, Gilly, and the anonymous king, who were just watching, felt bad for him. Take off that black armor. You're no longer worthy of wearing it. Along with Chiron's words, Joshua also followed his instructions. He took off his shirt and removed the heavy black armor that had weighed him down. As for someone like him, a worthless second in command of the family and the next heir, I honestly don't want to talk about how he was defeated by the youngest member, someone who was only a temporary flag bearer. But there is one thing I've mentioned many times and I'll ask again. Tell me, what is it? As soon as the question was asked, Joshua mumbled 2 words, Yona. Father said never to touch Yona. Of course, that answer was spot on, and as a reward, it was followed by a punch full of love. Joshua could no longer stand tall with his arrogance. He collapsed at his knees, his body racked with pain. The anonymous king owl standing nearby could clearly see what was happening. Though it seemed like Chiron was teaching his son a lesson, the owl thought this meeting wasn't really meant for Joshua. It was more a reminder for Chiron. If anything were to happen to Yona again, even if it involved the next head of the Runcandel family, the consequences would be disastrous. I know you never had any plans to oppose me, I said. That's why this armor has remained intact since your mother gave it to you 17 years ago. You truly are a coward. Now listen carefully to what I'm about to say. The day I summon you after I return from the Black Sea, I will strip you of your title as flag bearer in this family. Now get out of my sight. With that, Joshua was helped out of the meeting room by the Black Knights. Obviously, such a significant event couldn't go unnoticed by the other children. Mary stood nearby, mocking her brother's pathetic state. She made no effort to hide her disgust, laughing out loud in a way that only fueled Joshua's anger even more. Back inside the meeting room, the head of the family, Chiron, called for Gilly. He asked about the youngest's recent behavior. Is he doing well? Chiron asked. Gilly replied, the young master just left Samuel a few days ago. He's had the all-poison drink and is resting now. As she spoke, Chiron looked at her and said, take this to Jin. I want to make sure you report everything that happened today to him. That's the only reason I called you back, and the only reason you're here. Gilly bowed and promised to pass on everything to the young master for the sake of the Runcandel family and the young master himself. Switching scenes to Tikkun, Gilly had just finished telling Jin everything. Jin, looking puzzled, asked, even the anonymous king was there, but more importantly, did father personally punish Joshua? Gilly quickly reenacted the head of the family's knockout punch. Though the beating was a bit violent, it was so satisfying, young master. She also handed him the reward. Lord Joshua lost it in his rage and will face discipline soon. By the way, 30 years ago, this black armor was forged by a legendary blacksmith named Pecan Minch. It became a symbol of war when Uncle Red wore it to secure his 5th consecutive victory over the Zipple family. After thinking for a moment, Jin guessed this might be some kind of test his father had set for him. His father probably wanted him to be different from Joshua. While Joshua had spent 17 years shining brightly, his father seemed to want Jin to return to a battle-worn state, like a flag bearer temporarily stripped of their armor. Not only that, but the meeting was probably a warning for Mr. Owl. His father likely wanted to remind him not to ever think about using Yona to negotiate. If the next head of the family tried that, they'd be kicked out for sure. But if it were someone anonymous, they'd definitely be destroyed. Of course, Jin himself was also part of the warning. Jin added, and now Gilly is finally starting to understand the deeper meaning behind the clan leader's actions and is getting freaked out. But the thing I'm most curious about is, why is my father going this far? Is this some sort of compensation for his most unfortunate child? Then Jin remembered what Yona had said earlier. Everyone has their own secrets, don't they? And so do I. It meant Yona still had a lot of secrets she hadn't shared yet. Up ahead, Gilly asked where Jin was planning to go next. I heard you've made a decision about that. Yes, Jin replied. I'm planning to go to a place related to magic. I have a plan to deal with the rebels of the Black Magic Society. This group of mages was formed over 200 years ago. Even though they don't have many members, they've managed to survive until today. But don't worry too much. Enya will be coming with me, and I plan to develop the time reversal magic while we're there. A few days later, in the southern region of the Bemet Empire, this place brought back old memories. I once thought I would never return to Bemet. What should I do next, young master? The person speaking was none other than Miss Enya, disguised as an old man. But before she could finish her sentence, Jin pulled her into a nearby alley. Excuse me, young master, but why did you suddenly act like that? Do you forget why we're here? Jin replied. Of course I know. But in that case, please don't use my real name. I'm sure you understand what I mean, Miss Enya. Just a few words, and Enya's face looked like she was about to get married and have children. How could the young master speak such sweet words? Miss Enya, the Black Sorcerers Guild was an organization known for its golden age 200 years ago. And true to its name, they worshipped dark magic from the shadow world. During its golden age, the Black Sorcerers Guild had a massive influence across the continent, plunging everything into a state of terror. The one who ended that chaotic era was Ryle Zipple, the first and only woman of the Zipple family to wield the legendary first annihilation of Eternal Flame. She killed the powerful leader of the Black Sorcerers Guild back then. Ryle Zipple, who had once been advised by Solderit that Jin should follow her path in his previous life, of course, only after he became stronger and could pass her test. Back in the present, Jin and Enya were still hanging around somewhere in Bemet. Young Master has known that all the remnants of the Dark Sorcerers Guild are bad people. From what I've gathered, it seems they've been kidnapping children. That's probably why most people here have such sad looks on their faces. Jin replied bluntly, the main cause is probably the nobles surprising Enya. For someone like Enya, who had lived in the capital, She surely knew that not many countries had a better public order than Bemin. While they could quickly clean up criminals, they often turned a blind eye to organized crime. Both the victims and the criminals often became tools used by the nobles to gain more fame. The reason I think the Dark Sorcerers Guild still exists is so that the mages from the Academy can act. Enya asked, if what you're saying is true, doesn't that mean the mages from the Academy are coming here? That's exactly right. However, those old men are usually very lazy, so they'll probably take them some time to get here. At the same time, the carriages carrying the mages had arrived. They were from the Magic Academy, and the nobles were already here. Quickly, to the excitement and admiration of the countless people gathered, the mages from the Magic Academy lined up on the street. Those are the mages. The capital has finally sent mages here. The crowd erupted in cheers, but Jin had a different thought. Of course, these people had arrived faster than he expected, and he needed to avoid them as much as possible. Everyone from the Academy had a disgusting greed for power, so things would not end well. If an outsider got involved, everything would get really unpleasant. Jin quickly leaned over to Enya and whispered, all those people will die. They cannot be allowed to erase the Black Mage Guild. That night, Enya was impressed by the lavish meal Jin had just ordered. Young master, is it really okay to order such expensive dishes like this? She asked. Of course. Though I'm not as rich as my friends, I have my ways. Miss Enya can open an account at one of the banks in Tikan. I'll give you some pocket money then. But what about what you said earlier? About the part where Jin said that all the mages for the Magic Academy would die. He explained that it was just his guess. They were too young and weak to wipe out the Black Mage Guild. Enya thought differently. All those students were trained at a high level and had reached 4-star rank. The other students might be weaker, but they weren't a problem. That's why this was happening. The criminals in the Black Mage Guild were experienced and had lived in the shadows for years. Meanwhile, the students, though well-trained, lacked real-world experience. According to what Hugh Fester had gathered, the Black Mage Guild had around 50 members, most of whom were 4-star mages, while the Academy had only sent 30 students. So even with high-ranking mages from both sides, the Black Mage Guild still had a significant advantage. Just as they were talking, a loud voice came from the table behind them. I'm really pissed off right now. Some students were laughing about the Lord's behavior earlier that morning. His gesture of rubbing his hands together and then touching his face had looked so ridiculous, like a pig trying to beg. But the old men were saying the food here is really good, right, boss? After eavesdropping for a while, Jin decided it was time to leave. After all, attracting attention or being noticed by these guys wasn't going to end well. However, despite his call, Enya remained sitting completely still. Of course, she was replaying the memories of when she was bullied at the Academy. These three were the masterminds behind it. Hey, Enya, don't tell me it's them. Right after that, though she hesitated for a moment, Enya nodded in agreement. Yeah, they're the ones who bullied me back at the Academy. Now we have one more reason not to deal with them. With that, Jin stood up abruptly and walked straight toward the three students, ignoring their questions. Who are you and why are you looking at us and laughing? You two don't seem like servants. Hey, answer me now. Don't tell me you're part of the Dark Mage Association, are you? Why do you want to know about me? Jin responded casually, while the three students overheard and couldn't help but burst into laughter. How dare you, commoner? Fine, I'll admit I was rude, so now I'll ask you more politely. Which organization are you with? Why are you moving so slowly? The leader spoke as he pointed his magic staff toward Jin. You better answer correctly, or I'll drag both of you out of here and interrogate you. The owner of the shop, seeing the situation about to escalate into a fight, hurriedly ran over and said, Please remain calm, sir. They told me they're here as tourists, and instead of fighting here, would you mind stepping outside before you take action? Obviously, right after that, the owner received a blow to his stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. How dare you interrupt me? The man shouted. I think the South is lacking in proper manners when it comes to welcoming nobles. Before he could finish speaking, Jin's fist collided with the jabbering student's jaw with full force. Hey, Dan, what the hell are you doing? The two lackeys, seeing their leader being hit, quickly slammed the tables and chairs, shouting loudly, Don't run away, you bastard. However, just moments later, the two of them thought better of it. With the gentle closing of the door by Jin, the fate of all three was sealed. Special Operations, Bemin Division, 1st Brigade, 3rd Squad, all you students pay attention. It wasn't just Enya who was shocked by these words. Even the two students in front thought they were hearing things. What nonsense are you talking? Special Operations? How dare you impersonate them, you crazy bastard? Jin didn't say much. He simply raised 2 fingers and did a quick gesture. As he moved, the 2 students suddenly realized something was off. A blue flame quickly engulfed their bodies, causing them intense pain, and it felt as though they could barely breathe. Jin looked at the pathetic group inside. You all are making such a big deal over a little bit of magic. You useless fools actually dared to bully Enya before. As he spoke, he glanced over at Enya, who was still shrinking back in fear. Now get up. If you keep overreacting like this, I'll drag you all to the interrogation room, he warned. Jin was frustrated. Not only had these three disturbed innocent civilians, but they'd also messed up the work of the special task force. Think about it. What if this news gets back to your family and the academy? He said, shaking his head. The young man with blue hair, who had just been threatened, began to sob and begged for a chance to make things right. If you let me, I'll do anything. Just please don't tell my family about this. Jin, ever the merciful one, decided not to make things harder for him. Instead, he said, I'll give you a task. You may not know this, but we were sent here to monitor the operation to eliminate the Dark Magic Society. Because something went wrong, I have no choice but to ask for your help to complete this mission. To put it simply, I'll pretend to be your servant and observe things from your side. Now, will you cooperate? Of course, the three students immediately agreed. Their lives were on the line. Everything else could wait. After everything was settled, Jin turned to leave, calling out, pack up, and head back to the base. He glanced at Enya, causing her to jump in surprise. Jin leaned in close and whispered, How do you think my acting was? Now, it's your turn. Go on, Miss Enya. Although she felt a little shy, Enya knew there was no better chance for revenge than this moment. So like a true villain, Enya rolled up her sleeves and started scolding the three students until they nearly wet their pants. You idiots, what the hell do you think you're doing? Move faster. Don't you know we're busy? Apologize to the owner and clean up this mess now. Enya also played the role of a responsible person by making sure everything was properly compensated, even though the money wasn't hers. 5 days later, on October 22, 1796, the group from the Magic Academy had begun their mission. A professor stood at the front and announced, Right now, the full-scale purge operation begins. All cadets of the academy must understand and follow every order from the lead wizard of each team. Down below, some students whispered to each other, Our opponents have a 7-star wizard. With their strength, I'm not sure we'll make it through this. But others disagreed. Still, those dark wizards are just remnants. If anything happens, Master Orton will step in. Of course, Enya was among the group disguised as a servant. She couldn't help but think how optimistic these students were. There were nearly 50 enemies hiding in the forest, and they were still so calm. They clearly didn't understand how bad the situation really was. Although no signs had been found yet, the dark sorcerers must have been feeling confident. As usual, they would send scouts to assess the strength of their enemies. While deep in thought, a loud scream suddenly broke the silence. We're under attack. Up ahead, an orc monster from a nearby tribe charged into the middle of the mage squad. The lead mage quickly tried to calm everyone down. Stay calm. He ordered the first team to launch a counterattack with magic, while the second team set up a magical barrier. In no time, the Academy's magic forces had defeated the charging monster. It lay groaning on the ground, its massive mouth wide open. On the other side, the students were laughing as if they'd just won a huge battle, but the commanding mage was puzzled. Did the dark sorcerers tame these orcs? If so, they're too weak. Alert everyone, we'll rest here for a while. The commander issued the order, much to Jin's surprise. He quickly moved forward and said to the blue-haired student, I advise the commander not to stop here. This place is a perfect spot for an ambush. There was some resistance, but hearing about the interrogation room, the blue-haired student had no choice but to obey. Sir Orton, I don't think we should stay here. But that guy wouldn't just listen to a bunch of rookie students. If you're worried, feel free to set up a protective barrier and take a rest. Jin now had a vague understanding of what the dark mages were after. If he guessed right, those weep orcs were probably just there to make the enemy drop their guard. But he chose such a wide open space like this to rest, which made things tricky. Even a 7-star mage would have a hard time keeping track of everything in a place like this. Lamb's hair moved slightly as he asked, Does that mean Orton is suspicious? You can ask, but don't be so formal with your own servants, Jin replied. The two subordinates added, We saw Orton eating meat this morning. He's always been vegetarian before. Elsewhere, standing in front of a cave entrance, two mages were discussing their next move. This is their main base. We need to set up a protective barrier before entering. Captain, stay here with teams 4 and 5, and once the barriers are set, join up with the other teams and follow us, one of the mages instructed. With the plan laid out, Orton's teams 1 and 2 were the vanguard, heading into the enemy base. Meanwhile, the students were chatting amongst themselves. I heard the dark mages have about 50 people. Are they really planning to turn this place into a fortress? Well, no matter what they do, Orton will take care of it in no time. Another student said confidently. Just as I mentioned, the consequences hit right away. In front of the cave, a huge hole suddenly burst open, and standing there before the group of students was a high-level orc, an orc charging out from behind the wall. We were ambushed. Master Orton, what should we do next? Another student quickly ran up to ask, but little did they know this was just the beginning of the surprise. What should you all do? Just stay quiet and obedient and become our little experiment, of course. Holy crap, are you serious? Before the students could even recover from the shock, Orton, with his bright, toothy grin, fake commanded the orcs to rush in and capture all of them. Anya quickly shouted, "Master, we need to go now." While the imposter was still enjoying his little axe, suddenly a flash of blue light appeared. Something totally unexpected. A massive magical sphere had formed. What is this? Huh? This can't be happening. The fake wizard stood there, mouth agape in disbelief. Meanwhile, Jin turned to Enya and said, "Get ready for a shift in plans. Stick close to me. It's about to get a lot tougher." On the other side, the wizard had finally realized what kind of magic was in front of him. Don't tell me. Is this the tide reversal spell from Kedar Hall? Jin remained calm, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword as he continued to channel his magic. Then, with a swift movement, he raised the sword. The moment he did, every monster in the area was instantly defeated. Oh, looks like a few of you are still holding on. I'm guessing you two are around 8-star level, right? As Jin spoke, the two mages in front of him were coughing violently, their mouths filled with blood. One collapsed right after, while the other, furious, looked ready to pop a vein. He glared at Jin and demanded, "Are you a disciple of Kedar Hall? How is it that you can use tide reversal magic?" Jin didn't respond, only smiling. He seemed like someone who knew exactly what was going on. "You must be pretty excited after that sneak attack, huh?" The bald man continued to shout. "I can tell you're only a 7-star mage. My name is Rolled Joe. You'd better listen closely, because that's the last thing you'll ever hear in your life." Jin seemed unbothered. He simply replied, "I've heard your brother is an expert in earth magic. I'm guessing you're the one who created this artificial cave, right? It's impressive." Praising him, Rolled Joe laughed even louder. "If you figure that out, then let me formally inform you that there are 9 more powerful wizards above me. This means that even if you somehow manage to escape, the Dark Magic Guild will hunt you down for the rest of your life. However, since I'm a generous person, I'll make you an offer. Join the Dark Magic Guild. If you agree to work under me, I'll make sure you rise through the ranks quickly." Meanwhile, while Rolled Joe was busy lecturing, Jin had already started making his move. With a snap of his fingers, this time the tide reversal orb grew even stronger. After that, all that could be heard was the old monk's shrill scream. Enya wasn't sorry for cutting ties with this guy. Though he was a pretty skilled wizard, his mouth was just as noisy. "I can't believe it. You're amplifying the tide reversal magic by adding other energy sources to it. That's the darkness. Don't tell me. You're a disciple of Kedar Hall and a contractor of Solderit, aren't you?" Jin knocked the monk unconscious with a single strike. To him, this guy was nothing more than a so-called 8-star wizard. Just when this was over, something else came up. From behind, a few orcs, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, began to crawl out. Before Jin even had to lift a finger, those monsters were already scattered all over the place. "Are you okay, young Master Jin?" The one who took action was none other than Miss Enya. "Actually, she didn't intend to take down those monsters just now," Enya explained, shivering. "I panicked when the orcs suddenly charged at us, and, well, I kind of lost control." Still, thanks to her quick thinking, Jin found himself trusting her more. Enya was doing better than he had expected. It seemed like this was her first time dealing with such creatures, but she handled it well and didn't panic. However, if anyone thought the situation was over, they were wrong. Suddenly, the cave shook violently, like it was about to collapse. Ahead of them, a new monster appeared. It was staring at the scene in front of it, clearly surprised. "Looks like things have gotten pretty chaotic around here. Now tell me, human, was all this you're doing?" Jin wasn't too worried about this guy, but Enina looked like she was about to burst into tears. It was clear that being away from Quickentel's protective embrace felt like a storm to her. The massive white wolf continued, saying he had sensed something. "Although you look like a mage, your eyes have already told me everything." Jin decided it was time to tell him the truth if he could get his name. "You're from the White Wolf clan, right?" As soon as the words left Jin's mouth, the white wolf threw his hammer aside and let out a loud laugh. He howled in amusement, praising the human in front of him. "You're completely different from the others I just killed outside the cave, and I like that. My name is Goltev Hafaleth. Now that you've heard my name, you're obligated to fight me. But before that, I'll give you a chance to survive. Join Kinzenelo." "You just mentioned Kinzenelo. Isn't this cave the base of the Dark Magic Guild?" Jin asked, and the White Wolf confirmed that Kinzenelo was, in fact, the Dark Magic Guild, or more precisely, a faction within it. Kinzenelo only accepted knights, which meant that their mages were sent here. Jin suddenly remembered a member of the White Wolf clan he had encountered during his time as a trainee. That person had also been part of Kinzenelo. So, did Kinzenelo have some sort of connection with the White Wolf clan? To sum it up, what I'm saying is that you can join the Black Sorcerer Guild under Kinzenlo's leadership, the White Wolf continued. "And since you killed Rolt Joe, the final leadership position will be yours. As you said, Kinzenelo is severely understaffed, right? Are you really just going to hand over a command position that easily? If you're planning to overthrow the world, doesn't that mean you'll always be short on people? Upon hearing this, Jin gave a strange smile. The position you're offering me. Sorry, but I'm not used to working under people weaker than me. Of course, Goltev Half-Elf understood what this implied. The negotiation had failed, and a life or death battle was inevitable. All right, our conversation is over. Now it's time to decide your fate. Sorcerer. With a heavy hammer in his hand, Goltev began striking Jin's mana shield with powerful blows. Meanwhile, Miss Enya didn't just stand there waiting to be attacked. She cast a fire spell to strike the werewolf, but it clearly failed. He easily caught the magic and shattered it without breaking a sweat. Enya wasn't about to give up on fire magic. In the next instant, she aimed her staff at Goltev again, and this time, it seemed to get under his skin. His eyes blazed with anger as he cursed the weak human girl who was making a fool of herself. To me, your abilities are as pathetic as your disguise skills. I'm not interested in you right now, so stay out of my way. I'll deal with you later. With that, he turned back to Jin. Step out from behind that shield and prove yourself human. Before he could even finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. He could know one exactly, but Jin was already holding a sword in his hand, and at the same time, blood was pouring from Goltev's body. A sword. Now he's surprised because he thought the other person was a mage. The thing in his hand should have been a staff, not a sword. Ha ha ha, I get it now. So that's a cursed sword. Things just got a lot more interesting. Of course, I'm not going to kill you. Instead, I'll take you to the leader. You better not let your guard down and come at me, wolf. It's been a long time since I fought someone from the White Wolf clan, so I'm pretty excited about this. And just like that, after some trash talk, they both charged into a brutal battle. The sound of hammers and swords clashing echoed through the cave. At first, neither of them seemed to have the upper hand. But soon, the balance was shattered, along with Goltev's wide-mouthed look of surprise. Before him, the other person had drawn his sword from its sheath. Now, the real life or death battle was just beginning. So, you still got some tricks up your sleeve, huh? The aura I sense from you is only at a 7-star level, but your strength and fighting spirit far exceed that. If I'm not mistaken, among the few humans who've reached this level, you must be one of the Runcandel bloodline. At this point, you might as well tell me your name, Runcandel. Put your name and your honor on the line for this fight. After Goltev's questioning, Jin realized that there was no longer any reason to hide his identity. I am Jin Runcandel, the youngest son of the Runcandel family. With that declaration, the werewolf once again raised his massive hammer. Goltev Half-Elf of the White Wolf clan, I'll stake the honor of my entire tribe in this battle with you. You will be reborn as nourishment for the soul of Javier. Just so you know, Javier was the previous clan leader who was defeated by Temur Runcandel 1,000 years ago. Now take this. It'll fight with the honor of your family on the line. As Goltev's words ended, his hammer came crashing down. Meanwhile, Jin, filled with the aura of the protagonist, swung his sword countless times, cutting through everything as if it were his first battle. This was the final strike. It was no surprise when fresh blood splattered, signaling the outcome. As expected, the loser was Goltev. He clutched his aching hand while Jin made an offer. I want to trade that life for information from Kinzenlo. You probably don't know the laws of the White Wolf clan. A traitor has no honor. Jin wasn't too concerned about that. So it turns out the laws are more important than your lives, huh? What Jin said only made Goltev angrier because the White Wolf clan didn't tolerate cowardice. Why are you insulting a warrior who fought you, Jin Runcandel? In response to that accusation, Jin didn't say much more. He just grabbed his sword. Fine. From now on, if I encounter anyone from the White Wolf clan, I'll treat them properly. So I hope you'll understand my rude behavior this time. I'll remember you, Goltev Half-Elf. Goltev, realizing what Jin meant, immediately broke into a pleased grin. I'll remember you too, and I return to Javier's side, Jin Runcandel. With a single strike fueled by dark power, Jin sliced the werewolf's body cleanly in half. Only after finishing off his difficult opponent did Jin remember to ask, Enya, are you scared? He felt the horrific scene might have made her afraid of the outside world, but surprisingly, she responded differently. That was amazing, young master. I have so much respect for you. Her gaze was clearly that of a devoted fan admiring their idol. Jin thought back to the fight. Although he didn't know exactly how much stronger the White Wolf tribe members were compared to others, it was clear that Goltev from earlier was stronger than the one he faced when he was still a cadet. Still, the battle itself hadn't been too difficult. Placing the sword sheath in Enya's hands, Jin asked her how she felt. This must be the first time you've seen so many people die, right? Enya responded, Yes, it is. Honestly, I feel a bit dizzy, but I think this has made me realize a lot of things. It's made me understand what kind of people my companions are and what I need to do to make sure I don't become a burden to them. As Jin comforted Inya, a weak, shaky voice called out nearby, "Sir, please, help me." It was none other than the young man with blue hair whom Jin had threatened earlier. "I swear I won't hurt anyone again." Before Jin could respond, someone beside him spoke up. Inya took off her coat and looked directly at the blue-haired man. "Pascal Chip, do you remember me?" Of course he remembered her. As he was still confused, wondering why she was speaking to him, Inya explained that she had no intention of killing him. "If I wanted you dead, I would have taken care of it a long time ago, don't you think? And remember this, Pascal. You've been saved by Jin Grey and me, the future Grand Mage who has a contract with Ulta, the god of time." Sometime later, cold water was splashed directly into the face of the fake black mage, waking him from his unconscious state. "Where am I? Who am I?" He panicked, looking around and sensing that something was wrong. Thinking back, I must have tricked those students into the cave just as planned. After a brief pause, his face twisted with horror. "That's right, what I saw at that moment was definitely asterisk tide reversal asterisk spell." With that thought in mind, he quickly asked, "Are you a student from Kedar Hall?" "I think there's been a misunderstanding," Alicia replied with a hint of coldness. "Kedar Hall and we are on the same side. So what's the real reason you ambushed us?" "Ambushed?" At that, Alicia scoffed and stood up, her movement causing the fake mage to tense up in nervousness. "A lowlife who hides out in small countries enjoying his work of murder. I don't think that's something you should be saying right now, Mano Baker." As soon as she finished speaking, Mato's expression changed completely, from the fear he had shown earlier to a sinister smile. "I don't know how you discovered my true identity, but it looks like you made a big mistake. If you dare touch a single hair on my body, the association will make sure you regret it." As he was still speaking, Alicia's enormous hand grabbed him and was ready to send him to meet his ancestors. "I think you said enough already." As she spoke, the object in her hand quickly shot toward Mato's eye socket. Holy shit, he thought, terrified that his eye might be pierced. But just before it went through, Alicia stopped. "Now I'm sure you understand the situation. All you need to do is answer my question while feeling the pain. It's the kind of pain that will kill you slowly, as painfully as possible." After a few hours of loving conversation with Mato, the juicy news finally arrived. It turns out the hideout of the Dark Magic Guild is Oterium. "Isn't that the capital of Vankella?" Murakan asked, surprised, and Alicia confirmed that it was indeed the case. To be more precise, it was the capital 500 years ago. While you were sleeping, Murakan, Quick Intel explained 500 years ago, the Holy Kingdom of Vankella changed its capital after an attack by the demon race. At that time, the demons had attacked Vankella with the goal of reclaiming the sacred demon book, which had been kept in Vankella ever since the Holy Kingdom was established. At that moment, the two most powerful families on the continent, Runcandel and Zippel, sent knights and sages to assist Vankella. This event became known as the Asterisk Protection of the Holy Kingdom Asterisk. It was the only time these two mighty families had ever collaborated. Naturally, the battle ended in victory for the Holy Kingdom. The demons were defeated, but the land itself was heavily damaged. Mountains were split apart, explosions rained across the sky, and the ground was torn apart. This destruction was why Vankella had to move its capital. Oterium, which was once a protected area, was now an unguarded land and home to the demons. Jin suddenly remembered that the legacy of Rydal Zippel, the item he needed to find, was also there. The Asterisk Book of Magic Asterisk, which contained the secrets of the Apocalypse Flame, was currently in Oterium, and that was truly bad news. But why did they choose that place? After thinking for a moment, Jin asked everyone directly, when did the Black Magic Society choose that place? He found out that it was about 50 years ago. They were no longer just remnants. According to reliable sources, they now had 3 9-star mages. First, there's Fezrin Herrick, a senior member of the Bemet Academy. The second is Susan Lillistar, the leader of the Lillistar organization. And lastly, Shukon Tolderer, the Grand Sorcerer of Ans. After hearing this, Kashmir couldn't believe there were so many 9-star sorcerers among them. It was crazy. Jin, however, did react like Kashmir. He was more concerned about how devastating it could be if they turned against them. First, the Dark Magic Society, and then Kinzenlo. It could be even worse than before. He also understood why Runcandel, Zippel, or Bemet had just watched from the sidelines when Kinzenlo rose up in his past life. There are too many obstacles to just jump into this fight suddenly. Ahead of them, Alicia continued with her speculation. Although it's hard to believe, I'm pretty sure Kinzenlo possesses some kind of transformation magic. They turned Mato Baker into Orton Nelson. That's Mubair Gaston. As soon as Jin heard that, the name instantly came to his mind. Kashmir also seemed to recall something, suspecting this person had ties to Bishkal Ibriano. The person you asked me to investigate before, young Master Jin. Murakin seemed confused and asked, what you're talking about is transformation, not camouflage, right? He can change himself, but he could help others do it. Quick intel was the same. This was the first time she'd heard about humans being able to transform. Until now, it had always been considered a privilege of the dragons. Well, I don't think Milo Baker knows the specific details, Alicia explained. He said that when he passed out and woke up, his body had already changed. Jin also told them about the two imposters from when he was a cadet. Back then, they claimed to be from the Zippel family and disguised themselves as bodyguards escorting him. Anyway, I think we need to meet the fat guy, Bluebear Gaston, Jin said, standing up and making his point clear. I'll call someone to help when we go meet him, so you don't have to worry about it, Jin added. Also, Lord Kashmir, please assist me in investigating the relationship between the White Wolf tribe and Kinzenalo. A week later, at the Heron family estate, the patriarch of the Heron family was being briefed on the recent purge of the Black Magic Association. Some things had happened in the South during the purge, resulting in the deaths of about 20 students, including 2 6-star mages and 1 7-star mage. Ron Heron was puzzled when he heard this. So, does that mean the plan has failed? He received an answer of no. According to a surviving student, 2 people who called themselves Jin Gray and Austin Gray had defeated the Dark Mages. The student explained that the older brother, Jin Gray, used magic, while the younger brother, Austin Gray, was a swordsman. So, is that why you came here? In response to the patriarch's question, Raz quickly opened a box. He explained that what was inside was the weapon of someone from the White Wolf tribe. The cut had clearly been made by a skilled swordsman, and when I looked at it, only one person came to mind, young Master Gan Heron. Upon hearing this, Gant burst into laughter as if he'd heard a joke, puzzled by Raz's confusion. Ron quickly explained that while his grandson was highly talented and skilled, he hadn't yet reached this level. He can't make a cut like this yet. If I'm not mistaken, the person who made this must be at least an 8-star swordsman, right? Tanta chimed in, agreeing with his grandfather that he wasn't at that level yet. I'm sorry, but it seems like you came here for nothing. Raz didn't ask any more questions and politely excused himself to leave. Jin, have you reached that level already? Looks like I have something to discuss with Viradin after all. Outside, Raz was still thinking about Austin Gray. According to the description from a surviving trainee, he had a raspy voice and a small frame and looked to be around 10 to 12 years old. With his genius swordsmanship, able to split a White Wolf clan's axe in half, only one person matched this description. Dave Heron, he's hiding his true abilities. With that firm conviction, Raz ordered his subordinates to keep a close watch on Heron's young master whenever he went out. As for Raz himself, he casually commented, this person is definitely overthinking this. Who else could it be? On October 30, 1796, at a teleportation gate belonging to the Empire, Jin stood outside, waiting for his turn as the train was about to depart. A strange red-haired girl approached him, wanting to sit near him. Jin didn't pay much attention. He was preoccupied with plans to meet Bluebear Gaston, who was supposedly attending a seminar somewhere in the kingdom of Kirano. It was a good opportunity since he had never had a real reason to meet him before. However, Jin probably didn't notice that the girl across from him was watching him closely, likely plotting something. A few minutes later, Jin found himself in front of Bluebear Gaston's workshop. I also heard that Jin had purposely arrived late, needing to stop by other workshops to avoid arousing suspicion from Kinzenalo. According to other workshop owners, Gaston was the best among the talented sculptors. He wasn't just skilled with his hands, but also held the title of shape-shifting mage. But this sculptor genius is so strange. The moment Jin walked in, the first thing that caught his eye was a muscular 6-pack statue of Bluebear, which made him wonder if he should just destroy the place right then and there. But setting that aside, Jin started banging on the door. Maybe it was partly because he was still angry from earlier, so he ended up hitting the door harder than intended, forcing Bluebear to greet him with an annoyed attitude. Who the hell dared to mess with my house? However, his tone quickly shifted when he saw who his visitor was. You're Jin Runcandel? He gasped in surprise, and Jin politely greeted him back. Hello, sir. But with all the saliva flying around, this wasn't going too well. After a few seconds of looking dazed, Bluebear snapped back to reality and asked, how did you even get here? Jin answered that he had come as a guest. Damn it, I can entertain people like you. Seeing Bluebear's hostile attitude, Jin calmly replied, didn't I save you once? Is this how you treat someone who saved your life? Because if my siblings had heard the nonsense you were spitting out at that party, you would have been hearing the noise. Bishkal inside called out, what's going on out there? The response came just a second later. Jin ignored the unconscious fat man on the ground and strode inside. The two of them locked eyes, both surprised by the sudden meeting. After a moment to calm down, Bishkal asked, what brings you here, young Master Jin? Aren't you supposed to be the backup flag bearer now? Before Jin could answer, Boo Bear crawled in from outside, sniffling and whining. Please, Mr. Bishkal, deal with that jerk. He's insulted me way too much at the party, and now he dares come here and cause trouble. What Boo Bear didn't realize was how much Bishkal despised the filthy pay of a man. He secretly wished he could just disappear and be reborn somewhere else. But on the outside, Bishkal kept up his calm, diplomatic persona, always playing the part of the second in command. Bishkal spoke up. I'm sorry, Boo Bear. I'm not sure what's going on, but young Master Jin isn't the type of person to act without a reason. Nearby, the young man saw an opportunity to apologize and win favor. He explained that he had come here to ask Boo Bear to make a statue of his father, but it now seemed like that would be impossible. But strangely enough, Bishkal spoke up again, not believing the apology was for something as simple as that. You're very different from the young Master Jin I know. You must have another reason for being here. Along with the question from the other person, Jin could only curse under his breath. He admitted to himself that he had actually come here with a different, less honorable intention. That's right. The person I wanted to meet isn't Boo Bear. It's you. Bishkal. Me? Don't tell me you're planning to challenge me under the title of a reserve flag bearer. The answer was exactly what Jin had hoped for. He quickly admitted that this had indeed been his plan. Though it's a bit embarrassing, I can't visit the Ibriano family without an invitation in my current position. So I came to see Boo Bear, who's staying with you right now. Before Jin could finish speaking, Bishkal bluntly rejected him. I came here to rest and there will be no duel. You're being very rude, young Master Jin. As those words were spoken, a sharp sword intent sliced through the air right in front of Jin's face. If you can't even react to a surprise attack like that, how could you possibly face me? Bishkal seemed disappointed and turned to walk inside. Well, it's true that Jin hadn't reacted to the attack, but that was on purpose. He almost counterattacked right there. Jin walked away, leaving Boo Bear to seize the opportunity and shout insults at him. He even had the nerve to bring up the Runcandel name to mock Jin. Jin Runcandel, do you think just because you're from the Runcandel family, you can have everything? If you keep acting so arrogantly, you'll be dead before you ever become a flag bearer. As Bishkal called out for Jin to stop, Jin's sword was already resting on the thick neck of the overweight Boo Bear. Mr. Bishkal, I admit that I can be rude and arrogant, but anyone who dares to insult the name Runcandel is another matter. Would you just stand by and let someone insult the name Ibriano right in front of you? If that's the case, then I have no choice but to stop you, young Master Jin. Before making a move, Bishkal warned Jin that this could easily cost him his life, but Jin remained firm in his resolve. Even if it means my death, I will protect the name Runcandel. Damn, he wasn't joking. Seeing Jin so determined, Bishkal wished he could just shut the foul-mouthed Boo Bear up once and for all. I'm going to count to 3, Jin said, the tip of his sword pressing even closer to Boo Bear's fat neck. By the time I get to 3, you better be on your knees apologizing. Get down on your knees, Boo Bear. The man who could save him shouted as well, so even though he didn't want to, the fat guy had no choice but to act. He dropped his knees and began apologizing profusely. His body was still trembling, while Jin continued to threaten him without pause. Jin said, if it weren't for Lord Bishkal, you'd be dead after that apology. That's what you get for insulting the name Runcandel. With that, he turned to Bishkal and apologized for his rude behavior. Jin continued, of course, if you'd like, you can fight me until you're satisfied. Bishkal replied, please leave, young Master Jin. Your actions were not wrong. After that, Jin didn't linger and immediately left. Why the hell did that bastard show up here? Boo Bear kept muttering angrily until he turned around and saw Bishkal fuming with rage. Bishkal snapped, you better shut your mouth now. Get inside. There's still a lot I need to discuss with you. A few minutes later, Bishkal and Boo Bear were having a conversation about the recent news. Bishkal said the leader has announced that we'll cut ties with the Zippel family. As a result, the supplies we receive from Zippel will be halved, but we'll also get back a portion of the goods we sent to them. Boo Bear just heard this and immediately brought up the compass. We need to get the compass back. With it, we can find the divine artifact and use it as a material. Of course, Bishkal assured everyone that he would get it back quickly. But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed something and quickly opened the window behind him. Strangely, there was no sign of anyone nearby. What's wrong, Sir Bishkal? Nothing. Bishkal replied, quietly thinking that he must have imagined it. Outside the edge of the forest, where Jin was still on his way back, sharp blades were aimed right at the spot where someone was moving below. However, it seemed like Jin wasn't surprised by the sudden appearance of the person. He easily deflected the attack, leaving the other person staring in shock. Even though there's no one around in this forest, you didn't have to go and make a scene like that, right? Looks like everything went smoothly with your request. Ha, Yona? Well, since you asked me, of course, I had to help. It was really hard pretending I didn't know you, Yona said, smiling as she removed her disguise, her face beaming with a grin. A few days ago, back at Samel, the royal owl brought Yona a letter, and it was from none other than Jin. Receiving a letter from her younger brother made Yona visibly happy, not just because her little brother reached out to her first, but also because of what was inside. Was she going to be able to leave for a few days? With Jin's request, of course, it was something Yona would have to handle personally. However, the royal owl seemed worried. This little one keeps blabbering nonsense. If she keeps it up, Lord Chiron will end up killing Jin, and we need to make sure the kid doesn't get caught. As for the plan, it involved meeting with Buber Gaston. Jin needed information on him and his associates, and no one was more suited than Yona. After all, she was the one who had overheard the conversation between Bishkal and Buber. Yona also reported to Jin that the Kinzinlo and Zippel alliance had been cancelled. This was crucial information that even the Runcandel family hadn't managed to uncover. With this, Jin now knew exactly what they were planning next. At that moment, Yona found herself thinking about that chubby guy, Buber. I think we're the same type of person, she mused. Those two sisters probably want to deal with the fat guy too. Jin, surprised by this, asked, "What do you mean?" but got no clear answer in return. "I can't tell you right now. Little brother, doesn't everyone have their own secrets?" Yona hadn't finished speaking when Jin unleashed the power of darkness ahead of them. Is this what you're hinting at? She thought that once Jin's secret was out, Yona would feel comfortable sharing hers. But instead, deep inside her, Yona could hear the relentless call to kill. It was like a command demanding that she take down the person in front of her immediately. Jin noticed the way Yona was reacting to the dark energy. Her killing intent was overwhelming. Luckily, Yona managed to control herself in the end. She also offered a piece of advice. "You shouldn't use it in front of me again." But then she asked, "Why did you decide to tell me about it?" "I thought you wouldn't reveal any secrets until you officially became the flag bearer, and I didn't think I was someone you could trust or rely on," Jin replied. Yona didn't argue with that. "You're right," she said. "I was planning to hide it until I got those blue roses from you. They're what I hold on to during tough times, and our blue rose is supposed to represent trust. That's when I decided I wouldn't keep any more secrets from you." After hearing Jin's explanation, Yona felt embarrassed and worried, especially since just a few minutes ago she had almost attacked him. But Jin wasn't too concerned. He believed he would grow strong enough that Yona wouldn't be able to harm him. "So don't worry about it anymore," he reassured her. "That's a relief," she said. "Well then, how about we hang out together some more?" It's easy to say things, but Jin is actually pretty cautious. His father clearly told him to stay away from Yona and not take advantage of her. Meanwhile, on the Black Sea, Khan was reporting to the Patriarch about the recent situation with the flag bearers. He asked, "Has the youngest one been asking Yona for help or asking her to do anything lately?" "Sir, according to the report from the escort knights, no, he hasn't. Ever since the clan leader warned him, I don't think the young master would dare do that. He's not the type to be scared." Chira didn't think the youngest one was as simple as Khan made him sound. Even when both the Owl and Luna had received threats from me, Khan pulled out another letter. "This is a letter from Kashmir, sir. According to what's written inside, the youngest one defeated Goltev Hafalef, a member of the White Wolf clan. Still, Chiron wasn't familiar with that name and asked Khan if he knew him. "Yes, sir, I fought against their leader, Hafalef of the White Wolf clan. He's a very strong warrior, so I remember him well. My battle with him lasted 5 hours, and I consider Hafalef to be one of the most exceptional fighters in their tribe. That means the young master Jin's victory is very significant." In the letter, Kashmir also talks about the moment when young master Jin fought when Goltev's hammer was split in two. Young master shouted one word, "Cut." I think that's his fighting style, but only Chira knows that it's not as simple as it seems. It perfectly matches what's described in ancient texts, spells, swordsmanship, and dark energy. Thousands of years have passed since that technique was last used. It was a skill originally wielded by the first patriarch of the Runcandel family, Lord Tamar. With all that in mind, I really wonder if the youngest could surpass my level. I truly want to face it in battle. Well, if Jin heard that, he'd probably be pretty freaked out. In Tikkun, the capital of Kashmir, Kashmir himself was shocked to learn that Kinzinlo and Zippel had broken their alliance. But why did they do that? Could it have something to do with the demon stone that Andrew Zippel destroyed? Jin suspects that's the case. He even mentioned that the one who created it was none other than Buber Gaston. He used the corpse of a god, remnants of an ancient civilization, and his special sculpting skills. He created dangerous entities and artifacts. That must be the core of Kinzinlo. While everyone was discussing noisily in one corner, Murakin was wondering if the corpse of a god referred to the blood and tears of Numberus. "Hey kid, it seems there's something I haven't told you yet. Do you remember the time I helped your classmates during the Cadent mission in the Duchy of Carano? Back then, a tomb guardian that looked like it came from 2,000 years ago appeared. I quietly defeated it, but to this day, I still don't understand why it showed up there. Now, I'm guessing that thing was created by Muber Gaston. Quick intel after hearing everyone probably thinks Muber is somehow connected to the god of sculpture. Well, god of sculpture, well, I've never heard of that name before. Of course not. That's because that god has vanished from history. Continuing, Murukan explained that Lel was a god who made a huge contribution to creating the Genesis Stone. After the Genesis Stone was destroyed, Lel reassessed his divine status and became a regular human. To protect the place where the dead gods resided, Lel created the Stone People, known as the Tomb Guardians. Murukan also added that it was the dragons who destroyed all the Stone People. Are you saying Muber Gaston made a pact with a dead god? That's definitely possible, because besides, well, there's no other explanation that makes sense. That's not all. Jin suddenly spoke up and revealed that, in addition to what had already been mentioned, Muber had created something else. It was capable of locating people who had made pacts. What do you mean by that? Someone asked. Until the person who made the pact uses their power, no one can know who they are. Alicia was immediately alarmed. She realized that this must be why they were able to find Julia. Exactly, Jin confirmed. They call it a compass. Of course, it's not perfect, which is why they captured Ligtree, who was under the protection of the god of time. Once they catch someone who's made a pact, they make them use demon stones. In short, that's why we have to get the compass at all costs. Jin explained that in June of next year, Zippel would return the compass to Kinzinlo, and that would be our chance to get it, no matter what. After telling everyone the exact time Zippel would hand the compass back to Kinzinlo, Jin immediately turned to Alicia and suggested that she take Julia and Enya to the safe house. Of course, before Zippel returns the compass, they'll try to find as many pact makers as they can. We need to make sure we get those people to a truly safe place. Kashmir agreed with Jin's assessment. In Tekken, this isn't a place strong enough to stand against Zippel's power. That's right. We need to move the contract signers before the compass points here. Quick Intel said, while Jin mentioned he would contact the guild master about the security measures. In addition, they agreed to meet in the kingdom of Balado next May. After that, they would head to the pirate lands to finalize the real deal. So where are you going next, young Master Jin? Kashmir asked, but Murak had answered before Jin had a chance to speak. There's a place this kid needs to go, and another place even safer than the Lightning Clan, a place that could be considered the safest of all. A few hours before this meeting, Muraken had told Jin, go to the underworld. I was planning to send you there anyway, but now seems like the perfect time. At Jin's surprised look, Gilly also asked Muraken, are the people from the underworld you were talking about the legends who suppressed the monsters? I heard they disappeared 6 months ago. Then how can I go to a place that's disappeared? Jin wondered, did it really exist? In response, Muraken simply said he didn't know for sure. It exists somewhere within the Mitra Desert, the land of monsters. No one can step foot there, except those who are Millennium contract signers. Not even the gods can enter. To put it simply, because you're the one who signed the contract with Solderit. A long time ago, the dark gods Solderit and the inhabitants of the underworld made a pact. This land was set aside for the magic swordsman of the Runcandel family. If you want to become a true magic swordsman, you have to go there. It's located on the southern border, near the kingdom of Jin, a place full of monsters. It's also where Jin carried out his first mission as a cadet. To reach the Mitra Desert, he has to cross this mountain range. Of course, going straight through would be risky and lead to many unwanted problems. Just like last time, they needed to find a different way. The creatures Jin is talking about are known for their famously gentle nature, and they have a unique ability to avoid predators. Yes, these are the Water V tribe. Thinking back when Jin and his team were still cadets, the Water V welcomed them by offering a pile of fish. To them, humans seemed so poor and pitiful. Oh, are you hungry again? One of the Water V noticed Jin and spoke up. But this time, things were different. Jin wasn't there just to eat. He came bearing treasures and a giant fish. I'm here to repay you for your help last time, he said. Although the scene that followed wasn't exactly what Jin had imagined, the outcome was still fine. The group rushed to grab the fish, leaving the treasure chest in Jin's hands behind. It really is true that the quickest way to win someone over is through their stomach. After that, Jin directly asked about a safe route to Mitra. This caught the water fox off guard. Do you even know where that is, human? He asked. I've heard of it, but I have to go there, Jin replied firmly. As soon as Jin finished speaking, the water fox expression shifted. If you go there, you'll definitely die. But frankly, I couldn't care less, he said. Just like that, the two quickly reached an agreement and set off on their journey. Sometime later, just as the water fox had said, the cave ahead opened up into a wider space. The water fox pointed to a waterfall and called out, take some of this water. After we pass through here, we'll come to the desert. Naturally, Jin followed his little friend's advice and quickly took some water. They continued on, and as they moved deeper inside, they passed through an area filled with many small caves that sparkled with golden light. Is this the golden tongue species? Jin asked the water fox, glancing at some rodent-like creatures along the way. Just then, a massive rat appeared, blocking their path. Hey, what are you two doing here? It demanded. Then came the argument between the two little guys, and to put it simply, besides those two species, no one else is allowed in here. Why did Fui Vai bring a human into this place? Hey, trust me, my friend. Fui Vai, with a carefree expression, raised a gold coin and confidently said, I'm sure there won't be any problems. He's heading to Mitra, and if you let us pass, this will be yours. Of course. I trust you, buddy. You should have said this earlier. In no time, the mouse led the two of them to the last road, and it seemed like this was the exit from the stone cave. Ahead, the mouse continued to introduce what lay beyond the door. There, you'll find tons of goods from the spirits, and there's also a market. Fui Vai called out, Jin, don't listen to this mouse rambling. He'll give you some advice, but I don't think it's any good. Just remember, dogs are the ones you can trust. With that, Fui Vai turned around 180 degrees and walked away, leaving Jin behind. As for Jin, he was grateful and wanted to know the man's name. My name is Darkspark. Despite his cute appearance, this guy's name sounded pretty badass. At the same time, Jin quickly introduced himself, but before he could finish, Darkspark. It's really surprising, isn't it? But you won't tell anyone else about this, right? Seeing the incredibly trustworthy face of Darkspark, Jin finally felt at ease. With all the honor of Runcandel, I promise I will repay your kindness one day. Jin said this just as Darkspark disappeared without a sound. Continuing on his journey as they passed through the gate, the rat began to introduce Jin to the places he would soon visit. And to get to Mitra, I'll introduce you to the perfect guide. But, as usual, Jin didn't really care about these words. He tossed a coin to the rat and walked away. Thanks for opening the gate. I don't think I'll need any of that. Yeah, when there's money involved, everyone's happy. Entering the Duka market, Jin headed straight for the person he was looking for. I need a reliable guide who can take me directly to the Mitra Desert. Can you do that? Jin said, locking eyes with the beastman in front of him. Time passed, but eventually Jin and the dog-headed beastman successfully made it into the desert. Jin was deeply grateful for the help. Thank you for getting me here so quickly and safely. After that parting, Jin continued on his journey. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the hidden world below, where the masters of the dark sword were passed down. If he were to die here, no one would ever be able to find him. Mitra Desert. This is a desert located in the central region, a place inhabited by monsters. Legends say that hidden somewhere in this underground world are vast amounts of gold, silver, resources, and even entire civilizations that humanity knows nothing about. It's also a place that explorers dream of reaching, but even the local animals can't find the way to this hidden world. Crossing the Mitra Desert is like committing suicide. The furthest point in this land is so remote that no one can help. No one has survived trying to cross Mitra. Yet, right now, the master of the dark sword is here, the one who wields the dark sword named Nungwang. 5,000 years ago, they created a legend by maintaining peace between the monstrous creatures during their peak era, but then they disappeared overnight. Why? That's right, they were arrogant. They didn't believe in the power of the gods, and thus made the fatal mistake of challenging these mighty beings. Murakhan then asked again, So Jin, you've seen the power of the devil's stone, right? Technically, it wasn't the actual stone's power, it was just a simulated version. The true power of the original stone was created by collecting the strength of the gods. It was so powerful that it could wipe out legends in a single day. As Jin looked on in surprise, Murakhan continued explaining, As far as I know, not all of the gods turned their backs on them. One of the gods actually showed some mercy. Is that Lord Solderit? Jin asked. Yes, exactly, my little daughter-in-law, Murakhan replied. You're incredibly smart, you know that? Murakhan snuggled up to Gilly and continued. He glanced over at Jin, explaining that it was Lord Solderit who saved a small part of the Mengwang people and then made a pact with them. All of the exact terms of the pact were clear. Jin couldn't learn the dark sword techniques from anyone else. Of course, Tamar was also taught swordsmanship by them. Tamar Runcandel. Although he was the head of the Runcandel family, most records about him have disappeared, with only a few surviving until today. The reason for this was none other than the Zippel family of mages. They were the masterminds behind erasing all records of Tamar, the founder of Runcandel, and its greatest hero. But even Tamar's body wasn't placed in the Sword Garden. However, if you go to the land of the Manhwa, you can still hear the story of the first patriarch. That's exactly what Murakhan had told Jin. As of now, it has been a full day since Jin stepped into the desert. The second day quickly passed, with the sharp contrast between the scorching heat of the day and the freezing cold of the night. He could feel the burning heat of Mitra flowing through his body. Even with Runcandel's body, this was no easy challenge. Compared to fighting a formidable opponent, this was far more difficult. It took endless courage just to push through Mitra's relentless grip. In a place where it was just him and nature, Jin was fighting against himself. A month had passed since his first step into the desert since December 1st, 1790. It had been quite a while since he had run out of water and food, and Jin could clearly feel what people call death. It was closing in fast, and even his footsteps were disappearing in the sand, making it impossible to turn back. He had to endure this along with an ever-growing sense of despair. But just when it seemed like everything was over, they finally appeared. They had found him at last. Two figures spoke, their voices echoing in Jin's astonished gaze. "Did you know? We have no idea when we'll get to see you again. Honestly, being stuck at home is really boring." Of course, the two talking here are Daytona and Haytona. It's been a while since we last saw each other, little sibling. Then, as quick as a flash, both of them charged toward Jin. "Show me how much your skills have improved." The two swords clashed as Jin barely managed to defend himself. It was incredibly hard to block the heavy sword of his opponent. But was this just an illusion? Before Jin could even process, the second brother's sword was already racing toward him with overwhelming speed. Fortunately, Jin managed to jerk his head to the side just in time to dodge the strike. He could feel that, had he not moved, his head would have definitely been sliced off. "Ha, we've been waiting for you to wear yourself out." At that moment, Jin knew for sure this wasn't just some illusion. Either they were real, or it was some really convincing trick. "Do you really want to do this?" Jin yelled, quickly taking off running, catching the twins by surprise. Naturally, they chased after him without hesitation. "We've wanted to do this for a long time, little sibling." Haytona's sword was already right behind Jin, closing the gap fast. They were so fast, Jin could hardly keep up. Still, he managed to block her blade just in time. "I'm right here, kid." Daytona suddenly appeared right behind him, but again, he managed to block the attack. Jin knocked Haytona's sword away and spun around, swinging his own sword back at Daytona. Jin could see the twins' coordination was flawless. They covered for each other's weaknesses in every move. But to me, that was all they had. The sword cut across Daytona's arm painfully. To me, they didn't have a strong move between them. Jin quickly controlled Haytona's sword right after that. Did they really have that kind of strength at that moment? It honestly made me furious. I had to kneel before them, even though they were so weak. I truly wished I could have killed those two brothers first. As Jin thought about it, he threw a powerful punch that sent the nearby sand flying in all directions. After the sand settled, all that was left was the twins lying helplessly on the ground. Jin slowly walked toward them, his expression cold, while they stared at him in complete terror. "Little brother," one of the twins cried out, his face filled with desperation. "I'm really sorry. Please, just let us go this time." As for Jin, was he hesitating? It was the moment when the twins had rushed over after hearing that their father had called for the youngest. "Are you okay?" one of them asked. "I heard that Dad has forgiven you now, right?" Perhaps I hoped that my relationship with them would be different from the past life, but I had to sever ties with them. I needed to do this in order to move forward. Because of this, Jin raised his sword, unleashing the power of darkness as he looked at the twins with shock and fear in their eyes. "What the hell are you doing, you bastard? How could you say that to your own brother? You're a bloodthirsty monster." All of those words just bounced off him. My sword swung down because I am a Runcandel. After the strike Jin delivered to the two of them, his brother remained where he was. "Disappear? Why won't you disappear? Why are they still here?" A full day had passed, and yet the bodies of the two brothers were still there. Having I mistaken my thoughts? Could it be that they weren't? As that thought crossed Jin's mind, he completed 2 graves for them. 2 swords were planted in the ground, as was the custom for Runcandel family members. As Jin's figure slowly disappeared into the distance, a familiar, deep voice called out, "Indeed, killing your own flesh and blood is a painful act. Would your siblings be able to endure the same pain you're feeling now if you hadn't done this? Also, you made a wise decision when you chose this child. It is as you say, Solder it." The sound faded, and that's when I realized the things I thought were real were just illusions. They vanished in an instant, as if snapped away by someone's fingers. That night felt like any other. Jin settled down to rest on a rock by the roadside, but the battle and the sight of his 2 older brothers left him feeling drained, almost empty. The desert scorpions were the same as ever, still stinging whatever living creatures crossed their path. To Jin, they were nothing more than a quick source of protein. He devoured them one after another, mindlessly tearing into them. Luckily, the poison-resistant wine, he had made it safe to eat them, though normally, consuming them would be dangerous. Speaking of which, Jin suddenly thought, I wonder how Yona's doing, and the rest of my siblings too. In that moment, the images of his 2 older brothers, Daytona and Haytona, flashed in his mind. They'd always been close to him, even though they didn't share many fond memories together. This really is the worst tasting thing ever, Jin muttered to himself. The next morning, the sun cast its rays across Jin's face. His water bottle, having been used for days, was finally empty. With the strength of a Runcandel and careful rationing, he had managed to make it this far. All Jin could see before him was the endless yellow of the desert. Nothing more, nothing less. On December 11, 1796, Jin Runcandel wondered how long it had been. He honestly didn't know. He just kept walking, moving forward, but what else could he do? He couldn't even remember why he was here in the first place. Eventually, when his body could go no further, he collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed by helplessness. Had he come here just to kill his own brothers? Was this how everything was meant to end? In that moment, when it seemed like he might give up, a figure appeared. The person walked toward Jin and handed him a water bottle. But contrary to what most might expect, Jin didn't take it. Instead, he grabbed the man's hand and pressed a knife to his throat. "Who are you?" Jin's pale lips asked, his voice sharp. "You greeted me with a knife the first time we met, and it looks like you haven't changed at all." A voice so familiar made Jin snap back to reality. This voice, the figure in front of him, removed his cloak. "Of course, your skills back then couldn't compare to what they are now, right?" The man speaking was none other than Valeria Hister, Jin's master, who had taught him magic in his past life. "Hello, my beloved disciple." Valeria Hister. She is the only heir of the Hister magical family, a 7-star mage, and Jin's master in his previous life. She was also the first, and perhaps the only one, to tell Jin that the most foolish member of the Runcandel family had talent. She is the reason Jin kept going, his savior and a reliable companion. "The first time I met my master was when I was wandering aimlessly after being expelled from my family. That's all that happened in my previous life. But in this life, clearly, I've never met her." How could those words, so many questions, rush through Jin's mind, but he quickly pulled himself back to reality. Looking around, he wondered, when did I get here, could this be an illusion? Jin quickly shut his eyes tight, telling himself this wasn't real. Upon reflection, his master's appearance now was exactly the same as the last time he saw her in his previous life. She was 2 years younger than him, so this was impossible. It didn't make any sense. "Valeria, master," Jin said softly after a moment of thought. "You think I'm the second illusion you've seen, don't you?" she responded. Valeria Hister didn't deny it. In fact, she confirmed it. "Maybe you're right. Now drink," she said, continuing to hold out the water pouch toward Jin. "No, master. If I want to drink this, I'll need to fight someone first." Before Jin could say anything else, Valeria tossed a water pouch towards him. "That's right. But do you really plan to fight me in your current condition? One blow from me would be enough to kill you," she said. "Why does it have to be you? Why not someone else? Is there really no other choice?" Jin asked, feeling desperate. "You should know better than anyone," Valeria replied. "You've grown stronger since you were reborn. Your willpower is even stronger than mine. So drink up. You need to be ready to fight me." After hearing that, Jin didn't argue anymore. He began to open the water pouch while questioning what he meant to her. "I'm your only disciple," Valeria said. "I hope you won't disappoint me." Jin hesitated, then asked, "If you're truly my master, would you say something like that?" "No." Jin quickly answered his own question. If she were really his master, she would care for him even more than this. She might even kiss his forehead. He drank the water, reflecting on how uncomfortable that thought made him feel. It was almost as if he was hearing his own voice saying it. "Enough of the questions," Valeria said. "Defeat me and move forward. You can use anything, sword, magic, or even dark energy. Actually, there's no need to search for it." Jin plunged his sword into the ground right in front of Valeria's astonished gaze. "You become more arrogant since the last time we met, but that will only make you regret it. You'll regret it even more if you use that sword to defeat me. After all, I'm the one who taught you all your magic, and I'll continue to be that person." In response to her student's display of magic, Valeria summoned her own lightning magic. "I admire your boldness, but you'd better be prepared." Of course, Jin knew exactly how devastating this attack could be. The moment countless bolts of lightning began to strike, he quickly moved to another position. But was it really going to be that easy? Behind him, a lightning spear was rapidly forming with Valeria's magic, relentlessly following Jin's every move. "Is that a lightning spear?" Jin thought. "If so, she's seriously trying to kill me right now." As soon as he had the thought, he raised a dark magic barrier. He had fought with his master hundreds of times before, but he had never won. Even so, there had never been a time when she had truly tried to kill him. But this time was completely different. "You're pretty good at dodging attacks." Ahead of him, Valeria had already formed 5 lightning spears. Jin knew that each of these spears contained the power of a 7-star mage. However, with the amount of mana his master currently had, she wouldn't be able to keep this up for long. Looking into his eyes, it seemed that finally he was starting to take things seriously. Was he analyzing how much mana I have left? Valeria, as if reading Jin's mind, confirmed that this was his last chance. If he didn't pick up his sword now, he would truly die. Whether he survived or not would only be clear once this battle ended. Master, Jin said as he cast a spell that Valeria immediately recognized as tide reversal. It looks like you found a new master, she remarked. You once said I was your only master, but is this really all you can do? There was no explanation to give in response. No matter what he said, it wouldn't change the fact that the spell he was casting wasn't his own. His master was probably trying to distract him with those words. That was just the kind of person she was. Once she had made up her mind to kill someone, she wouldn't hesitate to use any trick to throw them off. Jin glanced at his hand again, his mind racing. With his current tide reversal technique in its explosive form, there was no way he could even absorb enough mana from one of those thunder spears. Though he outwardly declared that he wouldn't disappoint his master, he was already calculating his next move. The only option was to go for a heavenly tide reversal, but he would need to buy more time, no matter what. I'm really looking forward to it, his master's voice echoed. The moment the words left her mouth, thunder spears were already flying at Jin. He needed 3 minutes to complete the heavenly tide reversal, but that was incredibly difficult. His master was always a few steps ahead. Still, he was her disciple. Jin knew exactly when her next attack would come. Just as he predicted, Valeria unleashed her second attack, her thoughts moving in sync with her actions. But what surprised him was how the magic circle could stretch all the way out here. The fiery chains had successfully trapped him in place. But something was off. There was no way she had enough mana to cast such a large magic circle and maintain all 5 spears at the same time. A sudden realization hit him, and he shouted as if he had figured it out. Of course, out of those 5 spears, only one of them is actually holding power. A green flame quickly enveloped his body, and Valeria's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, it's Tess, she muttered under her breath. Her gaze locked onto the phoenix Jin had just summoned. But with the way things were now, how many more hits could it take? Just like the master said, you knew with the little mana left, there wasn't much time, but just 1 more minute would be enough. At that moment, Tessa's green flame fought fiercely against Valeria's magic. Clearly, with her master's mana nearly depleted, it wouldn't be able to hold up for long. The fiery chains quickly wrapped around her body, sending the phoenix back into the world of flames. But that was more than enough. Thanks, Tess, Jin said as the tide reversal spell in his hand shot up into the sky. A vortex of magic gathered directly above where Valeria stood. Slightly injured by the attack, Valeria looked down on him, still quite confident. You must know that tide reversal mana only works on those who can't properly control the magic inside their bodies. So what exactly are you hiding, disciple? She sneered. I'm not hiding anything, Jin replied quickly, adding, I've already lost. There's nothing more I can do. Don't you know that even now I'm using a massive amount of mana? There's no way I could combine multiple spells with tide reversal. What you're saying is true, and almost no one could do it. Valeria responded, but with a knowing smile. But you better not get too cocky. I'm sure you still got some tricks up your sleeve. Despite that, Jin's steps remained slow but steady as he continued to move forward. Do you know that I've never lied to you about anything? Stop right there. Valeria shouted, warning him that if he took another step, he would face her full force attack. Master, I just want to see you one last time. Jin was determined to move forward, ignoring her words. Of course, what Valeria had said earlier was no empty threat. Fire dragons created from magic repeatedly lunged toward Jin, but he managed to dodge them for now. What no one might know is that the tide reversal sphere above them was actually just a tool to find the real spear. At the moment when the 5 fire dragons, representing the 5 spears, came charging at him, Jin suddenly sprang to his feet. Now in his eyes, his goal was clear. The position of the spear, the very spot where Valeria's magic was focused. In his hand was a dark-bladed sword glowing with dark energy. With all of his remaining strength, he quickly hurled the blade directly toward Valeria, catching her off guard. The reason I said I wouldn't use Bradamant, Jin said, his voice steady, it's all because of this final attack. I learned how to trick my opponent and catch them off guard at any cost. This is what I want to show you the way I can express my respect for you, Master, Jin said. After that final strike, all that remained was the desert sand scattered across the ground. With her last breaths, Valeria spoke, I wonder if this is why you didn't use your sword from the very beginning. From the start, you must have already planned how to defeat me. In response, Jin didn't deny it, because I understand you very well. You've surprised me. You've grown so much stronger, and that makes me proud. My dear disciple. With her final words, Valeria Hister's body quickly dissolved into the sand. Only Jin remained. He remembered that moment, the moment when strength returned to his body. He realized then that everything had just been an illusion. In his past life, his master and magic were all he had. Back then, even holding his sword was impossible for him, the failed son of the Runcandel family. Of course, in that final strike, he had given everything he had. He had taken it seriously because Jin knew that if he didn't do that, he would never be able to defeat his master. That was why the pain overwhelming his body now made sense. He had killed his master with his own hands, the only teacher he had ever known and his only friend. Night quickly fell over the Mitra Desert, but tonight felt very different from any other night. Was this just another illusion like the ones before? While Jin was still questioning himself, a massive source of light suddenly appeared ahead, sending a wave of fear through his trembling body. Jin rushed to shield his eyes from the blinding light. Asterisk is that, my father. Asterisk, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, but it was quickly extinguished as he realized it wasn't his father. But if it wasn't him, then who was it? The overwhelming pressure radiating from the light made Jin feel as if death itself was just a breath away. At that moment, the mysterious man ahead seemed to be using just a fraction of his power. Streams of energy began to coil around Jin's body, making him realize one thing. If that man wanted it, he could kill him instantly. The man was incredibly powerful. That was all Jin could think in that moment. Under the weight of his power, Jin's body could no longer withstand it. Blood spilled from his mouth in torrents. It felt as though he were just a tiny creature standing before a god. Asterisk is, he forcing me to kneel before him? Asterisk Jin looked toward the man and silently asked himself. Of course I wouldn't do that. If I came here just to do that, there would have been no reason for me to come in the first place. You're just a human like me. As I continued moving forward, I couldn't help but think about how Jin's steps never faltered, even though his body trembled and blood kept pouring from his mouth. All I needed to do was push forward and take him down. That's the goal I've been working toward all along. In front of me, the person below gave a slight smile, the corners of their mouth lifting. Oh, Tamar, did you just smile? Did you really just smile? A voice from inside the mirrored layer called out in disbelief. I swear I saw you smile. The figure stepped forward and reached out to touch what seemed like the intangible form of the other person, Tamar Runcandel, the first patriarch of the Runcandel family. That's really surprising. I haven't seen that smile in 1,000 years. You know how much I've longed to see it again. After speaking, she turned her attention back to the humans below. Well, why? Why would you smile at that child? Meanwhile, Jin kept walking, blood still dripping from his mouth as he muttered to himself, I'll cut him down. I'll definitely cut him down. Now it seems like I understand. Honestly, I also find that child fascinating. His willpower is truly remarkable. He was able to kill his closest brothers without hesitation. Even when he took down his only master, the one who raised him in his previous life, there was no pause or second thought in his actions. That kid's got potential. She turned to Tamar and advised him not to push it any further. But no sooner had she spoken than Tamar's sword plunged into the ground, releasing a terrifying force of darkness. A power that, of course, someone like Jin, who was just a temporary flag bearer, could never hope to withstand. He was quickly thrown back by the overwhelming pressure far from where Tamar stood. Tamar, what are you doing? Are you planning to kill him? The voice kept asking, but there was no reply. Several minutes passed before Tamar finally spoke, and his first words left everyone stunned. The test is over. At that moment, she suddenly turned to follow the direction Tamar was looking. Beyond the shield of darkness, there were footsteps at first, and then the entire figure. Jin Runcandel was slowly stepping through the dark barrier. So he really is like someone, isn't he? The child who made you smile. I'll keep watching to see how far he can go. As the person left, Tamar continued to wield the power of darkness, and this time it was even more powerful than before. Shadow swords, thousands of them, gathered above his head. With a flick of his finger, the sword shot forward, aiming straight for the target. Of course, that target was the person standing in front of them. Jin was taking hit after hit, countless swords piercing through his body, but that wasn't enough to stop him. He still managed to shout, resolute in his words, declaring that he would never back down. I will keep moving forward to bring you down. Even if it means I have to kill my own brothers and masters, no matter who it is, I will do it, because that is my will. The Bradamant sword was quickly aimed and swung towards the opponent, creating a massive explosion in the night sky. Take this. No matter how many times I swing my sword, it will always be one strike, because I am a Runcandel. Anything that stands in my way, I will destroy it. Tamar simply smiled lightly at the scene unfolding. The sword, infused with dark energy, was heading straight towards where Tamar was standing. However, Jin quickly realized something was off. Just before his sword could strike the figure, there was no one there anymore. Lord Tamar, Jin gritted his teeth, his face filled with rage. I came here to take you down. Then he looked up at the sky and screamed each word with intense fury. You're wrong. The voice that replied to him instantly snapped Jin back to his senses. Think carefully the real reason you've come here. The real reason I came here. Riot came to meet Nong Wang and to unlock the true power of the Dark Sword. But what was that sound just now? Could it have been another illusion? Jin looked into the distance, his mind racing with questions. He also recalled Murak's final words before he left. When the third illusion ends, unleash the greatest amount of dark energy you can. That's when you'll be able to meet Nongwang. I really forgot about that. There are actually 3 illusions, not just one. I must have lost my focus while crossing the desert, and now, as the third illusion has vanished, Jin focused, gathering dark energy within his body. What he needed to do now was release all the energy inside him, and that would give him the chance to meet Nongwang. But time passed, and nothing happened. Could it all just be a myth? Could even Murak not have known for sure? Jin quickly pushed the thought aside. He knew that a dragon who had lived for thousands of years, especially one so connected to darkness like Murak, couldn't possibly be wrong. If that's the case, then maybe that voice I heard earlier wasn't an illusion. Without hesitation, Jin sprang to his feet. No way, I'm sure it was really here. Alongside Bradamant, Jin continued to wield the power of darkness. A swift slash of pure black sword energy cut through the air above him. At that moment, a new figure appeared suddenly, catching Jin off guard. Oh, just as expected from someone bound by a contract with Solderit. You passed the test. The man raised his thumb in approval, clearly amused by Jin. As for Jin, he couldn't believe this was the person he had been searching for. He remained on high alert, still unsure about this man. I'm not entirely sure about Solderit, the man said, noticing Jin's skeptical expression. But we know about you, after battling through illusions and meeting the set standards. Those were created by Solderit. To sum it up, you're quite impressive. Are you messing with me? The man's unserious attitude only made Jin angrier, and he began wildly swinging his sword. However, none of his strikes seemed to land. It was clear there was a massive skill gap between them. I like you, the man continued. You're really different from the people in my memories. He introduced himself as Tantel. I've been waiting here for thousands of years for this moment. Welcome, child of Solderit, to my world. As these words were spoken, dark energy began to swirl around them both, and a new landscape materialized. In front of them, the golden desert stretched out, revealing a city called La Perosa. Tantel then proceeded to explain. Could this really be the land of Mumwang, like Murak said? While Jin was still in shock, Tantel added, La Perosa is the place humans know as the City of Black Light. Here, take this. It's a gift for making it this far. But as soon as Jin drank from the bottle, he immediately started throwing up everything he just consumed. Jin asked, what the heck did you just give me? This is alcohol. Tantel laughed. Haha, how do you feel? Has your mind been clear, right? He continued, this is a special drink we created using a unique method of purifying diamonds. To put it simply, it will help you recover your willpower and strength. Just as the other person had said, Jin's body felt normal again. Back to business, Tantel said, we need to meet with my brothers and sisters first. You need to recharge. Then Tantel led Jin into the city. As they entered, Jin noticed that the city, which had been built about 5,000 years ago, looked strangely normal. Now he could understand a bit better why explorers had never found this place. In addition, every building here was incredibly luxurious and extravagant. Each door was adorned with decorative stones and ornaments. With that in mind, Jin turned to ask, what's the stone on your chest? It looks just like the ones on the doors. Tantel didn't hesitate to speak directly. He told Jin that this wasn't just an ordinary decoration like he thought, but actually the heart of all of us. He added that the same goes for the stone on the door. If the owner of the house is still alive, the stone will glow. Hearing this, Jin quickly looked around, searching. He realized that he hadn't seen a single person in the city so far. None of the stones on the doors were glowing. How many people are still alive here? He asked. After thinking for a moment, Tantel replied, including the war god and the 12 war kings, there are probably 77 people. Jin was of course shocked by this, especially the fact that so few people had survived here, along with the individuals Tantel had just mentioned. Seeing Jin's reaction, Tantel continued, they're all people who rely on the war god Solderit to survive. They are my siblings, and they will help you gain the power of the dark sword. They've all been waiting for you to arrive. As they walked and talked, the two of them finally reached their destination, the War Temple, where the dark sword would be passed on to Jin. True to its name, it was the Hall of the War God. As Tantel introduced the place, Jin was amazed by the pressure in the air. The energy felt just like when he stood before Lord Tamar. However, before we go inside, I need to tell you something. You better be careful with your words around my brothers and sisters. Unlike Solderit, they won't be as friendly with you. The temple door opened at that moment, pulling the two of them inside. Oh, he's here. In front of them stood a group of large people, all blocking the way with amused looks on their faces. He looks cute, doesn't he? Hey kid, how old are you? Do you like eating rice with fish? Luckily, Tantel was still there to step in and save Jin from being bombarded with questions. Hey, guys, I told you not to be rude. Before he could even finish his sentence, another person punched Tantel out of the way. Move aside. Lucky talk to him. It's definitely you, right? Our student has finally arrived. It's been 1,000 years since Tamar. With that, she lifted Jin onto her shoulder as easily as picking up a baby, laughing as she spoke. He can't go to meet the god of war looking like this, so who'll be honored to give him a bath? That was a sentence no boy would ever want to hear. Meanwhile, despite Jin's miserable expression below, everyone else was practically glowing with excitement, eager to be the one to bathe him. If everyone wants to join in, we'll play a game. Let's do rock, paper, scissors. The last one standing will get the chance to bathe our dear second student. After the overly enthusiastic welcome from the Manhwa, Jin was finally able to relax and take a bath. Thinking back, it was honestly a pretty humiliating experience. Can humans really know how to bathe properly? It's hard to believe, but I'll trust you this time. I really don't know what era their understanding of humans is stuck in, Jin thought to himself. It was clear that the people here thought humanity was still stuck in the pre-evolution stages like apes, but then he remembered what they had said, that it had been 1,000 years since Lord Tamar's time. People back then probably wouldn't have known much about proper hygiene, so he couldn't really blame them. With that, Jin tilted his head back, cursing life. He thought about the first people who had greeted him in the palace hall. Were those so-called royals really so big and strong? Their bodies, blessed by the gods. Now he understood why they were called the warrior race. After spending a few hours soaking in the water, Jin quickly changed into the traditional attire of the Manhwa. Tantel also mentioned that from now on, he wouldn't need his old clothes, so they'd burn them all. So now I'll get to be the battle god king, right? And they'll pass on the power of the dark sword to me. Of course, we'll head to the temple right away. The brothers of the battle kings you met earlier are waiting there. Of course, you won't be allowed to bring any weapons inside, so we'll hold on to them for you. Just a few minutes later, the two of them appeared inside the temple. At this point, Jin noticed that the heart on Tantel's chest was glowing much brighter than before. When he was with the others in the royal family, it hadn't been this intense. Could this be the effect of the god of war being present in the temple? They walked a little further until they reached the main door of the room. Tantel gave him a warning. Once you step inside, just answer the questions asked. You should know that the god of war's brothers only need to say a word, and that's enough to send you back. In short, be careful with what you say and do. After Tantel's protective advice, the main door finally opened. The people standing on either side were the battle kings Jin had met before, and the central position, well, that didn't need much explanation. So this was the source of the energy I felt when I was standing outside the god of war's temple. Jin looked around and realized that there were 12 battle kings here in total. From left to right, they were the 7 battle king Balais, the 8th battle king Garmin, the 9th battle king Baba, the 3rd battle king Palom, the 2nd battle king Lumora, the 1st battle king Valtarok, the 10th battle king Ko, the 11th battle king Nada, and the 12th battle king Tito. This person is the 6th battle king Dalfer, the 5th battle king Boras, and the 4th battle king Rinfa. And finally, at the center, the war god himself stands. He seems a bit smaller than the other members of the royal family, but his presence completely overshadows the 12 battle kings standing below. Yes, this is the presence of the one who has inherited the power of the dark sword. At the same time, Jin's thoughts drifted, and suddenly, waves of dark power surged through his body. Above him, the war god seemed quite surprised. How strange, the war god mused. Even though his appearance is nothing like Tamar's, his energy is exactly the same as his. One of the battle kings below also noticed the similarity, though they wondered if this young man could truly become a warrior greater than Tamar. Haha, it's tough to find a warrior who can satisfy us like Tamar did. Should we not expect too much? The 7th battle king Balais, who had been carrying Jin on his shoulders just moments earlier, didn't quite agree. Well, after 1,000 years, he's the only one who has made it this far. That means he's definitely a worthy vessel. Of course, Jin could hear every word of their conversation clearly. He was fairly sure that the battle king was speaking up on his behalf, and he appreciated that. But what stood out even more was that it seemed like they all viewed him as nothing more than a shadow of Lord Tamar. It was understandable, but Jin had no intention of letting himself be treated as a mere substitute. Don't you all think you're focusing too much on my ancestors? Jin said firmly, his voice cutting through the conversation, even though he had been warned earlier to stay quiet. My name isn't Hare, it's Jin Runcandel. Naturally, his words didn't sit well with the battle kings. Impudent little brat, one of them muttered, adding, unless one of the war gods asks you directly, your mouth shut. Enough, a voice from above rang out, followed by a wave of the hand that immediately silenced the battle king. That's right, you are Jin Runcandel. We've talked so much about the past that we've forgotten there's a new Hare here. My name is Van. We don't use formal titles like humans do, so just call me Van. But remember, you can't be considered one of us until the entire royal family recognizes you. Jin quickly nodded at those words, knowing that just by looking at their faces, it was clear they would never acknowledge him. What mattered more, though, was that those who had already shown their hostility were easy to deal with. The real issue was with these battle kings. He couldn't read their emotions. Of course, the same applied to the god of war. Up above, the god of war announced the succession ceremony will begin tomorrow. Until then, you are not allowed to use your own sword here. Instead, take this one. As he spoke, the god of war tossed Jin a sword. Jin was quite surprised by the scene. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the god of war's sword. Wasn't it a bit too ordinary for someone of his status? As soon as his hand touched the sword, he felt something was wrong. The sword, was it absorbing his dark energy? This is the draining sword. You probably never felt the sensation of your energy being drained from your body, have you? The god of war continued. Yeah, it's a strange feeling. Jin responded calmly, but inside he was genuinely uncomfortable. The more he tried to resist, the more the sword seemed to pull his dark energy out of him. You might not know this, but your ancestors managed to overcome the draining sword quite quickly. You'll do the same right, just like when you boldly declared your name before. Of course, I'll show you the results soon enough. Jin was pretty sure that the arrogance he had displayed earlier had become a thorn in the eyes of the battle kings and the god of war. After that, everyone left at the command of the god of war. The two remaining individuals were the 7th battle king, Belized, and the 8th battle king, Garmin. God of war, Belized began, I think it's still too early for the second heir to face the soul-stealing sword at this time. Belized explained further. 1,000 years ago, after mastering the basics of sword aura, Tamar was finally able to overcome the soul-stealing sword. And at that time, he was already over 20 years old. That's enough, Belized, the god of war interrupted. I understand why you want to protect the second heir who will appear after 1,000 years, but do you think I don't know that? This is completely ridiculous. The two battle kings, ranked 7th and 8th, continued arguing nonstop. Look, I've been dead for 1,000 years, so I can't compare. You should know in this land, time has stopped, but the outside world is different. We are the heirs with a mission to pass on the sword aura. It's also our responsibility to see if the Runcandel bloodline has become stronger than it was 1,000 years ago. After returning from his meeting with the god of war and the battle kings, Jin had an incredibly beautiful evening, which was obvious just from looking at his face. To be honest, the reason he felt that way was because of the soul-stealing sword the god of war had given him. It had drained his energy all night, so he hadn't been able to sleep a wink. At that moment, the 8th battle king, Garmin, suddenly appeared and introduced himself. I'm Garmin, and I'll be your first trainer. Hearing that, Jin had a vague sense of familiarity. It seemed like he had met this man when he first arrived here. And sure enough, that was the case. Then Garmin continued, looks like you cleaned yourself up pretty well. You must have spent quite a bit of time outside if you managed to bathe properly. But judging by the look on your face, you don't seem to be doing too well right now. Still, before beginning the training, Garmin stated firmly, first, we need to make something clear. I haven't acknowledged you yet. With that, he drove his sword into the ground. If you swing this sword 10,000 times, will every single swing be the same? Show me. If you can't even manage that, don't bother dreaming about learning anything from me. Jin, with a look of slight disdain still lingering on his face, picked up the massive sword and began swinging. First 2,000 times, then 3,000, 5,000, 5,000, 500, 7,000. Time kept passing, but Jin showed no signs of stopping. Even Tantel was astonished by his physical endurance. The nearby warriors, drawn by curiosity, gathered to watch. Look over there, someone murmured. Around the training ground, more and more known-wang warriors had assembled, all surprised by the human before them. He's already swung the sword 8,000 times? No way. If he keeps this up, isn't he about to set a new record? At that moment, Jin's 9,000th strike had just been made. The one who had broken the curse was a mediocre swordsman in his past life, who was now reborn in this one. He recalled Luna's words from back then, see everything with the eyes of your heart. For those who wield a sword, mastering the heart's eyes is the most important thing. So, you must not open your eyes during this training. From Luna's teachings to the rigorous stone training with Uncle Zed, Jin had gone through the trial every direct descendant of Runcandel had to face. It was a training designed to ensure that every sword strike was exactly like the first one. And of course, it had been passed down since the first head of the family, Lord Temur Runcandel. Now Jin had delivered his 9,000th strike. If you think this is all it takes to challenge me, you're gravely mistaken, 8th Battle King Garmin. On the other side, Garmin, unlike Jin, who was filled with fiery determination, was sweating. He hadn't expected Jin to complete it so quickly. Though he knew Jin was from the Runcandel family, he also knew that only a few people could perfect it to such an extent. In fact, He had never imagined this situation would actually happen. The cheers immediately echoed across the training ground. He finished it so quickly, truly living up to his title as the hare who appeared after 1,000 years. Below, after a brief silence, Jin spoke up, puzzled. Why isn't Lord Garmin saying anything? Ha ha, that's pretty impressive. On the other side, Garmin finally spoke, admitting he was indeed impressed. Not to mention how every strike with your sword looks exactly the same. I didn't expect you to finish so quickly. All right, enough with the bland compliments. If that's all, what do you want me to say? Garmin asked, raising an eyebrow. And of course, this is what you mentioned from the very beginning. Admit it, I've earned the right to learn swordsmanship from you. At these words, combined with the dozens of curious gazes watching from above, Garmin pretended to clear his throat. Fine, I admit. You're ready to receive the aura of the sword from the great 8th Battle King Garmin. It turned out this guy had a bit of a star complex. Oh wow, Lord Garmin is so cool. The crowd cheered even louder and his face turned as red as a tomato. Hey, everyone, stop gathering around here and get back to work. It's time for us to start serious training now. Even though he seemed excited, the large man knew how to play it cool. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand grabbed the hilt of his large sword. Now we're going to start practicing seriously. Jin, a bit confused, asked, wait, does this mean we're going to fight one-on-one? Haha, you're overestimating yourself, kid. A real one-on-one fight only happens when both sides are on the same level. Then just how far apart are we? At this question, Garmin flashed a wide, toothy grin, as if he had just won a great victory. You want to know how far apart we are? You can't even budge my sword. At that moment, Jin's sword thrust forward, aiming at Garmin, but it was effortlessly stopped by the large sword in Garmin's hand. What the hell do you think you're doing? Garmin snarled, his eyes glaring menacingly from behind his shaved head. I was just testing what you said about not being able to move your sword. And look, I just made it move. With that, the young man got an earful from the old man. Well, yes, I did say that, but that's not what I meant. What I meant was that no matter how many times you strike my sword, you won't be able to move it. So that's what you meant? Jin said as if it was just a casual remark, but honestly, he's a lot sneakier than he lets on. He knew exactly what he was doing, teasing the old man on purpose. All right, then let's get down to business. Focus on my sword and put everything you've got into attacking it, Garmin said. Jin, ready for the challenge, didn't hesitate. In the next moment, he swung his sword with full force, but the sound that followed was odd. With a surprised look, Jin realized it wasn't as simple as he had thought. It felt like he had just hit a brick wall. Didn't I tell you? Garmin said, raising his own sword high and casually declaring, you won't be able to move my sword, not even a little. All right, I'll try again. Garmin seemed more than happy with Jin's stubbornness, encouraging him to try as many times as he needed until he gave up. On the second swing, Jin knew he couldn't rely on just his aura alone. Of course, this sword technique wasn't something you'd use in a real fight. Who would ever let their opponent gather all their strength without attacking in return? With a single powerful strike filled with hidden force, the sword was swung down with unshakable determination. The arena below was immediately engulfed in a thick cloud of dust after the impact. The ground itself shattered and crumbled from the force of the blow. Had everything gone as Jin had anticipated. But less than a second later, Jin's body was sent flying back by the reverse pressure. He skidded across the ground, his mind swirling in confusion. What the hell just happened? Is there really this much of a gap in strength between us? What are these people even supposed to be? Was he really just the 8th ranked Battle King? Then, after Garmin's mocking words, the first true clash finally occurred, and it wasn't nearly as easy as Jin had imagined. However, Garmin didn't expect the kid to be so completely outside of his expectations. The pain from the collision felt as if his arm were being torn apart. He hadn't felt anything like that in 1,000 years. He had assessed Jin's strength at around 7 stars, but now it seemed like Jin was at 8 stars. Perhaps it was the result of the Runcandel family's unique strength and their achievements in surviving the Mitra Desert. Impressive, Garmin muttered, but as the Battle King, I can't praise you just yet. With that thought, Garmin looked directly at Jin and spoke. Hey, Jin Runcandel, I'll give you a week. Make sure you lay in a blow strong enough to shake my greatsword. In response, Jin was quite surprised when he heard these words. You won't just tell me how to do it the right way? The 3 illusions had already spoken. Faith. Faith that nothing in this world is impossible. Turning that faith into spiritual energy is the focus of this training. How long did it take for my ancestors to succeed? Garmin thought the kid would learn something useful. The next question caught him off guard. A moment later, though, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The answer is 2 days. It took Tamar 2 days to pass this challenge. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past 3 days, aside from time for eating and sleeping, Jin had spent every other moment focused on the sword. Naturally, the result was well worth the effort. Jin's sword shattered easily when it clashed with Garmin's massive blade, but it had still left a scar on it. I took one more day than Tamar. If I had been a little more focused, I would have succeeded yesterday. With clear disappointment, Jin looked at the broken piece of his sword and spoke. What he didn't know was that Garmin had expected him to take at least a week, maybe even a month. Of course, it was still slower than I would have been. But if I had taken the fire sword and participated in the training, would I have finished in 3 days like that kid? Still, this extraordinary achievement didn't necessarily need to be shared with him. With that, Garmin remembered the words of the god of battle. Our mission is to see if Runcandel is stronger than it was 1,000 years ago. Now the answer was clear. They had grown stronger than 1,000 years ago, and there was little left to teach. After a moment of thinking, Garmin plunged his large sword into the ground and laughed loudly. Hey, the second heir of Jin Runcandel, you finally moved me. Jin, with a somewhat confused expression, asked, So, does that mean you've acknowledged me? This time, Garmin didn't deny it. Instead, he patted his chest and proudly said, Yes, I can tell that even those who used to keep their distance will soon open up. They can't help but feel the pure and powerful spirit of a true warrior. Jin, still looking somewhat puzzled, gave a half-hearted nod, not fully understanding but trying to stay polite. I'm not sure what that means, but you say so. Thank you, and I'll take my leave. As he spoke, he reached down to pick up a broken shard of his sword and quickly put it in his mouth. A burst of battle energy radiated from his body, leaving Jin's face as pale as a ghost. It was beyond imagination. The man was actually chewing on a piece of his own sword. Ha ha, honestly, this taste really suits me, Garmin said, grinning. With that, the two of them parted ways before the second training session the next day. That night, after escaping grueling exercises, Jin finally had some time to gaze at the night sky of this land. How can this place exist in this dimension? This is a realm reserved only for the chosen swordsman of Runcandel. Do I really deserve to be here after thousands of years? Lost in thought, Jin heard a voice behind him. It was Tantel. Are you blaming yourself for how tough the first training session was? I've heard you've been training day and night for 3 days straight to prepare for it. With that, Tantel handed him something that looked like a badge and said, Eat this. But after the poisoning incident last time, Jin didn't exactly trust him. That drinking game from before wasn't all that long ago. I'm pretty cautious about this, Jin said, eyeing the object warily. Last time, I only had some alcohol, but this time I actually have a traditional dessert called Kato. Tantel demonstrated and explained that this helps restore energy and is very effective at relieving pain. There's nothing left to refuse, Jin said, quickly taking a bite of the Kato and showing a look of surprise at how well it worked. Not only did it restore his energy, but it tasted really good too. I definitely need to bring some of these Kato cakes back with me, Jin added. By the way, how exactly is the ranking system for the Battle Kings? Does a lower number mean they're stronger? In response to this question, Tantel explained that this wasn't the case. The numbers of the Battle Kings simply indicate the order in which they became Battle Kings. The only real ranking here, aside from the God of War, is the order they were recognized. Of course, the use of honorifics when addressing the Battle Kings is a sign of respect, but at the end of the day, they and we are all the same. It's a very egalitarian system, mainly because none of us have ever fought each other with swords. Just as he was speaking, Tantel suddenly transformed into a dark shadow, leaving Jin stunned. The person standing in front of you is not Tantel, the figure said. I am Boraz, one of the Battle Kings. For those who might have forgotten, Boraz is the 5th Battle King, the figure added. Jin, recognizing a voice, started to remember something. You're the same person I saw at the entrance, along with the Garmin group, Jin said. That's right, your memory is pretty sharp, Boraz replied. After saying that, Boraz suddenly leaned in close to Jin with a surprised expression. Hey Jin, why are you missing a tooth? He asked. Boraz moved so fast that Jin didn't have time to react. After pushing his hand away, Jin finally had time to explain that it was broken, or more precisely, it had happened during the final test to get here. When I used all my strength to defeat Tamar's illusion and it disappeared right away, I was so frustrated I actually gritted my teeth until they almost cracked. Haha, pretty badass, right? As it turns out, the Runcandel family's teeth are tougher than most magical creatures, but it seems like Jin's going to need a new tooth. As soon as he finished speaking, Boraz casually pulled a tooth out of his mouth while blood kept spilling from it. Hey, check this out. This is the kind of tooth my royal lineage takes pride in. With this, you could chew through rocks, bite steel, or even diamonds. I'm pretty sure you've got what it takes to do all those things. So what do you say? I'll file this down and stick it in the spot where you're missing a tooth. And just like that, Jin's peaceful night of stargazing was completely interrupted by Boraz's presence. The next morning, Jin continued his training with Garmin. Now he had time to notice that the floor here was so hard it was beyond description. But just how hard was it really? Without wasting any time, Jin drew his sword and slashed across the floor. Of course, it didn't leave a single mark. This was clearly no ordinary stone. If he had to guess, it might be as tough as the ancient iron used to make the Bradamev sword and the black armor. Looking in another direction, there were quite a few sword marks on the ground. For a stone like this to show such deep cuts, one could only imagine what kind of intense training they had gone through. Then Jin's gaze fixed on one particular spot, especially the mark itself. The cut was so long that it stretched across the entire training field. So it must be. His thoughts were interrupted when Garmin suddenly appeared. "Ha ha! Are you looking at those marks on the field?" Before Jin even had a chance to ask, Garmin pointed at the huge sword mark and said it was something left behind by his ancestors. Of course, if you master the first sword technique of the spirit sword, you could do the same. But with a sword spirit that big, I'm not sure. Are you saying I won't be able to do it? That's right. Seeing Jin's irritated expression, old Garmin bluntly teased him. "Well, if you think that way, I'll prove you wrong this time. But what's the first sword technique of the spirit sword?" "All right, let's get started right away. The first sword technique of the spirit sword is called Soul Slash. It's the beginning and end of the spirit sword. Instead of explaining it, it'd probably be faster if you just watch, and don't be too surprised, all right? But before we begin, what do you see?" Garmin grabbed his sword and turned to Jin, asking, "Oh, what do you mean?" Whether the kid was being careless or deliberate, Garmin explained that he himself was using spiritual energy. "Look, my spiritual energy is pretty dense, isn't it?" Here, spiritual energy refers to dark power, by the way. Hearing this, Jin's face clearly showed his frustration. "Hey, Garmin, didn't you say you were going to teach me the first technique of the spirit sword? If someone who teaches the spirit sword can't control the spirit energy, how are they supposed to teach it? Anyway, just show me the soul cleaver already." There was nowhere to hide anymore, so Garmin decided to comply with the request. "All right, then I'll show you the real soul cleaver. This is the first technique of the spirit sword." As Jin's eyes widened in surprise, Garmin's massive sword became completely covered in dense spirit energy. When it struck the solid stone of the training ground, everything seemed to freeze. The person who truly understood the power of this wasn't anyone but Jin himself. He was witnessing the true strength of the god Solderit, Soul Cleaver. The training ground seemed to rip apart right in front of Jin's eyes. This was the Soul Cleaver Garmin had mentioned. It reminded him of the slash Luna made under the red moon. Although the power might not be exactly the same, it was much faster and seemed to use less energy. With the ability to use Soul Cleaver continuously, any fighter below level 7 wouldn't be able to handle it. With those thoughts in mind, Jin made a silent vow to master this technique no matter what. So how do you feel after seeing the first technique of the Spirit Sword? I'm pretty surprised. It's fast, impressive, and powerful. Although those flattering words showed that Jin was really focused on this technique, Garmin pointed out that what had just been seen was only about 50% of its true power. The reason it was only half of what Tamar could do lay in the nature of the technique itself. At these words, Jin found himself wondering if Liu behind a strike like that in a training ground was the limit of soul cleaving. If mastering soul cleaving were all there was to it, then yes, that would be true. However, when someone reaches the pinnacle of sword spirit, it's no longer just swordsmanship. It becomes a kind of power. Garmin went on to explain why the first technique was called soul cleaving. It means there's no way to dodge or block it. In short, no matter how great your opponent's strength is, as long as their will is weaker than yours, you can take their life anytime you wish. After hearing this explanation, Jin raised his hand to his chin and said, "I feel like I'm familiar with this sensation. The feeling when spiritual energy and the sword become one. If the sword I'm using weren't a spirit blade, I think I could replicate it in a similar way." Though surprised by Jin's words, Garvin didn't immediately dismiss them. He wanted to hear Jin's explanation in more detail about that feeling. "The first time was when I fought against Moran Zippel. When he used the soul-binding curse of the Beast King organ to open the gate to hell, something like a curse appeared in my mind. It told me that no matter how many times I swung my sword, the outcome would always be the same as the first time. I had to put all my will into the sword and strike down. The second time was when I fought against a member of the White Wolf clan. Even when I slashed at Tamar's illusion during the final trial in the Mitra Desert, I felt the connection between my spirit energy and the sword, along with my belief in the slash. When Jin explained it, Garmin's face lit up with joy. Right, exactly, that's the feeling. I knew it. Runcandel faces intense battles all the time, so it seems you're more easily able to reach the first level of Spirit Sword. But changing your belief about the slash into a chant, that's new." After thinking for a moment, Garden decided to try again. This time he simply thought, I will strike it down. As he said this, he quickly wrapped his dark spirit energy around his great sword. In the next instant, the training ground exploded with flying rocks and dirt, just like before. A single slash cut through the training ground, reaching even the stands above. Jin and Garmin stood there calmly unmoved. The quiet atmosphere was quickly shattered by exclamations of surprise. Wow, that power is even greater than before. Now I finally understand. Garmin laughed loudly as if he had just discovered something great, because he finally understood the true strength of the soul cleaving technique. But now that I think about it, something feels off. Wasn't it supposed to be you teaching me? Actually, maybe it was just the feeling after all. With your sly expression, it's hard not to second-guess things. You literally just said, now I understand, right? Realizing there was no way to hide it any longer, Garmin had no choice but to change the subject. Actually, I'm more used to the royal sword, so I hardly ever use the spirit sword. For me, using the spiritual energy in the spirit sword feels like it's just not effective. Anyway, for now, focus on mastering the spirit sword technique first. Once you get that down, the first move with the spirit sword will be a breeze. The feeling of being deceived started to settle in. Jin, clearly frustrated, was determined to see the royal sword Garmin had just mentioned. I really feel like I'm being shortchanged here. That's not going to happen, because you're still not one of us. Even so, the royal sword can only be used with our light heart. So even if you see it, it won't do anything for you. Who said I would use it? I just want to see it out of curiosity. Though he said that the real reason Jin wanted to see the royal sword was something else entirely. The night before, he had a brief conversation with Tantel. During that talk, Tantel had advised him to do whatever it took to convince Garmin to show him the royal sword, even if it was just once. But wouldn't it be easier if you just showed it to me, Tantel? Don't make this harder than it has to be. If the others find out, I'll be in huge trouble. Only the Battle Kings would be safe from the consequences of this. Back in the present, Jin was still using what had just happened to pressure Garmin. To put it simply, if you don't show me the royal sword, I'll spread rumors that you're unqualified to be my teacher. And on top of that, you learned the first technique of the spirit sword from me. Damn, are you seriously threatening me, Battle King Garmin? Yep, that's right. And if I were threatening you, what would you do about the hair of the shadow sword? Before long, Garmin, with his big head, had no choice but to accept the offer. All right, but this is the one and only time, and I'll show you the very basics of the royal sword. Garmin activated the power of the heart on his chest and began to explain. First, you need to control the flow of energy within your body. It seemed like everything would go according to plan, but it turns out Jin was already prepared to counter everything. Out of nowhere, Boris jumped in, seemingly with no agenda, and proudly showed off his achievements from the whole previous night. Look at this, I've adjusted it perfectly for you. I'm sure you'll like it. Before Jin could even process what was happening, Boris quickly covered his mouth. All right, let's see. After a few seconds of fumbling, Boris finally succeeded with the dental implant, at least from his perspective. But something wasn't quite right the moment that tooth was attached. It was like some kind of magic transferring memories. Everything that had been Boros's memories started appearing in Jin's mind. The inheritance magic was something I had heard about from my master in my past life. If it was about erasing memories, that might be possible, but inheritance magic is a whole different realm, one that's impossible for modern-day wizards. Still, based on what Valeria had told me, there's a tool for transferring memories that was created by the ancestors of the Hister family, located in their land of inheritance. But now, all of that didn't really matter anymore. The royal sword wasn't just a sword technique, it represented the entire martial art used by the royal bloodline. After hearing all of this, Jin straightforwardly asked Boris about the kind of magic he had implanted in the tooth. Boris called it a secret, but it wasn't exactly the kind of magic Jin had in mind. If it's not magic, then what is it? At that moment, Garmin, who had been nearby, spoke up to explain. He said that the power humans call magic is indeed magic, but for us, we don't have the same concept of wizards like other races do. Instead, anyone who knows how to control mana becomes a blacksmith. To be more precise, Boris is one of them. In the history of the royal bloodline, the royal craftsmen were the greatest blacksmiths of all. In this way, the two of them, one embroidering, the other weaving, stood before the helpless third person. It seemed like their magical power was impressive, but their ability to boast was just as strong. As for Jin, he finally understood why this civilization once challenged even the gods. It had emerged thousands of years ago, yet it still surpassed the magic of the present world. Thank you for the gift, Lord Boris. I promise I will use it well. Just when he thought that was the end, it wasn't. If he had accepted the gift, he should also give something in return. Since I've given you this tooth, you should grant me a second achievement, Boris said. Even though Jin had no idea what that meant, he promised to do his best, excited by the enthusiasm of the two in front of him. On January 20, 1797, 1 month had passed since Jin began his training. Over the course of this month, he had learned how to cut souls from Garmin and how to use his body more efficiently from Boras. He had learned everything from making his body lighter become more agile, to controlling his strength in battle, and even how to create energy that pushed beyond his own limits. The martial arts passed down through the royal bloodline, taught by Boras and Garmin, are wild and mystical. During my training, I achieved many incredible feats. One of them was forming an energy heart similar to the royal bloodline's core energy, although it was only half of it. And now, the time has finally come to test it. The royal sword Jin first unleashed it, much to Boras' surprise. Although I failed this time, it's actually rare to succeed on the first try. What's even more surprising is that I managed to form the core energy using just my aura. Even Tamar never thought of this. It makes sense though, since Tamar had never received the memories from the battle King Boras. Without the memories from the tooth, I might not have thought to try this either. As Jin was thinking, Boras continued speaking ahead of him. He warned Jin to keep this completely secret. If your brothers find out you're using the royal sword before they've accepted you, it'll cause serious trouble. Basically, creating a field is something anyone can do once they've reached a certain level. But the real challenge is whether that field can function like the core heart of the royals. From the moment they're born, royal bloodlines possess a unique aura. They can freely use this aura at will. By human standards, all members of royal bloodlines are at least level 9 right from birth. At this point, Garmin stepped forward and asked about Jin's current situation. The training has already been completed, and the next session with the 4th Battle King will begin soon. At first, I was planning to have Jin wait after the spirit sword check, but seeing how he was acting, it seemed like that wouldn't be necessary. After hearing this, Jin was curious about the 4th Battle King. What will I learn from them? From her, you'll learn the second technique of the spirit sword. Of course, this builds on the first technique I taught you. Boras also added that the 4th Battle King couldn't speak. More accurately, she wasn't unable to speak, but she was practicing the art of silence. I'm not sure why, but it's been a while. Probably since time stopped in this place. After hearing all this, Jin got a general idea of the situation, but there was one thing he was still curious about. Then how is she supposed to teach me the second technique? Just then, the main character appeared. She was the one Jin remembered, the person who hadn't shown the slightest emotion when he first arrived at the God of War's temple. The two people I had trained with were both pretty easygoing. Garmin was easy to get along with, while Boras had been friendly ever since the moment he showed up. That meant this Battle King wouldn't be as easy to handle. As soon as that thought crossed my mind, I introduced myself. I'm Jin Runcandel. It's a pleasure to meet you. Before I could even finish speaking, a gust of wind suddenly appeared right in front of me, and 2 words appeared on the training ground. It all happened so fast. Just like with Boras, it was nearly impossible to follow this speed with the naked eye. The name Rinfa, carved into the ground, was probably hers. Isn't this human language? Carden asked, sounding somewhat surprised by it. He was wondering, why has my friend been locking himself in his room all day lately? Turns out he had been preparing for the second hair. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, a series of quick movements happened behind me in the blink of an eye. I had no idea when or why this happened, but it was definitely outside anything I had planned for. When the smoke cleared, Garmin was lying on the ground, covered in injuries, gasping for air. But it didn't take long before he picked up his massive sword and charged at the 4th Battle King. He swung with the force of a royal sword, or Rinfa, jumped up and dodged the blow. After that, with incredible speed, she was about to attack Garmin again without hesitation, even though it would mean hurting her own comrade. It seemed like the chaotic battle would continue. But then Boras quickly showed up and stopped it from happening. He swiftly kicked Rinfa's sword away and knocked her to the ground with a punch. Meanwhile, Jin was still stunned by everything happening in front of him. This was a battle at the Battle King level. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and of course, he could barely keep up with their movements. Nearby, Boras explained to Rinfa that Garmin wasn't trying to cause any trouble, and there was no need for a showdown between the two of them. Anyway, it's not the first time he's spoken out of turn. Seeing that Rinfa seemed to be letting it go, Boras finally relaxed and took Garmin away. Anyway, our business here is done, so I'll leave the rest to you. He didn't forget to remind Jin, make sure you hold on to your life. As for Garmin, he still couldn't understand why being caught learning human writing made Rinfa so embarrassed. Now this is what you call getting hit and still not knowing why. Back to Jin. After thinking for a moment, he realized that the Lady Rinfa looked oddly familiar. Why does she seem so familiar? Looks like I need to treat this new teacher the same way I treated Sister Yona. At the same time, somewhere near the Mitra Desert, the terrifying figure that Jin had just remembered was still busy playing with a group of friendly water spirits. Meanwhile, in the land of the royals, the training of the heir to the shadow sword was continuing. More specifically, it was only Jin who was training. He hadn't even asked the fourth battle king about the second form of the sword spirit. Naturally, that also meant he wasn't being taught. The reason for this was likely the same as before. When he first met Sister Yona, Rinfa acted just like she always did. They treated him like a new toy, something interesting they'd just found. As for the training, every time Jin focused on using his internal energy, she would suddenly appear with the second form of the sword spirit, only to disappear again. Or, when he used the first form, Soul Slash, she would look at him disapprovingly. Sometimes she even swing her giant sword at him, hitting him without warning. Each time his body was crushed under the force, the fourth Battle King would smile in satisfaction. It was unclear whether she was happy with the hit she landed or impressed by how well he was taking the blows. However, there was one thing Jin was sure of. If he hadn't unlocked his mind's eye, his head would have been chopped off dozens of times by now. He had never once asked her why she did this. Just like Sister Yona, people like her needed to satisfy their curiosity on their own. He'd have to wait for them to approach him first. 10 days passed quickly just like that. Underneath the training grounds, Rinfa carved a message in the ground. Why hasn't Jin made any requests regarding the sword spirit's dual form? Honestly, it's not that I'm not curious about it. There was something more important before that. Can you tell me why you're practicing silence? I've heard that you haven't spoken in a long time, and even your brothers don't know the reason behind it. But lately, I've noticed that you've been communicating with me quite often after seeing what I've done. Does that still count as silence? In my opinion, practicing silence should have a clear purpose and completely cut off communication with others so that when others look at it, it should feel truly meaningful. If that's not the case, then what you're doing is just not speaking. It's not real silence training. Outside, Garmin and Boros also heard these words. It seemed like little Jin made a lot of sense. As for the reason you asked why I didn't mention the sword spirit's dual form, simply because I don't want to learn anything from someone who only appears to have the surface level skills. That's why I didn't bring it up and I'm not curious about it. If you are truly the heir of the sword spirit, wouldn't it be better to focus your efforts on teaching like Garmin and Boros instead of wasting time on practice that no one knows about? Outside, the other two were taken aback when they heard the kid speak so cheekily. But little did they know, this child had it all figured out. Jim quickly lowered his head, apologizing for his earlier words. If I go too far, then I'll respectfully return to my training. As expected, 4th Battle King Rinfa spoke for the first time in thousands of years since time had stopped in this place. It's not what you think. With a look of admiration from the two spectators outside, Rinfa made it clear she would sincerely teach him. I'll show you something incredible. Without wasting any time, Rinfa immediately executed the second form of her spirit sword technique. With each swing, she infused her strikes with powerful spiritual energy. In just a few seconds, Rinfa demonstrated everything Jin would soon learn. As for Jin, after watching his opponent's movements, he could immediately tell this was completely different from Garmin's first form. It was filled with spiritual energy, and each strike seemed to reflect like it was in a mirror. The slash came from two directions at once, something only a dual swordsman could achieve. The great sword she wielded was made of spiritual energy, just like the one in her hand. So this is the second sword technique of the Soul Blade, Jin thought to himself. At the same time, Rinfa, the 4th Battle King, completed her move. Onlookers like Boras and Garmin were clapping enthusiastically. It was a pleasant surprise to witness the second technique from the Rinfa brothers once again. As for the 4th Battle King, she turned to Jin and asked, "So how did you feel when you saw the second sword technique?" "It was amazing. It was both powerful and beautiful, and it seems like you've never shown it at full strength before." After Jin spoke, Kargan raised a question. "Do you think that vow is alright?" He was referring to Rinfa's promise to practice the forbidden techniques. Rinfa shrugged it off, saying, "It's no big deal. Don't make a fuss about it." "Well, if that's the case, I'll go let the others know. It's been a while since everyone had the chance to talk to each other." With that, Boras and Garmin attached engines to their legs and sped off to gather the others. Meanwhile, Rinfa informed Jin of the name of the technique. "It's called Goi, the second sword technique you just saw from the Soul Blade." The name fit perfectly. It was surprising how the blade's edge, formed from spiritual energy, crossed each other like a pair of scissors, a technique I had never seen before. "Then, can you imitate it?" Rinfa quickly asked, and Jin responded that it was impossible. "A technique like that isn't easy to copy after just one glance," he said, continuing to gaze at the sword in his hand with a sigh. "Even this sword has its own issues. This is the spirit-absorbing sword, and its constant absorption of spiritual energy has kept the first technique of the spirit sword from progressing." Upon hearing this, Rinfa explained the second function of the sword Jin was holding. The spirit-absorbing sword not only absorbs spiritual energy, but it also helps to regulate the energy within your body. I'm not sure if you can understand, but to put it simply, you can think of it like a sword sheath. Just like how you draw a sword from its sheath, you'll need to draw out the spiritual energy from this sword. In short, if you've used spiritual energy recklessly in the past, this sword will help you control it more effectively. I believe you can do it. Overcome this sword, and when you take up your own again, you'll become perfect. Rinfa spoke with such urgency and excitement that Jin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fourth Battle King, you're quite skilled at explaining things, just like Garmin. You make a great teacher, so why did you choose to practice the forbidden words instead? In response to that question, Rinfa explained that it wasn't training, but rather a punishment specifically for her. This meant there must have been a reason behind it, which is why she couldn't speak to her brothers. She must have suffered a lot during her long time in solitude. Even though I'm not one of her brothers, if she feels comfortable, I'd love to hear her story. A few hours later in the afternoon, in the land of the royals, Jin had basically learned the reason why the Fourth Battle King had been practicing silence. She had warned against challenging the gods, but no one listened. Because of that, she blamed herself for the downfall of the royal family, since she couldn't stop her brothers. But that was all in the past, and thanks to Jin, my punishment ended much more easily than I ever expected. Thank you. You seem to have a power that moves others, she said. Just then, a flood of other royals rushed over when they heard that the Fourth Battle King, Rinfa, was no longer bound by silence. Some of them asked her questions, while others shouted in various ways that they tried to talk to her. As for Jin, there was someone else who wanted to speak with him. Boras reminded him that since Jin had caused Rinfa to break her silence, he would take the credit for that, as he had promised. Jin, however, was confused. Could you know about all of this from the beginning? About why the Fourth Battle King had to stay silent, and that it wasn't anyone from the royal family, but me who finally made her speak again. In the days that followed the end of his vow of silence, Battle King Rinfa helped Jin a lot with his training. Not only did Rinfa assist him in mastering the Soul Blade draw and solidifying the first form of the Soul Sword, but he also taught him how to perfectly execute the second form. After 2 full weeks of intense practice, Jin finally learned the technique. Of course, he had only grasped the method. He wasn't yet able to perform it flawlessly. Continued practice was necessary, and mastering the Soul Sword was just a matter of time. In February 1797, after successfully completing the Soul Blade draw, Jin was finally able to reclaim his Bratamet sword. Tantel also mentioned that starting today, after finishing his training with the Fourth Battle King Rinfa, Jin would begin sparring with the other warriors. This afternoon, everyone would gather to watch the match, and it was likely that the First Battle King Bell had already chosen a suitable opponent for him. Upon hearing this from Tantel, Jin couldn't hide his excitement. You know, ever since the very first day I arrived here, I've been looking forward to a match with the royals. Tantel had a different view. I think it might still be a little too soon for Jin to step into an actual fight. Looks like you think I'm definitely going to lose, huh? Are the regular warriors of the royal army on the same level as the White Wolf tribe? Hearing this, Tantel couldn't help but laugh loudly. White Wolf, huh? We're way above the average level of the Firefox tribe. What's even more special is that First Battle King Bell doesn't like you, so your opponent won't be an easy one to beat. After hearing Tantel's words, Jin remembered that most members of the royal army are at least 9-star warriors, and even picking out the weakest one from their ranks wouldn't be an easy task. Tantel then brought up something from earlier. Have you followed my advice? The one where I told you to at least take a look at the royal sword once. Jin confirmed that he had, though it was only the memory he received from Boras. This time, however, he'd be able to see it firsthand in the match. Well, in that case, you should rest in the waiting room until the match starts later this afternoon. With that, Tantel left. A few hours passed, and it was almost time for the first live combat training match. In the distance, Garmin and Boras approached, curious about Jin's preparation process. Oh, you're here already? Honestly, there's nothing much to prepare. Isn't it my job to just fight once the opponent is chosen? You really are strong now. Garmin paused thoughtfully and said, It's truly impressive. You're so strong that I can't believe you were just a human boy. So don't get discouraged after today. Boras offered similar words of comfort. I'm worried because it seems like Jin might be the type of person who could be deeply affected by a major failure. After all, successful people often tend to be like that. To put it simply, you'll have to learn how to get back up after a failure. Hearing this, Jin visibly frowned. It's like everyone's saying I'm definitely going to lose. Even Tantel said the same thing. Actually, we're just worried you might end up like Tamar, Boras explained. At the mention of that name, Jin looked surprised and Garmin added, 1,000 years ago, Tamar never lost a fight out there, but here in La Perosa, he kept failing. Jin, curious, asked more about Tamar's strength back then. How did he compare to me in the first match? Maybe he was just a little stronger than you, but for a long time, he couldn't even beat an ordinary warrior. After his first match, Tamar actually stopped eating for a while and fell into deep depression. Jin listened to this and just chuckled softly. It seems like you all misunderstood something. I'm not like the Tamar from 1,000 years ago. I've been through many failures before getting here, and I even have experience from my past life. With that, Jin firmly replied, I won't be like Tamar, so don't worry too much. A few moments later, on the arena, under the cheers of the royal crowd, the first battle after thousands of years finally began. Of course, it wouldn't be complete without some betting on the outcome. The main focus was to see how many moves it would take for one brother to defeat the other, with most bets not going beyond 10 strikes. At the same time, the chosen royal for the fight started to appear. Shakyu, the one known as the Lightning in battle, is Jin's opponent. The chosen one, are you ready? In response, Jin simply wanted his opponent to give it his all, to attack with the intent of truly wanting to kill him. This caught Shakyu off guard. This is the first time someone dares to say such words to a royal, Shakyu thought. Meanwhile, Jin quickly unsheathed his sword. The reason he said those words didn't make the fight more interesting. If it was just a practice match, then what's the point? Your words are making me laugh. I'll admit your confidence, but it's a bit too much. There's nothing more annoying than a human who doesn't know humility. Then you'll soon recognize a few other things too. Without saying anything more, Jin immediately activated his semi-quantum technique, leaving Shakyu and the other royals watching in shock. This time, Jin decided he would fight using a royal sword against another royal. As Jin charged forward, Shakyu couldn't help but wonder who taught that kid the royal swordsmanship. But even so, it did make sense. Royal swordsmanship couldn't be learned just like that. As Shakyu had said, the royal sword technique was something only the royal family could use. Even though Jin had managed to create the light core, that alone wasn't enough. However, from Bora's memories, he discovered the key to using the royal sword. It was the attribute needed to activate the light core, and the tooth from Bora's was the key to unlocking it. So every day after training, I would practice relentlessly, repeating it over and over, never giving up. It was the only thing I had, and the only thing I could do. An explosion erupted after the first clash between Jin and Shakyu. The Battle Kings and the God of War, who were watching, probably didn't think it would cause such a stir. Could a mere human really use the royal sword? Yet, after the dust settled, they saw Shakyu easily block the strike. He shouted to the fifth Battle King, Hey Boras, do you still have your special fusion skill? After hearing the answer, he understood. He took a deep breath, activated the light core on his chest, and released an aura of killing intent that could be felt from a distance. True to its name, Shakyu's lightning unleashed the true power of the royal sword. Chosen one, I will make you pay for using the royal sword so recklessly. As for Jin, with his half-activated light core, he prepared to quickly summon the Blue Phoenix test to counter Shakyu's royal sword. However, just a moment later, Jin's surprised gaze revealed that he couldn't summon Test here. Could it be because this is a different dimension created by the god Solbrit? Facing Shakyu, Jin wasn't waiting for the usual superheroes to give him time to transform. It seemed like things weren't going smoothly. Shakyu quickly rushed toward him, wielding the royal sword and swung it at Jin. Luckily, Jin reacted in time. He ducked down and narrowly avoided the attack. Still holding his sword and ignoring the fact that he couldn't call Test, Jin launched a series of rapid strikes at Shakyu in retaliation. However, none of them seemed able to break through the protective layer of the royal sword surrounding Shakyu. Even with just the activation of his power around his body, Shakyu easily sent Jin flying back. The two of them kept separating and charging at each other. With the royal sword's incredible speed, only a split second passed, but countless blows were exchanged between them. In that brief moment, Jin realized this wasn't just about speed. Additionally, his sword couldn't penetrate the protective shield, and there didn't seem to be any openings to exploit. Along with all of that, suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. If that's the case, then he'd try this. His finger shot straight towards Shakyu's eye, aiming for a weak spot that humans could never train to defend against. But perhaps Jin had forgotten that royals aren't human. They are beings born to be completely insane. His finger snapped easily when it made contact with his opponent's eye. Oh, I forgot to mention we have eyes as hard as diamonds. I'm sure you didn't know that, did you? Truly, we are the strongest race to ever exist. Before their extinction, there were thousands, maybe tens of thousands of us, and we were a terrifying nightmare for all the creatures of the continent. While Jin was sweating and didn't know what to do, Shakyu was done playing around. Now, I'll show you something truly interesting. Streams of power began to pour out from the glowing core on Shakyu's chest, while Jin could only stand there, waiting with no other choice. Every method he had tried had failed. In an instant, Shakyu appeared right in front of him and prepared to throw a punch. How does it feel? Even holding your sword is hard, isn't it? This is called suppression. a technique that creates a magnetic force on your sword, making it impossible for you to control it as you wish. After explaining, he immediately drove his fist into Jin's body, and it was only with great effort that Jin was able to block the blow with his sword. Taking advantage of this, Jin quickly moved away from Sheiku's position. You know that if he gets too close, you won't be able to use your sword properly. You have to maintain as much distance as possible. The thought barely crossed Jin's mind when his body instinctively moved. However, facing Shakyu, it wasn't so easy for Jin to achieve that goal. Shakyu, with incredible speed, immediately chased after him. To be exact, this speed was far beyond Jin's own. It was too fast, but Jin had to find an opportunity to use the first form of the Spirit Sword. He needed to find a way to move even faster. The moment he found the right position, the Bratamon sword in his hand moved. Spirit Sword, first form, Soul Slash. He thought it would be a beautiful and decisive move, but it wasn't quite what he expected. You think I'll give you a chance to use the first form of the Spirit Sword? The sword was easily blocked, and before Jin could react, Shakyu grabbed him. That was followed by the finishing blow. A gigantic fist slammed into Jin's body, sending him flying hundreds of meters. If this had been a normal situation, that would have been the end. But Shakyu didn't think like that. He immediately grabbed Jin's leg and added a little extra affection. If you want to use the royal sword, then you should experience the royal martial arts as well. Jin's unconscious body was relentlessly hit with blow after blow. This time, the kick seemed particularly satisfying. A powerful strike from above slammed his head into the training ground, followed by a direct kick to the stomach that sent him flying. His opponent then grabbed the lifeless body that could no longer move. As promised, I will sever all your limbs this time. Hopefully, you'll be more humble when we meet next time. And so, our protagonist was left with nothing but his head and torso. Time passed, but it was unclear how much or what happened afterward. Alright, 5th Battle King, while you're healing the Chosen One, make sure to transfer my blood to him. But, War God, the human won't be able to handle your blood. Even a small mistake could kill him. As these voices echoed, Jin slowly started to regain consciousness. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the 5th Battle King, Boras, speaking with the God of War. As mentioned earlier, Boras was the one healing Jin, and he had no choice but to follow orders. The God of War believed the Chosen One wasn't just an ordinary human, and the blood transfusion began shortly after. Now that everything had been arranged, there was only one thing left to do. Pray that this Runcandel body could withstand the God of War's blood. He could no longer hear Solderit's voice. Something had happened. If Jin couldn't bear this bloodline and died, then just as the God of War had said, the death of this child would bring about the destruction of the entire royal family. But if you can die so easily, then both our fates and yours will end here. As those words kept repeating in his mind, a different thought suddenly interrupted them. This is the poisonous elixir. If you drink it and push your mind and senses to their limits, no assassin will be able to defeat you. No one could ever claim they could decide someone else's fate. Each person's destiny is shaped by themselves. Right now, Jin still had a lot to do and so much to protect. This was the moment when he would decide his own future. On March 16, 1797, after a month of being unconscious, Jin finally woke up. He knew he had wasted too much time on this. He needed to return to Mei, and there wasn't much time left. Even so, it was a blessing that he had the poisonous elixir. Without it, he probably wouldn't have woken up again. When the thoughts about the coma faded away, Jin suddenly realized something felt different about his body. What was this? And what was that light energy flowing from it? Could this be a complete royal heart? What on earth was going on? Was it possible that if someone received the blood of the God of War, they'd get a royal heart too? As he was lost in those thoughts, the God of War suddenly spoke from behind. "You're awake now, Chosen One." Jin quickly asked about what was confusing him. He said he didn't even know what to say. Boras gave you the molar teeth, and now, thanks to your blood, I have a complete royal heart. You didn't even bother to ask me about it. Are you saying you want to refuse it? The God of War asked. Hearing that, Jin felt like he didn't even have the right to refuse. But even so, he felt the God of War should have told him that he would get a royal heart of his own. You knew I was awake before you gave me the blood. When the God of War apologized for that, Jin quickly clarified he wasn't looking for an apology. I'm just surprised by this heart. Besides, just because I have a royal heart doesn't mean I'll become your brother, right? I'm not sure if the royal family members who are interested in me, but I'm certain those who don't like me will have a strong reaction. That's probably true. When he saw the God of War nod, Jin asked one final question. Did you think that if you hadn't helped me, I would never have been recognized? The God of War responded. So, what you're saying is that if I agree, you would destroy that heart because it wasn't made with your own strength, right? Jin replied, yes, but I believe I created this heart myself. Even though it's not exactly what I wanted, if it did meet the standard, it wouldn't have earned your recognition. After rambling for a bit, Jin turned back to the same point, accepting that heart. The god of war responded again. If you've already accepted it as your own, why would you want to destroy it? Jin answered, isn't it true that if it really belonged to me, I could destroy it whenever I wanted and make a new one? But this heart was given to me out of someone else's kindness, and it doesn't entirely belong to me. Jin continued to explain, to put it simply, I feel like I've earned this heart through my own effort, but it doesn't completely belong to me because it also carries the blood of the god of war. That's why I can't just destroy it whenever I please. Jin also mentioned that he would be leaving soon in May due to some important matters outside. Once I'm done, when can I come back here? Finally, Jin asked, so, can we adjust the training speed? So, we have 2 months left. Alright, in the mornings, you'll train with the 7th battle King Bell, and in the afternoons, you'll fight Shakyu. The god of war also believed that, even without his blood, Jin would eventually be recognized by the other warriors. And just like that, 49 days quickly passed. As expected, after gaining the hearts, some members of the royal family began showing hostility toward Jin. But since Jin didn't want it either, their harsh reactions gradually calmed down. During those 49 days, Jin fought Shakyu 49 times and lost every single match. However, each time he lost, instead of dwelling on the defeat, he pushed himself to train even harder. The more he fought, the more his perspective on everything began to change. In the first 10 matches with Shakyu, Jin believed Shakyu had to be as strong as Luna. But by the 20th match, he started doubting that conclusion. Can he really compare to Luna? After fighting Shakyu 30 times, Jin was sure he wasn't as strong as Luna. By the 40th match, Jin was certain that he could cut off one of Shakyu's arms. The gap was closing, and Jin himself was making rapid progress. Each fight brought more enjoyment. Even though his limbs were often severed and he had to rely on boras for healing, there came a point when the royal family stopped even mentioning Tamar's name. Today, Jin fought Shakyu just like the previous days, and more people started to hope that Jin would defeat Shakyu and claim victory. Why do you look like you just yawned? Are you getting bored of fighting me? Of course not. It's just that I'm starting to feel a bit excited for this match. The more we fight, the harder I find it to cut through you guys. Jin heard this and didn't soften up at all. He immediately drew his sword. Those emotional words aren't going to help me, so let's just fight fair and square. Titch may have been more lenient, but this guy was all about fighting until there was no way back. At the god of wars placed in front of him, Tantel spoke. We know that the Chosen One will soon leave La Perosa, and while others are starting to accept him, I think we should give everyone a chance to face Jin. Shakyu has fought him long enough. A Battle King also agreed with Tantel's words. Maybe we should give the others a shot, but even so, I still need everyone's approval. After a brief pause, the god of war spoke. To the members of the royal family, the Chosen One must leave in 2 weeks. Therefore, in order for everyone to fight him, should we accept him as one of us? Is there anyone who objects to this? One Battle King was against accepting the Chosen One right now. However, Carmen had helped him a lot and even taught him the soul slash technique, so this made him reconsider. 2 other people were also informed, and even Boras told him that this had never happened before, not even for Tamar, the first pick. He had even helped Rinfa stop practicing the forbidden speech. Though recognized by the god of war, he never showed any arrogance. His limbs were always severed after each battle, but his courage and perseverance never wavered. Despite losing over and over again, he never gave in to despair. The battle kings of the royal family began whispering among themselves, but there was one person who remained silent from start to finish. The silence was finally broken when he stamped his foot. I, Valtarok, the first battle king, accept Jin Runcandel as one of our brothers. The most difficult battle king to convince had been swayed, and that was a sign that the decision was made. Next, the 5th and 8th battle kings also accepted Jin Runcandel. Tantel, the gatekeeper of La Perosa, and Shakyu, the lightning strike, both agreed to accept Jin Runcandel as their brother. One by one, every member of the royal family followed suit. Once everything was agreed upon, it was time to officially recognize the Chosen One. With that, everyone nodded in agreement. From this moment on, I declare that Jin Runcandel is now a brother of our family and a member of the royal family. Since becoming a member of the royal family, everything moved incredibly fast. The brothers who wanted to compete had to play rock, paper, scissors to decide the order. Once the order was set, the battles started non-stop. Day after day, from morning to afternoon to evening, the matches with the royals kept coming one after another. Of course, there was a rematch with Shakyu. The last time Jin fought him, he was really eager to give a good beating, but just as he barely landed a blow, Shakyu yelled, "Ah, I lost." It was like he was mocking him. Even though it made Jin angry, there was nothing he could do about it. After being defeated by all the other royals, defeating Shakyu didn't feel like it would mean anything. So instead of getting more upset, Jin decided to calm down and let it go. Now, there were only 9 days left in the training here. He decided that next time he challenged the Battle Kings and trained some more. Finally, after 64 matches with the Royal Warriors, the night came and the royals who were closest to Jin gathered at his place. Hey, my brother, how about a drink to clear your head? But wait, isn't this the same deadly elixir you gave me on the first day? If I drink this, I'll probably end up dead here. So, with Tantel's confident assurance that this time will be different, Jin reluctantly took the drink. On the outside, it looked exactly the same as before, but when he tasted it, everything was just as Tantel had described. A sweet, subtle flavor, yet still rich and full-bodied. This is a different kind of liquor, right? Jin asked. Hearing that, Boras replied, it's still the same Bothach liquor as before. However, now that you obtained the Tim Kwang, the flavor feels different. Less than a second later, Shakyu suddenly jumped in, eager to have a drink too. Just a few days ago, Shakyu was practically cutting people down left and right, and now here he was, acting all friendly. So the two of them kept pouring drinks back and forth, tossing them back without stopping. After the drinking contest with Shakyu, Jin was invited by the other Battle Kings, starting with Garmin, then Boras, and finally Rinfa. The amount of liquor Jin was being served now was enough to fill a large bucket. Regular cups couldn't even hold it anymore. Each time he took a drink, the crowd erupted into applause and cheers as if they had never seen a celebration like this before. As for Rinfa, he ended up knocking the bucket of liquor onto his own head and passed out right on the spot. By midnight, after everyone had gotten pleasantly drunk, Jin finally had a moment to step outside and enjoy the night in La Perosa. It was true. Drinking too much Bothach liquor was exhausting. Just as he stepped onto the balcony, a Battle King appeared before him. It was Belise, the 7th Battle King, the one who had recently been teaching him swordsmanship. Jin walked over and asked why she hadn't been around all evening. What are you doing out here? Oh, you look pretty happy. I was just staring at the sky. Belise explained that although this place was created by Solderit, it was exactly like the place where she had lived before. So, have you ever wondered what the world outside is like? Since I got here, no one's ever asked about that. In response to that question, Belise said it was simply because everyone knew that since time stopped for us, it was clear we couldn't go back to that world. Even though that should make people more curious, what's the point of wanting something that's impossible to achieve? Still, one of her brothers had mentioned it once, that the world outside had gone on for millennia, and maybe one day they'd develop some kind of magic or tool to bring us out. Hearing that, Jin looked surprised. Unfortunately, as far as you know, there's still no way to do that. It made sense considering even the Fire Realm, where the immortal phoenixes live, couldn't connect with the mortal world. Aside from summoning phoenixes through wizards, magic involving other worlds was strictly forbidden by the Magic Association. These kinds of spells were classified as dark magic, and it was unlikely they would ever be developed. So, there's really no way for the royal brothers to get out on their own. Didn't Tantel go out on his own to find me? That only happened when a successor appeared in the desert. That's why I have a request. If it's not too much trouble, could you find a way for us to return to the outside world? Of course, when I leave here, I'll definitely figure out a way to get everyone out. The next morning, Jin continued his daily training routine. Thinking back, the mission to reclaim the compass was approaching quickly. This time, they had to succeed no matter what. The fact that Sister Yona had obtained information about the treasure from Muber's workshop was a rare opportunity, and it meant that failure was not an option. Lost in thought, Jin heard footsteps behind him. The person approaching was the god of war of the royal family. Jin turned to face her as she spoke. I was just about to find you to discuss something important. It's about what you said, that you need to return in May, right? Yes, that's right. I have to go back to complete a mission with my team, but I'm not too confident in my current strength. That's funny. Do you know who the warriors you fought against are? I know, but I've never defeated any of them. Also, if I get hurt while carrying out a mission, it's not that scary, but I'm really worried about my teammates. Some of them are weaker than me. So, you still don't fully understand yourself, huh? The god of war said. You're the only one who can save us, so your hesitation is the hesitation of the entire royal family. As she spoke, the god of war handed over a sword. I here give you this sword. This is the Phoenix Thunder Sword, Red Moon, my sword. And Boras has reforged it so you can use it. So from now on, you'll train directly with me using this sword. But I still haven't completed my training with the Battle Kings yet. You said your time is running out, didn't you? The god of war interrupted and said she would speak with the Battle Kings who were training you. For the remaining time, you need to focus on reducing the burden you're carrying. I'll help you understand who you truly are, and all you need to do is pull out your sword when you believe you won't die. As she spoke, Jin looked at the Red Moon sword in his hand and questioned himself. At first, he really didn't understand what the god of war meant, but now, things were different. Standing before her, in that moment, he truly understood that with the overwhelming power she radiated, just being there was enough to make him die 1,000 times over. I knew for sure that if I drew my sword then, I would definitely die. I even thought through every possible strategy or skill I could use, but nothing seemed possible. I couldn't find any weaknesses in my opponent, and every path that could have led me to avoid death if I drew my sword seemed to be blocked. No, every possible scenario pointed to the same result. I knew that if I pulled out my sword, I'd lose my life immediately. So how did I find a way to open this door? On the 5th day, since that moment, I wondered if it was time for me to test the blade of the red moon for the first time. Even though I had died 9,000 times over the past 5 days, I could now see just one possible path, a chance where if I drew my sword, I might not die immediately. However, all my efforts were easily stopped by the god of war. She blocked my strike with just one finger, without even breaking a sweat. Not a bad attack, huh? You can do this, but why were you hesitating before? This time, I drew my sword because I thought I wouldn't die. Jin quickly explained and seemed disappointed that it still didn't work as expected. Don't be discouraged. Not many people can strike at me, even before time here comes to a halt. You actually had the ability to strike me 5 days ago. You had the skills, but you didn't even realize it. That's why your faith has been shaken and died 1,000 times, all for nothing. After hearing the words of the god of war, Jin sighed as if finally understanding something about his own self-belief. I guess that was the key lesson of this training. I understood it when I stood before Lord Tamar's illusion in the Mitra Desert. But somewhere along the way, I forgot it. Exactly. Suffering makes people forget who they really are. So, if you still can't understand yourself by the end and you can't pull out the red moon, I'll take it back. Just like that, the remaining 4 days of training passed by quickly. During these days, Jin learned a special technique from the god of war. It was a skill that only those who were true god of wars, the masters of the red moon sword, could learn. So now I can finally relax and meet up with my friends, right? Yes, that's right. I'm looking forward to our next meeting as well. The other brothers are waiting for you in the arena's lobby. You can go there to say goodbye to them before heading out. Jin quickly bowed his head and thanked the god of war for all the help he had received over the past months. However, his gesture was stopped by her. Look up. Among royal siblings, kindness isn't something that's measured, and I will wait while always keeping in mind the achievements you've made here. Have an exciting journey, my brother. May 17, 1797. After saying goodbye to all the battle kings and warriors of the royal family, Jin left La Perosa, where he had been training for several months. Another interesting thing was that he could take everything he needed with him. Perhaps only royals were bound to this dimension. Naturally, he also took the tooth of Boras and the cloak that Boras had made. After restocking with water and necessary supplies, I began my journey back to the starting point, beginning with crossing the Mitra Desert. Everything felt like a dream. I wasn't even sure if it was just an illusion until I touched the medallion on my chest. 4 days after leaving La Perosa under the scorching desert sun, I no longer felt the fatigue I had before. Perhaps it was due to the training and becoming a royal. By this point, I had also reached a spot very close to the entrance, the same place where I had said farewell to the guide a few months ago. May 25, 1797. After more than a week in the desert, I finally spotted a few Thuy, water creatures nearby. Oh, it's humanity. A person has entered the desert. He's back. Jin quickly approached and recognized one of the Thuy as an old acquaintance. Is that you, Blackfire? What a coincidence. What brings you to this place? After talking for a while, Jin learned that these creatures were betting on whether or not he would survive the desert. See, now he's starting to act like himself again. I'm glad you didn't die, human. At that point, Blackfire turned to Jin and asked about the challenges, pain, and suffering he had gone through. Have you experienced them? I think so. It's an unforgettable experience. After hearing where the Thuy were headed, Jin decided to join them, thinking they might be going to the same place. No, you can't come to Duka right now. A few days ago, the Fire Tiger tribe came through. They're dangerous. It's better for you to return to Mecca and go through the toll market to get back. However, after hearing that the journey would take 4 whole days, Jin thought it was just too long for him. I got some urgent things to take care of, so I think traveling with you all is probably the best option. But they're very dangerous. They'll kill you human. Don't worry, Blackfire. I'll be as careful as possible, so you don't need to stress. A few hours later, the group quickly arrived at the road guarded by the Fire Tigers. To put it simply, they had set up a toll booth at the entrance to the path leading back to Duka. Blackfire decided to go first since he already had the toll ready, while Jin promised to follow right after him. Still, the kid's face was clearly worried. The Fire Tigers were known for being brutal and especially hostile to humans. Oh, well, a tribute from the Swamp Clan, huh? Good, now you can get lost. But then, one of them casually hit Blackfire hard. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a distance. If you've already accepted their payment, you should let them pass. Why are you still hitting them? It was a human. They turned to see Jin slowly stepping out of the forest, looking quite surprised. What do you think you're doing? Get over here and hand over everything you've got. It'd be best if you strip down so we can see you off gently. Sorry, this is the road I'm taking. Now, hand over everything you've stolen from the Beast clans while I'm still speaking politely. The day after Jin appeared with his threats, the two fire tigers immediately sensed something was off. What the heck is this on him? What kind of aura is this? A feeling of danger surrounded them instantly, but then Jin charged forward after a brief moment of thought. If I can't kill this human here, it's going to be really dangerous. But before he even got close, the tiger in front of him realized something was wrong just from a glance. He couldn't even breathe properly as he approached the person in front of him. The other tiger, seeing his partner lying flat on the ground, was also shocked. I knew the guy gave off a dangerous aura, but who would have thought it would be this terrifying? Without wasting a second, he immediately bowed down, his head hitting the ground, and begged, "Master, please spare my life. If by the time I count to 3, you don't take him away, you will know the consequences." As he spoke, Jin began counting. 1, 2. By the time he reached 2, the shadows of the two fire tigers were already nearly gone. They were mighty, no doubt, but they could run just as fast. After taking care of them, Jin turned to speak to the black flame. "Here, take these fish to my friend, the water beast. These are the ones you worked so hard to catch." After receiving the gift, the little black flame mumbled something like an invitation to Jin, asking him to join a feast at the water beast's place. Rest for another day, human. Jin quickly declined the invitation, even though he really wanted to join. "I'd love to, but I have something urgent to take care of." He then pointed to the pile of treasure left behind by the fire tigers, which Blackfire and the other water wolves were returning to its original owner. "Well, let's eat then." The group of water wolves cheered, clearly ready with all their gear to handle the fish. That sounds perfect. I'm actually getting a little hungry myself. About an hour later, Jin and the water wolves began their feast. While eating, Jin took the opportunity to ask Blackfire about a few things regarding Duka Duka. "I wonder if they have any dyes there. I actually need to disguise myself for the next place I'm heading." "Is that so? In that case, you should try using the face paint from the Snowflake tribe. It's even better than any dye." After gathering the information he needed and finishing the meal, the group set off again. A few hours later, they returned to the place they had left just a few months earlier. The one welcoming them was none other than the mouse from the Snowflake tribe. "Oh, you're back already? By the way, I heard you're looking for a disguise, right? Let me first introduce you to our dyes," the mouse said, quickly pulling out a product brochure. "The prices might seem a bit high, but our dyeing technique is completely different from any other tribes," the mouse continued. "We use extracts from special plants, and the colors are rich, odorless, and color fast. This is the best of the best. Once you try it, you'll never want anything else." "All right, stop showing off. The black flame nearby is about to puff out smoke and introduce you as the one who defeated the fire tigers. Look here, we've gotten back everything the fire tigers stole from the beastmen." Hey, Black Flame, why didn't you say anything? I've been wasting my breath for nothing. Do you know that by staying quiet like this, I look like a greedy rat just after money? I was about to become a greedy merchant, exploiting my benefactor." After knocking the Black Flame unconscious, a rat turned and sincerely thanked Jin. This news will definitely make the merchants in Duka Duka very happy. Of course, it'll be completely free, so take your time. Our tribe will disguise you perfectly using our special transformation magic. On the afternoon of the last day of May, 1797, on the southern island of the Balado Duchy, this land hasn't changed at all, has it? A young man with striking blonde hair was walking through the port area. Of course, it was Jin in disguise. This place is infamous for its addicts, mercenaries, and homeless people. Most of them have lost everything after participating in the arena. In contrast to this place, the northern part of the island is a completely different world, one disguised as a secret gambling den for young, wealthy nobles. It's also where the compass will point to tomorrow. Now, I wonder if everyone has made it to the island safely. Just as that thought crossed my mind, I spotted a group of people slowly making their way toward me, laughing and chatting nonstop. I bet he went crazy when he left the arena, didn't he? And then, out of nowhere, the man appeared right next to me, looking just as surprised as I was. He quickly shoved something into my hand while still asking for money. "Please, just a coin, anything will do." What the heck? Was that Jet? As soon as I touched the object, I recognized my old friend, though I didn't hesitate to toss him a few coins. Sure, we had a rough history in the past, but clearly, recruiting him was the right call. This setting was perfect for blending in. The letter Jet had just handed me was a signal. It had been a while since I'd seen Bill, and that was the message I needed to deliver once I got to the bird's nest inn. I also had to pay attention to the wooden plank nailed under the bed in room 203 at the inn. Not long after, the manager of the bird's nest inn told me they were out of rooms. I simply replied, "It's been a while since I've seen Bill." Upon hearing that, his attitude shifted slightly and he pulled out a key. "Go to room 203, he said. In room 203, just as mentioned in the letter, Jin quickly found the location indicated. It was definitely well hidden. Inside the box was another letter which seemed to outline the current situation of everyone, preparing them for the upcoming operation. "Dear sir, it's a pleasure to finally reconnect after so long. The other teammates have already arrived and settled into different inns on the island. Kinzenlo and Zippel's teams don't seem to have noticed anything yet. A few other details have been confirmed so far. On Kinzenlo's side, there's a mysterious Grand Mage along with 5 other 8-star mages. Additionally, 3 White Wolf Tribe warriors at the captain level have been spotted. It also looks like there are a fair number of assassins, snipers, and other skilled individuals. On Zippel's side, there's no specific information yet. They're likely to reveal themselves only on the night of the operation. But it's possible that Zippel's assassins have already hidden themselves here, just like Kinzenlo's team. The operation is still scheduled for 10 p.m. on June 1st, and the location will be the casino in the large mansion on the north side of the island. Please remember to bring the ticket, which has already been arranged and placed in the wooden box accompanying this letter. After the mission is complete, make sure to head to the designated hiding spot. The locations where the other teammates are concealed are written on the back of this letter." Additionally, with the support of Lord Kashmir and Lord Muraken, Lady Sears from the Ice Castle will also join this plan. With her experience in espionage and assassination, she will be a valuable ally to you, my lord. As for me, I'll return to Tikken after I finish delivering the letter. I'll be sure to send your regards to Lady Gilly. After reading the letter, Jin began to think. Although he only knew about Kinzenlo, it was clear that Zippel would also have a force of equal strength, and tomorrow night would be the battleground of the stars. On the night of June 1st, 1797, in the northern part of the island in the Duchy of Balado, what would the skies look like, I wonder? I won again, young master. Young master, are you okay? We've just started. It seems like you've lost around 1,000 gold coins by now. I'll wrap up this part here. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you enjoyed it. Thank you so much.